4 days ahead of us, that's right. 8 of the top players in Age of Empires 2 clashing to decide who is going to be the best, the one left standing, all across the breadth of $40,000 on the line. And let's talk a little bit about these players, because some of them, well, you don't need introductions to. We've got the reigning champion Hera, unstoppable, a 10-win streak in S-tier tournaments. Will the beast finally be slain? Could it be a return to form for some of the old guard and their former glory? Or perhaps, just maybe, lingering in on the side, the likes of people like Hart and Kingstone looking for that taste of glory on LAN and S-tier could happen for the very first time. All I know is it's going to be an epic day, and we've got a live crowd here that I know will hype us through it and build as the days go on, but we need to talk a bit. There we go! Louder! Yes! All right, you guys are hyped for things that are coming, so we got to talk about a few of those things, because we have got plenty of different up-and-comers to see, not just here, but on the side stages. Reminder, we do have some side events for people that want to play in AoE2 and 2v2s, 1v1s. I mean, if you guys could actually be victors on the other side of the arena. But here on the stage, what a set we've got ahead of us. Leary versus Kingstone. Kingstone already on the poise of having his best performance ever at a LAN, at a tournament whatsoever. Leary, of course, always so talented at the top end. Then we've got the Battle of Asia, ACCM going up against Yo. Should be a tight series, and Viper versus Hart. I've already heard a few people's opinion on that one going all the way to 5 games. And then rounding out, of course, that unslayable champion we talked about, Hera, going up against Tata. Tata, who so often has just been on the verge of cracking through in the top performances. Interesting little stat there. The last time he thrusted an S-tier tournament was just 3 events before Hera began that unslayable streak. But we are going to save that for later. No, for now, we need to talk about our first matchup. It is on the verge of being his best performance ever at a tournament. If he can just get past this tricky opponent. One and all, join me in welcoming to the stage, the one, the only, it's Kingstone. Or Leary. All right, it's Leary. A second round of applause for Leary. This man is so eager, he could not wait to get on this stage. He's got someone to prove here on LAN. But his opponent may not have anything to prove, and that's a beautiful thing. There's no expectations on him. It's a breath of relief. He just gets to play his game in the purest form. It's Mexico's finest. We have got Kingstone taken to the stage. You can steal his walk-on, but you can't steal his thunder. And this is going to be a fun one, folks. I checked the stats. These two, in any major tournament, have not clashed before. So expectations are a giant question mark. But to run us through some of those expectations, to dive deeper, it's my pleasure to throw across the casters for the first set of the day as we get ready to kick off the Garrison.
All right, ladies and gents, what's going on? Welcome from the venue behind us. We've got the fans, which you may be able to see every now and then. But big walk on there from Kingston and from Leary. Glad we got the players right there. I was a little confused there at the start, but it should be an epic one.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so great to see Kingston back again. Now, he was at Red Bull 5, I believe, or maybe Red Bull 6. I can't remember which one. I think it was Red Bull 5. And that's the only time we've seen him at a LAN event, and he's finally back here. It was an incredible run from him to get here. He beat Goku, Dogao, Sebastian, and then Mihai in Game 7, one of the hypest games of that qualifier, maybe of all time.
It was so good.
Just to even qualify for this event. However, he's got a mountain to climb. He's got Leary in front of him. I spoke to Leary before, after they did the draft, before they got ready for this set, and Leary said he was very confident in the draft. He thought it went his way, and he's pretty confident for this set.
Yeah, I think Kingston's really going to need to have... Well, anytime you play against Leary, regardless of who you are, you're going to have something that's a little bit off meta. You can't be playing the meta style for the map, and so that's something we're unsure on right now. Kingston has a lot of strengths. He could play every map very well. The one thing that might be the difference maker for him this week is going to be the fact that he can play the closed maps very, very well. So you'll very frequently see him draft towards that. But will he have any wildcard picks on the draft? we'll see, as we should have the draft popping up here shortly.
I mean, there were some questions for us, right? Notably, like, is he going to try something crazy on Fractal, which is going to be our game number 1, right? You mentioned Bengalis. Maybe you could go for like a Ratha approach with there. It's just there's a lot of questions on the order of Civ picks because all of these Civs in both of their drafts could be used in multiple maps. It's just where you want to prioritize, especially your first picks, where they're going to go.
Yeah, so here we've got the Civ picks and the bans on screen. To explain kind of the order of events, you have the admin bans. Those are randomized bans that'll be different for every single series. Then the players themselves do 2 bans each. Then you've got the picks. So you'll see this at the start. We're going to move over to the maps and just the picks at some point so we can focus on what's at hand. Yeah, so here's what everything looks like with the maps as well. Game 1 is Fractal. The bans are at the bottom there. So Leary, banning out Chaos Pit, Golden Stream, and Coast Mountain. All maps are very different. You've got a bit more variety of what can come his way. He's the favorite. He doesn't want that. So I like those bans. And then he ends up picking Land Madness and Arabia. Arabia is Arabia, right? Like, he's played 10,000 games on that. And Land Madness is like Arabia Light, right? And then Kingston goes for Fortress and then Enclosed. So just like we said, more defensive styles. But I don't think you can be too defensive here. And I'm curious, for Kingston, as we see those picks come in, like, what's the mentality going to be like here? Is this already the achievement of his year, and he's not expecting a lot? Because I think if you like, okay, I made it, that's good. It will affect your performance, right? You have to still have that killer mentality, and that's really tough. Very frequently, we see people make it, and they're like, well, they don't feel like they belong here, you know, and then that shows in their gameplay.
I spoke to Nilly, who spoke to Kingston, so this is secondhand information, but he asked Kingston what his goals were in a very Nilly fashion, right? Like, what are you hoping to accomplish from this tournament? And Kingston told him, I just want to win my home maps. And I thought that was a really, really great thought process from him, and that's a really, really good set of goals because he knows he's the underdog here. However, if you win your home maps, then it's a 50-50 on that last remaining map, and who knows what you're going to do on your opponent's home maps as well. So that's a really good goal to set. He picked Regicide Fortress, I believe, in almost every set in his qualifier. So he's really confident there. I think he won a couple games on Enclosed in the qualifier. The question for me is Fractal because I didn't see that pop up in his qualification run, and I don't know how confident he feels there. Obviously, he let it through in the bans, but that could have been an oversight as well. Maybe he got through the bans and he's like, oh, crap, Fractal's still here. So this game 1 will tell us a lot about how well he's prepared. And how well the draft went for him.
I think part of that is Leary didn't have to qualify at all, right? So there's that aspect as well. Does that hurt Leary? Who has Leary been practicing with? I'm sure there's been some level of preparation, but is he preparing with a player who's going to bring a style that Kingston's going to bring? But probably not. Now, in Leary's case, that's a good thing. You probably only need to practice what you think is optimal for every single map, and it's taken him very far in his career, but I would say Fractal's it's an uncomfortable type of map for a player like Leary. So that almost feels like a home map that Kingston could have gone for. So the chances are good there with the draft. As far as the Civs go, the wild cards for me, Bengalis was first pick from Kingston. So that one, I've seen some crazy all-in potential on Fractal. But the sure pick is going to be probably Fortress for the more economic approach. But even then, like, Italians is good for Fortress, and there's this potential meta of Bengalis on Arabia, Bengalis on Land Madness, like Fast Castle, Ratha, all in. If you need to do something out of the box, that is one of the best things to do in our current meta with the all in there. So we'll know very quickly. Like, if Bengalis is picked game 1, I'm going to freak out. We'll see. But I would like to see, even though there's a higher potential that Kingston could get swept because of it, I'd actually like to see him try that, right?
I think so. I think that would be a good... Well, it depends on whether he wants to go for his goals or not.
Well, and
do you want to continue winning your home maps, or do you want to go for something outrageous the first game?
The other thing is, too, what do you think Kingston rates his chances against Leary? He probably realizes the chances are not high that he wins. It's double elim. So if it's double elim, you may not want to use any of your crazy things right away.
I think you'll find that he has to face either Tato or Hera next with the way the bracket works.
Okay. Well, if that is the case,
you know,
then.
it's not like you got all the time in the world.
Yeah, that's fair.
To get something going. I also want to point out that Kingston is an incredible Malians player. He picked Malians last. It slid all the way to the last of the draft, and that's the Civ that he won the final Game 7 in Arabia. Anyway, we are about to get in here to game number 1 of Kingston versus Leary. It's going to be on Fractal, and we'll see what Civs are coming up.
All right, folks. Well, here we are, game number 1, and you can see the wood line here on Fractal already a very, very big focus. So obviously a little bit behind, but essentially it was important from Leary to get that lumber camp up, get those villagers through. On this map, you could chop those reeds to eventually get access to the water. That is going to be the biggest focus here. We have Malay and Italians as the Civ picks, and those are two of the best water Civs you could potentially go for here.
Yeah, and it's really, really annoying when your opponent gets the walls up around your lumber camp, right? Obviously, it's a 9-vil start, so you get things going a lot faster. You send the villagers over there, but still, you can't really join your villagers if you're Kingston, or sorry, if you're Leary, with more on that lumber camp. So he's going to have to either place another lumber camp or batter down those walls. Yeah. And that's a good momentum start with Kingston, especially against Malay, who are obviously just going to be ahead of you most of the game.
Yeah, I think to that point, though, I think you can take down that palisade pretty quickly. So Leary shouldn't let that really psych himself out too much. What's interesting, though, is we see a mill already there for Leary, so he doesn't feel like he's going to get the dock timing. And he still only has 4 on wood. So this seems to me like Kingston is maybe prioritizing the water more. Now, he's going to have to click that reed again to really get through. He's about 20 wood through. And then we'll see where the dock goes. Because you can dock block and block the opponent's access. Or you could go for the greater fishing area in the back. It's a very weird map, by the way. If you've never seen this map before, it'll take some getting used to. But essentially, the chop through is the biggest thing.
Good job from both. I think a little bit better from Kingston to prioritize getting through the reeds there. Leary kind of lost track of the extra vil, but it's not going to be that big of a time difference. I just think the question is, where does Kingston go with that first dock? Does he walk all the way down the shoreline? It kind of looks like he's attempting to. And how forward do you want to go? Because if you go too far forward, you might run into your opponent's vil, and then you miss the opportunity completely.
Also, where does he send the vil afterwards? Because if that villager
there's
is
a
on
short
the other
fish right
side,
there. Yeah,
if that villager goes to the other
side,
side, though, he can go forward with it. And I think that's what he's thinking.
Okay.
So you don't want to delete that dock, right? So it's important. Oh, wait, he doesn't want the villager there.
What were you saying?
Okay.
He does want to delete the dock because he wants it on the other side. So Kingston can't really make up his mind here. Leary going for the barracks. So Leary is going to go for some land pressure to start this off. He's going to be much faster to feudal age with the Malay. That's a really quick uptime for him. And he is up already. Kingston only a minute and a half behind, but this is Leary we're talking about. He can do a lot of damage in a minute and a half.
Yeah, I think for that reason, Kingston's walling here, which makes a lot of sense. Leary's going to do the same thing here with the dock. Faster feudal age, it means the scout could get sniped. There's not many villagers underneath that TC, but Kingston barely keeps his scout alive here. But how many times have we seen Leary with the Malay just dominates? He's faster to the next stage. He's faster to the timings, and you can't get
you think about where Malay succeed, and it's all on timings. It's all on timings, right? It's not that they generally have better units. If you go super late game with Malay, you're basically in trouble. And if you think of where Leary succeeds, it's all on timings.
Yep.
It's just the perfect synergy between these two civs. And Malay have slowly been buffed over the years, like the infantry armor coming in automatically, for example, making that spearman, the singular spearman he has, a lot more powerful. As Leary also takes out the scout from Kingston. But all of those things come together with these incredible builds that Leary has to make Malay very, very dangerous for his opponent. You can see Kingston already having problems with it.
Yeah, this is some palm sweaty mom spaghetti for Kingston here. I mean, the build is not what he would have wanted. He would have wanted some fishing ships out of the dock. He's going for a market now, and feels like his play is market blacksmith, but he doesn't have the resources for Castle Age either. So I just think maybe the moment here a little bit. Sometimes it takes some time to ease into the series, even if you're playing online. But now, you're here in person, and the pressure's there.
I mean, decent walls from
and the quick walls,
really good
quick walls there
from
Kingston to save the villager.
The two houses were really nice, and then those ones were perfect as he tries to fight off the spearmen, and he has to quick wall the guy in again because Leary is still there with the scout. He clears the scout, though. He doesn't lose a villager. And he's starting to get his economy rolling again. But still, we can see the weakness. No military from Kingston. 7 villagers in the queue. He just made his first fishing ship, and there's 2 more fishing ships in the queue now. What is the plan?
Yeah, I think the plan is to fish and adapt, but he hasn't been able to fish. If we look at Leary's water real quick, Leary's 2 docks, and Leary's producing fish out of both of them right now.
Yeah.
So Leary's completely fine. Typically Leary's going to have a range here. But he's actually said, why spend 175 wood on a range that offers me very little value compared to adding my own fish? So the spearmen have harassed. He hasn't killed a lot, but I would expect Leary's economy to be in a much better position here.
Kingston unqueued a few of those vills. He went up to 450 food, and now he's just sitting in that 400 range.
It's
right?
such an annoying spot.
Even with Italians, you can't click up at that. So he's going to have to stay in feudal age a little bit longer. Leary's still being annoying with these spearmen. And credit to Leary for not feeling the need to add any follow-up army to this.
Smart.
He's like, I've already done the damage. I know he probably hasn't clicked up yet. I'm going to add fish. And with Malay, even if he has clicked up, I'm going to be there not too far behind.
Yeah, and this is also, I think, some level of experience. Obviously, Leary's probably done some prep. I saw over his shoulder he was doing a fractal practice games. I don't know how many he did on top of that. But I think it's so common, like when this map was first introduced, you'd see players like Leary try and go land, and then they'd lose because the water was actually really important in the end. So I think that patience just comes from the experience Leary has here, and he even knows now.
Is it going to be like he knows that Kingston's on stone with 6? Does Kingston just YOLO a castle forward?
Well, it's usually about fast imp, fish boom. So, yeah, I think the plan here, Kingston is maybe expecting the same from Leary, and he wants to outfish boom him and then beat him to the imp timings, which it isn't necessarily natural against the Malay, especially when we see the eco advantage. But there's no way that Kingston knows that he's behind like 8 eco right now.
Yeah.
There's no way to know that. He's hoping that because Leary went for a barracks and added spears, that he's ahead on fish, but he's not.
These spearmen are the most annoying units I've ever seen. These things, and they're about to get the +2 armor from Malay getting to Castle Age as well, which will make them even more difficult to deal with, right? So here he goes, trying to kill another villager. He finally does take out 1 villager. He's only got 2 spearmen left, though. And we can see that Leary is just 10 seconds behind to the Castle Age over Kingston.
Yep, absolutely. Those 2 spears. I mean, he's still going to add another one, it seems. So another spearman in the queue. And the the spearman still lurking around. I would be very confused if I saw the stone. I'd be like, why is he going for a castle here? But the logic is there just from Kingston's experience. And there go the villagers. And this is usually where those castles are going to be. There's extra stone and gold there. They're almost, at this point, running out of the stone and gold in the back area. And so castle's going up, but Leary shouldn't be too worried about that.
No. If the castle was forward, then you have some concerns.
Yeah.
Kingston felt like he couldn't go forward with that castle. He's just going to protect this area. If you're Leary now, what are you that concerned about? You're Genoese Expo? Not really, right? You can deal with that as Malay, and he's getting gill nets for his 10 fishing ships, so he's got a really good boom. Kingston, though, going for the War Galley upgrade. So he might try and punch his way through. The dock is still up there from Leary, but he might try and take that out.
Leary
and
thinking
get into
about the same
fish.
thing, potentially. Leary making some ships there. Yeah, that'll take some time. You've got to break down a dock. You'll have to use fire ships for that, and there's a very, very big choke point there. Or sorry, not a very big choke point, which allows the demos to hit. Leary's walled up. small thing that we just saw is Leary's also expanded to the outside. So that is actually with the Vil that had built the dock. So he's got that Vil out there. That could be for town centers. Otherwise, you have to chop through, and Kingston's not chopping wood in an area that can ever chop through. We'll have to look
I think
at Leary's
Leary
base.
did chop through. I'm pretty sure he did chop through at the back of his base.
Yeah.
So he's through there. He can expand to the outside. Really nice stuff from Leary. I mean, technically Kingston can delete the dock and expand out there, but it's going to be a trial to get 10 villagers
it's gonna be tough.
along that shoreline. They will bump up against each other the entire time. Leary now going for War Galley as well. His fish are kind of running out. Easy to add fish traps with Melee, but he sees the investment from Kingston on the water. He's going to go for War Galley. He's just going to defend. He doesn't need to push on the water. If everything continues this way, his eco is going to be much better, and his timings to imp are probably going to be better as well.
Both players are going to do this whole thing over and over and over and over again. We have the demo pop out. That's a perfect demo. Now Leary will get excited. Now Leary will push forward, and now it's Kingston's turn. He's got a demo, which honestly he might not want to use there.
Not that.
Oh, Leary's distracted.
You get the other one.
Yeah, that's nice. That's worth it there for Kingston. But I don't really think that's going to do anything right now. I think the middle is important. A siege workshop now from Kingston. Leary dropping his own castle very casually. Like, he doesn't think there's any risk there, but he might want to complete that before the siege shows up.
Honestly, from Kingston, from this point forward, the way the game started, it looked a little bit shaky. I think the longer this game goes, the better it is for Kingston.
Yeah.
So, like, some sort of all-in push, probably not great for him overall in this set, because I don't think it'll work against Melee. But if you just stretch this out to 50 minutes, an hour, even if you lose, at least you're warmed up. You know, at least you're into the game.
You need enough of a distraction in one area of the map that it opens up opportunity elsewhere. Like, the water could, in theory, open up some opportunities on land. Land is kind of locked down. It's tough for me to think of ideas. I mean, Leary knew there's no way my castle gets denied. That was still risky. Yeah. I don't know why. It's still super risky.
He was building it with like 2 vills.
Exactly.
And then he's like, oh, maybe we need it a little bit faster. Sends 2 more.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's just good understanding of the situation, I guess. And again, I could not be more impressed. This is not a map I would have expected Leary to play.
Wall this off?
All that well.
Wall this off? We've seen it a lot before.
Well, we haven't talked about this little area, have we? Like, that's really important long term.
It's a nook.
And it's very easy to wall it, too. But he'll drop a TC there for now. Long term, if he controls that area, that's huge. But resources are climbing there for Leary, and that's the worry right now.
You look at the res collected, right? 2K ahead. It's not the end of the world, but it's a significant advantage, especially with Leary, especially playing with the Melee. Kingston is going to have to figure something out. He's still got the demo. He hasn't run it into the dock yet. And he's trying to bait it back so that he can get extra damage on the fire and on the dock at the same time.
How many demos would you need to take it down that dock? Like,
I think it's probably like 10, 11.
Too many? If it's double digits, I don't think that's doable, but...
I know it's 12 demos to take out a TC. And you know how I know that.
Yeah, of course.
Because I've done it to you
Water
before.
Nomad. Of course. There's a reason we don't play Water Nomad anymore. Yeah, outpost there from Kingston, so he'll try and shift position with the focus because the castle's on the other side. Leary does have a military problem right now. He's gone primarily eco. He doesn't have a lot of army compared to Kingston. And Kingston should be able to break through that wall pretty quickly. And there's no real defense back there. Honestly, if Kingston moves in, maybe puts Leary under pressure.
You've got to babysit these mangonels, though, because the Karambits can come out. And once he gets imp, he'll have +4 on the Karambits as well.
Well, I mean, it's 1 Karambit. I don't think you need that many babysitters.
Yeah, but it could be 10 within like 30 seconds.
This is true. This is true. Leary's going to go crossbow. Again, he reaches in, but he only has 2 archers, about to be crossbow. But Bracer's on the way for him, and now 3 minutes away from him for Kingston.
I mean, that's still a good imp time. Honestly, it's still a good imp time, and he holds the forward pressure, so Leary has to spend time clearing up all of that stuff. As long as Kingston isn't completely committed to that one area. I don't like the fact he's going imp in that TC over there, but he should be fine. Yeah,
I don't think he'll be pressured there. And Leary... I'm a little surprised that Leary lacks more economy. Now, this is because of the imp timing, and that's the key for him, as we said. Let's see now. He has the monks ready to convert. He has Bracer as well, and Kingston gets a little bit too close there.
I mean, no bodkin, right? You could. I think you could clearly tell he thought those monks were in range, and then they tried to path around that. Good mangonel shot there.
I think Leary's looking at water right now. This is what we talked about. There's clearly a distraction elsewhere. And Leary was busy there, and the early crossbows don't do it. The monks are going to go down as well. This is so unlike Leary.
Very, very nice start to Imperial Age. Early imp here for Kingston. He's still a minute and a half away, but Leary unable to get that early pressure rolling. University just going up now. He's only got one Treb on the field, and he's still investing on the water because he needs to keep Kingston away from his fish boom.
Yeah, it's something we always have to think about. Now, that could go the other direction. Leary could eventually win water and move forward. I know there will be some people right now who really want Leary to get harbors, to research thalassocracy and have that dockfire arrows.
Harbors do nothing.
But it would, well, no, they don't do nothing.
They just they tickle.
Well, that's something. But yeah, I agree. And I think just resource-wise, Leary is going to invest into trebuchets, into crossbowmen, and into those upgrades right now. He already has one Treb. There's another Treb on the way. Kingston's just about to reach Imp, but he doesn't really have army to compete with the crossbowmen right now. Genoese crossbowmen, they rely on bonus damage against Cav. That's not it.
They also rely on having a castle, which is going down right now.
Yeah, true.
So the production is going to be behind by him. He's going to need to figure out something else. Okay, he is making the tech switch into Elite Skirm, and I think the castle will buy him enough time to get all of the techs in that he needs. He just needs to add more ranges behind. He's got 3. Okay. You know, he could potentially build up enough Elite Skirms to stop the crossbow mass, but Leary still has the eco lead in terms of res collected, and it feels like if Leary gets some fish traps set up there, he could be good. But if he doesn't, and if Kingston breaks in, there still might be some concerns here for Leary. I'm not sure what his farm eco is looking like.
I feel like Leary has just benefited from the first 10 minutes, right? The first 10 minutes. But since then, Kingston's still behind, but Kingston has done a really nice job. It feels like he's getting into his groove. And I didn't see any fish traps there from Leary, so that may not be something he focuses on.
No, he hasn't gotten anything yet. And you look at his worker efficiency, under 60%.
Yeah.
It's just really, really rough here for Leary.
The positive, though, is everything he's making is wood gold now, and he got all the upgrades he needed.
Yeah.
So now he doesn't really need food. Now he just needs wood gold. He has a lot of that. And in Kingston's case, he doesn't have the upgrades on the skirms yet to be happy with this. He needs attack, then he needs probably one more armor upgrade, and then bombard cannons can still be a problem.
It also sucks for him. Like, he lost the castle. He started making houses because he knew he was going to be housed, but he makes them all on the front.
Yeah. Well,
so, like, as Leary pushes forward, he's just going to keep getting housed over and over again. If Leary targets that stuff, it's going to be really unfortunate for him. Gold's at the front here from Kingston, too. Could be an issue.
And he never chopped through. I mean, he might be chopping through to the outside, but I think if he loses the front of his base here, that might be the end. And Leary probably knows this as well, which is why he hasn't been focusing on his eco as much.
Yeah.
He'll micro down some of these skirms. The bombard cannon's there. The bombard cannon will go down, but most of the army for Kingston will go down. And he actually just taps out. He knows that's a losing battle for him, and Leary starts off as we expected with the first win.
Against Leary, with an Arbalest Mass, you don't have the armor on your skirms. He's starting to add bombard cannons, and you haven't pushed it back on water.
Yeah.
It's just so many things going wrong there. Shaky start for Kingston, to be fair. It didn't really look like he had much of a plan once he got to Feudal Age, and the Spearmen really disrupted him.
I felt the issue was the plan was the same build as Leary.
Yeah.
And Malay are just better,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. And so that was the first pick. That's what you have to keep in mind. There will be civilizations they prioritize more than others. And yeah, Leary with Malay is insane. I think the last 4 times I've seen him play Malay is looked unbeatable.
Yeah.
And then the other times he wasn't winning was because his opponent banned Malay.
So that answered our questions. Is Kingston going to go for something unusual? Answer is no.
No, not on that map. And it also makes you, Italians could have been played on Regicide Fortress.
Yeah.
So that eliminates that from the equation, which makes me think more that it will be the meta play of Bengalis on Regicide Fortress. Still could be on some of those other maps.
Well, Malay could have been played on Regicide Fortress as well from Leary, right? He could have also played Koreans on Fractal, which we've seen before. And he goes for Malay there. So maybe some questions answered on Kingston's side as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see the draft again. I still don't really understand the priority of Koreans. It's not the fact that Koreans were picked.
Maybe
it's that they were picked third.
I mean,
fourth.
maybe he didn't want Kingston to pick them on Fractal.
But you're leery. You're not like picking to steal from your opponent when you're up against Kingston, right? I don't know. We'll maybe catch another glimpse at that. There's a glimpse of the players. Leary on the left, Kingston on the right. But I imagine there was a lot of nerves there for Kingston.
Yeah.
And he's not as accustomed to being at a LAN event. So, again, I felt the start was shaky. He clearly wasn't tip-top shape. Then he got there. So that's out of the way.
Yep.
And it also should go to a more chill early map now. It should be Regicide Fortress.
You're thinking Regicide Fortress? What's his second map?
Enclosed.
Enclosed.
Could be good as well. Could be a good option.
Yeah, but that's a really technical map.
I'm going to tell you why.
I'd rather go Fortress.
I'm going to tell you why you don't go Enclosed.
Okay.
Because you need to use some process of elimination on what civilizations are remaining there after Regicide Fortress. Because Hindustanis, Mongols, both those picks could actually be sneaky good in Regicide Fortress.
Yeah.
You got to get that out of the way to know. And then I think it makes your priority of if you can play Berbers or not. Oh, then you could reverse the order.
You think Mongols are good on Regicide Fortress?
I think they can be, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And just to get to Magadai?
Yeah.
Okay.
What other map are you going to get Mongol late game? You're just not going to.
I mean, I guess. It just feels like your timings aren't going to be there.
But if you play them if Mongols versus Berbers is the matchup that Kingston would love on either map.
Yep.
So maybe it's the other way around. Maybe if Mongols are more likely to be played than Enclosed, you play Enclosed to see if he's going to save them. So you could save Berbers.
I think I'd rather go Regicide Fortress because Enclosed, you run the risk of losing another game in 20 minutes.
Yep, exactly. And then it's probably the map for your best strat, which is your number one Civ pick, Bengalis.
Yep.
You want to bounce back, get a feel for the series. I don't think you are going to win 3 straight very easily against Leary today.
No. I don't think winning 3 straight against Leary is ever easy.
No.
In any circumstance.
Nope.
Only a few people have done it.
I haven't.
I think, well, we know. I think Hera and Sato are probably 2 of the only people that have done it. Maybe Viper's done it once or twice.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's some people out there that could search for that. But, I mean, now we have a little bit more time to talk between the next game. I got to say, like, for Leary, every time he steps foot at a LAN, anytime it's an event, it's like, is he going to be able to take the crown, right?
Yeah.
He's always so close. Like, how many LAN events has he come second? It's a crazy, crazy storyline.
Well, I mean, we looked it up the other day, and it's 17 straight losses in a row to Hera in tournaments.
But how many LANs has he been second? Like, this dates back before
7.
Hera's reign.
7.
7. Yeah, like
6 or 7. I'm
I can
pretty
think
sure
back
it's
to
7.
2016. Also in Germany. I mean, many of these lands are in Germany, but it was Cologne, Gamescom, I think. Pre-Definitive Edition, a lot of the viewers that are watching right now. Leary was like 15 years old, second to the Viper. Then other events, second to the Viper. Now we're seeing more recently, second to Hera.
NAC, Red Bulls, the Grand Melee. Like, there's so many, and I keep picking him. And I really want him.
Everyone really wants him.
I know.
Feels like he deserves it.
He does deserve it, honestly.
Yeah.
He's put in like so much effort into these LAN events to get to the finals consistently. And you may not see the practice. He still does practice. He still does prepare for all of these events, even if it's not publicly.
Yeah.
And he's got his partners that come up with strats. And yeah, I mean, Leary is a beast. There's no secret there. And here we go. It is Regicide Fortress for Kingston. So Kingston is going to be playing as the Bengalis, and Leary has picked his final Civ pick, the Vietnamese, which could be, honestly, a good counter to the Ratha play.
Also, he has changed his color. Now,
they always do that.
We're not in charge here, but apologies for Leary changing his color. We'll see if that gets tweaked or not. But, yeah, Vietnamese was the later pick there from Leary. A very sneaky, dangerous civilization with their Rattan archers.
Also, their king is super, like, adorable.
I wasn't sure where you were going to go with that. What about the Bengali king?
What, this Mary Poppins looking Bengali king over here?
The umbrella is amazing.
I mean, yeah.
So, but Bengalis, this is the civilization Kingston's been planning on, and you said he wanted to focus on his home maps. This is one of the best ones. But I haven't really seen Rattan archers against Ratha that frequently. Any idea on how that matchup goes?
I think Imperial Skirm is probably a good option.
Good play. Yeah, it's a really good play. Yeah.
Because when you're talking about countering the Ratha, I think it's just a really tough unit to counter right now, especially early. But even in the late game, enough Skirm, Halb mix can deal with it until they run out of gold.
Yeah,
eventually, right? And we think about Skirm Halb with the Vietnamese. It's a really, really solid combo with Imp Skirm.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you can switch into a big ball of Ratha, but I'm not even certain if you need it. Also, the elephants for the Vietnamese, how would they do against Bengalis? I guess Bengalis can go help them.
I would love to see Elephant v. Elephant here, just so we could compare and contrast. I think I'm going with the HP of Vietnamese there, though, if that happens. So, unfortunately, guys, I doubt we're going to see that. Should point out, for anyone who's new, those kings are important. Now, they're scouting with them because they're faster than anything in Dark Age. But if you were to lose your king, you would lose the game. We will not name multiple names of people who have lost their kings in other tournaments over the past few weeks. But there's been a trend recently that people aren't really taking care of those guys. But I imagine those kings will wander into their base soon. They've done a couple tiny things which are smart. Use the king to scout. That's got more vision and more speed than your scout does right now. And they use their scout to bring in their boars. You wouldn't normally see
and
that.
Then they heal it up,
but they heal it in the castle.
Yep.
Exactly. So those are just things that we just get used to here. But Bengalis receiving the additional villagers should be absolutely massive for their economy. And I think it's probably that in combination with the fact that the Ratha is good for what it does early Castle Age compared to any other unit.
Kingston, we're going to need to turn this king around pretty soon here. You were heading in the right. Okay, he's going to be fine. He was heading like directly towards the castle.
So I think, I'm not actually certain which version they're using, but I'm guessing that the castle always spawns forward.
Yes. Yeah.
And so if that's the case, they should know to avoid scouting near the opponent's walls.
I mean, look at I was just about to say, thank you, Vodka.
The
relic position is really fortunate for Leary.
Yeah.
Really, really good for Leary. That's like no effort at all. And if Kingston with Bengalis wants to contest relics, like I just don't think you can here.
Well, let's look at his vision actually and see what he's aware of.
One.
See, that's really tough because
That's
you might
really
be assuming
tough.
there's relics in some of the other areas.
Yeah. And Leary can only see one as well.
Yeah.
And he's not he's gonna save that last little bit in the corner until last, right? To scout.
Yeah. I think, funnily enough for Kingston, he's going to find the two that may be closest to him. I think his king right now will discover relic number 2 as far as he's concerned. So that's enough where he didn't see the other one. That's enough where he'll consider. But I really think you just got to go for the boom. And maybe you add monks later on, but you just lean hard into your eco. Relics do not decide Regicide Fortress.
Leary is so late. Here he's already in field. Okay, sorry. I was completely the first game of the day.
If anything,
second game of the day.
Yeah, I was going to say is this the second, but
yeah.
If anything, he clicked up.
I mean,
he
is still hasn't clicked up to Castle Age, right?
Yeah.
He's still waiting for the res. We see the idle TC time ticking, 15 seconds, and he finally does click up, so he's fine.
Well, you're under pressure here because you are going to be down 4 villagers off a fast castle build, so you feel like you need to rush it, and so that's exactly what we're seeing. Overall, the kings are going to be back home now. Kings go into the towers for safekeeping. The Vietnamese are a civ that can recover nicely here with the faster researching and cheaper eco upgrades. And there goes that scout. That scout's going to spot that. And that is amazing for Leary.
Yeah, that's like the best relic gen you can see.
Yeah, you just don't see it that frequently. I'm kind of curious on, and now I want to see some other gens to know how common this is. Again, I would not even focus around the relics at all if I'm Kingston. Relics do not decide this. The boom and the mid game and early imp does. But look at his build. He actually didn't mine gold.
Yeah, he just sold 100
sold stone.
And he's still on stone too, which is confusing to me. Is he planning on like a second castle? Because that's more than enough stone to go for a super boom.
I think it's you can't go immediately super boom, but an eventual super boom could be good.
Eventual super boom.
Because you can't play. I think trying to play imp timings and Trebor against a civ that gets bomber cannon is a mistake. So I really think we see a lot of eco here from Kingston and Castle.
Okay, well, he's got the villager lead because of Bengalis. He's 4 vills ahead of Leary. Leary will be up about 30 seconds faster than him. And Res Collected is 300 ahead for Kingston currently. So a really, really solid build from him. You see Leary with the villagers near the stone there. There's the second TC, and the third town center is on the outside. And once he goes back onto the stone with the villagers, he can add a 4th TC relatively soon as well. And with Vietnamese, the eco upgrades are flying in right now. He's going to have the second farm upgrade already. Wouldn't surprise me for an earlier wheelbarrow than maybe another Civ, but definitely than Kingston. And his eco is going to be hyper efficient.
Now Kingston says, okay, you're in Castle Age faster, but now I've received an additional 2 vills. And he can do the same exact thing. He doesn't have the discount, but he can afford to get Heavy Plow as well if he wants it. Still has the stone for the other TCs.
I think Heavy Plow is a bit too much at the moment. If you're going to go 3 TCs, maybe 4.
Yeah,
Heavy Plow, it's like you wouldn't have enough food to produce vills, but we'll see what he does. Scout battle over here. Leary chases him away. Kingston's going to find that other relic over on the side. I want to see Kingston's POV. So he knows that 2 of those relics are really close to Leary. He's just missing the one to the north of Leary's base, and that's it.
I really want Leary over time to build up houses from that wood line to the edge of the map on the left.
Yeah.
Right, that area to fully secure that corner. You could do it on that side as well. That we're seeing there. There's the relic, there's the TC. But right there, it's very clear. That's good farm space for you. That protects the relic, so you don't need to rush it, and then it protects the stone. I think Leary will do it. Kingston could do a similar thing in this area right there and locks down all of his eco. That's what smart Regicide Fortress play is about, just further extending your walls. But a lot of times people are really particular on how they spend their stone, and they don't want to go for stone walls.
I mean, Kingston still has a great build, right? Obviously, both players are just booming here. I was wrong about the wheelbarrow timing. It's actually Kingston getting it first. He still doesn't have that second farm upgrade, but the food count is looking decent to keep the villagers coming out. Just need a few more farms. And he still has some stone in the bank, so he could even go for a 5th TC if he wanted to squeeze it in there.
I've been playing this fun little mini game as we've been casting.
Yeah.
Called Try and See If Leary Will Ever Go Over 100 Wood in the Bank. He's gotten up to 80 a couple times. But anytime he gets close, a farm gets placed. You see that?
We're playing.
It's going up.
We're playing.
And farm's going to get placed.
Boom!
Dude,
Baby. 98.
It's so
okay,
good.
can we get to 99, though?
No, we're going to be here all Castle Age. Like, you're not going to see that hit 100.
Dang, dude.
It's so good. And the interesting thing about him is he's always placing optimally around the TC
79?
that has the gap, right? Like, he doesn't build them...
89? 99? 109? No! Leary, what's going on here? Maybe he's saving for something.
But I point that out because they're both so good at that. They're bringing in the res and they're spending them as quickly as possible. You can see Kingston just hit 100. He's down to 20. And now we see the first military unit beyond the scout created. The Ratha's out in the field. And that unit can be ranged or melee. It would definitely shred a scout. But this indicates to me that maybe Kingston's just trying to stop Leary from getting relics, and it's pretty good timing because there's a monastery up already.
And I think Leary went above 100 wood just for that monastery. So we can start playing the game again.
True.
There whoa, 100 exactly? Oh,
well, now he's going to do
I like
a couple
that game. That's a
here.
good game.
Yeah, I mean, you need some games on some boomy maps sometimes. So.
Yeah.
But I just wonder what Leary's thinking is now, because you thought Imp Skirm. I would expect that thought from you. You're quite experienced when it comes to these close maps. But is Leary going to think Imp Skirm, or is he going to think Rats and Archer? I think a player of Leary's caliber is going to think Rats and Archer because it's just absolutely ridiculous when it's elite.
Honestly, knowing Leary, he's probably going to think Arbalist.
No, he won't. Yeah, I could totally understand the argument. I don't think he will. But we've seen instances where elite Rats and Archer just destroys.
Oh yeah, how much armor
strong.
do they have? How much pierce armor do they have? Like 8, 10?
I think it's 8 pierce. Oh. And so actually, here's a 10.
It might be 10.
It might be 10. Well,
it's
many.
Basically like a Lithuanian Skirm,
I think it's
fully
10
upgraded.
actually.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's 10.
Yep.
And so.
Oh, he's got him guarding the monk too.
That's nice.
Never see that.
Yeah. And that relic, should be brought in. It's kind of funny how Kingston is in the back corner with his scout, and the relic is just being saved for later.
Yeah, he sees the one in the middle disappear, though. So he knows that Leary's starting to bring in the relics. Kingston You know, still not making monks of his own. Handcart coming in for both here. In terms of res collected, Kingston's over 1K ahead.
Yep.
That fourth TC is really kicking in. He got that earlier than Leary. Leary's, of course, at 4 right now. But it's also the villagers that he got extra from going up to the Aegis faster. Really, really benefiting his early eco.
And you get more vills later. You get 2 out of each
he's going to get
TC.
8 more in Imp, right?
Yeah, and he may add more town centers as he's on his way up. So the Vill count's definitely going to be there. But there is a little bit of a question on militaries. We see
that's a range.
An archer range. I think he wants a siege workshop because he just saw the town center position and knows that's vulnerable. And that will be deleted, and he'll place something else.
Really?
Why would you place an archer range?
I don't know.
It's got to be a siege workshop.
Okay.
Right? 2 vills to build 3 vills. Don't make a joke. Okay, about archery ranges. That's going to be a siege workshop, right?
Okay. No, it's just going to be an archer range out there on its own little island in the middle of the map. And we'll see if there's maybe 1 or 2 more even.
I mean, you could also add the siege workshop. I think that would be pretty natural. He knows it's going to be rats and archers, so he's probably thinking skirms. He is on stone. It almost feels like Kingston is really going to be the player that applies pressure with the faster imp time here. It doesn't feel like a defensive castle buildup right now.
I mean, they're going to click up at like the same time. Leary's just waiting for the gold right now.
Yeah.
Leary's got the monks over there. He still hasn't seen the villagers, and Kingston pulls him away from that. That's a second range. So Kingston is just building up in the center. Now Leary's going to discover the range, and he might be as confused as we are.
Yeah, he's like why is there an archer range there?
And it might just be like Halb Skirm or something from Kingston. It's just weird.
Yeah, it was just the timing of it and the positioning of it felt a little unnatural. There's nothing wrong with going skirms here, obviously, as we see both players.
Great play from Leary to snipe that relic, too. But he might not get away with it. Kingston still has his scout alive. That's also a nice play from Kingston to come in there and snipe that monk. There's still a monk left over with Ratans to protect, and Kingston decides he can't kill that monk. That's probably a smart decision. He's going to back away, and he's going to get it with the Ratha as the Ratans are distracted. I got it, man.
Ratans and Rathas. Thank God we're seeing skirms. Thank God we're seeing skirms. That really does us a favor.
I know.
Honestly, that's well played from Kingston. Unfortunately for him, it's still probably 3 relics at least for Leary because he still has that safe one in the corner. But that just happens. Now, this answers our question. Are we going to see all-in rats and archers from Leary? No, we're not going to. He's also going to go skirms. And in the skirm war,
baby.
Vietnamese are going to dominate there eventually once they get Imp Skirm in.
I mean, Imp Skirm is a really, really nice upgrade for a trash unit, and obviously the Bengalis do not get access to that. Also, Vietnamese Skirms have more HP too.
Yeah,
so they're
double
absolutely
bonus.
going to destroy the Skirms from Bengalis, and the question is, can Kingston make 20%, 30% more Skirms that he's going to need to actually win the fight?
Yeah, and I wonder if Kingston's just realizing he's going to have the additional relic. He's thinking about the bonuses.
Yeah.
And he's also thinking about the fact that there's paper money, which we haven't talked about, where you get some golden come from chopping trees. He doesn't want this to go late.
Can you just go Skirm like Siege Elephant?
Just only Skirm Siege
Elephant? Siege Elephant,
I would worry about how that would perform against Light Cav and Imp Skirm.
I mean, maybe, but if you do it fast enough, like he's not going to have the Light Cav there already.
Yeah,
Imp Skirm is already on the way for Leary, so that was the plan all along, I guess.
Well, can we see Kingston's fog of war here? Because it's very different than Leary. Leary doesn't know exactly how much scouting is actually there. Kingston is basing this whole game plan around pressuring these golds on the front, but that TC up towards the north. And I don't think Leary realizes that TC in the north could be a worry for him. We'll see, but Imp Skirm's already in. And there's Ratans behind. This is almost impossible to engage into if you're Bengalis.
I mean, it's a nice position for Kingston.
Exactly.
He took the middle of the map. Obviously, he didn't get the relics, but Leary's going to have to spend some time pushing him back. I like the fact Leary's sneaking in guilds as well. Like, he's already thinking about the long-term resource control if you're getting into a Skirm war. And I love the fact, obviously, that he has access to Imp Skirm, which Kingston is just going to really, really struggle against.
I mean, Kingston's already trying to transition out of skirms, which makes sense. He wants to go for Light Cav, but he needs to protect his buildings here. This castle might not end up going up. It's at 83%, and that castle, I think it will be denied by the Rats and Archers.
Yeah, Leary's targeting. He's got 2 separate groups. He's targeting the villagers. He's got the Ratans moving their way around. It's at 93% now, 94%, 95%. That is not a great moment for Kingston. That's a great one for Leary, 95.23%. And Kingston still trying to tech into Light Cav, but he needs to send a lot more villagers forward to complete this, and Leary is just going to be super confident.
The Vill lead disappeared now because of that. The position's now kind of gone. And the thing is, Light Cav can be good against skirms, but you need all the upgrades, and if there's just 10 Rats and Archers behind the skirms, the Light Cav gets shredded anyways. It's a really difficult comp to engage into, and Leary now has got to be feeling like, as long as he doesn't allow this castle to go up, he cannot lose.
And Leary's just setting up for the late game, which is not a position we usually see Leary in. Usually he's the one that's trying to push to the middle. He's confident in his army over here, and he's even setting up a castle to the south. Like, he's gotten guilds, right? It's on a hill. There's no resources there, but it's on a hill, fine. And he's got the relics too, so really good late game setup here for Leary. Kingston, 7 skirms.
And the thing that hurts is you're showing your tech switch because he's in that position now, and he's camping your production. So it's just so tough. Now you have to build all these new buildings, and I mean, Leary would have to make some pretty big mistakes here. This is actually where Leary could consider going Chatras Elephants.
Yep.
Like,
I mean, right now it's paper money as well. He's getting fully set up.
Yep, I like it.
For the gold game.
Needs some siege right now. He needs some siege to take down these buildings. Camping the production's fine, but to finish the game, you need to take it down. But Rats and Archer, Imp Skirm. I mean, I'm thinking through the options. The only thing I can think of from the Bengalis would be their own elephants. And Kingston can't really justify that right now. He could maybe make like 5 to 10 elephants, but they'd probably get microed down, and it's just so expensive to get there.
Leary even getting crop rotation.
Every upgrade, like, Leary in the past would never got guilds.
Yeah.
Leary in the past wasn't getting relics. Leary in the past wasn't playing like safe for the late game. He would just kill you quickly. But the last couple years, you know, he's really improved that aspect of his play, and I think that's through experience. Probably frustration as well. Losing enough games where you feel like you should have won. You have to look to the drawing board and say, what can I do differently?
I mean, speaking of frustration, how frustrating is it to be in the position Kingston is right now, where half of your production buildings are forward, and every time you're trying to queue units, you're just sending them back to this army?
Well, forget about that. The fact that thousands and thousands and thousands of people around the world are watching this frustrating situation, and then there's 200 people in a crowd right next to you. Like, it can't be a good feeling. He will hop out here to try and take the fight.
Clear up. It's a good clear up. He's going to push Leary back a little bit. Maybe, I mean, Leary hasn't done anything to block off that castle either. The castle finally falls because the bomber cannon was taking care of it. But for the longest time, Kingston could have finished that.
Yep.
And now Leary finally with some siege, but Kingston is pushing back again. 63 on food for Kingston. He still has a lot of gold available to him. But obviously, in the long term, Leary is going to have the goal control advantage. He's got 3 relics against 1. He's got paper money. He's got guilds.
Yeah, and he's got 420 HP elephants, which he is actually going to make. He is researching a lead battle elephant. I actually didn't expect him to do this. I thought he would just go for light cav. But the beauty of these elephants is you only need like 10 of them.
Yep.
And that's fine. You don't need more than that. Super high value. Obviously, they're super expensive, but they'll do the job.
Tristan, if Kingston's light cap raids get into Leary's base, he is going to see a tower at the back of Leary's base with a flag on it. Also, battle elephant coming in from Kingston. This is what we talked about at the beginning, and you laughed. You laughed at me.
I didn't laugh at you.
I said it's 100% going to be battle elephant versus battle elephant.
Okay,
I said it.
I will laugh sometimes, but that doesn't mean I'm laughing at you or your ideas.
Okay.
That just is because I'm a laughing guy. All right, that's all that matters. Loom coming in randomly from Leary. Just looking at the text there. See, I laughed. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Loom. But it makes sense because he was being raided. But yeah, I was wondering, at what point do you think I'm dead and I have to try a King Sniper? I would love to see that, especially considering we're here live.
I think a lot of players just forget about it.
Yeah.
So many times on this map we've seen Kings out in the open and people just run right past them with army. Yeah. They forget it's regicide, right? Obviously, if your king is being threatened, you will suddenly remember real quick that it is. But in terms of a win condition, they don't really go for that often. Battle Elephants have been shown to Leary. He saw those earlier, and I think he can even see them here with the line of sight from the Bombard cannons. He is still kind of building up his own. Right now, though, Kingston has the better food eco to go for sustained Battle Elephant production if he can keep the gold coming in.
Yeah, the gold's going to be the issue, right? He doesn't have paper money, he doesn't have the relics, and he doesn't have any neutral gold. Leary already took almost an entire neutral gold, so Leary should be in a better spot there. But there's still enough to work with for now, and Leary is pop capped, so he can't actually get the elephants on the field. So he needs to lose a lot of skirms and Ratons before he can send his own elephants in, and Kingston is pushing back.
I like the fact that Kingston built up so many elephants, but that's a lot of Ratons. And with the Bombard cannons involved as well, they're going to kill the skirms. What shots there from Leary, and suddenly the Ratons can just micro all of these down. This is going to be such a sad fight here for Kingston as these high-value units, all of this gold he needed to invest, aren't going to find much, and now Leary's going to try and body block his Bombard cannons. Does he even lose one Bombard cannon? Ratons are sniping the elephants. It's so close. Kingston, for all this expense, doesn't even get one!
Dude, if they were just a little bit faster, just a little bit faster there, he probably would have killed a couple of them, but Leary's Raton Archers just mowing everything down. And now he's got a meat shield. He didn't have a meat shield before.
And it's a meaty meat shield. These things are beefcakes,
yeah,
dude.
Is it weird that I was going to say they were beefcakes at the same time you did?
We think alike. Great minds.
I was baffled when those words came out of your mouth. Well, that castle needs to stay up for Kingston. If he loses that area of his eco, it definitely is over now. And he's got such a big eco. I think a lot of this is probably because of the stress of the situation. He's not realizing. Maybe it's calculated with the Bengali bonuses, but I think 170 bills is just because he's not able to
How much
realize.
HP on those elephants from the Vietnamese?
Well,
420, okay.
Yeah, 420.
Versus 320, so.
Versus 320. So how much more is that?
That's 100.
I was making sure you knew.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
sounded like
but I didn't know the base HP on an Elite Battle Elephant. I'm not afraid that, yeah, see?
Me either. I would have guessed 340.
I just like that they're 420.
Yeah, it's nice. Kingston, he's going to tap out of this game. He does not get the win he wants. And Leary, yet again, gets a win on the board here. He just seems so comfortable, so much more comfortable on the big stage.
Honestly, I didn't even consider the fact that 40 Ratons would do that well against the elephants.
Yeah, yeah.
And Leary just slowly built up that Raton mass. Kingston needed to build up his mass of elephants before he pushed out to try and win that one decisive fight. And Leary is just super comfortable with the Ratons. He just sniping them down one by one, didn't even kill a Bombard cannon, all that gold down the drain. Leary set himself up for the late game. Kingston felt like he needed to do something. He got pressured into a suboptimal tech switch and a suboptimal fight as well.
It's crazy. Vietnamese, super late priority in the draft. Played like it should be a #1 pick. Malay, were a #1 pick, played like a #1 pick. And then you look at the priorities from Kingston. #1 pick was Bengalis. Now you're like, well, why?
Yeah.
It's just Leary. You know, he's game planned for this so well. He's played so perfectly so far, and now he's got 2 of his home maps sitting there. He's got 1 more home map to deal with from Kingston. I mean, he should be in a really good position mentally. I think Kingston in that game, just to sum it up before we move on, he really struggled with what to do early in.
It was confusion.
He like
the archer ranges
we were
forward.
We weren't sure.
Yeah, skirm against Vietnamese as well.
Yeah, there was not enough structure to the build-up for him, and the reason for that is sometimes you don't play with structure if you don't have confidence. You think you have to push timings that aren't actually there, and that was a good example of it. So, enclosed is what we'll likely see next. That is the final map remaining for Kingston. He's got some good civs for that. He's got Persians, Byzantines, Berbers, and Malians, which honestly all could be played there. What civ do you think Leary might opt for that map? Because he's got some options there too. It's hard to say.
On enclosed, I'm still looking at something like Hindustanis potentially.
Yeah, I like that.
Really, really good civ there. I think he'll save Mongols for like Land Madness if it comes to that. Koreans.
I still don't
know what you're doing with Koreans. It might have been just a counter civ pick like a ban because he didn't want Kingston to pick them.
To pick him, yeah. Maybe. It'll be a question for the interview, potentially. Maybe Leary won't want to answer that question, actually, because it's pretty early on. But right now, all signs kind of pointing towards Leary victory. Mongols is a comfortable pick on enclosed.
Yeah.
Berbers could be the counter pick from Kingston. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I think that's the matchup he'll want for Berbers. But it's tricky when, I think if you go Berbers into Hindustanis, Hindustanis are superior there. But then again, there's really not many civs that can compete with late game Hindustanis.
There's also Khmer, but I'm not certain that Khmer on enclosed is like
Not
really
for
Leary's style.
It's not a Leary thing.
No.
Yeah. I actually think what we may see and should see is Khmer, Poles, even Slavs.
Yeah.
And you build your mill near your TC. And you just go scouts, and you never even take
that's
the
the
berries
classic build,
to the
and then you just build the market on like the outskirts and buy your way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if Doubt was here, Doubt would have drafted Poles and gone for that. I don't know how much that changes with the Nineville start. I don't know what these players have been doing with practice games, but that's something to think about here. But at least with both of these picks, it kind of feels like they're going to be venturing outside to take the berries and the whatnot.
Well, Enclosed, in my opinion, is one of the most technical maps in Age of Empires 2, played at a high level.
Technical, okay.
Yeah, like you think about the way that Enclosed plays out between like Viper and Hera, for example. It's all just tiny little battles, no one really taking an advantage, and then switching into cavalry or switching back into archers or getting your techs once you're in Castle Age. You always got to get that second, third TC at the right timings.
Yeah.
It's just everyone knows how it's going to play out if played optimally, and it's extremely technical in my opinion.
My favorite part about that map, and I think more maps need to do this, is they've switched up how the stone piles work.
Yep.
So you only have two separate tiles of stone. So you can't play into unique unit as frequently. Maybe a reason why you don't want to play Berbers on this map.
Yep.
We'll see in game number 3. And it is enclosed. We were correct. And we thought that Leary may go for the Hindustanis, and he does.
And it's
actually the Malians for Kingston.
It's Malians for Kingston. Remember, I said earlier, he's a really good Malians player.
Yep.
Fantastic Malians player. Kingston loves to mix it up in Castle Age. If he can get there at around the same time with like forward siege, he goes archers, he goes knights, and Malians are just good at basically everything in the Castle Age. Can they beat Hindustanis though? Is kind of the question, because Hindustanis feel like they're going to have a superior eco, especially in Castle Age once you're booming with the cheaper vills, and then they're going to have the superior camels.
The thing about Hindustanis is they don't necessarily have anything that is great at killing you in early castle. They play camels, they play skirms typically. They could play archers, but that's just not common. And so Malians have that potential. Malians have the fast ballistics timings. They have the wood savings to get some pressure out early in feudal. There's more things you can think about. So that's what Kingston will have to opt for. And obviously he's down 2 games. Like he's going to need to get ahead in some ways anyways. The thing I need to talk about right now is the gold spawns for both of them. It's really not great. That one's kind of off to the side there. That one, oh my God, that one's forward.
I mean, he's got the one in the back though. So like Kingston's main gold is not great. It's awful actually, but that one's at least doable. Leary only has really like 1.
The thing is I don't think the additional ones will be scoutable at this point. Like I would guess the Fog of War for Kingston, he will not find that till later.
I mean, at least they're fair. Like, they both have not great gold spots at all.
The difference here for me, though, is that Kingston's is in an area that will be attacked.
He's going to find his other one, though. He is definitely going to find his other one at the back.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
How much we betting? He's not going to find it.
Beers tonight. No, go back, dude!
I'm getting a lot of beers, bro. I'm getting a lot of beers. Let's go. Hey, rounds on me, guys. Rounds on me. Sorry, on Dave tonight.
Go back!
Yeah, just the reason I assumed he wouldn't is you're just not in your mind right now. You're just like, you're not thinking about that. I also could be wrong, but I think this version of Enclosed may actually have added more gold spots. It's very evenly spread around the outside, so that's something to think about. But Leary's on the way up, Kingston's on the way up, and I would expect a scout opening from here and then a transition. But knowing Kingston, he might have wanted to go scout Archer in Feudal Age here, and he might be thinking twice about that.
It's a quick uptime for him.
Yep.
Quick
really
uptime. It's going to be really tough to mix in both.
Yep.
Definitely scouts first, and then the archer timing is kind of a question mark. That's nice from Kingston to push Leary back a little bit, so Leary's not hanging around your base with that scout being annoying, but obviously equal HP, so he's got to be careful not to let any of those downhill hits creep in. He does get to feudal age faster, though, and Leary is going to be the one losing his scout.
Yeah, this is really frustrating
nice.
if you're Leary, because he didn't scout at all. He was on his way. They encountered each other.
And he thought he was up fairly quick too, and he's behind by 30 seconds.
Yeah, not a lot of like opening diversity on this map, so they basically just pushed here and went up super fast, and they'll probably be going for the same thing.
Honestly, that's the first real win that Kingston's had in this set so far.
Yeah, there was nothing of real significance. I mean, he didn't have the relic advantage in the previous game. He did have the boom advantage, but this gives you a feeling of control that he hasn't felt yet. I agree.
Second scout is going out to the left for Kingston. This scout spotted the stable from Leary, and there's no surprise there. So it's just stable for both, and it's that's not even a scout. That's a spearman.
This is funny because from Leary's perspective, his opponent's scout came from the left side.
Yep.
And now he's going to see a spear. So he doesn't realize that it's actually easier to access the opponent from the right. He's going to send all of his army to the left until he
I think he's actually sending the scout to the right.
Maybe. Okay. Well, it was an exciting thought.
It's a hell of a time.
I got real excited about that.
Yeah.
But obviously, Leary needs to know what exactly is happening here, and he'll see the scout just passing there. And we'll see the opening on both sides. We'll attempt to steal the buffalo. It's actually not that important right now. And scouts from Kingston over at Leary's base. And Leary's got a spear already, and he's going for a range already.
And it's been spotted. The timing has been spotted, and that villager is awfully alone over there as Kingston comes in here. One of those scouts is weak. I think it's worth it to just like delay a little bit, and he does end up getting the villager. That's fantastic from Kingston. That's a really, really good moment there for him.
Yeah, and the crowd cheered as well immediately after that. So I wonder if that adds to the player, or if the player's like, come on, guys, you think I couldn't kill a villager?
I think at this point, Kingston will take whatever he can get. Yeah. Honestly, if someone came up and like handed him a water, he'd probably, oh, thank God.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the energy from the crowd, trying to hype him up a little bit and see if they can get behind him here, get more games in our first series. I was a little surprised to see that Leary with the Hindustani switched to gold so quickly. But it could be what he needs now, and there's the gold. He'll see that.
Has he spotted the gold? Okay, he sees the gold from Kingston, and that is just, we pointed it out earlier. That's a horrendous gold.
Yeah, it's on the hill.
It's forward.
It's next to unbuildable terrain, which that's how the map works, but...
It smells.
Yeah, it does. People at home can't smell it, but we can. And Leary will be licking his lips when he sees that, because he'll also know that he was faster to the range switch. So
Kingston really wants that low HP scout. You can tell. He knows which one it is. He's trying to get it. Leary's kind of baiting him into a bad fight.
It's an uncomfortable feeling, but maybe you just tower that gold in a moment. Just tower it.
Oh, you have to. You have to.
Yeah, like, I agree. I think
unless he's found the other gold, you have to tower that one. I don't know if he has found the gold in the back.
I mean, you can hold it with army for now, but if you're ever going to move forward... which he was about to, then, yeah, you got to drop the tower. And there's some quick wall attempts. The scouts are there to pounce. This is good from Kingston. The fact that he is waiting until this tower completes is everything right now.
I like this play from Kingston a lot. Even, like, patient with the tower because he hasn't seen any archers coming forward yet. He's building it with one villager. As soon as he sees those archers, he needs to pull the remaining villagers and complete this. And he's going to see them right there. No, he only saw spearmen. Okay, he sees the archers. You got to pull Vils.
Yeah, good game sense.
Got to pull Vils.
Good game sense from him. I think he's patient enough, can just use his army to block. And Leary will know that tower is likely to go up. But Leary now knows his opponent can't go for a second TC in the next stage. And Leary with Bloodlines now on the way. So Fletching's in already for Leary with 5 archers versus 2. And the scout numbers are similar, but he has Bloodlines.
It's always interesting on this map because there's usually one player that's significantly ahead in the techs, right? Like Fletching's in earlier for Leary. He's got Bloodlines as well. And it's all about whether their enemy judges that and how much they want to counter-invest, or whether they're trying to greed their way up to Castle Age faster. This is not a situation where you can greed your way to Castle Age.
Agreed.
Leary's going to kill you.
Well, you look at this and you think your opponent might not bypass that, though. And so you might think you're safe because of the positioning of the archer range and the tower. So you might greed out a little bit, but yeah, I agree.
Leary spent his entire career bypassing stuff like this. Like Leary will go past this with no issues whatsoever. He's not going to be hesitant at all.
Hey,
he's coming over to the berries. Does he see the Vills? I think he does. Spearmen are still there, and the archers are out of position from Leary. So if he baits those scouts into the spearmen, he might find a good engagement against the archers. But as per usual, great positioning from Leary. Gets back in time to protect his archers.
Honestly, that could have been much worse for Kingston.
Yes.
He could have lost his Vills as well, so I think he'll take that trade.
Yep.
Spears are really hard to get value out of now. It's really just the scouts and the archers. And the other thing I want to say, back to your point, not only is it like this, is there situations where one player could have a tech advantage, but when you're playing, you sometimes will not double check if your opponent has technologies if you haven't researched it yourself, because you think, how could he possibly afford it? So the fact that those upgrades are in right now for Leary are really nice. Kingston still doesn't have bloodlines. I like the micro, but no bloodlines.
And the spears are dead. Like you said, they're really hard to get value out of. The archers sniped them down. Spears were dead, so they can't engage against the scouts. And Leary is putting on the pressure on Kingston by attacking that stable with the Hindustani scouts.
And it'll go down so fast.
It's going to go down fairly
bonus.
Quickly, and Kingston doesn't want to let that thing go. He's not producing scouts. He actually canceled bloodlines, so he changed his direction here, and he's going to click up to Castle Age.
So this is what Kingston does. Remember the game we talked about with Mihai in the qualifier, Game 7? He loves crossbow timing. Crossbowman, fast ballistics. And why not? I mean, you've lost the first 2 games. Leary's got an edge right now. Why not? I like how he brought his scouts forward as well to try and counterattack, because you certainly just don't want to defend the whole time.
So far, the best game in the set for Kingston. 100%.
Man. Big moment, though. Big moment. Will the TC actually hit
His
here?
quick walls are on point, though. Kingston, hello, protects the wood line, and the scouts might be trapped in here. Leary going a little bit deep. Leary also coming forward with a random villager. The scouts do get out. The villager, not so much.
He was looking for his friends. He was looking for the scouts, and the scouts were looking for him. Well, normally if one villager goes forward like that, that might have been a TC rally point, and there might have been another villager following.
Those were some pretty, under pressure, those were some sick quick walls.
Yeah,
honestly.
And now he's not going to have to build houses for a long time now.
No, and it's Malians too, so he saved on the wood.
Actually, I think he deleted them all.
Woo.
And there's the scouts on the other side, and obviously the focus for Kingston is just on these archers. But this is really interesting. I don't think that Leary is going to expect this Castle Age time to be so fast, and Leary is never a player who wants to drop a tower. So I'm wondering, will Leary have to do so, or will he be able to somehow hold off in the meanwhile with only feudal age archers? This is where it's so helpful, though. His gold is so much further back, right? So that gives him some extra time.
Oh, man, Kingston having to build another stable is just brutal.
And Leary will see it as well.
Yeah.
That's a very satisfying thing to see here. And now he's going for a TC. You know, he's sending mixed signals right now. I thought it was going to be all in, but now he's going for more of the boom approach.
Sending mixed signals. What, is he in your DMs?
I mean, with some build orders, but beyond that.
True.
Okay, second TC will go up. And did Leary see that TC?
I don't think he did.
Because it's important to know what Leary actually is aware of.
He didn't see it.
Okay, so Leary's expecting fast ballistics here, which is wild because Leary's actually marching forward. Like, who marches forward when the opponent's on crossbowman already? But Leary. And I think Leary's still sensing that. He will know those scouts were looking for him. So he backs away, and the crossbows are indeed going forward. Hey, Vil count climbing for Kingston, 2 TCs. Leary's still 30 seconds away from Castle Age.
I mean, this is the type of game that Kingston loves. He likes having the mix of the cavalry and the crossbows and the crossbow timing as well. He did a really great job to not take any damage, basically. No eco losses from that army forward from Leary. Really, really impressive stuff. And Leary is on the back foot with his own crossbows. Now, I'm not certain that Kingston wants to just fight crossbow against crossbow versus Leary. that might be not the greatest decision ever. And also, Leary is adding in the extra TC.
If you go too far here, you will be cut off.
Yeah, and
This
it's
could be a
almost at that
problem.
point.
And he doesn't have Bodkin, which is probably an upgrade he's clicked, but he didn't quite have the food to get it because of the villager investment. He's trying to work his way back here. He's used the Spearman to distract. And Ballistics is on the way. Now, that upgrade's going to be massive, but he really
Ballistics
needs to
without
get Bodkin.
Yeah, that's brutal. He must think he had it. Remember, he didn't have that in the first game either.
Yeah.
So maybe he uses, like, hotkeys or something to do his blacksmith text, and he didn't see.
Here, I think he will find out at a certain point. Like, right here, he should know when his units engage. He's waiting. He waited for Ballistics. Leary now realizes, oh, crap, he's got Ballistics. So Leary has to out-micro Ballistics.
That's par for the course for Leary.
It's kind of interesting, though. Now he should know he doesn't have Bodkin, in my opinion, because he's not getting the range on a lot of these. But, like, Kingston is going to try and out-micro Ballistics when his opponent doesn't even have it, potentially. I think this is a fine engagement for Kingston.
This is fine, considering you don't have Bodkin.
Yeah. And he's on 2 TCs.
He needs to be careful because his crossbow number is dropping, and now he's buying food, so he might be going for Bodkin here. I'm not certain what Kingston. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Okay, so he realized.
Yep. And he could fall back. Just wait a second. Crossbow counts similar. Guys, this is the Kingston that this is the play that we saw from him to get here, right? He beat a lot of really talented players. He was not the favorite by any means in the qualifier. Unfortunately, we're seeing the best game from Kingston when he's down 2 games.
Yep.
But that would be a crazy story, but this is top 8 in Age of Empires for this event. Maybe Kingston
I
could do
think
it.
he's going to get caught off guard by Ballistics as well. He's going to lose a couple units here to Ballistics. Yeah, before he realizes, and now he starts to micro back.
And now nothing will die. Nothing will die because they're both going to micro like absolute maniacs.
The only thing that's going to die is our hopes of ever becoming pro one day. Watching this.
I mean, I still have hopes.
Yeah, I know.
Don't kill my dreams with your dreams, bro.
They're not called dreams. They're called delusions.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's sad. But Siege Workshop from Leary. I'm wondering, because Leary's food eco is really good, if Leary will consider a lead skirm. It feels like the natural play.
Yeah.
Whereas I think in Kingston's case, I don't know if his eco is necessarily as set for it.
Dude, you can tell that Leary is so much more comfortable in this engagement than Kingston. Kingston is making 10 extra clicks for every action that Leary's doing.
Well, it's weird. That's what a lot of players will do, but it's not actually hugely calculated.
Yeah.
But when Leary out-micros Ballistics, it is actually somewhat calculated. We're going to jinx him now. To the shots themselves. You see how he waits for the shots?
It's one click.
Yeah, he waits for the shots to come, and then he dodges. He doesn't click multiple
I think
times.
he clicks after he hears the sound of the volley coming up. I asked him that a couple years ago, and that's the answer that he gave me, so that's what I'm going with.
So we got to hack his sound mod.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Just hack his sound somehow, and then you're good to go.
Yep.
3rd TC for Kingston now. Vilcount's much closer than it was. So well played from Leary to come back there. 3 TC, the eco's looking smooth as ever. And I just saw some Vils from Leary move over to some stone. We talked about it before. It's hard to get to a castle on this map because there's not a lot of stone, but with 6 Vils moving over there, castle will come up sooner rather than later for Leary.
As we go into the late game, assuming that they hold their positions here and they have similar ecos, who are you preferring in the post-imp matchup?
Hindustanis, 100%.
Okay.
In fact, there's not many civilizations, I would say, that can beat the Hindustanis on this map. Any suggestion, I could find reasons why you might be wrong. So this is exactly what Leary wants. To have this boomy game is what he'll be comfortable with. And for Kingston, I was really expecting it to be all about that crossbowman timing. Now, maybe with Farimba, if you can get the timing on your cav before heavy camel, or especially before imp camel later on, the Malians have their window. It's not unwinnable. Another thing you could try, granted it's hard to get to a castle, is Gebetto. Gebetto could be really solid against camels in the long run.
And I think, well, that pushes the Hindustanis into hand cannons.
Which is at least slow then.
I mean, you could also go cav archers if you're Hindustanis against Gebetto.
Yeah, they're pretty stacked, man, and they've got the super cheap Vils, so it's the easier civilization to boom with and transition. And the resources collected is dead even. KD, though, has been better for Leary. He's got a really nice position for himself on the front.
And
But
he waits until the double mangonel as well.
Yeah, true.
He does that a lot, and I think that's a smart play, especially if your Siege Workshop is still hidden.
Yeah, agreed. Because you show one mangonel, they can easily tally up the scores there. But you show up with 2 or 3, and it's a different problem altogether. Like this from Kingston, though, he needed something different. And so he tries a counterattack. Leary will know he's there.
He's not going to find much. There's 3 TCs there. He can cut off a few farms, but his main gold is the problem, right? He discovered the other gold. He TC'd it. Main gold, still only 1 tower protecting. That tower is going to go down real quick to the double mangonel. He's not finding the value that he wanted from the raids, just a couple villager kills. And the front side of his base is going to be completely open soon. And Kingston doesn't have any stone.
Yep.
So like a defensive castle, not happening.
Yeah, and it's starting to all go Leary's way now. Leary defending well enough from those crossbowmen. He did take some losses. But what I love about this is he always defends with enough, and the push continues forward.
Yep.
It's perfect micro on the front, while he's also dealing with the threat at home. That's so difficult to do. Counterattacks are supposed to make you make mistakes,
nice shot.
like we're seeing now. But Kingston needs a great engagement, and Leary, with a sick attack round, will just continue his control. And he can actually sit on that hill now. It's a really tough position for Kingston to deal with.
Yeah, right on the gold, within range of the units and the TC over there. Also, Leary is going to be the first one to click up to Imp. So he's mangonel pushing here in late Castle Age, and he's building up the res to go up to Imp. He should be able to click here in a couple seconds. Resources for Kingston still looking decent, but where's the army? Where's the army? It doesn't exist. His raiding party is getting cleared up. He's got a knight out here to try and deal with these mangonels, but he still has 1 alive as Leary is on the way up, and the crossbows are still here, and the skirmishers get flattened, and unfortunately for Kingston, he's just running out of momentum. He's got nothing here.
It was such a tough blow to his eco to lose the front of his base there, and it's just so crazy to me how we arrived to this conclusion yet again here.
Yep.
It was the best game from Kingston. He had a 15 villager lead. He had ballistics faster. All of these things. He had the eco upgrades he would have needed. And because of Leary's amazing unit control, but also what he's able to do in combination with fights, it's so tough to stop this guy.
He's going into infantry upgrades. He doesn't have a single castle yet.
That's interesting.
So it looks like he kind of thought about golems, and he got the 2nd infantry upgrade. Not a single castle. He's just now placing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a smart position to be
No
in.
tower there either.
Yeah.
Just crossbows. I really like that.
See what I mean, though? Like, stone is an absolute pain to get to on this map. It's so difficult to get multiple castles. But I think a couple golems is good. And then, honestly, just switch to camels. Like, you've cleared out most of the crossbowmen anyway, so golem doesn't feel that great. Those mangonels are going to be lost. That's a little wasteful for Leary. But I think his position's going to be so good. Kingston's not going to believe when he sees Imp come in. He's going to be like, what?
Oh, Leary, come on.
Can he save this?
Is this necessary?
Oh, no!
Oh, another one! Wait. Oh, he almost got a sick attack round, almost killing the mangonel. Kingston pulls away in time, though. And the first mangonel is saved because of the creative quick walls there from Leary. Both players on the way to Imp. Leary's going to get there first, and Leary will have golems coming out, which Kingston is definitely not prepared for, as he tries to save yet another mangonel.
Arrives to Imp, has 1,300 gold in the bank, and there's plenty of ways to spend it with this civilization.
And he has to make, like, he wants golems, but he has to make trebs out of that castle, too.
Yeah.
It's just...
I honestly, after one treb, I just like to see conscription here. Just, you're playing for map control, you're getting relics, you're controlling the extra golds. This is going to be tough. This army right here is not an army Kingston really has an easy answer to. So this will already clear this, and then you could just have plenty of time to make decisions behind it. Might be fast hand cannon follow-up, actually. Chemistry's on the way, and I see a bunch of archery ranges placed as well. Oh,
yeah,
those
more
are
stables.
Sorry.
Heavy camel coming in for Leary. Still very low stone count, so it's not likely he's going to get a 2nd castle anytime soon. But the golems here from Leary are going to be a surprise for Kingston, and Kingston just sees this. He's overwhelmed. Kingston calls the GG. Great first set for Leary. That's a 3-0 against Kingston. Couldn't get it done on his home maps.
Yeah, and I think maybe a bit expected here. For Kingston, obviously, this is a big stage for him as we see the two players talk after the series. But I think we're going to see more from Kingston in his next series. This was to maybe get some of the nerves out of the way.
Yeah.
Leary is one of the best players in the world and has been on these stages so many times. So well played from Leary. Maybe an expected result, but I expect some bigger things from both.
I think good sign at the end there in game number 3, because the first 2 games there was a lot of confusion from Kingston, but the third game he was kind of pressing the issue a little bit, and the build up until Castle Age, like he was in Castle Age first, he defended against that early army from Leary really well, didn't lose a villager, sniped 2 of Leary's, and then it just kind of shifted at some point, but the first 20 minutes there it was a good sign against a player of Leary's caliber.
I agree.
For Kingston to perform at only his second LAN ever.
Yeah, and I think the good news is that Kingston's game 1 and game number 2 can all be chalked up to the moment. It's not like he played his best Age of Empires there. He didn't, and maybe it was a draft thing, but he can look at that and just be like, oh, come on. Like, I could fix that easily, and then I bring a better series.
Yeah.
So we didn't see Kingston at his peak. Certainly we saw Leary at his peak. I think things would be good for Kingston. But, I mean, Leary, who we'll hear an interview from in a second, is just he's able to bring such a high level every single time.
Yep.
Right? And the only time you may have questions on Leary as a player
is against Hera.
is if he doesn't win the final.
Yeah.
Right? Beyond that, it's like he's just insane. So there's a lot that can be said about him. He looks confident. It was great to see him at that level. And I'm excited to see more this week.
I mean, I'm also excited that we have a special guest on the couch for this event.
We do.
We have multiple guests here for this event, but if some of you didn't know, it will be the return of Jordan on the couch analyzing the games.
Yep.
Which is super, super special. We all love Jordan here, and he's got some unique insights and also some unique pronunciations of certain words as well.
Are you really going to do that to poor Jordan before he's even on screen?
Oh, he knows what I'm talking He knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, going forward, Leary is going to have to face Hera on his side of the bracket. And that's obviously if Hera makes it through, that's also a question, right? He's going to play Tato first, so that's not easy. But Leary still has hurdles to go on the first stage on the winner's side. Do you think he takes confidence after this one, or do you think he's just full focused?
I think he still takes some confidence from it. At the same time, though, I think for Leary, there was no realistic thinking in his mind that he was going to have problems against Kingston today. Yeah. For him, he comes in and he looks at, the Viper, Hera, maybe Tato, maybe Yo. He looks at those guys and says, okay, those are going to be my problems. Yeah. And so, I feel like Leary's probably just like, we'll wait and see and get a true test. Yeah. I think it could be a positive that you had an easier series at the first round, but it also could be a negative because you weren't truly tested.
I mean, he didn't play the qualifiers anyway, or either, so the lack of experience might be there. Anyway, we are here with your champion of the first set, not of the tournament. I don't know why I said champion
of the first set.
Champion of the first set sounds great, dude. And he's on the couch with KP and Jordan. Excited for this one. Let's see what Leary has to say after a 3-0 sweep of Kingston.
Thank you, boys. Yes, I'm joined on the couch by the wonderful Leary. First of all, congratulations on the win. A dominant performance. I think first thing we've got to talk about, Kingston, I don't want to say he's like the lowest ranked player in a lot of people's minds, but he's the one who's on the verge of already having his best performance. Was there any concern here that kind of wild card notion comes in? Like, what's this guy going to do? How's he going to play?
Yeah, there's always that thought. He's underdog, obviously. He has nothing to lose, so, pressure is on me. And honestly, great performance by him to get up here. And, I knew he had some tricky plays in mind, so I had to focus this time.
And let's talk a little bit about his playstyle, because the way he's been described as a more defensive player. Do you feel like, from a drafting perspective, these picks game to game, were you kind of looking to exploit that detail, expecting the later phase of the game to come in a lot?
Yeah, I knew he would focus more on his home maps, with the first pick as well, Bengalis, for instance. So I just thought, let's just last pick something that does good against it. So that played out pretty well.
Yeah. I've got to ask you about the Korean pick, because that came up on the cast. I don't know if you want to let us in on a few details to what the thought process was there.
I've died to a Korean so many times. I was like, let's pick it up myself so I don't die to it. So
the boys did actually mention the potential upcoming match for you, which would be potentially Hera or Tato. We got to talk about Hera like, how can you not talk about him right now? The guy is on one hell of a kill streak. It's
I got lucky 11 times in a row, I heard.
right. Yeah,
Tournaments,
sometimes you got to
Yeah.
run out of luck, right? So my thought is, of the recent performances, I feel like you had the closest run to him, right? At the Noble Apartment Cup, I think it was 5-3.
Yeah, let's skip the last tournament. let's go to NAC, actually.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that one's quite an interesting one because LAN environment, everything to go with that. Do you think that you are the person a lot of people look to slay the beast here? Like, are you the one in a lot of people's eyes that should have the best shot?
Hard to say. It obviously depends on day to day. Others perform really well as well. He is slightly ahead of everyone now. Slightly. But yeah, he's the one to beat, so it's gonna be exciting. And on LAN on the big stage, it's gonna be something else as well.
Do you think there's anyone here that strikes you as a wild card that's going to do a lot better than anyone expects?
Wild card.
Oh.
I was looking at Hart, but then he got sick today, so maybe not anymore. But yeah, I think he's playing pretty well, and obviously he has a great setup. I think they gave him the best monitor, so he and his equipment go hands in hands. So he's the one to look out for a bit.
All right, well, I'm excited to see how things go. Once again, congratulations on the win. We're going to hop over to Jordan to dissect things a little bit deeper while we get ready for the next series.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and Lyria, also from my side, congratulations for this very dominant win. I would like to take the time to dive into game number 1 right away. At the beginning, Kingston walled your lumber camp on Fractal. Is that something which concerned you at all, or were you chill about it?
I was more concerned about my deer. I just saw I'm focusing on the bill, looking at the map, looks exactly, and then suddenly I see deer being slaughtered in front of me. So I was like, what's going on here? And then I realized he had a will forward. But yeah, I took 2 deer anyway, long distance, so it wasn't really a big issue. And he made loom, right? So that delayed him, so I knew I was up when I didn't lose anything.
Yeah, and also Malay against Italians, I would say both civilizations are very similar in terms of the timings, which is also very helpful on a map like that. Do you feel like Malay have a little bit of an advantage there? Is that the reason why you had it as a high priority, or you think Italian have a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm a Malay enjoyer. I love that Civ with all my heart.
I thought so.
I think it's a really good Civ on that map as well.
Yeah.
He tried to do something tricky. Probably he thought if we just play a standard game, Malay just have better timings.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like Malay a lot, especially on that map. Not a secret, There's a reason why I first picked it.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see if I get to play it again.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure.
There are a lot of options.
Hopefully.
Let's see. And also, I think one of the main differences was that you were opting for a little bit of a faster imp, while he was focusing a little bit more on the economy. He was adding a TC as well. Do you think that is one of the reasons why he lost the game?
Tough to say. He went straight castle drops, so his eco was obviously a bit worse.
Yep.
And I could see his eco as well with my spears, right? I killed a villager, I messed up his eco a bit, he had the quick wall, all that stuff. And I'm ahead because I'm Malay. So all those things combined made me realize, okay, if I don't lose too much here, I'm just going to be up so much, and I can just kill him in imp.
Yeah. Also, at the end of the game, your fish ran out. Were you ready to place the fish traps?
No, I was not.
Okay, your gameplay was.
I was going to his fish.
Okay, yeah, it's hard on that map. Yeah, second game, Fortress. You had Vietnamese, if I'm not mistaken, your last pick, and he had Bengalis first pick.
Yes.
I was thinking about how to open with Bengalis, and I kind of struggled. Was that the reason with Vietnamese as a counter pick?
Yeah, I think they do really well. I just opened Nim skirms, and what does he do, I still have Ratens behind, and you don't want to open Lightcap after a boom. It sounds kind of wrong.
Yeah.
So I figured if I just go for that army comp I went for, there's not much he can do. But yeah, worked out. Turns out he couldn't find anything either.
Do you think, I think opening Rafa would be maybe the best choice. Even though skirms are good against them, but they still are very strong, right?
I think he opened skirms, right? And then he just loses my Im skirms, so it's kind of losing.
Yeah.
He should still have the better boom, but I don't think it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
So
I was also a little bit surprised that he's trying to push so much into the middle, also forward castle, the archer range is forward as well. It looked kind of dicey, and then it turned out like that as well. Do you feel like stopping the castle was the nail in the coffin, or was it inevitable that you would win anyway?
I mean, he lost 15 vills there, and a lot of army to try to protect the castle, so it was a disaster at the start.
Yeah.
I would still favor my position. Also had 3 relics, so also I'm Vietnamese, so I favor that matchup for Vietnamese. So either way, I was confident. But that castle ended it on the spot, basically, if I don't mess up.
Yeah, and Larry, I mean, you have been in those kind of situations pretty often, I guess. But I have to ask you, how good did it feel when you had like 40 red archers, 4 bomber cannons, you had like 50 units, 20 of them elephants, and what one single bomber cannon has been lost? How did you feel that?
I felt like in a campaign, you know? You start off with those campaigns, you mass up your army 50 minutes in, then you just run at the opponent, you know you kill everything. That's how I felt in that game. It reminded me of my childhood a little bit. It felt really good. You don't get to those games very often at the highest level, so it feels good.
It also was beautiful to watch for sure. And the last game we had on enclosed Hindustanis against Malians. And when I was looking at it, I was like, okay, Hindustanis, they're very strong in post-em, especially against Malians. Early on, Malians should be a little bit more aggressive. I was expecting skirm and scout from you. Obviously, you went for archers.
Of course.
Yes. Is that something which is, you would say, Civ-specific or a gameplay style specific?
I think gameplay. I like my
think so.
archers. I mean, we were both on scouts, so if I just go skirms and he goes more scouts, I'm a bit screwed. So I just figured archers is better in that scenario, and it worked out.
And when did you decide to commit for Bloodlines? Was it when you scouted the front gold and that one was exposed, or was that initially game plan anyway?
Yeah, I saw he was adding more scouts too, so I knew he was looking to fight me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't add the scouts and the tower then. So it was like he added army to fight me and made a tower. So if I just don't lose my army here, I'm just in the winning spot.
Yeah.
And yeah, it worked out.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a stellar performance for sure. Yeah, that's all from the analyst's standpoint, I would say. Was rather a very quick series, but we kind of expected that.
You know, delays were there, so you know.
Yeah, and we will head to a short break now. Thank you so much, Larry, for joining us. And
Thank you.
Yeah, we're switching over.
I had to keep you on your toes. One and all, welcome back to the Garrison, hosted by Being Esports. There's my crowd, my beauties. I love to see them. You know, I was sitting here thinking, Being Esports, really cool name for an org, but like, what does it mean to be esports? I think a big part of it is being champion, but if not that, surely being the most accomplished person in your country, which is why the next one's a pleasure. We've got the top performing 2 players from their respective countries, an Asian showdown. This is going to be a fun one, folks. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our first player for the second series day. We've got the legendary Vietnamese players, ACCM. There's my crowd. Legend in his own right. By far the highest earning player out of Vietnam. A threat, to be sure, but he's got a dragon to slay here. I mentioned our other player was the best performer, the highest earner in his country. There's a Chinese rep here. I think you all know him. I don't know how I want to announce this. I think we just have to go along with it. Join me, get riled up, because it's time to welcome to the stage, Yo! This man makes bank. He makes a lot of finals along the way, and quite rightly so. I checked the stats. This is an interesting matchup ahead of us, folks. You know, you look at it on paper, it's actually an 80% win rate for Yo, but fear not, in the most recent clash, it was actually ACCM, when qualifying for Red Bull Wallol, that was able to slay the dragon for free. So what to expect is a big question mark, but to help dissect, dig in deep, and figure it all out, it's time to throw over to our casters. We've got T-West and Mem standing by in the booth.
Here we are, guys. Welcome to this match that is definitely not going to be like the first one, right? I don't think 3-0
It's
and
going to be a lot
quick,
more competitive between
right?
ACCM and Yo. And a lot longer, too. 2 players who don't resign until the game is very, very, very over.
If they resign.
If they resign. You know, no wonder victories here. If anyone out there saw some other tournaments recently, Tato had to build wonders to force ACCM to resign.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this could be a good one.
Crazy. I mean, we could see there when Mr. Yo was like behind ACCM, going to the downstairs, right? And then he was saying, yeah, clap him. Because I'm going to be the next one, that I'm going to clap him. Do you think that he was with that, these people support too much ACCM, I'm going to go to him? But now Serious Mode activated. ACCM and Mr. Yo practice all the time together.
Yeah, absolutely they do. They practice all the time together. They take their breaks together. And as we see ACCM setting up, he and Yo are very familiar with each other. They go to all these lands, and they're always the 2 people hanging out together from that same Asian community.
We were talking during the first series, like, if it's good that these people is practicing a lot together, because, yeah, they might shine, but they are also facing each other all the time. I was talking about, it's good that Leo and Hera practice together. Right. ACCM, Mr. Yo practice together. How do you surprise your opponent now? It's so hard. I
mean, these are 2 players who surprise everyone all the time, right? They are not the standard players. They call ACCM the chef because he's always cooking up those new strategies. And Mr. Yo, how do we describe his play style? It feels like he can go any unique unit and be completely dead and still come back and win a game.
Yeah. Also, talking about what he said right now, KP, 80% in favor to Mr. Yo. But the reason one, the most important, probably ACCM took it. Also, do you think that's going to affect Mr. Yo maybe now, or he's going to be confident?
I mean,
now?
I don't think anything affects Yo. He's always confident. you talk to Yo, and he's never going to be rattled. But ACCM has improved a lot over the past few years and is much more competitive with Yo than he has been in the past. And we're going to see what he can bring today.
Yeah, but ACCM also qualified because he got the spot in the WWC when there was Cup, or if I'm not mistaken, to the tournament.
Right, but that is a Nomad tournament, and if there's one thing Yo is an expert at, it's Nomad. ACCM, though, winning.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But then I feel that these players can, in a good day, can win it to each other.
Absolutely, either one. And especially with this varied map pack, it's a lot of standard maps, but a bit different because of that different start that we have. And ACCM as a player, I walk into that player room. Every day, he's the first person practicing. He came to the building today, and it wasn't open, and he was messaging, how do I get in when it's not open yet? He is always practicing for these events.
I was there. He was like, what happened? Yeah. Oh, we have now already the civilizations picks and the ban. I was going to ask about the maps. You know what they are going to pick, because in the previous year we saw clearly how one player was picking Arabia and Madness, the other was more for the closer maps. You know, what do you think they're going to pick here, both of the players?
Well,
according to the civs we have
right.
here.
So we have the admin bans at the bottom. Those are banned randomly, and then civs are picked after they see the admin bans. So banning Persians and Malay is ACCM, and then banning Khmer and Armenians is Mr. Yo. And, well, Mongols, Chinese, first couple picks for ACCM, Portuguese, and then Italians for Yo.
I like what Mr. Yo was doing there. You see, he was looking on top, like checking. It's all good. It's all how I like it, the light and everything. It was getting used to the spot, because it's the first time. It's the first time that they're in the environment. So.
And Mr. Yo, he brought his keyboard with him. I saw he has that wonderful purple custom-made keyboard. It is a beautiful.
It's not a keyboard, man. It's a stone with colors. You know, like you don't throw that. You can't. You go to the gym with that, you know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm checking the civs now, and we see Portuguese, Romans, Italians, Bohemians, Hindustanis, Berbers. When you see those civilizations, I feel that some kind of fortress we might see, you know, as well. But then ACCM, Bengalis all the time, Teutons as well. But Bengalis, man, it's overrated, man.
We were talking about that Regicide Fortress game earlier, and they have a tough matchup against the Vietnamese. And we'll see. I don't know if we have the map draft available to look at now, but
yeah, they will put.
Here, I feel like we have a much better set of civs that the Bengalis would match up against. They're not going to run into that Imperial skirmisher late game.
Yeah, I mean, and then Teutons. Well, we need the map to analyze this a little bit more, but without knowing the maps, it's almost impossible for us to say who has won the draft. But there's some civs that are usually.
There you go.
Now we got it here. Enclosed is going to be the opening. Then we have migration. Oh, migration on Fractal. Fractal is as I said, a scripted map. Then, Mr. Yo, Arabian Land Madness.
Very open maps.
I'm very surprised with
and
that one.
We're starting with enclosed, though. So enclosed, how long are we going to be here? 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours? That could be a long map.
If ACCM has 100 villages, we can still here till tomorrow.
So map picks then, ACCM, Fractal, Migration, very, very different maps. Not the standard Arabia, very standard land maps. Because not only are those open, they're also very standard. You're not going to have any surprises on those two maps.
Okay. By the way, for those people that couldn't make it here, this is great. I mean, you can see some people walking behind, and you can see how the venue is looking, and the people is now quiet. But we're gonna make them to jump into their seat with these games and with the casting, right? We're keeping a little bit of energy for now.
Absolutely.
Give us time, right?
Yeah, and the fun thing about this venue is on the other side, we also have a community tournament.
Exactly.
Right there. You can see everyone we have. There's a few rows for AoE 4, then some Age of Mythology, and then some Age of Empires 2, stretching all the way back into the distance and then even around the corner.
Now, this is BSTQ in the first clear. BSTQ is maybe the #1 in AoE 4. With Marina Lord, there is, the fight.
Right, and behind them, what you can't see is also the stage for Age of Empires 4. They also have their own stage and their own event going on. And I love how this shot just kind of stretches off into the distance. It feels it keeps going forever.
I have sent already my wife, and I said, if I knew this was going to be so cool, you and the kids will be here, because my son here in this environment will be crazy, will be crazy with the game. And we're gonna see the maps and the civilizations. Great, because now we can try to analyze and close. Let's go with some Menstradamus or Tiwesdamus, okay? So, enclosed civilizations. What do you think? It's very hard because some civs can work in each map, right? But enclosed.
Hindustanis, we might see them again right here. And if Yo is to go Hindustanis, what from ACCM goes against them on this map?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Hindustanis is so great, but Romans can be great in Lamandis, but also in enclosed. I mean, Romans is a civilization that I learned to appreciate it. I was a bit more skeptical in the start, Right. And I think they're great now.
Especially if you take them late game, you have that faster 5% working eco on pretty much everything.
And look at that, they don't have Khazars and they don't have bombard cannons, but it's feel that the Scorpions now are amazing.
That's true. Now everyone has ballistics on the Scorpions, but Romans have the cheaper Scorpions too.
Still.
We know, Yo, I'm never going to forget when he talked to Dogao in that post-game interview, and he was like, enjoy my Scorpions.
And that's it, That's it. Well, in Arabia, it can be anything, We need to probably wait for the first map. And then after the first map, we can probably allocate better the civilization.
Although we do see probably Italians and Japanese, they will be likely the civs of migration.
Yeah.
Fractal also, lots of fast in play on Fractal. We could see Portuguese or Bohemians there from Yo.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Lithuanians on migration also.
the way they do have a great start with that extra food, and they can get that dock
and
up early.
and since you always go for the relics, because in migrations you always go for the fight of the relics, and then you get there, you know, with so close to everyone. We'll see. So now that we have the maps and the civilizations for you guys, people at home, people in the crowd as well, for you, who got here the win in this draft? Because the draft is 70% of the cities.
You know,
sometimes.
it's sometimes hard to say who wins the draft between these two players because they have so many different creative ways they can use their civilizations. But I kind of like the civs for Yo. I think it's more straightforward. You go Hindustanis on closed, maybe Portuguese, Bohemians for Fractal, Italians for Migration. And
no, I can tell you, Bohemians is going to be Fractal.
Bohemians for Fractal?
For me,
yes. Where do you use Portuguese then? Is that for Arabia? And maybe Romans Land Madness? Berbers Land Madness?
It's a good question there, you know, but I wouldn't be surprised that he's trying to do something wild like Portuguese on even on enclosed, you know.
They can be a good civ on enclosed too.
You know.
ACCM, I wonder where ACCM's going to use Mongols. That's his very first pick. He clearly has a plan for them.
Land Madness.
Land Madness?
I'm telling.
Chinese for Arabia then?
Yeah, because Land Madness seems easy, has more, you know, more issues to wall everything. If you can have the initiative and go for the aggressive position, you know, I don't know, with the lances or camp archers, some options, yeah, but you need to be aggro. Because for me, it feels that the longer the games goes, Mongols, it just go down. Not because they are bad later, they're expensive.
They're expensive?
Expensive.
If
And
you
not-
get to
not
that
the
late game situation, then with Mengadai,
Yeah.
they're an impressive civ. What do you think about Mongols if you were to try them on enclosed? Late game, I'm wondering
Similar
what else he
thing,
can do. Right.
similar thing. If you are getting the initiative, you can go up very quick with the Mongols. Like, with the Mongols, all the civs now, you are going so quick. 18,
Every civ,
19,
18, 19, and
17.
Mongols can do 16 even.
Yeah.
They can have some crazy builds.
But that's the thing. Seems you have the wood. We were talking also. The wood is protected, guys. So you need to have the goal and the berries protected. If you have the lack that the map is with the berries and the goal close, you put a tower there, and you have the
protect both of
Mongols.
them.
You can go aggressive, you know, and you don't need to. Okay, I'm gonna keep the stone to make extra to see. You will buy eventually with the market.
Yeah, and we saw how in that previous set with Leary, how he was able to be so aggressive early on that map, and you don't need to do that tower if you're aggressive. And Mongols can put you in that situation where you have those early scout pressure, you're up fast, and you're forward in your opponent's space before they can really react.
Yeah, they are setting up, guys, the PCs, you know, because remember that they are behind us, but they have to switch the PCs from the first series, then they bring the second, they put everything, you know, that everything is working. They have the hotkeys, obviously, because they have been practicing, but you need to be sure that this everything working 100%. Remember, this is double elimination. It's not group stage. It means, yes, you are not out, but Kingston has one more chance,
Kingston has
or
one
more
more chance.
and you don't want to, let's say, waste your first life in the first day.
And you know, we can look at ACCM and Yo and say, hey, these are two really good players, but pretty much up and down the lineup, we have 8 really good players here.
And
That
you have-
second day.
You have an amazing memory, so we know that the loser of the previous series will have to face the loser of Heratato.
Heratato.
So the loser of this series will face the loser of the Viper Heart, if I'm not
Exactly.
mistaken. Thank you, man. Thank you, because I was afraid that I was going to.
We looked at those brackets.
So just look. Imagine that you lose here. Viper Heart tomorrow. Like, I mean, what the present? I
Right
have
away.
a second chance against the Viper Heart. I mean, you don't want to be there.
Hey, well, I mean, is there anyone here you would want a second chance against?
Well, that's true. That's true. But that's the thing. I mean, seems like, oh, it's the first day. Don't worry. We start chilling. You're not so intense, excited. Well, it has to be because tomorrow people is eliminated already.
Right.
You know, people is eliminated.
And there you see our wonderful stage with the players getting their equipment set up. Some final checks from our wonderful staff who are helping out. And I love seeing, I love being able to see the players and just feel them as they're getting everything prepared. And you kind of just feel that, the anticipation as they're getting ready.
Oh, I want to remind everyone that below the stream, in all the stream that we are broadcasting this, in the main channel and all the other channels, you have also a way to support this tournament, you know? There is below panels that you can see everything and support this because, if I'm not mistaken, the first donation is going to be to help and cover the cost. But then after that one, it's going to be also 50-50 for the prize pool, if I'm not mistaken, you know, for the expenses, you know. So it's going to be increasing the prize pool during this event. Don't forget, guys, that if you are supporting this tournament this way, it's going to make that this crazy event in our beautiful community in Age of Empires, we're going to have more and more events like this. Because online events, we all love it, right? We too. But these events, I can tell you, is something special, Mr.
Yeah, we
Wilson.
love being able to be here and also having so many other people.
Well, I
both
have to
playing
see. I have to see
AoE2.
you 2 times in 3 months, but it's okay. It's okay. No, but you know, like with all this the support, you know, with the sponsors and also with the community support as well, if we're able to have these kind of events, it's just gonna make that this. I mean, we're going to be here forever and better every day.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great location to have an esports event too. You can run over there and play some video games if you want. Just sit out in the store and whatever games. Do you play any other games other than Age of Empires? Are you gonna go sit down in one of those racing chairs and play your driving game?
Are you asking me seriously?
Yeah.
You know the answer.
Hey, I've seen how long you stream. You don't stream 24 hours a day. You have to do something else, right?
Yeah.
You only stream 23 hours a day.
No. I stream less now. 20. Only 20. Oh.
And I saw you have the treadmill at home now, so you don't need to spend as much time at the gym. You can get your workout at home.
Oh man. I did it. Anyway, we're going to start and close. It's gonna be the first game. Are we gonna see 5 games here in this series? I wouldn't be surprised.
Wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. Not at all. And I think ACCM's a player who's gonna have. I mean, Fractal, we've seen it a lot. It's pretty figured out. But I think ACCM might still bring some creativity to it.
I hope that. I mean, this map, if you're going creative, is nice. The problem is, well, in the first series, we saw how it was kind of. From the start, we could read the game perfectly. Like, this looks like a 1, maximum 2 TCs, and they're going to go for the Imperial.
Right.
And with that time in Malay half, you go from there and take it. But we want a little bit more aggression. You know, I don't know. If someone is going toward Raz or some aggro in the early game, it's going to make the game a lot more interesting in that map.
Absolutely. And it's a map that can be played in a variety of ways. Sometimes you'll see a lot of laming early on. Sometimes you'll see that 1 TC approach. Sometimes you'll see a heavier fish approach. It's a pretty interesting map from all the different components that work together.
Yeah. Let's see what is going to be in that one. Migration, we all know that.
It's the arena of the sea. You have a moat, you fight for relics, you go monks.
Yeah. And let's see, Mr. Yo, not the first time. That's why he probably banned Persians and they know each other a lot, that he tried to go with the forward dock. And he's going up quick and going for the forward dock. And then Arabia is... a lot of people keep, Arabia is boring and so on. Most of the best games in all tournaments happens in Arabia. It's a fact. Remember my words.
Right.
I'm telling now.
Hey, remember
in the first day, second series of the day, okay?
Okay, I'll remember that.
Okay.
I'll expect another King of the Desert soon then.
Keep waiting. Keep waiting. I mean, I like it, but you know, keep waiting. Let's go Warlords first, you know, Warlords first, and then we will see. And then Ladman as well. It depends who's going to be winning also the first games, you know.
Yeah. And it also might depend the order in which you use the maps. If you kind of get a better feel for what civ your opponent's going to do, whether maybe ACCM tries to use the Chinese on Arabia, or if he goes either Bengalis or Japanese for migration, then leaves another one for Fractal.
But probably when the tournament is short, like it is, or not a lot of chances. Here you want to probably secure and go with your home maps. You know?
You do, but at the same time...
But you have to prepare all. Is there a tournament that you don't sign up?
No. I mean, freaking Andy, I was in the player room earlier. Freaking Andy and ACCM were playing against each other to warm up. I mean, it's the same set of maps and everything for the community tournament. Andy's a high-level player. ACCM needs practice opponents who... I mean, we talked about him practicing with Yo all the time. He needs someone other than Yo to practice for the first round. He's practicing with Andy. He's been practicing with Viper. He's been practicing with everyone other than Yo.
Okay. I was trying to put all the pressure to Andy. Andy, you have to win this tournament.
I mean...
And he was, hey, my dad's a good player here. Andy, you have to win this tournament. And it was, man, thanks for the support, man. No, I mean, it's a compliment. You are very strong.
Even if he loses, it's going to be a good player winning this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe some unknown player just showed up out of nowhere. He just plays
that would be amazing. You see my in that. You see my in that we think, and then some random 2K, 2.2K.
Yeah, some local guy lives in Hamburg. Just rocks up to the community tournament.
Well, you already started to a little bit too much, you know, but... Okay. What is the issue they will have? Maybe it's something with the... I don't know. You know, small things at this level matters a lot. Like, if something is not working 100% as you want, you know, you need to have it fixed completely, you know?
Yeah, I know Yo is having some issues with his monitor occasionally turning off the other day. I don't know what they're fixing on the stage now.
By the way, now that I see the stage, I see the whole name from both players. I love it, man. With the logo of their teams as well. It's great, man. It's really great. As you can see also all the sponsors there. The Han Yo Yan fan, man. But he's not using himself the Mister. You see, he never
He's
put
using
himself
Yo now.
Mr.
He's
Yo.
using
Now
Yo
it's
now.
just Yo. That, by the way, KP Anley, when he introduced him with the Yo screaming, he scared me, man. Scared me completely. But he's not using Mr. Yo himself anymore. But we all call him Mr. Yo.
That was his name for forever, right? And I mean, he's still Yo, still Mr. Yo.
Yeah, it's like John Slow, and then I call him Terror forever. He was
I do
Terror.
too.
Back in, you call Terror, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It feel bad because you feel that John Slow, you are kind of in quote, and he put himself, he's kind of disrespecting him, right? Like John Slow, yeah, he's slow, but you don't tell him.
Slow, but-
you know, but you don't tell him.
But you know, the micro doesn't matter sometimes, right? You just need the strategy.
Well, he's impressive. Impressive.
Well, I mean, Yo himself isn't the fastest player either. No,
Well,
but
it
still
might-
manages to play well.
We have said many times, you know, if Mr. Yo and some other player, you know, will have the APN that we're thinking right now, and I'm not gonna mention the killer, you know, the
APM of someone like Doubt, you mean?
yeah, I was thinking in doubt exactly.
Exactly.
It will be insane because sometimes he really put out some crazy strategies and gameplay that is kind of unique. You combine that with the APM, and then you become a monster. I mean, he's a monster, really, but
Well, Yo, definitely a very different type of player than the Leary that we just saw in the previous set, or the Hera, who might be the favorite to win everything. He's not really that same meta, clean gameplay.
yeah, but I can tell you even more names. Like you say, Leary, Hera, Winchester, Hart, Mihai. All those
Old
has
Viper
a lot.
even.
No, Viper for sure. They have a lot more APN. I mean, you see them practicing, guys. If you see them practicing, you try to follow the hands of those players, and you are like, I'm done. I'm going. You know, where's the resting room? I mean, you are checking and you need to move. You know, you need to go away because
Right.
it's so fast. Then you see others and you see, okay, they are quick, but you can kind of follow up. You know.
Yeah.
If those players, why do you think is this? Is because this is not age. There is some people that is still really fast, incredibly fast. You know, Viper is over 30s and he's still super fast. It's mechanics. You get used to some stuff, or you think that some people just don't need to click that much.
You know, some people don't need to click that much, and sometimes you just get into that habit. You start playing at a certain speed, and it works for you, and you don't really have a need to change
And you don't
it or
try
practice
anymore,
it.
right? You don't practice to go up anymore.
I mean, Yo plays incredibly at the speed he plays. Right? That's just testament to how good his decision making is. And you know, part of getting better at age 2 isn't just clicking faster, but being more efficient with your clicks.
Oh,
And
that's
Yo
for sure.
is absolutely one of the most efficient
Yeah,
players
but you
there is.
but you can notice in some certain moments, like with the quick walls.
Like the quick walls,
You notice
Yo's not
that-
a player who's going to quick
No,
wall.
he's not doing it. But ACCM either. Kinda either. You see that day he's going back with the Belier, and you see, you see the Viper, say, oh, okay, he's gonna wall up this Belier. You see Mr. Yo, Belier dead.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
do.
I mean,
and that's the
respect,
type
but-
of thing you see Viper or Hera, they'll survive.
Yeah, yeah.
Even freaking Andy, right? We have players in the community tournament, as you were talking, Mihai, Andy, who are super good at that high APM quick walling with the Vils. But yet,
Incredible.
at the end of the day, it's
matter-
not the thing that
it's
matters
a combination.
the most. It's a combination of many
combinations,
things.
many things. Like it's a combination of things that I don't see stuff anymore over the stage. And what that means, guys, they didn't tell me anything. I'm just guessing. But I guess that this is about to start. Can we put the maps against the civilizations? Because we are trying to talk about many things, but I think we need to focus now with the maps and civilizations, and then go from there with Enclosed, that it was the first game. There you go. Thank you so much.
There we are.
And then go again for the first map and focus a little bit. One last guess. What is going to be now? Do you say Hindustani is still with that?
I still like Hindustanis here. Although, as you said, Portuguese also could be a possibility.
Okay. So, otherwise Portuguese. The thing is, if he pick Hindustanis, what you pick if you are ACCM? You don't want
That's-
I don't see a great...
I don't see a great answer to them.
No.
That's why I was thinking maybe Mongols could be an answer, and you try to get Mangudai late game instead of trying to force the camels, but it's still tricky.
It's so expensive, man. It feels so expensive. And how many Mangudais you need to stop those Imperial camels?
You know, you need a lot, but maybe enclose the map that lets you get to those numbers. Since you're so far apart, and as long as you're holding, you can maybe boom up and get there. But again,
But the problem is, with Hindustanis, you have stables. You produce from stables. You need a lot of castles with the Mangudais to have a healthy production. You know, so at the end, it's take the double timing. The timing you need to create those Mangudais because you need more castles, and the economy you need also to create them. So it feels you are behind.
So let's go down the list then. Next, if you might have is the Chinese, a Civ who has an amazing economy, probably even better than the Hindustanis with the Vil discount. Maybe Chinese are a civ that could try to win the game before you get to that Imperial camp stage.
Chinese could be good in enclose. Also, since you're gonna have all the farms super safe, you're gonna have the trivialist start extra as well. And in this kind of setup, the starting for China is even stronger.
It's even better, yes.
It's even stronger than in trivialist start.
Right, and having the safe farms with that team bonus that gives you a bit more food on the farms gives you a great eco that's safe when you wall up in the enclosed space.
Amazing. It's gonna be amazing, you know.
Then
let's see.
I mean, Bengalis might be an option, but I don't think against Hindustanis. We saw in that previous set, in that Fortress game, where there are some matchups late game that they just don't do that well against.
I don't want to see Bengalis, man.
I mean, Imp Skirms from the Vietnamese and now the Imp Camels from the Hindustanis. Those Imperial upgrades, the Bengalis just don't like them.
Do you know what civilizations let's say, I hate it? Well, I hate it.
I don't like...
See, what are the
yes, maybe
there's 3 civilizations that I think they are overrated.
Overrated?
Yes.
Okay. Javidians has got to be one. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Second?
Bengalis you've been talking about. And there's a third one. What's the third one from Meb?
Armenians.
Armenians.
I think they are overrated.
Okay.
I mean, in some situations, like we saw in the TTL with the rock terrains and so on, you can use the mule cart, but it feels that they fall behind.
I mean, you
eventually.
could do that on Land Madness too. You could wall with the mule carts.
Yeah. Well, they didn't pick. I don't remember the bans, you know, because there's so many. But I mean, they have okay economy and so on, and you have the chance. But it feels that they are always kind of one-trick pony civ. That's the problem I have.
Right.
I like civilizations that have more versatility. You know, do they have versatility, those civs?
Those 3 civs you mentioned? Not really.
I mean, if they go in the way they want, okay, they can be powerful and then they snowball from there to there. But you have to have a perfect execution.
You need a good map for them too, right? You need to have the right style of map for them to work, and also run it up into a civ that doesn't counter them. They're great against a wide variety of civs, but there are certain units they just don't really have a way to deal with.
Yeah, but I remember, I think it was in the final TTL, I think Leary picked Dravidians against Hera, if I'm not mistaken. And he was doing a great opening, great execution. He was ahead. He was in Imperial faster. He was trying to do everything to kill, and he couldn't because don't have the units.
Right. Sometimes you just have a bad matchup.
You don't have the units. You don't have the units. Yeah. And this is why we're talking about the civilizations. Well, because the civilization matchup here is just crucial. Like,
right. And
it's
sometimes
at this level,
these drafts are picking civs that have good matchups against the other top tier civs. So you're not just looking at what is like the best civ for a map or what civ has the best economy or army composition for a map. Sometimes it's very matchup dependent, and as you get like deeper into the drafts, you might be trying to think about civ picks to counter other civs. But I'm very curious what ACCM does with like Teutons Lithuanians in this draft. You mentioned migration could be an option for Lithuanians, but he is Japanese already.
You can pick Teutons in Fractal.
They could be for Fractal, right?
It can be in that map crazy. You go for a monk rush with some towers even in, you know, or early tower rush. Into then siege push with monks.
Right, and against a civ like Portuguese or Bohemians who might want to be going for that fast castle in the unique unit, maybe the towers can be effective there.
I want to see that. I mean, we see Teutons and we want to see Teutons being used. Like I don't want to see like I don't want to see Teutons there like a Trezzo. Like, oh, it's Teutons so hype, and then don't use it. Use the Teutons, no?
Yeah, I mean they're the last pick in the draft, but a civ pick that has some obvious uses for Fractal. And, well, we'll see.
Yeah. Vamos. They told me 4 minutes ago. It's 5 minutes, you know. So it should start very, very
Getting
soon.
there.
Is there some drinking also for Mr. Yo?
He's got to be hydrated for this set. Yeah, that's probably the key to ACCM, Mr. Yo, making sure that you ate your lunch beforehand, making sure that you're hydrated. You know, because these games last a while, they might be getting hungry by the end.
Man, but if I knew that we were going to be so much in camera, I would be with my makeup and so on. I forgot to take it, man.
Yeah, I mean, you said we need 10 bottles of water for this. I think maybe we'll need more at the end. I think maybe like 11 or 12.
My goodness, I didn't drink yet because we are in the camera all the time. All good, guys. All good. Production is fine. It's fine. We're fine here to be in the camera all the time. Well. In close, we want to see the start in Arabia. I'm not going to make prediction for Arabia. I think Fractal is going to be more... Yeah, Fractal and Migration might be easier to guess. You know, it can be a couple of saves for those maps, probably. Then Arabia and Madness are in close. All the others can work.
You know, Fractal might be interesting if we see Bengalis against Portuguese or Bohemians, because both players could potentially do some type of fast castle for the unique unit there, while also having good monks.
Clown approach?
Clown approach.
Completely clown approach. Do you like clown maps?
Oh, absolutely.
Don't answer. I know you do. I know you
Mem
do.
knows the answer to that.
I know you do. I know that you do. That when we're going to finish this event, we're gonna keep going with the Valhalla. You know. Yeah.
With some Rage Forest really soon too.
Well, we can as well. Many things going on good in we have now. The Garrison, that where's all this starting? It's gonna be amazing, you know. Then we have Valhalla, Rage Forest, Warlords, and the patch.
And the patch.
What
We
is
got the
this
patch
patch?
coming out. We're finally gonna have
45
those,
civilizations.
Finally gonna have those
5 more.
those monks for each civilization. Those unique monks again. I missed that. Remember
I
the old
wonder-
movie days with the monks?
Okay, so we're going to go right now to see who is going to play now, ACCM and Mr. Yo. And here we are, finally, Mr. West in game number 1. Look at my predictions here with the civilization in and close. Mr. Yo Portuguese, ACGM with China. So Portuguese was definitely an option here.
Definitely an option. Not using the Hindustanis for this map. And, well, very different civ to the Chinese. Very different. No camels for them. Not going to have the camel matchup that we'd seen earlier, but sometimes you get to see the crossbows come into play. And 2 good eco civs for going crossbows. And you have to wonder if it goes late game, what do the Chinese do against potential organ guns from the Portuguese? But maybe they could win with their economy before it gets to that stage.
And it has to be that, in my opinion, because I think this civilization is done here, this matchup civilizations, to have Chinese winning in another game. If you go here for the late game with how Mr. Yo is going to try to play this, you can even see Victorias in this map with how far they are. And
I know you like your Victorias.
I mean,
you're going to go crazy if you see one.
You don't like it?
Hey, you know, the Victoria is great if you end up playing a style where you're like 1 TC fast imp, and then suddenly you have all this economy with the Victorias. A bit less useful in a map where you're booming and you have a big villager count ahead of time. Is they're a bit less efficient than having villagers working, but it's that suddenness where you rapidly can add them in that really gives them the impact on your eco.
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. As you can see, guys, ACCM, and this is the beauty also of the the 9 villages start. We have Mr. Yo already up. That's why I'm smiling, because, yeah, all the speed up. A little bit quicker, as you can see, and in 4 minutes they are up. We're going to see army here in Feudal Age. I believe so. The question is, what army is going to be?
I mean, for both these civs, I think it makes sense. We could see that scouts into archers opening that we saw in the last set, and I think it makes sense to do something similar. I think if we look at the maps for both players, the berries are kind of right outside their bases, but then the golds are a bit farther away, but not really that bad for either player. They're pretty close to the berries and pretty easy to defend.
Yeah, but what I like for now is to see both with berries and gold not together, because if there's one of the players that has gold and berries in the same spot, it's a quite advantage here for what we were talking before.
Yeah, Yo has them pretty close, but still not at that position where you could maybe do 1 tower and defend both of them.
Okay, let's see. We can see now that he's already 2 villages on gold. That means that he's going to go directly into archers. He didn't make the mill, so he's opening without the mill. Well, ACCM is going for he has the mill. It's completely different opening. It's pretty clear that this will be a stable versus archery range. At least that is going to skirmishes. ACCM.
Yeah, there's that range from Yo. And as you said, going straight for archers with the 2 vills on the gold. And we'll be doing the mill later on. And I guess the one question for the build is whether he goes straight for the blacksmith and fletching or tries to add in the mill before that to get more eco.
Yeah, well, it's stable. It was quite clear, right, that he's not going to go to that. I hope that ACCM is going to make Horse Collar too, because in this kind of map, when you're going to have also the farms super safe, you want to have that economy. You can have that economy. You have a lot of food in the bank already. He has, yeah, quite a lot of wood too. He could do it. He's doing now the mill, and he see the archery range. We might see also a stable eventually for Yo. I think this is going to be some big feudal battle.
Yeah, I mean, you can see both approaches, that scouts into archers or archers into scouts. By going for the range first, Yo's going to have a bigger group of archers when those 2 groups finally meet. and ACCM might have to be forced into skirmishers just to deal with the larger archer numbers.
Now we have the answer why he didn't make the horse collar. He wanted to make archery range right away, ACCM, so he has the stable and the archery range so fast. The question is, since they are that far, is this early that needed? Maybe he could go a little bit more with the economy and then make the archery range a little bit later, or you think this is the right approach?
Definitely an option. It all depends on how aggressive you want to be with getting the skirms out, and whether you want to try to force the fight on your opponent's side of the map, or play a bit more defensive and try to just focus on the eco.
Okay, he has archery range. What is he building, Mr. Vodka, guys? If you don't know what vodka means, yeah, vodka is, it's a nice drink, but he's also our observer, Mr. West, and he has the blast bit here, and this is already gonna be fletching.
And it looks like it's going to be skirmishers there for ACCM. So scout skirmisher versus archers. And the question is now, how quickly does Yo also add in a stable for his own scouts to deal with the skirmishers?
Okay, let's see if he's gonna wall now between the house and the archery range. And he's gonna be fine here. Okay.
Yeah, that's a low HP scout now for Yo. ACCM could look to try to pick that off. Yo will see both the skirmisher and scout composition, so he knows exactly what ACCM's doing.
Okay, 3 scout, skirmishes, he needs to micro now, ACCM here, he might take an archer, that's good. And now he's moving, this is the beauty of having mobility.
Absolutely, you see that Yo's coming forward, you pick off that initial army, and all of a sudden that initial momentum Yo might have wanted to get isn't there.
Okay, he's now going to move now with the scout, skirmishes, you gotta be careful. There is the stable, as we were talking. And he keep the 2 village advantage that we have with Chinese. You can see how ACCM got some LTC more. He has 33 seconds, but Mr. Yu also 6 seconds, not a big deal. And now ACCM. The problem with this civilization is that China is so smooth. I mean, it's gonna keep doing army, and you're gonna feel that it's gonna be exploding economy and floating resources and go up to castle it so fast.
Yep, you look at the resources collected. He's already a few hundred res collected ahead. And just expect that to keep growing with the extra villagers. It's not surprising to see the Chinese up to around 1,000 res collected in advantage by the time players are hitting the castle age.
That's why, even if I was thinking that Portuguese could be an option here, maybe Hindustanis would be better, because at least, I mean, they have good bonus in Portuguese, but Hindustanis with that village discount, then the camps are so powerful. I mean, I don't know, because here, what you gonna do now with Portuguese in castle? You're gonna go knights, crossbows, I believe?
I mean, you could, right? I mean, the Chinese could go anything. They can go skirm, crossbow, knight, camel. Portuguese kind of want to focus on that double gold unit composition since they have that gold discount.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get definitely a bonus from there, and you can see those houses, still more villages on gold. And the problem is that you want to try to make some damage into the Chinese player, right? It's kind of confusing to say in the Chinese player when it is Chinese and then the other is Vietnam, but the
hey, at least
ACCM with China,
Vietnamese here.
Exactly. Would have been funny, to see Chinese versus Vietnam. Anyway, let's see now. Scout and Skirmish is going home. No, he's going home. And at the end, the KD, it seems that has happened a lot, but it's only 12 minutes. And KD 2-1. But they are massive more army, Mr. West, so more big battles are coming.
Yeah, always players so careful with their armies that you're not really going to see a big KD early on in most cases, just because they're only going to take fights when they feel confident that they're going to win, and the other player is just going to fall back.
And I think in this situation, Mr. is going to feel confident. He's going to be comfortable, because there's 4 scouts, several archers now coming, and those scouts and archers, ooh, all together, you need to run away. Where's the skirmishes? The skirmishes seems to be at home, so if he keep going back, he's going to be fine, because those skirmishes are going to be able to deal with those archers as well.
And there's not much that the archers in the economy can hit.
Yeah.
It's not like the skirms are out of position and the archers can maybe sneak off to a wood line. All the wood is safe by that TC and those early house walls.
Both players with 20 on foot, but the foot in the bank for Mr. ACCM is solid. Skill bar in armor, and even like that, he is still with almost the same resources. That's also true that Mr. Yo used research wheelbarrow. That's gonna be very, very nice, because you're gonna have a lot of farms. But now, I have the feeling that finally we're gonna see some big battle. Let's see, scouts are coming. The archers are behind those scouts, and he's gonna try to cover them till he's gonna get the skirmishes to fight. There's one spear that it should be important, but with only one, the archers might be able to deal. They're still going around. He waited for the +1. He has the +1, and now Mr. Yo knows. That's why he doesn't want to commit. He doesn't want to commit Hera, Mr. West, because if he's doing, it's not going to be an old army. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, it's tricky because you want the scouts to counter the skirmishers, but since he went for the archer opening first, he doesn't have that many scouts left over to engage in that fight. And here, that's what ACCM wants. He wants to jump the archers with the skirmishers before the scouts can get there. But here come the scouts, and he didn't have his own scouts in position.
Yeah, I don't dislike here the commitment by Mr. Yo, but he has to be careful now. Those scouts are powerful, +1 armor, but look at the resources. If you're going to be up to Castle, it's quicker than China, it's huge. I don't know what you think. It's not something that you see.
At just about the same time, ACCM almost there too, but he will clear everything in that army. Yeah, absolutely great fight for ACCM. He had that right composition, not enough scouts from Yo, and he was picking off the archers right from the start. And once the archers go down, especially since those scouts from ACCM had that armor, he was able to take the fight. So a bit slower of a castle each time because of that armor, but he clears the army.
But if you think this is still more or less the army he should have more. Why? He was ahead in the scout number. He was also with the skill guard armor, and at the end he only had 3 scout less with 4 skirmishes. Well, he's going Cross, he's doing now the horse collar, Goldman and armor. Are we gonna see maybe Cav Archers from Portuguese?
I mean, both civs could go Cav Archers. I mean, the year is 2025, Memp.
Yeah.
And we could see Cav Archers from every civ, even
That's
Aztecs.
That's why we're going
Aztecs,
to,
Mayans, Incas, they do Cav Archers too.
That's why we need the new patch soon, you know? We need it. We need it. But no, it's going to be a skill guard and armor, so it's going to be some knights and crossbows. He has to be careful with those. Why he's not walling anything there?
Well, it's only 3 scouts.
Yeah, but with +1 armor. And that villager, the archers are in time, might lose a villager. No, he's there with the archers, and now he's going to go back. Because now ACCM is kind of confident that he's going to be up quicker than his opponent. But it's not. The game, as we expected, very, very close.
Yeah, and if you look at the resources collected, it's about maybe 100 to 200 more for ACCM. It's not an absolutely huge difference like you sometimes see with the Chinese.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. There's so many archers here, 10 archers, 7 skirmishes, 3 scout. Those archers, need to wait a bit. You need to wait a bit. You don't want to lose some numbers, but there's not many skirmishes. If you micro properly, you're going to be able to take it. Now, what is going to be? Extra disease or super quick with ballistic here for Mr. Yo, I'm talking.
Ooh, it depends how aggressive he wants to be. I feel like with ACCM just going for skirms, he has that easy path to elite skirm as he's clicking now, and it's kind of a waste to do ballistics on your crossbows this early if you're just running into skirms.
Yeah, so you got your answer there. You have now the TC at home, as you can see. Okay, gotta be careful. That's the town center, and with the knights and the crossbows, gonna take those at least skirmishes. Botkin arrow. Okay, he took 1 villager, and not a big deal, even more when he's gonna have an extra TC. Now ACCM is mining a stone too, and as we expected, man. I mean, let's see what kind of battles they are going to take, but this is looking already like a probably long game. At least that they make some bad move, but they are set up already to be safe, both players.
Both players adding in TCs, and well, how long do you think this game's gonna last now? 2 hours, 3 hours?
No.
You don't believe?
The whole day. Anyway, knights and skirmishes. The good thing is they're going to have a good army here. I like a lot the upgrades by Mr. Yo. He has right now 2 more than his opponent. He has Bozo and Wilbaro. Also doing now the Bloodlines. He's going to have... he's going Cav Archers. So he did a couple of knights, but he's now, instead of doing crossbow, he's going Cav Archers. It makes sense, mobility.
It is, especially on this map when you're so far apart, having the faster unit to run around both sides of the map, potentially avoid the skirmishers, can be really valuable.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing already okay. The Cav Archers, he's with Bloodlines. Well, having the second TC, the 3rd town center, investing more on maybe ballistic here, because at the end, against China, you need to do damage, because still, the economy is so great, but look at the resources collected. Mr. Yo is managing the macro really, really well in this game.
Yeah, he is, and he's ahead of the Chinese even. That's an impressive eco.
Being even is already ahead.
Being even is already ahead. Being slightly ahead is great.
Yeah. Okay, let's see the knights and the crossbows. Now he will have to defend. There is +2 for also ACCM. The attack and the armor, those skirmishes are going to be so tanky, and you don't have ballistic, you got to be careful with those. But I see some army on top. He's going to take some units. Oh, we have the second window here, the pip, that is going to make the job to see if he's going to make some damage. For now, he's not doing. I wonder if it's Siege or the University. I believe with the amount of schemes he has, it's going to be the University on top. But we want to find out after this battle. There's a lot of skirmishes. Look at those knights. You have to be careful here with those skirmishes, and he's taking a lot. Right now, he's taking good battles here.
Yeah, and here it's only 1 or 2 knights, so the skirmishers, you just kind of ignore them, shrug them off, and go for the kills on the Cav Archers on the crossbows and try to jump the army where they have the attack bonus.
Yeah, but he's doing a 30C. I like it. The problem is that Mr. Yo is now having some idle TC because probably he does have enough farmers, but that TC is gonna be denied. It's gonna be denied or not? He needs to see it first. Now he see the village, the crows are coming, you have to be careful. Now he's gonna take the battle, it's gonna be fine. He has the army in the right spot. I don't know if he's gonna lose those knights. No, he's trying to micro against the knights, but those skirmishes are so tanky as you can see, and taking down these archers, who is taking a better trade here.
I think that's an absolutely great fight for Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
And not just because he's clearing the army, but also because we see ACCM doing ballistics right now. Instead of that third TC, he invested into the university and then the ballistics. So his TC is going to be later, and he's kind of wasting the ballistics, having lost all those skirmishers right now.
No, man, it's 6 skirmishes, right? 6 skirmishes.
Where are the skirmishes?
Ballistic for 6 skirmishes is definitely kinda useful, you know? Useless, sorry.
Yeah, going for the quick walls. You don't see that too often from him.
Okay.
But, I mean, nice gate there to trap everything and make sure the entire army gets killed, so he doesn't have to worry about those knights running around his TCs.
But still, need more farmers. 11 farms with 3 TCs. You are not gonna keep going with the 3 TCs working. As you see, he has 2 villages in the queue only, so 1 TC is not producing at all. You need more farmers. Well, ACCM already 21 farmers. In these kind of games, I think the farming is what you have to really pay attention.
Ooh, a couple of vills out of position there. Cav archers, as you said, the mobility, finding the villagers, picking them off. And nice job by Yo.
2 villages down, he's gonna take third? No, because the skims are there, and now he has ballistic. Now ballistic kicking. This
Now
is the
ballistics
beauty.
matters.
Wow. Yeah, but he has that he has husbandry, probably he has, but even if he doesn't have the mobility, it's obviously quicker. 4-tone center now for ACCM. Well, now it's maybe too much. Like, you want to do a lot of farming here. 3 TCs for China for now, I believe it will be okay.
Yeah, and he has to delete that TC as the knights
Yeah,
are coming
look.
over, and he doesn't have a counter to the knights just yet. We see him adding in a monastery and a monk, and he's going to try to get a conversion, but the timing not quite there to protect the TC location.
Oh my god, he converted in the last second, he take the monk down, but the knight is already there, and the knights are gonna be able to clean all this. Look at the micro here by Mr. Yo, he's dancing over the field with those cav archers. Okay, but the skins with ballistic are gonna take over. You need to micro those knights. He has to micro those knights, and he did micro those knights, and he's taking, again, an amazing battle, Mr. Yo.
Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of his army, but at the same time deny a TC and clear some more army from ACCM.
Okay, he's gonna kill now another monk.
Really?
Okay,
He
kill
does.
it in the last second, man. Okay, 5 villas more for ACCM. You can see the army, 11, 18 army is gonna go around with those units. But this is the beauty of the army Mr. Yo have now. He can go there all the time, knights and cav archers.
Right, he has the mobility, and ACCM kind of stuck on the skirmishers. He can defend with them, and in straight-up fights he's able to win, but he can't raid with them. He can try to run a few scouts or knights around, but the archer unit isn't there.
Sorry, but those 8 archers are the archers from the start. I think he forgot about them. He's ignoring them.
Yeah, they're over on the right side of the map on the mini-map, just kind of standing there for a while.
They are there taking a nap. They're doing nothing there.
Yeah,
As you
they're
can-
moving now.
Okay.
There they go.
They listen.
But you know what they're going to be useful against now is the camel switch from
Yep.
ACCM. And you talked about the Portuguese wanting to go for that double gold comp, some knights and some archer units, and you need the archer unit to deal with the camels.
You can see those cav archers and crossbows. You got to be careful here because now population is still the same. But now I'm starting to like a lot Mr. Yo economy. Look at the resources collected. It's still
Still ahead of the Chinese, and also fewer resources spent on units because of that gold discount.
Okay, population is still similar, but this is also... Oh, he want to come with a forward castle,
Look at the stone,
ACCM.
look at the stone.
Whoa. No, the villages were there. He spotted that there is a lot of farming, and definitely you cannot go there. Well, they all missed out, right? So they're
You missed
trying.
out.
They're trying to make a castle, you know. And that castle, you need more army than that, because right now, I don't know if you agree, but this army seems to be a little bit more powerful, right? With the crossbows, with the knights, with the cav archers, ballistic for both sides, and those knights are now +2.
Both the monks there for ACCM. I don't think Yo wants to take this fight. I think he has to be really afraid of the monks and careful to get his numbers up before engaging. So Scout going to try to pick some vills, but the TC will Garrison, and no problem there. Ooh, Yo going to sneak that relic right away
Yeah,
from
but
ACCM.
ACCM has 3 already. We didn't mention 3 rallies already for ACCM. He's still coming. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. I know that he's trying to come here. He's gonna go now and trying to make some conversions. Monks are going to be down, but I'm afraid because I don't know if he's gonna be able to make this castle. Mr. Yo is still a spamming army. Look at the knights, but he's kinda going to make not the forward castle he wanted. I mean, it's still a good castle, don't take me wrong, but he knows that he can't go farther than this. And now the knights and the cav archers are coming. If he take those skirmishers down, those knights are going to take down. The villains are going to go down. Not gonna be a castle up. I don't know what you think, Wes, but I think that castle is gonna be a down one or not.
Now, it's all about the skirmishers. There aren't that many skirms left. The cav archer numbers are going down. This is going to be really close. Crossbows can pick some vills. There are low HP vills in there.
Can we see the percentage of that castle? Oh my god, it's not gonna be up,
No,
it's not gonna be up. I was telling you that doubt is missing in the tournament, not anymore. Because that castle is costing ACCM the game, not because he's ACCM and he's not going to be up, but look at the villas now, down. It's lost a lot.
Yeah, now he lost 10 vills there, and it's
And the army.
12 vill difference. And the army for Yo.
No, this is disaster. He's gonna send more villages. Well,
No, he can't send more. He can't send more.
He can't
There's no
send
way
more.
he can send more.
Well, he can, and then he die, you know.
I mean, we would enjoy that, but I don't think ACCM would.
83
castle
villages, 96 villages, you know. Like, the question here is, with 38 farmers that he still have after losing those villages, this castle was needed. It was needed.
Well, you know, you think about the late game matchup. Portuguese, they get to organ guns, they get to bombard cannons. It's hard for the Chinese to deal with that. HCC, I'm thinking he might want to just try and make one more effort to push before he gets to that stage.
Yeah, but keep doing army then in castle, do the upgrades. He has the upgrade, make even the +2 attack, do more army, and then when you feel that you have army, look at now Mr. Yo army. 38 military, you know, I mean the combination with 15 knights, look at the castle he's doing, so that castle is never going to be up for ACCM, he should delete it, and Mr. Yo is playing an amazing game, and probably taking the first one, population say this, you know, and now Portuguese, with all these discounts they have, and that castle up, oh man, and he's raiding.
Raids too.
He's also raiding.
Well, the camels on the cav archers, they're not being microed, but that castle's going up.
Yeah, that castle is up. And now, Mr. Yo only need to keep booming. It's 20 villages more.
I mean, now he can do pretty much whatever he wants with that vill lead, whether it's booming, going imp, just continuing to push in the castle age. ACCM, he went for the camels, but camel skirm versus your knight cav archer, counter units versus just standard strong units. Usually, that knight cav archer army, as long as you have the production, is the stronger unit composition.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he has hand card. It's just super smooth game by Mr. Yo, not doing any mistake, taking all the right decisions, you know. Like ACCM was doing more or less similar game till he's still thinking that he was in a rush. Maybe he mislead the game a little, you know.
Maybe.
He thought that he was more behind, or just the opposite, a little bit more ahead with the army.
The army. Yeah, I mean, maybe a combination of both two, like misreading the eco and the army numbers.
Okay, we can see another big battle here with the knights and those cav archers, few monks to convert, and also guys, do remember that the monks are going to heal those units. But check the economy. Mr. Yo is about to click up to Imperial, and that's gonna mean that trebuchets are gonna be floating here, and then ACCM that is 2,000 score behind already.
Well, 2/5 of the way there.
Yeah,
Gotta wait till 5K.
Relax, chill. I mean, for TCs, you can see now how the idle TC time for ACCM has been huge. Obviously, has been trying to send everything, and he lost a lot in the process.
Right, and this is also a map where you have a lot of time to get back and boom while your opponent's going up to imp, and you can kind of make up for some of that resource difference. And the castles aren't right on top of each other. It's not like the one castle will defend all of the trebuchets from Yo. He's going to have to come forward, move them a bit out of its protection, and rely on the army to keep them safe if he wants to go for that early imp treb fight.
But also now, I mean, these kind of upgrades, and when they are also cheaper, it has been costing ACCM a lot.
It hurts not to have Bowsaw and not to have Heavy Plow for a long time.
But even more the wood one.
I mean, both of them too, because the Chinese, the more farming upgrades you have, the more you benefit from that bonus of the longer lasting farms.
Okay, I mean, remember that Mr. Yo in LAN events usually start slow. He has no time to start slow in this tournament.
He does not.
You know, and well, that's why also I think they landed in Germany, probably the first one, so they have been getting used to all the setup earlier than anyone. Let's see, ACCM, 3 minutes to be, yeah, this second castle is definitive. I'm telling this because now you put trebuchet here, you will take that castle down. Even if you got a lot of army, you cannot take that army down. It's true that, and now ACCM is reading properly. He's doing a castle just in the opposite side because you know that he need to get a castle alive and at least protect one of his sides. He's doing right now. The castle is up. That is so hard moment here for ACCM. Mr. Yo, 180 population with 20 bullets more, and he keep a lot of army the whole game.
Yeah, and we see right there how on this map, even though Yo has that larger army, he still can't push. He has to wait for Imp and wait for those Trebs. Just this map, you're so far apart that he needs to engage in that Treb war. And ACCM at least is up to Imp himself, and maybe he has some leeway to lose one castle, fall back a bit, and just try to get up to 200 pop, find some way to get that number up.
Gotta look at the economy he has. It's absolutely crazy. Mr. Yo has, you know, he can do whatever. He has 2,000 wood. 2,000 wood in the bank. He can sell. Well, he should sell some, but he's taking more villages here now down. I don't know where he's looking now, ACCM, because there's not any other rating, so I don't understand why he doesn't see this.
Yeah, well, just great eco usage there by Yo, and he's going to start getting the Trebs out and getting ready to take out that castle. And just look at the res collected difference, about 6,000 more resources for Yo. That's where you want to be against the Chinese. And the Chinese, their way to win this matchup is through their economy, but Yo has just showed how well he was able to manage it while keeping the army pumping.
Yeah, good numbers. Good numbers here for ACCM and Mr. Yo here now, but Mr. Yo, 200 population. 41 army for ACCM, but then 30 villages more and keep raiding. So many light gas and cav archers to the left. So he has army on the left and the siege on the right.
Siege on the right. And because of those castles, he can leave the army on the left, and he's going to find more vills. He's going to find more vills from ACCM. Down they go.
I mean, this is a destruction right now. They're doing both, probably the Cavalier upgrade or, well, just light gas only from, yeah, only light gas from Mr. Yo. He doesn't need anything else. It's 200 pop, and look at the mini-map, how
Trebs already.
Mr. Yo is expanding all over the map west. It has, what, 60, 70% of the map? Pretty much.
ACCM going to be trapped in a corner now, trying to do his upgrades for Cavalier and Armor, but still it's a bit too little too late. Siege Engineer is even in for Yo for those trebuchets.
Okay, he has some good amount of knights. He takes good battle there because there was light gaps. But now what is he gonna do here? Bomber cannons probably. One bomber cannon, then he denied all the wood lane in this area. And with the trap, we're gonna take some town centers. The score is still not so big difference for the standards of ACCM, and I'm not even trolling. It's true. He doesn't resign with 3,000.
He doesn't. Well, elite organ gun in for Yo, and this is ACCM's chance to take a fight now. Cavaliers trying to pick off the Trebs, pick off the organ guns. Are there enough Cavaliers there?
Not under the castle. Not under the castle. The castle is there as well. Might take one of the traps, maybe the second, but a very high cost. All the Cavaliers are now in the damn hell.
And look at that population difference after that fight. 181 to 130, and a TC denied.
GG.
GG.
Whoa, whoa,
Spirit
whoa, whoa.
of doubt in that TC.
And he's drinking.
Yo.
And he's drinking. Hey, I'm drinking. I did my job done, and yeah.
He's chill. He's ready for the next game.
That was an amazing play by Yo. But did you see how one wrong decision, let's say wrong because it resulted to be wrong, it snowballed the game completely. The game was so even, and when he went with the castle forward and failed,
then it's no longer even, right? It's maybe misreading the economy situation and the army situation both at the same time.
Yeah, but he saw in the first, in the first look he saw it, he went back, but then he's...
You feel like maybe he thought he was behind enough that he needed to do that. Maybe he just thought, you know, it's Chinese versus Portuguese. I don't want to face the organ guns. I don't want to face the cannons late game. I have to try something here. And that's what he went with.
But that happens usually when you get some rating. Like you get some rating for your opponent, you lose a lot of villages. That didn't happen. Why he was going to be so behind if he was Chinese? He was fine.
Well, there was some rating going on, right? It's not like he was the Chinese and he was 1,000 resources ahead.
Yeah. They tell me something, but you were talking and I didn't hear, so the producer. Okay.
Oh, we have replays of the games here. So we see that engagement as he's going forward of the castle.
That was the moment.
That was the moment, right? You see the army counts, the Vil counts are still equal. The army counts are slightly in favor of Yo, but it's the composition here. Those skirmishers aren't as effective and they have to go so far forward.
Yeah, this is great, you know. This is great because, as you can see, guys, it's the first day, second cities. Now we got the replays, getting there. We're going to be getting more and more production. Awesome. Awesome job by the production here. And you can see, I mean, just make this castle at home. You have 4 TCs. Look at this point. I mean, now he's losing the village, but look at the village number. It was now 8, 9, but dropping more. And the most important, trying to save those, you lose all your army as well.
Right. And from that point, Yo's just ahead, both in eco and in army, and it's hard for ACCM to come back. Yeah, you're hoping for a super late game on enclosed that maybe it goes 2 hours and you can have time to recover, but not the case as Yo is able to go imp and push so fast.
Because in a map like this, and if you think that maybe Portuguese is better in late game, why? Like, it's not like Arena that you have Bombard Cannons.
I mean, you have mobility here, right? The Chinese have options to raid, but still, it's tricky. They don't have a great way to deal with bombard cannons. Right?
Okay.
So here we have the civs and maps again, and game 1 was on and closed, and ACCM, he's able to pick any of the 4 maps. Usually we'd expect him to pick one of his home maps, Fractal or Migration. They've checked off the Portuguese and the Chinese there, and 5 civs left for each. What do you think is the next map? You think ACCM just goes right away for Fractal as his first pick?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do here. I think Mr. Yo is going to be very ready for Fractal. Bohemians. I see Bohemians there. Like, where else you going to see Bohemians?
I mean, also Italians a pick for that map. He's probably saving them for Migration, but also a good water civ for the fish, plus monk and fast imp civ in the middle.
But if you pick that, then what you pick in Migration? I don't see a clear pick.
You don't have a clear pick? I mean, Berbers could be an option with the faster moving ships, but yeah probably saving Italians.
Yeah, it feels Italians is more complete for Migration. For those people that just joining right now, remember that the game has been won by Mr. Yo, and the first series of the day, spoiler alert, it was Lee versus Kingston with domination.
With the result you would expect from that.
Domination, yes. Well, the games were...
Yeah, I mean,
at some point it was close, but then...
You expect Louis even if the games are close.
Yeah.
That's the type of thing Louis pulls ahead with how good his macro and his meta play is.
Yeah, and Louis has been consistent lately. Like, he has been back in all the times that it was up, very up, and then down, and then it's tournament. No, now it's been up all the time. It's been very solid in the last tournaments, but we're going to keep focus on this one. I don't know if the production know the map already, if they have picked the map, but as soon as they know, they will tell us, and then we can talk about that. I believe Fractal or Migration has to be. I don't think he will go being 1-0 behind. Arabia La Madness is like flipping a coin.
It's interesting, though, because his Civ picks, we probably both feel Mongols are for Land Madness, but not one of his home maps. Trying to get a Civ pick that will be on one of his opponent's home maps.
But I'm telling because I feel that in Fractal or Migration, you can prepare something special.
You can, absolutely.
In Arabia La Madness, is more about the map you get,
the map
mechanics.
You can get, and mechanics.
Mechanics, right? The other is more strategy-wise.
And we know ACCM is a player who likes to cook up some unique strategies. I'm still really curious about the possibility of Teutons and a tower rush.
I want to see Teutons
Fractal.
versus Women's. We're in the game.
And it's Migration.
Japanese, Italians. We could expect these civilizations here.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you could see Bengalis as another option with the ships that heal and a pretty good eco for it, but it will just be a pretty standard Civ matchup for Migration. Both great fishing ecos. Japanese, of course, the faster working fishing ships that have all the extra HP. The Italians, the cheaper fishing ships. And then as you move to the middle, both good monk civs, and both good fast imp and treb civs.
Okay, let's see what is going to be here with the Mr. Yo Italians. And remember that in Migration you have not the standard resources in the starting island, and with Nine Valleys I don't even know exactly how much they have, but it's not like a standard map.
Exactly, it's about pushing deer, and we see ACCM even on the minimap as he's pushing some deer. Both players going for docks at about the same time. I like how the fish are different in both of the mods. I see the picture-in-picture has a little fish icon bobbing up and down. Here we have the standard fish. I love the way that you have different mods for Age of Empires 2. Right? One of my favorite things is watching Mr. Yo from just over his shoulder and seeing all of the mods he has on his point of view.
Well, I don't know if it's the favorite for me, but it's like how you can be a pro player with those mods. Like how you can even, you get used, right, to those things, and then that's it. Then maybe they don't use it, and then they fall so behind. But still, we see 4 villas on wood, 7 already for Yo. It's true that lumber can discount for Japanese. Maybe you don't need to have that many villas on wood in the start, and then you're gonna grab more villas on foot and try to go up quicker, which. Since you guys against Italians that they need less food to go up, it's kind of even the situation.
Yep, Japanese have a great Dark Age with those cheaper drop-off sites. Italians just that discount on going up. And we see both players pushing in their deer. No boar on this map, as you said, the resources are not standard, so you need to push the deer in. And deer and a few water buffaloes scattered around.
We are now at the moment that we're going to see if they're going to go for a fast castle approach or fast fuel galleys, and none of them is yet going up. And if they are now, this is galley rush.
Yeah, and there is ACCM right on cue going up. And the question then is whether he goes for another dock and galleys at home, or if he thinks about doing a transport to go to the middle. But with this uptime, it feels maybe a bit too fast to have the wood to go for the middle.
Yep. Let's see what it's going to be. And, oh man, I see a transport ship for ACCM.
Oh, I do too.
With 20 villages inside? Or not yet?
Not yet. Not yet. Oh, God.
You thought for a moment.
I'm looking.
For a moment, you were like,
for a moment.
you know?
I'm waiting for 20 villagers
Okay.
just to let Persians with their fast uptime can go for that TC drop.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see what it's going to be, because I think it's going to be forward dock. You make a
It has to be
transport.
forward dock
Has
to
to be.
transport. I mean, he doesn't have the resources to fast castle. So this is, if he gets the dock forward, I think the map where you want to go for that forward dock is, the tricky thing about migration is you don't always have the scouting that we have looking at the entire map. If he knows it's this like I-shaped middle where he can go straight to the other side and place the dock, he's in a great spot to do some fires and harass the fish. If he tries to go galleys from home, he has to sail all the way around. And this is the key moment where he's able to scout the middle, maybe pick up some of those water buffaloes and scout with them too, and figure out, yep, this is the shape of the map. I just need to put my dock here. It'll be right next to the opponent. And maybe the timing is a bit off on the dock, not having it as soon as he gets feudal and ready to produce ships right away, but it will be in the right location.
Okay. And the thing is, I think he's doing this strategy because he knows so much Mr. Yo, and maybe he's thinking he's going to go fast castle, but it doesn't feel like a fast castle here. And then Mr. Yo is going to have his own galleys as well. As you can see, with some more economy, probably he has more bullets. He has
More fishing ships.
Fishing ship more.
Compared to only 2 fishing ships for ACCM. And the tricky thing about this map is that galleys tend to scale better in the feudal age than fire galleys. So if you want to do the forward docks and the fires, you have to be aggressive right away, and ACCM needs to do damage with his initial fires.
Yeah,
It's
but
like both players going fires, actually.
But how are you going to make damage now? You cannot really do damage right now because Mr. Yo will have the galleys as well. And then, at least that you make a third forward dock, there will be a point that probably Mr. Yo will do another dock himself. I don't know what you think. What is that? Ooh, the market. This is tricky what he's doing. He's not expecting the forward, and this is 175 wood invested on the market that maybe he's going to delay yourself with the galleys, but he's going to see the galley right away.
Yeah, there he goes. He's going to go right on the fish. And start to delay that. And if the market was for Yo to go up and try to fast castle, maybe with a quick build for the Italians, gonna have a bit of disruption on the fish.
Yeah, but that's bad for ACCM because now he's behind. Now that galley, if he block it a little bit, look at that.
Perfectly.
You know, and then he's having a lot more HP. He can now go to the other one, and then, yeah, you have to repair, but you are not having the initiative anymore. This is a very tricky strategy here.
Yeah, and the forward is so much investment, not just the wood for the transport ship, but the wood for that initial dock. Now you're 2 docks versus 2, but you have 1 dock at home that you also had to make in the Dark Age that is not contributing ships to the fight.
It's not using.
It keeps your fish safe, of course, but you had to spend all that extra wood going forward.
That demo can kill the villager and make a lot of damage, but he's not going because he cannot see it himself. Okay. Yeah, and he's still now with only 2 dogs, right? He has only 2 dogs, Mr. Yo, I believe so. But there's a demo. You gotta be careful. Let's go for that battle. The villager go away. No.
Oh, gets the villager. That's huge.
He got the villager and the galley. Okay, that was good. But it's still a demo. The problem is that you don't have a unit. You kill your unit yourself as well. And now he's gonna repair it the last second. He repaired. This is huge. This is really huge. He need to kill that galley. But the now put in front is doing a great micro, Mr. Yo here.
And behind all that, Mr. Yo clicking up to the Castle Age. ACCM still going to be in the Feudal Age. And this is the danger of this forward strat. If the timing is just slightly off, your opponent gets up, is able to defend, and still gets up to the Castle Age without much disruption to their fish.
And all the upgrades for Italians are cheaper. So now,
cheaper dock upgrades.
Yeah, War Galley upgrades. War Galley upgrades is going to be cheaper. It's going to be there in a moment. While, yeah, ACCM... he's getting the resources, but they're still not there, Mr. West.
So this is the other part that at least is good for ACCM. Right now, he is in the middle, and Yo is not. Yo doesn't have a transport ship yet, and it still can be kind of tricky to transport when your opponent is having those forward docks and has their fires in the middle of your fishing eco. You can't just get a clean transport ship to go forward. Ooh, another demo ship on the villager?
Ooh, he tried, but that's a waste.
That's a waste.
That's a full waste right now, and that's really bad. Because if you check, okay, he's ahead in Belize, right, but Navy is almost the same, and he's going to be in Castle in 30 seconds. How do you stop now this on the water? It's going to be so hard.
There's not going to be an option for ACCM to keep winning the water when he's so far forward when that War Galley upgrade comes in. He's just going to be at such a big tech disadvantage and a production disadvantage, as War Galley makes your ships produce faster too.
I mean, he can go back. Okay, he can send everything back. He's about to go up, but then he's going to lose the 2 forward docks. Probably.
Right. But he has the Vils on the middle at least. He can start adding in the monasteries if he gets up, but it's going to be a while before he gets up. He's just about to click now. And Yo's already up.
Yeah. Well, he's moving to the middle, it seems. He's doing the barrack, as you can see. And now, he's sending the War Galley upgrade. He's still not going up. No buildings! He's doing the barrack instead of the building. No, man. I hope that he's doing at home. Can we check at home, Mr. Vodka? He's doing at home, ACCM. He did the blacksmith. Okay.
He has the blacksmith in the market.
Okay.
So he can click up. There he goes.
Okay. I mean, it's so much needed. I mean, we have seen more than one time that the player who is winning clearly the water doesn't necessarily win the game.
Right. And still ACCM, I like that he has the Vils in the middle, has the barracks, can start getting the spears out. Oftentimes you see, like you do on Arena, that spear light cav monk play to collect relics. And ACCM might be in a position where if you look at the minimap, those 4 relics are all the way to the top of the island. If he's able to see that, he can pick 4 up right away.
How much this guy loved the claw maps that even in migration he mentioned Arena, man. Well, what is going on?
That's how to play migration.
Arena style, right? At the end, many times happen, right? Just a scout and going for the relic, so
right.
That's it. Let's see, population almost the same. Now we need to see Mr. Yo land in the middle. He need to go there.
Right, and as much as Mr. Yo, he has a few more fishing ships, right? He's against the Japanese, though. Equal fishing ships numbers 5-5. Now we see the transport, but by the time that transport comes, ACCM's going to be up. He's going to be up, and he's going to have those spears in the middle.
Yep. Okay. He has the barrack. I don't know if he's doing... Oh, but the villas are there. Huh? He's doing the barrack now. This is going to be nice. Well, this is nice already. 34 villas. 31 for Mr. Yo. But the fire galleys is still there. Fighting versus the fire ship. You need to be careful. He's not microing properly there. He's going to take the fish. Wow, how fast he's taking. Even if he's Japanese, you know, when you have the War Galley upgrade, it's different. He's blocking now with the transport.
Oh, well, great micro to block that and make sure he finishes it off. But I mean, this is where it gets hard now to kill your opponent's fish if you're Yo, because you're so far apart. You have to go around the outside of the island just to get to ACCM's base.
Yeah,
and now 6 seconds.
But Mr. Yo is now gathering the information he needed. You can see now here with the scout, he's doing the stable, gonna go do the monastery. The monastery is almost in the middle of the map. He's gonna take that relic, and now the timing and the momentum is one more time. What?
Oh, ACCM with a quick wall.
What? We say that he's not doing the... What is this, man? Now he need to do another one.
Oh. Almost.
Okay.
Try again.
2 is too many.
Yo's paying attention now.
Come on, do it. No.
He needed the spears earlier. He needed those spears as soon as that barracks went up to make sure he didn't happen, that he could keep the Vils alive.
Okay. He's doing extra TC. He's going to have the monastery, but at the end, he has kind of the water control, 8 fire ships. Well, he has 6 ACCM, 4 fishing ships and 5 fishing ships. There's not a clear water control yet. Well,
yeah, and I'm kind of interested in what ACCM did on his way up. Like, he had the timing to have those Vils add in the stable and start getting scouts in the middle too. Instead, he's just going to try to get back on the water, but now it's Yo who has the positioning for all those extra relics.
Which is crazy, and now who seems to be taking the water. Ooh, it's the monastery. He's going to be able to do it. Yes, he did.
Oh, he got the monk.
Oh, but he didn't see it. He didn't see he's going to convert that villager. He's going to convert that villager. Why he didn't delete that one? He should delete that one, and now that the scout is going to kill the monk. But... Okay, he's landing more villagers at the bottom.
Oh, it's only 1 villager, but yeah, he probably could have deleted and then picked off the monk with the scout.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't delete. He gifted 1 villager for free. Population is still more or less close. It seems that Mr. Yo a little bit ahead in everything, actually. You know, because now he's going to have the siege workshop, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there he goes. And still, you're also thinking when you start going in, battalions have access to those cheaper bombard cannons, too. So it's going to be tricky for ACCM to pull off.
I mean,
maybe an imp fight here.
Yeah, I mean, you have good monks with Japanese here. In a map like this that is quite small, you might think, okay, just Summit Towers might be a great option as well. But you need to have all the time in to get there. And if you don't get that time in, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's all about the timing now. But not having the fish anymore for ACCM is going to hurt the timing.
Okay.
So he's down to 2 fishing ships.
You can see now here with the few fire ships, you got to be careful. It's going to go around. What's happening? Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's having the control now, both on the water and on the land. It is starting to look really, really good for Mr. Yo. Really,
really good
for
fires
Mr. Yo.
too.
Yeah, he's gonna take the monastery with the ram. Whoa! Can we see his point of view, Vodka, please? Yeah, he can see the town center. Perfect. So, well, perfect for Yo. You know? He's going to convert? No?
No redemption on the monk. You need redemption to convert the ram, so there's no way for ACCM to stop that ram right now. He's going to take out the monastery and then maybe even pressure the TC.
Would you make a tournament now? I would go probably a tournament if I was Mr.
Yo and convert the monks. I mean, you could, but is it really necessary if the monastery is going to go down? ACCM might not have any more monks.
That's true. Yeah, but you don't know. I mean, but Mr. Yo doesn't know if he has more monasteries or he will do more. And now he's getting a little bit less and less map control. Now, there's a relic that he's not going to be able to take it. He's doing another town center, so they're going for more economy. But Mr. Yo is starting to make that this game snowball, same as the first game.
Oh, and he has a hill. That makes it so much more deadly to have that Mangonel pressuring the TC on top of a hill. And especially because the defensive Mangonels from ACCM can't kill the uphill Mangonel in one shot.
Okay, Situation is there. You can see now the Mangonel. The Mangonel is going to try to make some damage. Oh,
5 on food for ACCM.
Okay.
He's not going imp anytime soon with only 5 on food.
Okay, let's see. We need to focus on that battle. We need to focus on that battle. He has a few monks already here. The TC, the Mangonel, better say it is. Oh my God.
There we have it, uphill surviving that shot.
Yeah, that's really, really amazing. I don't know if he's going to make more scout. He probably need to do it. He's trying to convert that demo also. Oh, another Mangonel shot, and now the monk is going to be down. The multitasking here for Yo was a little bit off, but he took the monk in the north. And here with 3 TC, are you going to repair that Mangonel?
Look at the HP on that Mangonel. 2 HP and it survives.
It feels bad to me. You know? Oh my. Okay.
ACCM wishing for that old delete bug to come back so we could actually kill the Mangonels.
Yeah, look at those 3 Mangonels taking the TC down. Look at the score difference. It's starting to snowball again. Population is not that big difference. But how is the water also? Water?
Looks like it's still controlled by...
But you can see how the water now is kind of secondary. Like, they are not even fishing at all. I mean,
it's about the land.
Yeah. It's now the battle on the land area. And Mr. Yo is dominating, man. If you take that Mangonel and... Ooh, 2 Mangonels almost down. You need to focus, Yo. Yo, you can lose all the... Look at those Mangonels HP.
If there's one way that to lose a good position, it's taking bad Mangonel shots.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mr. Yo has the stone for a castle already. If he's coming here with a castle, another Mangonel down.
Again, it's that hill. Yo just getting on top of that hill just a bit to tank less damage in that shot.
This is important. Yeah, he's bringing few villas. It's only 4. That's a little bit greedy.
No, he has a few more. He's got 7 vills.
Okay.
Yeah, AC. Ooh, it's dangerous to place a castle near a Mangonel.
Fog of War
One
for
shot
Yo.
the foundation.
Maybe Fog of War for Mr. Yo. Yes, yes. Be careful. Be careful. Outpost.
Now post.
You gotta be careful. He's gonna lose some village. No, he didn't. No. Come on. He take another one, man. Like for real.
There's the castle.
For real. The castle is gonna take now the TC. He's gonna take the gold. He's gonna take the stone. But man, he took every single Mangonel he tried. Goodness.
And even the ram now on the siege workshop, that'll go down. There goes the ACCM to making L production. Has to do another workshop, and this is such a difficult push to hold now. ACCM himself has 7 vills on stone, probably at home, but not enough to get a castle up yet.
It's a crazy position here. It's a crazy position, and ladies and gentlemen, it's really feel like with only 10, 11 population difference, Mr. Yo is clicking up to Imperial Age already. With a total domination mode activated.
There's that Italian discount working out for him, and this is exactly what Yo wants. He has 4 relics behind this push. He has the forward castle. He has the better imp time. And ACCM, similar vill count, but just nowhere near as efficient as Yo.
Yeah, it's impossible. By the way, I say total domination. I need to say brutal, because people in the crowd were telling total and brutal domination, man.
Total
it has to be brutal.
domination.
This is brutal, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Now there goes that TC. And what's that from Yo? Is that another... Is that the university there? I thought that was a castle for a second, I was going to say.
It's whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's whatever. Well, we were thinking that this series was going to be extremely long. Super close series. But Mr. Yo, it's playing so smooth. And 2-0, of course, the series are not over. But when Mr. Yo played this way, careful with him. Really careful with him.
And I think it was still... It was a very tricky strategy for ACCM to pull off.
Yeah,
he was maybe a bit late on the forward docks. He didn't quite have that castle ace transition as smooth as he wanted to secure the middle. And Yo just he defended that perfectly. Got the fire galleys out, anticipated the forward docks, and got up to the castle age smoothly with his build.
Yeah, and this is a second castle now. Well, that castle is to definitely finish the game, and is definitely not going to give up, but he has killed already 2 TCs extra from ACCM, I think so. And this is the third.
Yeah, here's another TC that's going to go down.
Yeah.
And after he lost those Mangonel trades, there's just no way for ACCM to stop the push. He can do his own castle, that'll just be trebbed down once Yo hits Imp. He's only 30 seconds away.
Yeah, I mean, ACCM is still have okay farming. I believe that is in the main island, in the starting island, that he will have a lot of farms there. But other than that, his 2 villages different only. But he seems to have 30 villages difference somehow. You know?
It feels like that. Like, look at the res collected. He's about 3k res collected ahead. And the vills have been the same. It's just the efficiency as ACCM's losing the TCs, running.
He called it, man.
Imp.
He called it.
GG.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, wow, wow. Mr. Yo with a great gameplay here. And, I mean, I don't know if say it, quite impressive. Very solid play here by Yo. But if we analyze close, as you mentioned, 2 games, very close. 2 decisions, questionable decisions. The forward castle, the forward dogs. And the game is snowballed from there in both games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ACCM being aggressive in both games, not playing the late game, and maybe that's something even just against Mr. Yo. He's such a good late game player. Maybe ACCM actually feels like he needs to be more aggressive in these matchups and try something to disrupt Yo early on. Maybe feeling the pressure to be aggressive and not quite executing the way he wants to.
I mean, you can feel that Italians might have the advantage because there is going to be that discount to go up, but Japanese are fine. Well, you want to get the middle.
Yeah, I mean, and Yo used that advantage really well just to click up despite all the early pressure. He had such a great build prepared for it.
Yeah,
but you can tell Yo knows how to play against the forward dock strategy on migration. ACCM maybe trying to cook something a bit different, but there's only so much you can do on migration. Everyone knows what the standard strategies are.
But the question is, what advantage you get with Japanese if you go up with 2 fishing ships, send 2 villages forward,
right?
Then make double dock, and then your opponent is going a little bit slower up with 5 fishing ships and the discount to go castle. You're gonna get castle age quicker, no matter what.
Right, and you're not really using all of that fishing ship advantage you get with the Japanese when you only have 2 fishing ships behind your push.
You don't use any advantage at all. The Japanese is kind of useless there. Anyway, we're gonna see if the game 3. It's gonna be better. It's gonna be Fractal Teutons. Come on, man!
We want to see
bring something
on Fractal.
Bring something crazy. We want
maybe
something
Bengalis.
crazy.
Something could be crazy there too with the Rathas.
If you take Bengalis, I'm gone. I mean, I search for Jordan is close. He cash with you.
Yeah, we got
Jordan say,
cash over there.
Okay, I can do that. You know, I can do that.
Yeah. So we have so Yo up 2-0 here. ACCM needs to win this game to keep the series alive. Doesn't want to drop down to the lower bracket on the first day just yet. But things are looking really good for Yo so far.
Well, I mean, it's also that if it's Teutons, Bohemians, it has to be fun. I mean, you cannot have Teutons, Bohemians in a map like this and then scout scams.
Yeah.
I bring Jordan. I tell you, I bring Jordan.
Then you bring Jordan on.
Yeah.
Jordan knows how to do scout scrums, right? That was still the meta when he was playing, right?
No, he knows how to play clown. I'm telling you.
He knows how to play clown. Does he know how to play fast castle Rathas? Has he seen that? Does he know about all the new fast castle strategies on Arabia?
Give him Teutons, you will see. Anyway, this is ACCM and Mr. Yo. Definitely not looking too happy, ACCM, but actually they don't change their face. No matter if they are happy
they're cool.
or not,
they're
they
collected.
are focused.
They're not phased.
Focus.
They're on the stage, everyone's watching them, but they're just themselves.
But look at those eyes from Mr. Yo. This means that I think they're in the game. We're about to get in the game.
That's what Mem does. He looks at the eyes. He's so eager to get in. He's seen any little hint that we're in the game. He's trying to pick it up.
When you look at the eyes to someone, you see everything.
You see them looking around at the screen.
You see everything. You see everything. You see everything. Eyes don't lie.
They don't.
Eyes
Especially if you're looking at the game, don't lie. You look at one part of the screen, your eyes tell you where your opponent's not looking, where their bills are dying.
There you go. Oh, the way with Fractal, man.
Yeah, Arabia.
I was so hyped with Fractal, man. Oh,
well, I think what ACCM might have been doing there is he picked Mongols with his very first pick. He doesn't want to go down without using the Mongols. He thinks that this is where he gets a sim advantage.
And not only that, I'm gonna go even farther to that. If ACCM cannot win now and recover, he has to win all the games. He wants to keep Fractal for a surprise strategy in case that he loses. And it makes sense.
Right.
Like, if I have to use his fractal, I will use as decider.
That's a
Because
good point.
you have to win all the games, right?
Right. So if he does drop to the lower bracket, Arabia, it's the most standard map we have. You're not going to display any strategies that you might have hidden for another Civ. And you could save Fractal for your next matchup just to get further in the tournament. Make sure you have something surprising there. And here, well, as standard as you can get, Mongols lowering in a boar, adding in a mill on the berries. We see a mill also from Yo, so probably a scouts opening for both players. Not going to do any of those fancy skipping the mill builds that you see nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. And here you don't show any really hidden,
what could be more standard than Mongols and scouts into cav archers?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the matchup is, in my opinion, hard for Mongols here. I mean, Hindustanis, careful with them. You know, but a team population up with Mongols, this is what we expected. I mean, I was complaining, but I love Arabia, so I don't mind to have the Arabia game, you know, and then go from there, you know. Let's see. Let's see. But do you prefer Mongols or Hindustanis here?
I feel like the Hindustanis have a good composition to deal with Mongols, but it's always that question of how does maybe the Camel Cav Archer matchup go. With you get that big massive Cav Archers and the Camels can't engage you, then you can be okay.
Okay. Let's see what is going to happen. We have a team population for both players. Oh, is ACCM without the loom? I believe so.
I think so. Yeah, he's
think
up fast.
Without the loom?
No loom.
Yes. That's the difference here to the uptime.
Yep.
Yes, no loom.
And there's the barracks. Building up in front of the main goal just to start getting a bit of a wall off there to keep that safe later on.
Both goals are bad for both players.
Yep,
Like
both forward and on a hill.
Forward on the hill, not do what you want, you know. And right now, let's see. Because I like more the building that ACCM is doing well. Is Mr. doing any building? What? It's so... Well, you will need to protect at some point that goal. So, I mean, I can understand that barrack, but you will have no goal. I don't know. You know, I prefer a lot more the buildings from ACCM, as you can see.
Yep, and there he is up, and he's adding in the stable, doing loom. And look at that food count from the Mongols. Already had around 350 food. Going to do double vid axe, add in even a spear as he goes forward for the scouts. You know, one of the things we might see nowadays on Arabia is we want to question, does ACCM do horse collar with that fast uptiming?
Yep.
Sometimes you skip it to get the early spears as he's adding the spear right away.
I mean, it's too expensive to do it now. I mean, he can do it, but it's up so quick. So let's see what's going to happen here now with those scouts coming in a moment. Okay, double attacks, as we can see. He's going to try to grab some more information. And he see that woodline is... Man, the wood for Yo is very nice. I mean, we didn't mention that, but
he has great
so
walls.
good. Like, the gold is bad, but the wood is amazing. Like, super easy to wall. Like...
Yeah, ACCM's left side of his base is a bit harder to wall when he doesn't have that wood line in the back.
You're so kind. That's so terrible to wall that area, right?
Now, he'll find a way eventually.
Yeah, no,
but yeah, it's tricky.
Okay, you can see now the scout is coming out with the spearman. He has that initiative that he has a little bit of uptime. I guess Mr. Yo, if you want to get that goal, he will need either an archery range or a tower there, honestly, because everything else is super wall, but that goal, my goodness, archery range. Okay.
And archery range very early before even adding farms for ACCM, so he wants to make that swap. And we'll see, he's going to gold now. He might just go straight into archers.
Okay, you can see, and this is 3 scouts going in. 3 scouts going in, and okay.
And just going to run around and head right back out. Not much they can do there. Not with the defensive scouts from Yo. The scouts from ACCM can't pick a villager if they're just going to get hit in the other side by the other scouts.
I did that one. All right. You can do the spear, and now the archery range is going to be, well, he's going to be trying little to wall. He's not walling a lot, but I think that he's doing the blast with already on the left, preparing the walls probably. No, it's just some walls on the berries. Okay. Yeah, it's a start in the wall. I mean, you need to wall right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, tournament game on Arabia, you always need to wall.
Yeah, because we see a 5 scout, but all the scout. For now, I don't think Mr. Yo see the archery range, right? Let's see his point of view. Well, he's going to discover now. But he didn't see till now, I believe. Now he does.
Yeah, well, I don't think he scouted the gold and seen whether or not it's going to be archers or skirms yet.
That's true. That's true. Well, but still, he has the possibility that the gold is explored, but not the mining camp. So, is Mr. Yo adding an archery range anytime soon or not?
Yeah, the question for Yo then is how does he get into either skirmishers or, I mean, Do you think Yo has an option just to go double stable scouts here, try to play really aggressive and feudal with how hard it is for ACCM to wall his map?
If he noticed that, Mr. Yo, because Mr. Yo didn't explore yet everything, you can see now here the reaction. Okay, that the scout is down, and right now, with not going for the goal and not going forward, Mr. Yo is safe. He's not going to do any damage with those.
Safe, but doesn't have gold.
Yeah, but look at the farming. He's double the farming already. That's his opponent. He has a lot more farms than his opponent. He's doing a couple of houses there to be completely safe, you know. He has the archers, but no fletching, so he will do a couple of schemes and he's fine.
Yeah, and that's what the focus on adding more scouts rather than the earlier range transition does. You can add in more farms earlier on, because you're going to need that food and spend it right on the scouts.
He has 8 scouts already, Mr. Yo. So many scouts. Obviously, you need to do some damage with them because you have invested a lot and you don't want to lose them for nothing. Definitely not. He's trying to take a house here, but doesn't matter. He did another 2. And now, the couple of skirmishers are going to be there and he's going to be able to hold him back. But, that village is going to be a first one down? No, it's not. 2 spears and the next step is going to be goal for Mr. Yo. And the schemes are there. So those archers need to go back. That the scout, Mr. Yo, don't lose it. That's the blacksmith. I don't like the blacksmith there, but, you know, you could do better in front or in a spot that you can cover. But maybe he want to hide the blacksmith. And then resources. ACCM is still with more resources, probably for the early bonus with the Mongols, but I eventually think that Mr. Yo is going to catch up.
And well, pretty equal vill counts here.
Yep.
And that's a pretty good fight for Yo so far, and he'll run away by the time the spears come back. And, well, we're seeing Scout Skirm versus Scout Archer again. And a situation where you want to have enough archers to fight scouts before the scout numbers really can jump the skirms.
Yeah.
It's all about seeing how do the skirms do against the archers and how well do the scouts get a jump on the skirms.
But now that small window back into the advantage that usually Mongols will have, I think that advantage is gone. What advantage he has now to be up? I mean, he has more army, okay, 17-14. He's 5 scouts, 6 archers, 6 spearmen. That's many spear when your opponent already had 6 skirmishes with fletching, so those spears are kind of useless right now.
Right. And now you're getting to the point in the game where the Mongols no longer benefit as much from that early game eco bonus. That's sort of evening out by now, and the Hindustani still have cheaper vills.
Yeah, and that's why now he's even investing into the bloodlines. Okay, that can be okay because there's no spears on for Mr. Yo, but he still have a lot of scouts.
Yeah,
or a scout like his opponent.
Yeah, he has bloodlines, but he doesn't have anywhere near as many scouts, so that's still going to be a tricky fight for him to take. But it's scout and skirm, so the scouts with that extra HP can get a better jump with more longevity and fight the skirms.
Yeah, and now Mr. Yo need to pay attention, because if not, those scouts having here archers and a scout with bloodlines, so many spears are going to go down. He might lose eventually the skims, so he need to probably commit with those skims and kill the archers. Otherwise, exactly, you will lose them for nothing, and you need to pick up as much archers as you can, and even spears.
Yeah, and ACCM maybe chasing a bit too closely with the archers. He really wants to keep the archers alive to deal with the scouts, and lost 2 there that maybe he didn't have to.
It's a very good job, yes, but then now, thanks to that early farming that we know one player that love to make that early farming, spamming, is there, and why he's on the way to castle. My question is being greedy Mr. Yo to not doing a tower there? Because right now, you only have scouts, you lost all the skirmishes, and if you lose the gold, then all the advantage that you have to go up to castle, it's gone.
Well, I think the good thing for Yo is that ACCM didn't commit too much into the scouts here. He has bloodlines, and he's going to have to sell to go up. But he can just do a few skirms and camp that gold pile if it's mainly spears and archers from ACCM. Yep. They don't really threaten the vills all that much. And Yo himself has enough scouts that he can do a scout versus scout fight and just use a few skirms to clear the rest of the army.
Yeah, he's only 2 skirms, that's for sure, but it's not a lot of archers. Well, 8 archers,
all about the spears
but not
here.
all the archers there. And the spears are there. You have to be careful. Now, the tower was needed, man. I think this is a greedy gameplay. And if you are getting all the gold away from here, you can see it still have 300 gold in the bank, but why not the tower? I mean, you do the market and you buy back, you know, tower, and eventually you will need here to be protected. Like, you cannot even make a TC right there.
All right, more archers coming forward for ACCM, and he would really like to grab that hill. But you know, the good thing about skirmishers is they produce faster than archers. You can have 2 or 3 skirms, and then by the time you're up to the castle age, add in a few more and maybe take a fight.
Mr. Yo is a monster, man. He's a machine. He's gonna make the TC at the back already on that secondary goal. Okay, you push me here, I make the tone center, and it's still gonna be Castle. It's quicker than you. I will have the skirmishes there, so it's gonna be fine. We'll have the second TC, but I'm still not sure. Look at the amount of army for ACCM. ACCM need to come with a siege workshop forward and push from there. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, and as you said, the lack of tower, maybe Yo was thinking, okay, I can go to another TC. I might not need that gold, but he lost the map position and lost a lot of his scouts in that fight, so he's not going to have that opportunity to go for the light cav upgrade. Going to have to go straight for some camels.
ACCM did see the goal at the back. Well, we'd say when the battle happened, we cannot go now, but when you have a moment...
Yep, he scouted everything.
He sees scout everything, right? So he knows that he can be at the back. He's doing his kill bar in armor, and now I wonder what ACCM is gonna bring here. Do you think he need to come forward? Like, he has a lot of army, double the army, but now Mr. Yo going on 3 TCs with Hindustanis. If you don't make damage now, my goodness, man. These elite skirmishes plus 2.
And with how cheap the Hindustani villagers are, they're going to have a really easy time booming, even if you are pressuring them.
It's coming. It's coming. Siege Workshop is going to happen. You know, it has to be done. It really has to be done. If you don't make the Siege Workshop, you are so behind in the long run. And then you will add TCs later if you make damage. The problem is that how to make damage now with those skirmishes here? I mean, you need to have some big bada boom.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is that the Hindustani camels are so good that it forces ACCM now to go for two different units, knights and crossbows, since Yo already has that Scarm upgrade.
Well,
and ACCM is going to have to go double gold composition plus siege, and that is really expensive.
A monk. He did already the Siege Workshop. He has the monastery, he has knights, he has crossbows, he has everything, yeah? A little bit of everything. That's the problem, you know? And the damage needs to be done. But how much damage is going to be able to do it? Because now Mr. Yo can do a monastery himself.
Yeah, and ACCM will have the better units, but
yes,
it's all about getting the right composition and the right fights and the numbers while being forward.
Okay, let's see. The skirmishes are there. It's plus 2 skirmishes already. No ballistic involved here. Oh, man. He's on a timer. I had the feeling that ACCM now is on a timer. Don't know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, he's slightly ahead in res collected, but with those 3 TCs, Yo's got to be booming, and he needs to defend while booming. And it already has wheelbarrow in, too.
Yeah, having wheelbarrow already is absolutely amazing here, because you have 20 farmers already. That food is going to explode, and 3 TCs keep doing some camel hits now. Having a couple of monks on the field, and with those skirmishes, will defend the crossbows, and if he's coming deeply forward, you have the monks to convert the knights.
Yeah, and that's a great defensive monastery in the back behind the walls, so it can't just be in a position where the scouts are going to snipe off the monks.
I don't know what ACCM now can do to get a big battle here, honestly. It feels that you need to go more than one mangonel. You need to go mangonel, scorpions. I'm like crazy aggressive. If he start now ACCM to do extra TCs...
Yeah, and the way that Yo has that forward wood line that kind of splits his base into 2, yeah, ACCM can pressure the gold, or he could maybe mangonel that TC on the other side, but he can't do both. Siege is too slow and doesn't have the mobility to be in both locations.
Yeah, let's see what it's gonna be. Siege Workshop, and yeah, he has everything now. Like, he has now the artillery, the stable, and a few monks, and now the Siege Workshop. I like what ACCM is doing. He's doing a second mangonel here. Okay, but you can see how it feels that Mongols feels forced to be aggressive. It really feels forced to be aggressive because they don't have any echo bonus right now, while here, the bonus from Hindustanis is even bigger than in the early game.
Yeah, exactly. It's benefiting all those TCs. There's a castle.
My
a castle. Not even protecting anything, really, just on a hill.
Imagine how confident he feels.
Must feel very confident now. And he sees, since ACCM went for that forward workshop, Yo doesn't even need to scout. He knows that ACCM doesn't have eco behind this. He knows that ACCM is on a timer, as you said.
Do you know that I like to say chicken castle? Is that a chicken castle? I think it's okay, right? It's on the TC, you know, and since he's here with all the army, like, you cannot make a TC here that you're gonna defend probably, but this is a good battle. Is this a good battle? Well, the skirmishes are going down. This is definitely a good battle. Look at the army numbers, how they are going down, but you need to kill all the skims. Man, those skims are paladins or what?
I mean, they're surviving, and ACCM, he can't quite clear the army enough to pressure the TC.
This is crazy.
It's just so far away from where the workshop is right now. Having to go around the wood line, even with the hill near the gold, Yo can just camp there and defend.
But in these situations is where I see, for example, like, why you don't put 8 villages on stone? Because in these kind of games, a forward castle, but the aggressor ate what is needed.
I mean 8 vills
something
on
to create
stone,
some more
that's
mess.
when you only have, what's ACCM's vill count now? Down 58 vills. 8 on stone's a lot of your economy when you're still trying to pump out knights and crossbows and mangonels. And
Yeah.
then build the castle forward.
But this field that is not really sending that many. Well, now it's gonna take that. Camel, you can see those skirmishes. Still, military numbers is similar. And now 14 villages more. And Gulams are coming. Whoa. Gulams are taking out the crossbows. They can kill everything. Man, Mr. Yo is dominating, man.
Yeah, he's doing the armor now for the Gulams. They can get up to 5 armor in the Castle Age, so they're only going to take 2 damage from the crossbows. Don't like fighting the Knights all that much, but still great at picking off the mangonels.
Well, for those people that just joining now, remember that these two players, no matter what, the winner will and the loser will be waiting for Viper or Heart.
Exactly.
Winner for the winner and the loser for the loser of that.
Yep.
Of that one. So the winner of the series will face tomorrow the winner between the next series. The next series is Viper versus Heart, the snake in the house.
Ooh, nice conversion there for ACCM, but probably will still lose the monk.
Okay, but okay, now some raiding. Still need to kill more villages. He's taking only one. This is the problem. You are trying to be super aggressive, and this is now the first 2 villages you kill to your opponent.
Yeah, and that's 30 minutes into the game almost, and it's your first 2 kills. When you're going for that forward workshop and not investing into your own eco, Yo has a 20 villager lead. And even if ACCM does a lot of raiding now, it's not going to be that much damage.
Well, and another problem is that the forward siege workshop is in the middle of the map.
Right, it's
Like,
not
you
even that
should be-
forward.
Yeah, forward should be here. The siege workshop should be on the goal, to be honest.
Yeah,
you
on
know,
the
to-
gold or on that TC to the side where the castle ended up going.
To really big push, but population now 75, 95, 20 population more is 20 villages more already. I mean, look at the economy, resources collected already. Like, what you can do now if you are ACCM is 4 town centers, and now ACCM doing the third TC. So it's kinda stop to push. It's gonna boom now, but Mr. Yo
Even ACCM trying to add eco behind is still going to be down in TC numbers with that 4th from Yo.
Yeah.
And, well, this is a fight. Maybe the Knights will win against the Gulams there? No, they don't have the numbers. They don't have the numbers. It's too many Gulams.
And those knights are +2, yes, but as you mentioned, look at the numbers here. So smooth, guys. So smooth here, Mr. Yo versus ACCM in this, the Garrison LAN event, guys. Age of Empires, $50,000 prize pool, you know, and with the possibility to be increased also with the support of the people. So, oh baby, you can see now here, Mr. Yo 2-0 against ACCM, and I don't see how he can come back now, to be honest. I mean, I'm trying because we want to hype
it's
people,
tricky.
but
It's tricky, and I feel like this is just kind of set up by that feudal age army composition from Yo. We saw that fight forward on ACCM's base.
that
And
early
then-
farming,
And the
from
early
Yo.
farming, right? The early farming, ACCM not really able to get aggressive and punish the farming economy. So even though Yo kind of lost that gold early on, maybe it was a bit tricky in that transition, he had the farming economy and the timing to get up and secure the other gold with the TC.
Yeah, and let's be honest, if you are also in that situation and ahead with the economy with this matchup, Hindustan is so smooth to play.
Yep.
So smooth to play. Castle on the hill in the middle of the map. Population differences is starting to explode. And now, with selling, well, not even need to sell with those resources, but he sell a little bit. He's on the way to Imperial. And sadly for what we thought, a very unexpected short series because he need a miracle now, ACCM.
He does.
In this game. But much shorter than we expected, right?
Much shorter than it could go. But
Yeah.
I think all these games, Yo's been on point.
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah, yeah.
seeing the
Single
early
mistakes.
tournament Yo
No.
where he needs to warm up a bit. We're seeing someone who's on point. And honestly, fairly standard maps for the first 3 games he's familiar with. It's not
Correct.
like he needs to maybe warm up, wait, see what the
Yeah.
strategies are. He knows how to play them going into them.
Yeah, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. Data Castle at the back for ACCM. 35 farmers. Now, but he's 30 villages behind. It's just getting more and more behind.
Yeah, and
Yes,
Yo's
four
up to
town
the
centers.
Imperial Age, adding in upgrades. And we'll see how long ACCM can hold on here, but just very, very well done from Yo. Even using the attack bonus from the camels to clean up that workshop against buildings.
Yeah, it's looking really great, as you can see here. You have 30 villages more still, double the army. I don't know what is going to be the reaction by ACCM when he noticed that his opponent is already in Imperial. he can maybe stop doing villas now. ACCM for a minute, 30 seconds, and he will click up to Imp. But that's the problem as well. You need a huge economy to the Mongols have the right army, and then you are not there.
Yeah, and the question is, how do you deal with the Golams now? You could maybe go for some Step Lancers, maybe for some Knights, but that's still a big transition when you were so invested into that siege early on to now go heavy for the stable units.
Okay, you can see here those Golams. You have to be careful. He's going to go back. Yeah, as you can see, he's going to go up to Imperial, but the population difference is already massive. He's up. He's up. It's crazy how they...
And not just the population difference, but the map control too.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
castle right in the middle of the map, another defensive castle at home, he controls everything. And also, he's been picking up relics too, 2-2 on the relics, Yo up to Imp. ACCM clicked himself, and he's not going to call it GG yet. And I saw you.
I thought for a moment,
Mem
right?
just takes a look at that webcam from ACCM. It's like, is he going to type something? No, he's a fighter.
He just took like 30, 1 second there, 2 seconds, but no, he kept going. But he's double the army. Elite Gulam. Oh, well, Elite Gulams and camels or hand cannons or whatever. Man, look at those Gulams, man. They're gonna make a disaster on his economy. You can see the Echo KD now. Mr. Yo lost his village, but now with those Gulams here, he's gonna take so many. He's gonna compare to, okay, but now, his villages are going to disappear, Mr. West, and then he has camels at home to defend. He has nothing to counter. And ladies and gentlemen, how you can be able to counter this? You can't.
Yeah, that and the camels at home, because the Hindustanis can go camels. Yo has the eco to pump them out, so he's not going to be raided at home. And all of those cav units, he can just chase down with the camels. And now it's just about the Golams finding damage.
Yeah, crazy amount of Golams here. It still didn't kill that many. Well, 9 villages already down, but it's plate Varden armor, and well, it's ACCM, but and that's why he's trying, because right now it's
he always tries.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna go with Trebuchets. He's gonna go hitting the castle if he's just paying attention to that. Yeah, he has 3 castles, ACCM. Yes, but how many Magdays you need to dominate here?
You need quite a few Mega Dies. I mean, Mega Dies, maybe they can pick off Trebs and prolong the game if Yo can't get an early siege push going. And that's the one thing the Mongols can do fairly well, stop the early siege push with their Mega Die. As there he is up. And the Trebs right now aren't protected by the castles. The Mega Knight can really just go forward and snipe them. The army isn't there to protect them.
Yeah.
Still 4 trebuchets though. That castle goes down really fast.
Well, if I was Mr. Yo, just buy a little bit of a stone, then you make another castle even more forward, and that's it. And the Trebs keep going. That castle is gonna fall. It's definitely gonna fall. The Gulams are hitting also the villages that he's repairing. Now those Magda's can't take them. It's still a lead.
Nope,
It's not
the GG.
man. GG.
Well done from Yo.
Oh. Don't get scared. He's scared. He's scared of himself.
He didn't think
he's
he'd
like,
win that fast.
Man, I mean, I won 3-0. This can
I
be
think what he
possible.
did, he went to take his headphones off and he grabbed his lanyard.
Look at this crowd, man. It's so cool to see the people here watching here live in Hamburg. And it's amazing. It's really amazing. I mean, but I insist, we're all surprised. Like, it's been 3-0 with a total domination, man.
Yeah, we were expecting this to be maybe a bit more competitive for that first set, but Yo played so well that set. Anything ACCM did, Yo knew exactly how to react, had an immediate answer towards it.
Honestly, it has been decisions in these games. I mean, in the previous series, maybe it was more like, well, decisions as well, but you see that the mechanics are superior for Leary. But I think here, just the decisions were all on point for one player. Then ACCM, small mistakes, snowball, game over.
Yeah, it's not like we're seeing a competitive Archer micro back and forth where people are like clicking at the high APM. It's all about the decision making here.
Yeah.
And Yo, I mean, who makes better decisions than Yo?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic play by Mr. Yo. When he's in this kind of situation, you know, I don't know if we can. We hear the crowd.
We hear Yo as he's walking up the steps. Maybe that's why he gets that big cheer as he comes to prepare for the interview, right?
He's gonna be here, close to us. He's gonna be here with KP. Also, Jordan is gonna be there as well. This is.
Oh, is that Nilly walking behind us? You see that?
Nilly, oh boy.
Oh boy.
You know.
Nilly tried to find ways to get on camera, right? He's sneaky like that. You got to keep your eye out for him.
Boy is a
you never know when there's going to be a Nilly hidden behind you.
I think he might be casting now with Dave, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. I'm not sure. I think
He's just
so.
going to walk in front of a
Yes,
camera
yes.
before it turns on. He's
so.
getting ready.
But I think they are really, well, they didn't tell me anything, but I see here everyone, so I don't know if we can go with the... Yeah, and we're going to go right now with the winner interview, Mr. Yo with KP.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, T West. Brilliant casting, boys. So, yes, I'm here with the victor, Mr. Yo. First of all, big congrats on the win.
Thank you.
I've got to talk to you a little bit about this because, you know, most recent time we saw you against ACCM in a high-level, like, S-tier tournament. Hate to bring it up. It was Red Bull Wololo, the qualifiers.
Yeah,
Very
I remember.
close series. What changed? Because this is, like, not even remotely close looking at the score.
I don't know what changed, but to be honest, this is like I'm a slow start player. When I get into a tournament at the first, I always play bad. I think this is the first time I feel like I'm playing decent at the start, at the very start.
That's interesting as well.
I don't know what happened.
Well, we were talking a little bit yesterday, and you know, you mentioned about like the jet lag, the concern there. Was it a bit of a relief that you were against the other player who's most likely jet lagged the most?
Oh, I haven't gave that a thought, but now you're talking about it. Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You're like, this is nice. Can we do this more frequently? I think it was interesting, well, because like I was talking a bit with Jordan, and I was like, is this just ACCM not closing? He's like, no, Yo is just playing so cleanly. So, you know, I guess the thought here is, like, how do you up this based on your logic that usually you start slow?
Yeah.
Like, are you already feeling that, I don't want to jinx it, that this could be the one?
I prefer not to think that far. But I'm happy to win this set at the very start.
I mean, it was a well-earned victory. I think the biggest surprise we had is, like, you know, I think you'd agree, you like to play the low percentile probabilities of maybe coming back in the game. I think ACCM has a reputation there as well.
Yeah.
Was the biggest shock just how quick the series was?
Yeah, to me, yes. I mean, to most viewers, maybe yes. Everyone expect us to have a long fight, something like 3 hours at least. But sadly, that didn't happen.
You got us back on course, my friend. Final thoughts from me. You know, we've got upcoming series, Heart versus Viper. I believe you're going to be up against the winner of that. Is there anyone playstyle-wise you prefer to face out of the two?
Well, I want to play Viper. I haven't played him for a long time, but that's my heart. So my brain tells me I want to play Heart.
But that's where it gets confusing. I'm glad we haven't got a player called like Brain or Liver as well. Get crazy.
Yeah.
But mate, big congrats. Looking forward to the extra games. I think it's time for you and local analyst Jordan to dive deeper into the series.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back. Mr. Yo, thank you, and also congratulations from my side for this very dominant performance. And Mr. Yo, I think I have a theory on why you played so well, because in other tournaments there's usually a group stage where you have a little bit of warm-up and the pressure is not so high. This time you have a knockout stage right away. Do you think that might play into it?
Yeah. I was under a lot of pressure. And by the way, I think playing qualifier helps as well.
It gives you a lot of ideas how you could play that, right? We're jumping into game number 1 enclosed. You were Portuguese against Chinese, and you lost this battle here. And I think this one is very crucial, right? Because usually you want to have your army alive, to have the map control. How did you feel after taking this engagement here?
Do you know what happened? I was luring deer.
Oh, you were luring deer while this fight happened? Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
So
that explains the fight there.
I didn't want to engage at all.
Yeah, okay. I think the crucial point here in this game was that you were adding knights prematurely in Castle Age. And that helped you to overwhelm ACCM's push forward. Is that something you had in mind, that Chinese has to push early to get the finish in the Imperial Age?
I mean, as a Portuguese, I'm not confident in late games.
With Portuguese?
Well, I don't like ordering guns.
Ah, okay.
So I want to make as much army as I can do in Castle Age to get a map control.
Yeah.
And I got lucky to spot a castle.
Okay, so you didn't expect him to push forward with a castle?
No.
Ah, okay, because that's what I was thinking, that with Chinese you kind of have to push, right? You don't want to go into post-imp against Portuguese. and ACCM is planning with the forward castle. Mr. Yo knew it, and that's why he prepared the knights.
No.
Okay,
That's
that's not something which crossed your mind. But yeah, it was just overall very stellar performance. With game number 2, ACCM has done a strategy against you, which I think you invented.
What's the game 2?
Migration with the forward dog, right? Fast fuel age forward dog.
Oh, actually, shout out to my bro Dogao. That was his.
Oh, it was his idea. Okay. But you were one of the first ones I saw it from. And when you saw ACCM going up that fast, did you have a feeling that he was going to go for that strategy?
Actually, no. I was expecting his building dog in his base to make galley.
Okay.
I didn't see that coming at all.
When you saw it after you placed your market, were you a little bit upset that you didn't invest into a third dog to defend?
No. The moment I saw the fire ship, I knew it's not gonna work.
Why?
Because I usually play this strategy, right? So
yes.
It only works against some fast castle player, and I was intentionally to go up earlier.
Yeah.
So I can make some fire ships. So it's not gonna work.
What would you
I wasn't worried at all.
Okay, so what would have happened if he didn't forward dog but go galleys from at home? Would you still have gone for the fire galleys?
Yeah.
You would still?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't you think you go into a better or worse position then? Because he can mass the galleys and you only have fire galleys?
No, I don't fight the front. I will fight in the middle lane and try to take his fish.
Okay. Interesting. Game 3, we had Arabia, very standard, ACCM with Mongols, and you with Hindustanis. And let's talk a little bit about the setup of your base, because you had forward gold, and you didn't build the military buildings in front of the gold. You also didn't tower it. No. What was your thought process there?
I think that's the only way I can war this map, without putting so much effort and economy into it. And then for the tower part, I was just being greedy.
But I think you being greedy was the key for you to win, right? Because you can expand the economy, and you didn't take a lot of damage there, right?
Yeah.
So overall, it worked out pretty well for you. In hindsight, you would still say building a tower there doesn't make sense. Go for the greedy playstyle, because that's the strength of Hindustanis as well compared to Mongols, right?
Yeah, true.
And also, Monsieur, you went for the castle very, very quick. Like, you committed a lot of villagers on stone. Is that something you feel like with Gulam you're definitely safe? Because Mongols could go for knight archers with siege push, and then Gulam doesn't really add too much value there.
No, the castle was just for defending my left side. But I made some Gulam because I realized he lost tons of units to my Mangonel or Camo or anything. That was after my castle up, I decided to make Gulam, not before.
Okay. So overall a very dominant performance, Monsieur. It was the best I've seen you play for a long time. Do you feel like that as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can definitely look forward for tomorrow for your performance there.
Okay.
Awesome, Monsieur. Thank you very much for this insight, and we will give it back to the stage.
Welcome back, one and all, to the show. A quick day so far. 3-0. Like, what do you guys want next? You want a 3-0 or? I'm bad at math. Is that 5 games? You want 5 whole games? Well, we can only hope those players deliver. I mean, there was high expectations that ACCM and Yo would be close, but can't deny the chattel that is Yo. Clean all the way through. But the next series is an interesting one to me, actually. Because historically, one player has been dominant. In the last 2 outings, though, it switched around. First victory for the Rising Star, and the one before that, a tight series, 5 games in total. That's right. Up next, we are going to have the Viper versus Heart. But before we get to that series, I do need to make a few reminders to you guys. There's amateur level tournaments going on right now. Now, I know some of us don't like to be considered amateurs, but not everyone can be a pro like Viper and Heart up here. If you want that victory, that taste of crushing your opponents, on the other side of the experience venue, we have got a bunch of different amateur-style events going on. We've got the Age of Empires 2 1v1, the Age of Empires 2v2 for AoE 2, as well as an Age of Myth event. There's also, if you want to go check it out, AoE 4's got their own little tournament happening on that side, so plenty of action here in Hamburg to keep you entertained for the rest of the week. Outside that, it is that time of the show. We need to talk about the people who made this possible. Big shout out goes out to Surfshark. I reckon Mr. Yo secretly put in a lot more games than he was letting on, but he probably just pretended that he was in Norway, created an account that didn't look like Mr. Yo's, and then just smuggled the games in. Now, for you guys, I don't know if you feel that way. Like, I'm more the person who's going to try a strategy I'm going to fail at. I don't want people to see, so that's why I go and get my hands on Surfshark, because then I can basically fail to do Dark Age Rush. No one really knows it's me, except my partner who watches me from behind and judges me deeply. So if you guys want to check out Surfshark, it's a great way to surf the internet. I think most of us can appreciate it for the ability to watch whatever we want, wherever we want in the world. Like, I'm a Brit right now. We kind of have an obsession with BBC iPlayer. I can't watch it here in Germany, but I can thanks to Surfshark. If you go use the link, !Surfshark in chat, you can get your hands on 4 months extra on us, and let us know what you think. It's got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so definitely worth trying. And they support Age of Empires 2 events, just like Lee's Desk as well. Our players have been loving these. We haven't been able to kind of highlight it, but occasionally you're seeing players just change the height. I'm still waiting for the Chad Lord that walks up here, maximizes that bad boy to maximum height, and just sits there peak gaming all day long. But we'll have to see. We've still got plenty of different games where the players can actually have the opportunity to do that. And then, of course, we will be talking more about Samsung towards the end of the show. But yeah, really big shout out to all you guys. I love the fact we've got so many people coming and going. I heard that we're booked out on tickets, so I'm expecting things to hype up. And also, by the way, shout out to the crowd here. Half full, as you expect on a Thursday, but you guys have been incredible. I'm praying we can get those 5-game series. In fact, yeah. UQ is a special. So let me get a check. Like, I need to do a vibe check for the final 2 series. Which one's more hype? All right. So on the count of 3, if you want Viper versus Heart the most, if that's your match of the day, cheer. 3, 2, 1. That's not bad. All right. On the count of 3, if you're more hyped for Hera versus Tato, 3, 2, 1. Ooh. That's tight. That's tight. I'm going to say it's like a 50-50 draw, which means both of our sides are going to have to entertain. I think we're just getting the players ready now, so we should be ready to roll in just a moment. By the way, keep your eyes out, because we are going to be having some cool little giveaways to feature for you guys from not just these sponsors here, but others. Yep, there he's on the go now. Want to check, by the way, how many people here are going to be participating in the amateur tournaments? No one? Yep, there we go, we got one, all right. Honestly, guys, go sign up. It's free to do. We've got money on the line, so there's things to win. You know, I think it's like, even if you lose, it's a memory to have. We also, by the way, are going to have the pub quiz on Saturday, so make sure you guys are tuning in for that. It's going to be a fun one. We've got a lot of Age of Empires themed things to go through, you guys. And also, the most important thing of all, I can agree with the sentiment. We're here in Germany. There's nothing more important than beer, right? Right, there we go. You're my drinking buddy for the night, I can tell. But just a reminder, by the way, tomorrow I believe we are going to be scheduled to start the games at 1 p.m. We were a little bit slower getting them going today, but we've smoothed those things out. I have a saying, guys, if there is a day in a tournament that has no technical issues, you have a heart attack, because it's going to happen on day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. So the way I see it, we got it out of the way, and you guys have been beautifully patient throughout all. But I think we'll just get a confirmation on how much time we've got to go. I reckon what we'll do is we're going to throw to just a quick break, so 1 or 2 minutes. And when we come back, we should be ready for Viper versus Heart. So stay tuned. Welcome back, one and all, to the Garrison presented by the folks at Being Esports. We are live here from Hamburg, halfway through our day, but judging by the crowd's expectations, we've just got double the games to cover. And well, if there's anyone who can deliver the levels of entertainment we've come to expect, one of the most decorated members of the Age of Empires 2 community, he can even go into other games and prove himself to be dominant there. You're never sure if you should cheer or hiss when he takes the stage. Join me in welcoming up here, the Viper! The Doors tried to keep this man back from the stage, but nothing can stop him competing. If there's anyone who had faith in being up here when they're 80 years old, walking with a Zimmer frame, it is Viper, and we may already have the memory loss setting in early. But you know what? We talk about the old guard. We got to talk about the new. Because when you talk about what it takes to be a great, to be one of the best, apparently it's getting you strides in, back and forth across the stage. But more important than that, if you want to be the best, if you want to be number one, if you want to take them all on, you've got to have heart. Confidence surging, but you wouldn't believe it. This man looks as calm as can be, and for good reason. Last 2 times him and the Snake met up, it went all the way to a deciding game. Now, second to most recent, that did come out ahead for Viper, but in Titans League, we did see a 2-1 victory, the first time ever Hart was able to slay the Snake. The question now is whether he's got his anti-venom ready, his knife equipped, and he's ready to ship it as we ship it across to our casters to break down the draft.
I really tried to think of another snake pun, but I'm stuck.
The hissing was nice.
The hissing was nice, yeah. I thought he was going to enter like dodgeball, you know, and like Ben Stiller and them come in like, oh, I can't even do it. What is it, like this? That would be amazing.
Yeah, focus was a bit mixed there, right?
Yeah.
Viper, confusing, left, right.
Twice?
Maybe they told him like stage right, and then he was like, okay, now I'm on
Is it
stage.
my right?
It's still right?
Or is it
left?
your right? Anyway, welcome in. Hart versus Viper. It's going to be a good set. I think normally, or historically rather, this set has kind of skewed more towards Viper, but recent times, Hart's gotten very, very good. Titans League, he got the win in the set against Viper. And honestly, talking to people around here, I think Viper's still the favorite, but there was a lot of questions on whether Hart could do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm pretty sure Hart will be well prepared. They already faced, I think, NAC 5 the opening match, and it felt like Hart could have easily won that one. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hart puts on a crazy set, and wouldn't surprise me if he wins. You had a talk with Viper, and he made a bold prediction about the outcome.
Well, we were talking about the previous sets, and I was like, both 3-0s, and he's like, it's going to be 3 in a row. And I said, okay, which way? And he said, so.
It's so weird.
He's Viper's feeling like a 3-0, either for him or for Hart.
Okay. Maybe it's early bedtime.
Yeah.
For him, right? He's a dad, starting to sleep early, training late, and well, we can take a look. Those are the Civ picks and bans. Obviously, the orders. We have some admin bans, just randomly generated bans to give us some variety. Then both players ban 2, and then pick 6 for the best of 5s. Viper, Persians, Khmer, Bengalis, Byzantines, Romans, Koreans.
Yeah.
No major surprise.
Yeah, I think the trend we've seen so far today is that there's no civs that are really tunnel visioned on a single map. Everyone's drafting civs that can be used on maybe 2, 3, 4 maps even. Maybe even like all of them involved in a best of 5. So kind of stayed the same here. I'd love to see the maps as well. We took a quick look at them, but I've already forgotten. You know, Viper's not the only one getting old around here, if you can tell.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the maps. I think Golden Stream will be our opener. Then we had some bans, some picks there as well. Typically thinking we want to see Hart play aggressive maps.
Yeah.
Like not really a lot of walls, just where he can show his massive micro with Scout's gunplay.
I also think Hart is really favored on maps that are figured out and that have a defined meta on it that he can perfect. And fortunately for him, all of these maps have been featured in multiple tournaments before.
Yeah.
So they're kind of figured out here. That we saw it with Yo in the last set, right? Usually Yo struggles early in a tournament, But these maps, every single one of them he's played in different events, so he knows exactly how to play them.
Yeah.
And that could have benefited him there. I think it's going to really benefit Heart as well, because Land Madness, very popular. Migration, very popular. Golden Stream, we've seen it multiple times. Fractal, maybe not, but Enclosed, definitely.
Yeah, Enclosed, just the thing is, games play a bit differently, depending on the civilizations.
Yeah.
For example, with Arabia, everything is figured out. Enclosed, you can have like humans mixed in, you can have some weird starts. I would say though, Golden Stream, yeah, we have seen it, but mainly playing Empire Wars.
True.
Now with 9 villager starts, I'd be interested to see how they're approaching this.
And
Because
Heart
it's really wallable.
Heart probably played like 100 games on the Empire Wars ladder, grinding Golden Stream. So his impression of it might be a little bit different. But now that we know the maps and we know that Golden Stream is going to be the first pick, what are we looking for? Are we looking for Armenians from Heart? Is that the civilization there to try and control the water?
Seems like it, right?
And then Viper is...
Well, Persians feel like a really strong civ there. Koreans is something we have seen multiple times, right? Crazy Towers, Persians, you also have the advantages on land. Maybe we try to go the other way around, right? And try to distribute the civs like Migration. If we take Armenians for Golden Stream, then that's kind of Portuguese. But I'd probably rather see Armenians for Migration and then something, as I said, Golden Stream really wallable, maybe Burgundians there.
Burgundians on Golden Stream, yeah. I mean, you get the eco rolling. It's basically a fast castle map, unless you want to really pressure that water, and both people decide to go out and pressure that. If you're alone in pressuring it, the other guy can just wall up and fast castle in your face. Like, there's no necessary resources there at the beginning of the game.
There are some shorefish, right? The opponent could send like 2 villagers and shorefish and 2-3 fishing ships. They get a lot of control, but the main idea is to control the gold, but you have enough gold to get to Imperial Age, get those early techs, just like mid-Imperial Age. That's where it's really important to get control, but if you have the boom advantage, it's easier to reclaim it.
So if you play Burgundians there, what are you playing into? You're going fast castle, you're going for a couple extra town centers, and then what? Is it like Coustilier? Is it just Adapt? Is it Cavalier?
Depends a bit on what civilization you go up against. I think I remember like a Dowd ACCM game or something, and it was just like Halberdier and fully reclaim the middle, right? You have such a great economy. What is the opponent going for? Hand cannon attack? Takes quite some time. If we think
they're going to
like
be behind you if you're Burgundians, yeah.
So that will be interesting. And I'm not even sure if you want to go fast castle. You could also play fast feudal into eco upgrades.
Yep.
It's a bit safer in case the opponent was trying to make some shenanigans happen in Feudal Age.
Is there any other option other than Persians that you see here for Viper on Golden Stream? I mean, I guess Byzantines is always potential there. Koreans, maybe you could get the towers set up in the middle, but the eco isn't as good.
Byzantines, I kind of see a migration, right? Could also be Fractal, although Fire Galley advantage isn't really there.
Romans is for Land Madness, most likely.
I think like Koreans are a reasonable Golden Stream civ, but if you already have Persians, I think you're throwing them there.
Yeah.
Khmer feels like Enclosed, Land Madness. We have Romans or Byzantines.
I think
Byzantines migration then, potentially, yeah.
Bengalis then on Fractal for Viper?
Could be it. Stronger monks are nice. Not sure if like the 2 extra builds will help you that much, because we have some weird messy games, right?
Yeah.
And it's not really typical that if you have a messy game and action all over the place in different strategies, that you think, oh, those 2 extra villagers decided the game, right? Typically, you're looking for different bonuses.
Well, I mean, they have the healing ships as well, if you want to contest water. So there's a lot of bonuses there. And like we were saying coming into this, like everyone's just picking civs that ask a lot of questions. Right? Khmer can be used on 2 of these maps. Bengalis can be used on 2 of these maps. Persians can be used, I mean, nowadays, Persians can be used anywhere.
Honestly, Khmer could work on 4 civs here, on 4 maps.
You could play it on Golden Stream as well.
On
if
land,
you want to go for the boom.
Yeah. Just boom into Ballista Elephants. Fractal, maybe some weird FC. On the other side, Gujaras. I only see them on Land Madness, really. Portuguese could be Enclosed, Burgundians, Golden Stream, Armenians, Migration, and then we have Fractal with Tatars or Malians. doesn't excite me that much. What am I?
Okay,
overlooking
so
something?
maybe we're spotting the difference here between the two Civ drafts, right? Viper's got the super adaptable Civ draft where he can pick anything he wants anywhere. Heart is much more specific from what we're seeing.
But that also means he's more, like, maybe more specific, easier to read, though.
Yeah.
Right? His Civ might be strong, but Viper knows exactly, okay, that's your plan. If you play Burgundians on Golden Stream, I know exactly, like, that you're not going to man-at-arm rush me or try to go into a galley war against my good water civilizations there. And Viper can come up with plans, and he famously had a crazy Golden Stream game against Leary, right? Where he also knew, okay, you have advantages that way, and Viper found an answer to it.
Yep. How do you think Viper's feeling approaching this tournament?
I don't really know. He has not looked too sharp in the recent past, right? Especially like TTL, very slow start, and not a great group stage ending then. Losing to Hard, and then the bracket, the playoffs weren't super convincing either. It's like he's overdue to a great performance. Like the last major LAN tournament, like Noble Papin Cup, obviously. He had the crazy set against Leary. Before that, he had a crazy set against Leary. We still rank him at roughly number 2 and 3 in the world.
Yep.
Right? It has to be like Leary, Viper, one of the two. But we are in the state where it feels like Hera is clear number 1.
Yes.
We're hoping that Kingston has a better showing tomorrow. And anything between 2nd and 7th place is kind of possible.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. It's like at this tournament anyway.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was asking around yesterday to the players and some of the casters as well, and I was like, who do you think has the best chance of beating Hera? And everyone's response was Viper, I think.
Ooh,
out of all these players here. I think, and I think a lot of people a year ago would have probably said Leary, but the record's out there. It's plain to see, right? It's 17 losses in a row, I believe.
That's
Leary against Hera. And some of those were 4-0s. Some of those were 3-0s.
And I think the last ST tournament that Hera didn't win, like the last before his streak, was like TTL Season 2 that Viper won.
Yep.
I think something like that, against Hera in the final.
And right before that, he had won, I think, an A-tier tournament, the Middle East tournament, against Hera in a best-of-7 in the final. So there is some precedent.
But I think that was Hera with like, I think he had like sub-donations on during the final.
Nilly?
But okay, no storyline. My bad. I forgot it.
We don't ask
in
how.
the best-of-7 final.
We don't ask how. We just ask how many, okay?
Okay.
Yep. So another small break there, but it looks like they're good to go now.
Felt like Viper was ready for quite some time. Hard
was having monitor issues again.
There. Yeah.
Yeah, Hart was having some technical issues, but it looks like they're almost ready.
Nice. Yeah, that's our stage manager there.
Stage manager.
Ooh, that's a fancy name, right?
This was the delay as everyone who was in the audience went out to get dinner, and now they're coming back.
Yeah, I know. That's actually really nice for them, right? It's 6 p.m.
Oh, some of them are back. Hello.
Hello, party people.
Guy without hair. I feel you, dude. Someone in the back was
that's the couple
was saying, Dave, I thought that was you. I'm like, no, there's a lot of people that look like me from a certain angle.
That's the couple that I told you about.
Oh.
Yeah.
The
friendly one that take picture with me every time.
Yeah.
And that you said like they're probably printing it out and putting it over
above the fireplace.
Yeah.
Just 6 framed pictures of Nilly above the family fireplace. Yeah.
They're so friendly.
When they have kids, they'll be raised on Nilly.
Yeah, and put their socks basically under
the
my
picture.
They need 24 pictures with me. Oh, the Garrison is a 4-day Age of Empires 2 community event in Hamburg.
Hamburg, Germany. That sounds nice. We're in Hamburg.
Hamburg, Germany.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Dave 2 days ago learned that the hamburger was not invented in Hamburg.
Germans tell me all the time when it's like, what is American food? And I say, well, a hamburger. No.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe
they get militant about it, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hate militant people like trying to be correct about something.
Exactly. That really grinds my gears, honestly. Can't stand people like that, dude. Wow.
Wow.
If you ever meet one, let me know.
My father.
Oh.
Like last Christmas after I spent with my father, I actually went to Dave and T9 and said like, I'm so sorry how you have to deal with me casting. Like, I spent a week with my father and now I know your pain. Like, always trying to be correct. Oh.
Welcome in, everyone. Game number 1 of the Viper versus Heart, and we are right into a pause.
Yeah, your game freezing a bit too. Yes, he says. Interesting. So Golden Stream, we have Persians against Burgundians, kind of what we predicted. And yeah, this will be an interesting one, right? And as we said, this should be probably what we think. Burgundians trying to get their eco-techs cheaper and an
Yeah, but like if Viper knows that, he's got one of the best booming civs in the game in Persians. So like if he suspects that Heart's just going to go for a boom, why not just go for a boom of your own?
Then you're just mirroring one of your first picks against the 4th pick of the opponent.
Yeah.
And you're both playing the same strategy.
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
I'm thinking of Viper's approach to the game where he has, you know, the belief in himself. If all things are equal, I'm going to come out on top. I think it's not the worst. And I think Persian eco is one of those ecos that actually scales well against Burgundians. Yeah. Especially, well, maybe you also might want to just like go out and take those fish early, whereas Heart would be playing a little bit more defensively because he's unsure of what you're going to go for.
Wild idea.
Okay.
What about a really early barracks and adding 2 militia? Persians extra resources at the start. Burgundians would hate to have anything interrupt their eco.
I think Viper's kind of greedy, and I don't think he wants to spend that res.
Yeah, it's more like a Tato approach.
Yeah.
I would think like he could open like barracks first, 2 militia.
Yeah.
But yeah, Viper, maybe he's fine. But then, like, we're going into a really, like, mirror situation, right? Dock techs are relatively similar, Burgundians and Persians. Persians obviously a bit faster there. But then we likely go Halberdier plus hand cannon, your bombard cannon.
Yeah.
There, the advantage is for Burgundians, no?
Yeah, but I guess so. It's a little bit of an advantage in the attack from the cannons and from the hand cannons. But overall, that battle is, I think on a map like Golden Stream, is going to be one with macro, and it's going to be one with your eco advantage, more than the unit advantage.
Yeah. Also something we have to think about, Golden Stream. Typically, it's decided by the goal in the middle.
Yeah.
But with Burgundians, I think relics are playing a bigger role than they normally would.
True.
Right? Viper, obviously a guy that even on gold in the middle maps likes to collect relics.
So that might actually force Viper to play into Scouts or Light Cav earlier to control those. So there's a lot of back and forth here. I think the main element is that Viper has the option to go aggression, or he has the option to boom. I'm not certain that Heart has both of those options as well with Burgundians.
Or mind games. Maybe
it could be mind games.
He opens barrel.
I mean, Heart could also open Scouts. I could see that if he thinks Viper wants to get greedy.
Scouts, double wood upgrade.
And then at least you control the map. Right? So you're up a little bit later, you get the boom rolling a little bit later, but you have control, and Heart loves to have control.
Yeah. Yeah, so true. And, well, but if we go Scouts v Scouts, it's just so easy to wall, right? You just go like 3-4 Scouts and some Spearmen. You will get your wall tap, you will get your eco techs. Maybe you're up to Castle Age a minute, 1.5 minutes later, especially against Persians. But you won't mind that as Burgundians because your eco then is really kicking.
Exactly. And if you go Scouts, it forces them to go Scouts if they want anything to do with the relics.
Yeah, true.
So they just had to add. They have to add that investment just a little bit later than you.
Is there a chance that Viper just plays dock 2 fishing ships, straight fast cast into light cav?
Yeah.
And then the question is like how.
But if Heart opens Scouts into that, then that's a problem for Viper, is it not?
Well, if he's walled, it might not.
Gotta add the walls.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Viper.
Yeah, he might late. Some late loom or something.
Talking about Viper. All right, they're trying to figure out why the game was freezing a little bit. It looks
People
like
running.
they're kind of locked. Oh yeah, at an event,
sign.
people running means that something's happening. Something's happening.
Okay.
Okay, so
it's like they are making a test run now.
Yeah.
And if they feel like they can play, then we will show you some
We'll hop in.
villagers as well.
we'll hop in. Thank you everyone for your patience. Obviously, we want the game to be running as smoothly as possible. And here we go. Game number 1 between the Viper and Heart. And we have Burgundians versus Persians. That's the matchup we've been talking about here, as Viper is going to try and counter the Burgundian pick from Heart. And the Burgundians were, you said, like 4th down the line in the Civ draft. And the Persians were pick number 1?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So Viper really thinks this is one of the strongest civilizations that were an option for him. And Burgundians, as we see, cheaper eco upgrades. And you can research them an age earlier. Already the first wood upgrade in.
And it's important to note as well that there is deep areas of that water. So if you have fishing ships, you can go in there and be somewhat safe from like scout pressure.
Yeah, but
I mean, they can hit you as you're coming back, and it's super annoying, but there is places to hide them.
that's like a lot of micro that you have to do there, right? But yeah, that's a really good spot, right?
It's super
Three
sick.
turtles, so
I
close.
think actually, if you want to secure this, you can put a palisade wall in between the dock and those little trees,
Oh yeah, look.
and they can't stop you on both sides.
Ooh. Well, is there? I think you can walk on the left-hand side above the tree. See if Hart tries to harass there.
That's actually so good for Viper,
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
That's such a good
unfortunate.
dock spot. Yeah. And credit to him for putting, he probably scouted that first and then put the dock in like the optimal position as well. So really, really nice stuff. Viper sees the straggler tray. I think he's going to assume that Hart is over there, and he'll find the house from Hart. So early scouting as well from Viper. I don't know if he has many.
There are no deer on this map. now.
There's no deer on the. Oh, there's no deer on this map. Okay.
And Hart, as you can see, ignoring water.
Yeah.
He is on the berries there, and he will play Pop 20 together with the Viper plus the 3 fishing ships. So a bit better economy there for the Viper, and it feels like both players are opening scouts.
Yep. Scout for scout. It is, like, if you don't know what your opponent's going to do, it's probably the most consistent opening. And it doesn't open you up to too much danger.
Yep.
Because if your opponent goes for scouts or archers or something like that, you're kind of ready and you have time to adapt.
Yeah, it's just like you always get vision. You're mobile. You can annoy. You can defend.
Yep.
Scouts are, in the hands of a good active player. Such a crazy weapon and Hart already starting to work quite a bit. This seems like not the biggest fuel investment.
No, I think 3 or 4 scouts, unless you see something to convince you to make more, is probably what they're planning here. That's really annoying for Viper, but once he gets that barracks up and gets the feudal age, he can just camp a spearman there.
Yeah.
Do you see a world where Hart feels the need to go for a dock of his own?
I think if he felt like it, why wouldn't he open with it? I think he's just trying to contest with Spear Scout. Spear Scout, yeah.
Okay, there's a stable from Viper. He puts it in between the wood lines so he can get the wall up, and then a big wall over on this side with the scout rolling over there from Hart. So Hart actually might find that villager. We might see some Viper quick walls here, and Hart, of course, as I start to get excited about the idea, it goes the other way.
And Hart, I'm not sure if he even opened stable. Is he? Yeah, he's just going to wall Spearman. Another big question, how greedy are we getting? 2 wood upgrades, first farm upgrade. When are we getting the second farm upgrade and wheelbarrow? Okay, he's adding farms now.
Okay.
Reasonable.
So farms coming out from Hart. And the walls are coming down from both players. Viper's going to have himself a lot of resources within those walls. Hart as well. So good job from both of them as Viper is tracking that scout from Hart. And he'll show the second one. So Hart knows that it's stable from Viper. I think he spotted that actually earlier. And Viper's going to know that it's 2 spearmen. That's a little sloppy from Viper to run in there. He still hasn't seen a second scout. He's only seen the spearmen.
Yeah, let's maybe take a look at Viper's vision there. Yeah, didn't didn't see anything since Feudal Age.
Resources collected, Viper's ahead by 200, but that's basically the investment into the scouts.
Yeah. Or the investment into the dock and the fishing ships.
Yeah,
right?
true.
So far, if those fishing ships die, Hard is actually ahead.
Yeah. Well, actually, Nilly,
Actually,
food is a little bit more valuable than wood in this instance, so it's Christmas all over again, isn't it?
okay, I'm going to clean up my room. And yeah, Fire Galley added. So some reaction forced. Viper actually collected a bit of gold there, but felt like, okay, you don't have a dock.
Yeah.
And did not collect more.
I think even just a single ship here gives you, like, it might not actually give you map control, but it gives you the idea of map control, if that makes sense. Like, Heart's not going to really want to go onto that water area if there's a ship there.
Yeah, and can do some damage. Ooh, that's nice. Obviously, Spearmen do a bit more extra damage there, but still too weak.
Okay, Viper going out to gold. 16 on food for him. 3 of those are fishing ships on turtles, though, so not super, super efficient. And it's 15 on food from Hart, and I'm fairly certain like 10 or 12 of those are on farms. He might still have some berries left over, yeah.
11 farms.
10 or 12. It was close.
Yeah. And on the other side, Viper should be a bit behind, but what's 7? Will be doing fine, and yeah,
Very
game
similar.
is now stabilizing.
Yeah, very
now we have
similar.
to think about, okay, what are the next steps? How do we get advantages here?
Well, if Hart doesn't have the stable, then he just adds the extra TCs right away and doesn't go into light cap to contest the relics, right? What is he adding? What is Hart adding at home? Is that like a market, or is that's a stable? Okay. So he'll probably add 3 scouts as he's going up, maybe 2 scouts, and then see if he needs light cav and play relics. But it's kind of like, when do you add the monastery? Do you go for TCs first, or do you go monastery?
On this map, with this relic spawn, you can add the TCs first, right? On other maps, you
doesn't-
always want to contest them, but
I don't think he sees
always
them.
2 relics so close. Yeah, not
He
scouted,
sees
the one
one.
at the top.
And then the one
Just
in
one in the middle, but one at the top of his base, unscouted so far. But he should know that the other relic is there,
Yeah,
right? They're
yeah.
always really close to your base on this map, and that's why Burgundians is such a like pick, because you get the 2 free relics, basically.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if Viper tries to snag those relics really early, too. Viper is a fiend when it comes to relics, especially the ones that are furthest away from his base. He always manages to get them
Yeah.
somehow. And against Burgundians, it is definitely necessary. Viper actually ends up clicking up first. The Persian TC is going to work a little bit faster as well, so he's going to end up being up 20 seconds before Hart, a little bit more than 20 seconds. But still, good castle H times from both. Hart still has to add the scouts. Viper has the 3 scouts already. And here come the eco upgrades from Viper. As we look at the res collected, 300 ahead. So that's essentially the dock and the fishing ships.
Yeah. So Hart can't be too unhappy with the situation here.
No, it's pretty good.
Let's remind ourselves, first pick against 4th pick. So if Hart gets into a relatively stable game, and they can mirror the army compositions there, he should be happy.
So you think the opening for Burgundians, let's assume that both of them have a few light cav, both of them have a few monks to pick up the relics, and then they're on 3 or 4 TCs. The opening for Burgundians is chemistry, you think? And just gunpowder?
Yeah, bombard cannons are really good against ships.
Yeah.
Plus extra 10 attack there, so you can reclaim the water. And Persians, most likely going for cavalry, right? So it feels like bombard cannon, halberdier, and then you're adding some hand cannons a bit later.
Okay. Bloodline's on the way from Viper. Is that surprising to you?
With only 3 scouts out in the field, is he maybe even thinking about mind gaming here? He obviously has a lot of resources, but we would have thought he would just go 3 TC monastery.
Honestly, I don't really see the point of that, because I don't know how much damage you can actually do to Hart.
It's fully walled. There will be monks to heal up anyways. He's going light cap, but only 3. Monastery early on. Actually builds a demo.
Okay. I mean, you'll never find me disagreeing with that. I'm definitely okay
Is
with
there a
Viper
spot to
making
hide
a
the demo? That's the big question.
In the dock.
With the right angle.
Or right there. It's fine. It's blue. It blends in with the water.
Yeah, it's an open site.
Yep. Second and third TC here from Hart. as he does get the second farm upgrade now. So his eco upgrades are going to be looking pretty good. Still hasn't gotten wheelbarrow. Viper has not gotten wheelbarrow either, and he's just adding the monk. So Viper will likely go for the one in the middle. His demo comes over, and he does actually end up getting the scout. It's a low HP one, but still, light cap going down is not the worst thing in the world as the spearman's now attacked. And I think that monk's going to have some issues coming forward for that relic.
It was relatively far away, right? I think he deleted that one, actually. Don't think there was a right click there. So
Oh, for the demo?
Yeah.
No, he definitely deleted it.
Yeah. But loses those, even with Bloodlines.
Yeah, Bloodlines isn't helping him out that too much right now. Those light cap can take out the Fire Galley if they want, but there's also the potential of more demos on the way. Viper does not have one in the queue, but Hart doesn't know that. Wheelbarrow on the way for Viper. Farm Eco going up. Very nice Farm Eco for both players at the moment, and they should be able to produce out of all of their TCs. And the villager production, fairly even. Viper continues to scale ahead on res collected, even with the Burgundian eco upgrades in earlier.
Viper with the focus on the monastery early on has to get the neutral relic in the center.
Yes.
Otherwise, the investment of the early monastery won't pay off.
And there he is. Imagine you made a transport ship on this map just so you could like move the monks around with the like he thinks he's gonna get it with the light cab and then you just pick him up at the last second and leave. There's no hole there. Yeah. Still, the villagers are kind of far away. Viper needs to react to this, and he's going to be perfectly fine.
Since the villagers should be easy peasy, and now the game again. Not a lot of kills. 5-4 KD here. We might actually go into the really stable situation, and let's remind ourselves, what's the most important thing? It is the gold area here in the middle. Where are we building castles is something that I'm asking myself.
Ooh, castles are tough, right? Because it usually ends up being a naval battle in early imp to get that map control. And it's like, do you want the castle in the center if you have control there? Or do you want it on your shoreline to make sure that your docks are safe? Yeah. Like, if you're trying to get back on the water and your opponent has water control, you have to make it on your shoreline for safe docks. But if you have the control, do you risk going to the middle area?
It's just so easy to trap it, right? And it's easy for the other one to then defend it. Viper even trying to contest that relic at the right-hand side would be crazy. While we see Hart going for TC4 and Viper's adding 3 and 4. I think villagers will be relatively even, but the relic control advantage will be for Viper.
Persian TC production rate is going to scale really well with 4 TCs if they're both on 4.
Yeah, and he has 27 on food, so you can actually afford all those.
Yeah, 7 bills in the queue too. Like, really, really good macro so far from Viper. Honestly, to only have a minute of idle TC time from both or less in Hart's case is really solid.
Yeah, with all the scouts that we were building as well. Now something going to the relic at the right-hand side. Could that be denied? Oh, Hart sees it. Hart sees it.
What's Hart's line of sight? Oh, and Viper saw it too.
Block! Block!
He's coming in! Hart's trying to block. Hart is trying to block, but Viper gets downhill hits on both monks, and he doesn't get it. The old man has survived another day, and he's going to try and grab that relic. Nothing coming forward from Viper.
Delete the palisade and get
oh, yeah. 100%.
the shortcut. Oh, no. He goes through the front.
I mean, delete the palisade and put the relic there. Then he can't get in ever.
Way better. Oh.
Oh.
Knocking at the door.
He's fighting. Hello? Relic delivery.
Oh!
The door was unlocked the whole time. What on earth? Okay.
Why did he take the detour?
I don't think so. I don't think Hart realized that happened. I think he was waiting. He figured out he didn't want to delete the palisade wall, and then he clicked in and then moved away with his vision. So he doesn't realize there's a hole there.
Does Hart know about the relic at the left-hand side?
Okay, he did.
Now
Yeah.
scouted it.
He just saw it. I mean, Viper definitely knows about it. Viper's got 3 relics right now against Burgundians. That's actually sick.
Yeah.
And also, look at the food eco from Viper. Handcart on the way. 40 on food right now. 86 villagers.
Yeah. Can't be too unhappy with that. Light Cav here to maybe clear up those monks. Viper he wants to go up for one in Relic.
And if you're Heart, you have to know that he's like hanging around with the monk. It's Viper.
Yeah.
Right, like you have to know. And
why is he?
oh, no. Okay, 3-2.
Now imp buildings should be coming up. TC number 5 in the middle.
I don't mind that at all with Persians. Normally that TC would become a target, but with Persians you kind of want that TC to become a target because they'll be targeting it for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Harbor opening, by the way, from Heart. He is adding some barracks there, so it could be some map control for him. Maybe even adding some siege there. So tries to clear something up early.
Floating quite a bit of gold there from Heart, but his food is almost there. So he's going to buy some, and he's going to try and click up. Doesn't have the second building yet.
He has? Didn't he build the university in the back? What?
Oh, did he delete that or something? And now it's on.
At the top?
It's on the gold there.
Yeah, let's look at the top. Did he? Oh, that's a
It was a market.
Ooh.
Okay, so that really slows Heart down.
Yeah.
Slows Heart down by like a minute, and now Viper's on the way to imp. Viper's eco balance was perfect this game. I think he got 1,000 food and 800 gold at like exactly the same moment. He wasn't floating anything. 98 villagers for him, 103 for Heart, so Heart has taken the villager lead, but still ahead on res collected is Viper, and Heart's units are spending all of their time over on this side of the map as he feels like he needs to go for the castle on the shoreline rather than in the middle.
Archer Rangers. So this will be the hand cannon
hand cannons, yeah.
And then Halberdiers aren't that great anymore. The first click.
Oh, demo.
Huh?
So did they like draw straws for that, or how did they figure that one out?
Paper, scissors on the way back. Ooh!
The hole has been discovered.
Actually,
Outpost
it was
villager.
open for the villager. Yeah.
Taken out.
Go for the monk. That one goes down. Yeah, that's an annoying raid. Obviously will get cleared up, but Viper doesn't want to go for those light cap anyways. He just uses that to scout and sees the pikeman tag, so he has to be happy.
I think it's also, like, we don't talk about it a lot, but losing random outpost villagers like that is very frustrating because you only remember to send those at certain points in the game, and then you'll mentally like check that off your list. Like, I've sent an outpost villager. If it dies, then you're delaying yourself from getting that scouting for another 5 or 6 minutes.
It's so annoying to shift click those again.
Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. You have the line set up, and if one dies, you have 6 outpost foundations, and then you have to go discover where they are. It's so frustrating.
But with the early timing, Fields fancy here, and moves a bit forward with the castle.
The monks' snipes are actually still valuable because they can convert ships, which are high-value targets. The camels are coming in. Viper can quick wall these villas if he's paying attention. The light cav shouldn't get in there, and there goes a house. He's going to be fine. So 2 siege workshops, castle. He also has the potential to go for navy. Chemistry is on the way before Heart's even in Imperial Age. Like, this has been a really, really good example of how the Persians can get that timing advantage over the Burgundians.
Yeah, absolutely. Just only the faster... Oh.
Hey.
Okay.
That's the Viper version of a Doubt Castle. Pull the vills away.
I would have... Yeah, 2 siege workshops already. He will instantly build 2 bombard cannons there. A lot of control. We will use him, see them... We'll see him use the market now as well. Galleon tech for Heart.
I think he should go for a Treb as well. I think if you're going to go bomber cannons here, you have to have at least a couple Trebs just because the range advantage, and you can take out those docks. Yeah. So Heart can't really get any momentum going.
Yeah, Heart might want to build a base at the side or something because through the middle will be tricky.
Oh, nice raid. Really nice raid from Viper. I think he's snuck in that same hole once again as he's got the light cav in the back. Heart also deleted some walls forward. And Heart is going to lose a few villagers, and crucially, he's going to have to pull his starting army back here to deal with this, which gives Viper a little bit more time on the front side to kind of consider what he wants to do. Hand cannons are on the way for Viper. Also, Bodkin Arrow coming in for the castle, and a Treb on the way, as well as 2 bombard cannons. So the pressure is going to be on Heart here. Heart
still with 16 villagers on gold.
Only demos as well in the queue.
Okay. Well, maybe he tries to contest that way. And I think it will be the bombard cannon dance. And it's so much easier for Viper to deal with this because he just has more control.
Yeah, but demos. Let's see.
You don't have to go that deep. Just take out the docks first.
Yep. The demos will come out, and then you can move the bomber cannons away, and hopefully the castle snipes the demos before they get value against that Treb. Ballistics is also on the way for Viper, which it only will affect his castle as the demos come out here. 2 Bombard Cannons and a Treb. There goes 1 Bombard Cannon. There goes the second one, and the Treb goes down. Great demos there from Hart. What a fantastic use of the 1 dock that he had remaining.
That was crazy good. That was perfect value. And now maybe can get the trap there. Do we get the shot?
No.
Some more armor there.
He almost got the Treb when it was packed up too.
2 more castles for Hart. 1 at the side defending, and 1 in the center there. And Kenya's around.
Those demos bought him so much time. I love the gates from Viper, though.
Never.
That is not something I think I've ever seen on this map. The stone gates across this buildable terrain, if he can get them up.
Yeah, it's a bit like Golden Swamp. We've seen it a bit when people try to be sneaky there, but nice spot there, trying to defend. Now Bombard Cannons are joining the party. In the top for Hart as well.
Viper's trying to deny that castle, but the castle is losing HP at a really, really fast rate. So maybe that castle won't be alive for very long as Viper now tries to come out and snipe those Bomber Cannons in the north. Viper is out of stone. He had such great timings here early, but he's fallen apart ever since he lost those 2 Bomber Cannons in the Trap.
Difference here is architecture against only now masonry. Trap dies at the front. Bombard Cannons with more HP. Castle falls.
Yeah, castle goes down. So at least there's a victory there for Viper. Another series of gates on this side. So Hart is going to be forced to push on the right side until he takes those things out. Light Cap coming in once again. It's gunpowder for Hart. Those hand cannons with the plus attack have absolutely no problem against the Light Cap.
15 hand cannons against only 7. Viper's making a tech switch into Cavaliers. I'm not really sure. Can he get the numbers to clear this up? We already have quite some pikemen. 15 on the field for Hart. It's looking good for Hart.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Hart. 148 villagers for him. And pop capped right now. Viper is sitting at 175. However, he still kind of has control over the middle. He's still raiding a little bit on this side. That's a nice raid with 3 hand cannons. And he's still hasn't, Hart hasn't pushed onto his side of the map. So Viper has potential to keep this back. Hart, though, seems to have the superior army at the moment as he snipes 2 more bomber cannons.
It's really nice for him. That's a nice raid here at the side, but even if you lose 10 villagers, it's not the worst thing ever for Hart, sitting at 140 bomber cannons. Hart killing the traps, though.
Yeah, Hart's done a really good job of keeping his bomber cannons alive, too. I think these things have been alive the entire time. He's trying to get value with them as Viper comes in to snipe those. He does get both of them. The Navy now coming out from Viper. Maybe something he should have done a little bit earlier to open an Imperial Age, potentially. But he's adding it in now, and suddenly it's Hart retreating once more. And Viper is rolling forward with some siege. And now we have to start asking ourselves, how much gold is left on the map for Hart with only 2 relics?
Can't be that much. How much is that?
There's the one behind the university that's gone. There's that one over there.
1700.
1700. We've seen Viper stall out games before, have a ton of gold in the bank, and his opponents have none. And right now, Viper is looking really comfortable sitting here on this main gold. Hart not having access to anything.
9 kills already.
That camel's going crazy. Oh, did we miss it? Was that a demo or was that a gunpowder fight? Oh, man.
Seems like a demo. 2 more in the queue, but only 1 single dog tries to move in.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen this time.
Not going to happen.
Heated shot.
Heated shot, man.
The Viper.
With no bracer either. Like, just heated shot with Bodcanero castles, right? Do you think, I don't think you ever add in guard towers here with versions. They don't get keep.
Yeah.
And they don't get bracer.
Yeah, but you already have architecture.
Yeah, true.
I wouldn't mind it. Gives you more control. Castles not adding that much if you have one. Not sure how many castles Viper has right now. Down to 0?
He has 0 castles. Ooh. I would rather have 1 castle than a bunch of towers. Also,
Savard.
Oh, Savar coming in for Viper. So that's 1 minute and 30 away. He's still controlling the gold. And this time, I think wisely, he builds the castle a little bit further back. So if Hart wants to go for that castle, he has to roll forward into this swampy area. You can't shoot it from his side.
One thing here that very few people do, but if you want to retake this middle area, you have to do it decisively. If you have 148 villagers, you don't have enough space, military-wise, to actually get enough army out.
Yeah.
I think Hart needs to delete 25-30 villagers here and make one major push.
Maybe. I mean, maybe he's also got you know, halbs in different areas of the map. I see he's got 30 halbs. I think only 5 are in the middle there. So there's a lot spread out. He only has the 2 trebs as well. And Viper's got the bombard cannons, as he's done a much better job of keeping them alive. Every time I say that, people are losing bombard cannons, though. So I guess I've cursed him again as he loses 3 more over on that side. Heart still unable to take any of this gold yet.
Yeah. And Viper, he's happy. 40 on gold still.
Guard tower came in.
Yeah, nice.
Guard tower came in. So Viper's on top of that. Got heated shot earlier, as Nilly mentioned, architecture. And heavy demo is on the way from Viper. So Heart has to be careful around this shallows terrain. Viper is going to sneak up on him. And Heart now just realizing that he really needs to go for that gold. He's got a castle foundation forward. This is the concerted push you were talking about. I just don't know if it's enough.
146 villagers, yeah, will be tricky. 2 traps there. If the castle goes up, he has better chances. Bombard cannons are trying to get the kill. Savasa coming in.
And bombard cannons were trying to kill that foundation too. However, Heart's building that with a ton of villagers right now. Savar trying to come in and snipe the trebs from behind. I think they might get 1, which will keep Viper's castle alive a little bit longer. And even if Heart gets his castle up, he can't take that gold. He can't take that gold. It's within range of the bombard cannons and the castle.
Yeah, maybe he feels okay if we continue fighting there. The castle might be shooting my halberdiers, but every single volley is a dead halberdier. I'm not too sure about that. He's getting there. Maybe the left side approach.
He's trying. He's trying to find a single tile that he can take over there for free. Viper also raiding on the right side into hard space. So that's another distraction, right? He's got stables over here. He's got Savar coming in. That stone has been a constant pressure point for Heart, and something we haven't focused on too much, as Heart just loses, I think, 4 hand cannons in a single shot from that castle.
But Heart also got some nice clear up on the right-hand side against the Garrisons. Now the Savars are coming in. They just want to kill the bombard cannons.
And they do. And they do. And the castle from Heart, yet again, looks like it's going to go down. Viper sitting pretty with 800 food in the bank and 15 on gold right now. Heart has 29 on gold somewhere.
I think left-hand side corner, basically, of his base. Heart has 29. Oh yeah.
I think they're just vills that are tasking to the middle now. I think that's it.
Maybe shift clicks.
They're all coming to the middle. He's down to 14 on gold. Yeah, they're all villagers that he clicked towards this middle area, and now he can't mine gold. He's trying to hold on with these hand cannons. That's his main army, but it's a gold composition, and he doesn't have any gold. And now he's trying to repair this castle. He's going to be out of stone soon, which means more gold to buy more stone.
A little tricky Viper, quite a nice stone bank for him here. Halberdiers taking good fight against the Shabbat, but hand cannoneers getting the kills. Viper continuing to push, now adding cannon galleons.
Adding cannon galleons, and I like the fact that Viper is also selling food, and he's selling wood in order to drop those prices. Even though he has 31 on gold right now.
Yeah.
It's a nice touch.
To make it more expensive for his opponent. Now the demos are coming in there, and there's not a lot of protection. This could be big.
Oh, big demo! Oh, villagers trap! Oh my goodness, the whole village died. Down to 140 pop now for Heart.
2 demos alone, 40 pop decimated there, and then now there's no more defense. Halberdier count basically reset. Oh, actually down to 40.
I think now with that castle gone, though, he might be able to sneak some gold. It's actually in like the most optimal mining camp position. But still, he definitely would not take that as he starts to sell food. Bottom of the barrel prices, 200 food for 28 gold. There's nothing left here to take for Heart. It's one last push with halberdiers into a choke point against hand cannons. And there's another non-urgent castle from Viper. He's building it with 1 vill.
Yeah.
And Savar coming into the back
built
too.
Gates here as well, to the right-hand side.
Yeah, he could have
prevented that.
Yeah. But, I mean, you're so focused on the different areas that Viper was raiding.
Yeah.
He also tried to get like a counter raid of his own on the left side at some point. He tried to push forward against this as another demo comes in. And there's 2 demos. There's one from the left, one from the right. The one from the left connects. Heart calls the GG. What a game for the Viper to open up that set.
Oh, that was a beauty. And that was again.
Oh, yeah. And they get out of the castle just in time to die. Beautiful job there from the Viper.
No reaction from either player.
No.
Wait.
It's like, yeah, I do that. I've been here.
Any more water maps left?
Yeah.
Can I demo some more?
He's got to be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, it was like macro game. Both players went basically for the same comp. Like
Yeah.
hand cannon, both rushing to imp, hand cannoneer, and it felt like he was just a bit more experienced on this map, right?
Yep.
The gate, something hard, would not have thought of most likely. Then cannon galleons added. Demo use. Hard had a really good start with the demos.
Yeah.
Right? He bought himself a lot of time there. But then, I think if you want to reclaim the center, it has to be with one massive push. And with only 50, he couldn't really reclaim the area. He was stretched, and I don't say like he would have won if he deleted 20 builds, but it felt like you needed more force in that push.
Yeah. He also maybe needed something other than demos on the water, right? To help him out.
He teched into more, no? Or no?
No, he
Oh.
never did. Viper was the one who teched into Galleon. It was just really good timings from Viper. There was a moment there where it felt like Hart was going to take everything over. But I think at that same moment, Viper came in with raids. And Hart was very busy. And that was the stuff we didn't see that game, is that Hart wasn't building up that huge army to push forward because he was busy on the right side. He was busy on the left side. And Viper was doing all those little things that you have to do in the late game, especially in a boomy map like that, to distract your opponent so you can take the main objective, which was the gold in the center.
Quite a nice strategic approach, but hard. Still, lots of Age of Empires to play for him. He has great home maps for himself, right?
Yeah.
I think actually he might be a slight favorite on Enclosed. If we get a very common matchup there, but certainly Land Madness is something I would love to see for him. I think that would be a great pick to start this one off.
Yeah.
And then just your typical scout skirm. Just erase the first game, erase the demo hit, and just play your bread and butter.
So you think it's going Enclosed?
I say it's Land Madness.
Or Land Madness, sorry. Yeah, that's Hart's pick. So Land Madness, and are you playing Gujaras?
I think so.
Okay.
Will be Gujaras against, I would
Romans?
assume Romans.
Romans are actually
Or are we
Romans
doing
are actually
Romans on Enclosed and Khmer for Land Madness?
I think Romans are a good matchup against Gujaras, are they not?
Romans against Gujaras.
I think they're actually okay.
How are we playing this? Are we like,
From both sides though, how are you playing it?
I'm not sure. Romans, do you even get 2 Scorps on Land Madness?
I
How
no,
good are they against Shivamshas?
I mean, if you look at the way Yo plays Romans, right? He opens scouts, and then he goes into the Spearman, gets the armor upgrade to keep himself safe. And he just goes like Scout Spear, and then once he's in Castle Age, he just does whatever he wants. But he'll always get there. Anyway, we're in Migration, so it doesn't matter. And we have Viper playing as the Byzantines and Hart playing as the Armenians. Now, Armenians are the galley civilization. They get the extra arrows. It helps out a little bit against the fires, but I just, every time I see Byzantines on this map, I just get the image of something that's impossible to kill, especially in the hands of a great player like the Viper. It feels like you can only get so far against Byzantines, and then once Imperial kicks in and they've got castles in the center and they've got the fires that attack faster, just so difficult to deal with.
On this one, Migration, typically we see a bit bigger ones, right? This one, you can think of a shape, but it is a bit smaller, a bit more narrow.
Yeah.
And I think Drummond's could be really nice there as well if you want to control the middle area if you want water.
They could be. They could be. Both civs have access to that. An extra range, though, on Hart's Drummonds. So...
Byzantines fire fast or something? Drummonds as well? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Didn't they change that tech?
Maybe.
Professional caster?
Oopsie.
It's fine. You're retired.
Yeah, true.
All right. Well, what do you expect? Is it going to be a forward dock from Viper? Is it going to be a fast castle play? I think Hart will probably go for galleys.
It's interesting that Hart docks the middle, right? Typically, we see people docking the sides.
Yeah.
Is this maybe to have a fishing ship patrol the main island and see potential dock a bit earlier?
It might have also been the fact that it's closer. You never know. I mean, I don't know how on this version the fish will spawn. Like, it looks fairly consistent to me all the way around. So maybe docking the middle isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, look at around Viper's area, right?
Yeah, it's so consistent. It's so consistent. I think people always went to the side on migration previously because that's where the open water is and you're more likely to have more fish. But if it's going to be this consistent, then it doesn't matter where your first dog is going to be.
Feels like it's wider between your island and the main island.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Hart is playing a rather fast fuel age, and he is going for some aggression. Look at that. Transport on the way.
Transport on the way from Hart. That's going to be for the villagers coming to the middle and then going forward with that dock. Is it still going to be a galley play from a forward dock? I mean, it's always kind of risky because you can't mass up, but I think with the Armenians, in order to snipe the fish, if you really want to get the fish right away, galleys might be the answer.
I think they might be, especially if we think, okay, you're going fire galleys against fire galleys of Byzantines, you're just mirroring what your opponent is doing.
That ACCM versus Yo game where ACCM goes forward with the Japanese and then goes fire galleys and gets like no value whatsoever in Feudal Age. To me, that's like the worst possible outcome from that build because Yo was so ready for it. And there's the second dock right away from Hart. Viper should know based on, I think, the meta on this map and probably also based on the score at this point that Hart is going to go forward.
Hart was not on gold. Okay, now he's sending 3 villagers. This is relatively late. 3 villagers, indicator for galleys.
Yeah.
5 villagers, indicator for fires.
Yep. Well, 3 villagers is enough for 3 dock galleys, right?
Yeah.
I think so. He's got the 1 dock at home. He's only producing from the
showing
forward.
it.
And yeah, he showed him the transport. Is that intentional?
It has to be.
Yeah, but
I think he's just scouting the dog. He's just saying, okay, you know my strategy by my uptime anyways. Yeah. And Viper added another fishing ship? What?
Yeah, he's feeling confident.
Okay.
2 dock fires to push this away. Maybe he assumes that it's going to be fires from Hart and not galleys. I mean, it feels like if Hart gets 3 galleys here before the fires are even out from Viper, all these fish are going to die anyway.
Yeah. Okay, and Viper sending them in? Viper completely misreads the situation. 1 fishing ship down.
He did see the transport on the other side, so maybe he thought the forward dock was there, but the forward dock is usually in the middle here. As Hart comes along with that transport to block the fish, you don't even need to do that. I think you can catch up with the fish anyway, but Hart is just trying to micro all of these down as quickly as possible. Now he's tanking the damage from the fire so it doesn't go towards the galleys.
Crazy play by Hart. That's so nice, and he gets away with them.
Yep.
After 3 kills.
Yeah, 3 fishing ship kills. They're just so easy to snipe off if you have the galleys, especially with the Armenians. As he runs away from that fire, he's going to be able to deal with that. The question for me is, like, do you stop investing from those forward 2 docks? Are you now more concerned about your defense at home and like investing in the eco, or are you going to continue all of Feudal Age?
Well, right now you see that nothing is coming from the left-hand side, so I think you can still get some value, and you don't have to be too concerned for your own fish. Now he's getting galleys. It's tough to mass, though, to ever combine those.
That would be a really good snipe, even if he could get like 2 volleys on that scout at some point. Because then he wins the scout war in the center.
Yeah. Galleys at the left-hand side. Oh, this is tough to macro now for Hart. Would love to see his POV maybe here, because that's...
I mean, he's going to be looking at 2 different groups of galleys. And it's going to be a very, very long time before he can micro down any of these ships. Especially the other one there. You see, he's constantly microing. And it takes a special type of player to not lose both groups of galleys in this situation.
Yeah. It's so easy to misclick, right? If you click the wrong group in the wrong direction, you lose both groups. And
now you can see even Hart with all of his micro, he took about a 20-second break from this other group, pulled it back to the fishing ships. He might lose a fishing ship here, but he keeps those 2 galleys alive, and he's still microing these ones at the front. Viper trying to defend his fish. He's still got 3 alive versus only 4 from Hart. So it's not the worst thing in the world from Viper. But yeah, Hart still with the initiative in this game as Viper tries to take out those docks
he
forward.
has a fire. I thought he should add some demos in those docks here at the front.
Maybe. I mean, demos could be really nice with the galleys to back them up. Fires are also great as a little meat shield for the galleys too, but I think Viper would probably just ignore them and go after the galleys.
Oh, no, he loses the 2 there.
Yeah, Hart finally loses that. Demo comes out from Viper. Hart has to be really careful with this demo because he doesn't want to stop to fire at that. The fires will clear him up, and that's exactly what happened, except the demo came in from the side and blasted him to pieces. That galley's on like 1 HP.
So crazy. And Viper surrounding this area will be really tricky. Is defending this one here at home is hard. Feels like hard. Now building the market at home, I think. Is he going to rush Castle Age? Selling the stone.
Yep. Selling the stone, buying the food. Viper, I think you have to feel fairly comfortable in this position if you're Viper. You know that he rushed Feudal Age. You know your economy was probably better early. You only lost 3 fishing ships. You know he probably doesn't have that many of his own. And you've almost managed to deal with this nonsense at the front. Plus, your res is looking really solid. He's used the market now. Viper's about to click up. Hart still hasn't clicked up, so Viper might actually click up first.
That would be crazy. Obviously, not cheaper for either of the Civs. Byzantines only in Imperial Age. And I think Viper has to be happy with this.
Even saving the super weak fires. He's got so many of them. He's pulling the weak ones away still so that they can be repaired. Snipes down a galley from Hart. Hart needs to leave. Hart needs to leave with those galleys. He's sending a fire galley forward, but once again, Viper saves another fire at like 1 HP.
This should be Hart's dream now, though. Can micro quite a bit. Is up to Castle Age, both with similar timings. 3 fishing ships. Viper adds 3 more.
I don't think Hart can come in here with this Navy. I mean, he still has the docks behind that Viper's not attacking anymore, but it's just way too risky.
Ooh, he actually added, I think, 2 galleys and is going to the top. He's trying to snipe more fishing ships. There are not 2 demos.
Yeah, there's no fishing ships up there. He's looking for something. Maybe just even trying to get them away, right? As those 2 vills are trying to deposit the food.
Is that Jesus?
At home from Hart as the fires come in and she is going to go down. That man needs to run. Dang, that is some unintentional vill kills there from Viper, but that's what you get for going forward.
Yeah.
That's what you get for taking the risk, and he's going to kill some fish as well. It's a good situation for Viper. He's about 10 seconds ahead to Castle Age. He killed the villager. He killed some fish, and he still has 6 fishing ships of his own because he found the time to add in 3 more.
This is so tough to play for a human here in Hart's shoes. Like, now you have docks on different spots. Like, look at where we have red dots. It's all over the map. How is it possible to not miss micro one single spot of those?
Well, he did earlier.
Yeah.
Right? He did earlier. Even a player like Hart, who's so quick and so good at that type of thing, you only have so much attention to give. And obviously, you know, that's the window that you're looking for if you're playing fires against galleys. You're looking to overwhelm them to the point where they can't micro against you. It's not physically possible.
Yeah. And Viper, double monastery build up here. Interesting. Not buying back his stone, wants to go for the TC. No, one monastery, 1 barracks.
Also like how he kind of went to the side of the island too. He assumes that Hart's in the center. So why even go near there? He might have a fortified church or something in that area.
Yeah. Not sure if he knows about, okay, I already killed 1 villager, you're likely with 2 in the middle there. Viper stays annoying here. So much easier to play this game for the Viper compared to what Hart has to do.
Yeah. I think overall it's much easier to play the fires in the fire versus galley situation, but the upside is higher for the galley player.
Yeah.
And we're about to see it right now as the war galleys come in. Once you get that mass, it's going to be difficult for Viper. Clearing up the docks forward is really good for him. That means that random ships can't come out and he can put his full focus on this and also on getting control of this middle area as he already goes out to snipe 1 relic. He's probably going to get a second. First fortified church is in the center from Hart, so there's an extra relic on the field now inside of that fortified church, and he's going to be using a warrior priest to grab the rest of them.
Yeah, he will get 2 more at the top. We have 1 contested there.
And he had all day to scout these before, so he should know where they are. Yeah.
Scout's still alive. Now builds a town center. Viper? Oh, that's a town center that I could see getting attacked by Mangonel. Oh, he replaces it and builds a siege workshop himself? Ooh, changed his mind.
Okay,
I like that.
That's nice from Viper. And that's also a really tricky spot for a siege workshop if you're Hart, because it's right in that choke point. And you never want to just walk past the siege workshop. You always want to take it out first.
Nice scout positioning by the Viper, though. Let's take a look. Can he snipe that monk?
Nope. That was a warrior priest. Can't snipe that down. Meanwhile, Hart was busy in the middle, so he's going to lose a couple ships. Viper still keeps this Navy away from his fishing eco at home. He also managed to sneak in Wheelbarrow too, so good eco upgrades from Viper. He's got Horse Collar as well, and we see the discrepancy in the food eco, right? 9 on food for Hart, 17 on food for Viper.
He's missing a lot of eco upgrades, can't even afford Botkin.
Okay,
now
Hart's going
some
for the
more farms.
That's nice.
But still without Horse Collar. Will be tricky for Hart.
In a weird way, I think like you can almost tell the status on a migration game by how many farms a player has.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like they've hit that timing where they actually have excess wood. They're not fully focused on Navy, and they can put that into their economy.
Yeah, and it always feels like, okay, yeah, you don't really want to get farms, but at one point
you need them.
You have to think ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, you need them. And there's also like not a lot of space in the center a lot of the time for farms, so it's really good to get those set up early. I know it's not like a sexy part of the game, but it's a really, really important part of this map as the Mangonel now pushes forward. Warrior Priests hop inside the fortified church. And it's Viper who's putting on the aggression.
That's not a lot of protection for the Mangonel though, right?
Yeah, 2 light cav, 1 monk. Suppose not.
Yeah. Siege Workshop is really late, right? He placed that like, it feels like 1.5 minutes ago. Hard only now really starting.
2 more light cav coming forward. It should be enough to protect him against the Warrior Priests, and at the moment, Hart doesn't have anything but Warrior Priests. He's going to have Mangonels in a bit. Viper, honestly, should only come in with this Navy, in my opinion, while he's attacking somewhere else.
And that's why he's trying to poke a bit here.
What happened to the Mangonel? It died. To what? The Warrior Priests, I guess.
How?
It looks like Hart lost his Warrior Priests.
No, he has 3. What? Yeah.
Yeah, he lost
Dove.
2 of them.
Yeah, he
so he must have dove for it. So that's probably why Viper went in with the fires. But Hart, you know, he's such a great player. He noticed both of the things at the same time. As Warrior Priests come out, Viper tries to connect with an attack round. Does not have Atonement, so can't convert these things.
Now he does. Instantly goes for it.
Perfectly on time. Hart decides to retreat, and the light cav
What is the Mangonel doing?
are roaming
Hart's Mangonel
around.
at the top there.
I know, it's chasing light cav.
What? Bit confused in the counter system
I mean,
there.
not the best use of a Mangonel I've ever seen, but he's trying his best.
To repair now. Could actually have been some strays on the Mangonel there. Mangonel out of range. Oh, that's good for the Viper.
Yeah, really good if he can get the snipes on the Warrior Priests. Fortified Church is losing HP. There's 3 relics inside there, and the Mangonel is now rolling around on the left side, completely unseen to Viper the entire time. Second Fortified Church going up from Hart. The Mangonel from him can't quite range from the back, and Viper just caught a glimpse of that Mangonel from behind. We'll see if he knows that it's there.
-3 relics for now. Could send them over. Light cav tag now.
Also,
in.
the Navy from Hart goes back. Maybe he just patrolled into that dock. Maybe he's seen the TC there.
I think he tries to go for the TC.
No, he hasn't seen it.
Didn't reach. Well, he saw villagers there on the wood.
Yeah, he's going to
earlier.
see the farms now.
Nice kill by Hart.
And that's actually a good use of the Navy. That's very annoying for Viper.
Yeah, now gets Botkin. I think with Botkin he should be
can
able
range
to
the
reach.
TC.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the res from Viper.
What?
That's a sick eco.
How can he afford that? Look at the
The farming eco with Wheelbarrow so early too,
Mm-hmm.
and Horse Collar in right away. But like, we look at Hart's food in the bank. He has nothing there. Nothing there. He's not going up to Imperial Age anytime soon. If Viper can just hold this position and get himself a castle that he has 700 stone, this is a sick economy from Viper.
Where is he getting all those resources from? He's only 1k ahead, but it feels like he has like 4k more on the map.
I think it's just more efficient use. He didn't have to invest into the big Navy. I mean, he did make a lot of fires early, but he hasn't been making them recently. And it's just been a better use of his resources so far as he tries to build this castle. The monk refuses. Just delete it. Just delete it, dude. Just get... Okay, fine.
That's a glitch.
He was on 1 HP anyway.
Well, still, he can be healed.
Like he's one bad
who are
cold.
you to say
he's
that
one
if-
bad cold away from being dead anyway.
Who are you to say that, oh, he's nearly dying, let's kill him? Like, that's not a road we want to go down.
Viper's not healing him. He's just sitting there, wounded, 1 HP. He blocked the castle foundation. He's not doing anything. He's old.
Okay, Dave. That was nice casting with you.
Yep.
Castle goes up now, and Viper can click up to him again with his resources, right?
Yeah, it's insane.
And that's, what is that?
The only issue I have right now for Viper is that he's not stockpiling wood, so he can go for siege right away in him to go for trips.
You want to have 200 wood.
Yeah, but he should have it in time. Let's see. He's got 30 on wood. Yeah, drones could be sick if you have the water control, which he doesn't at the moment. He did lose the TC over there, so the War Galleys took that out quite quickly. But once again, 3 relics inside this fortified church. I'm not certain that Hart can relocate these again. And he's running out of space.
That's a nice farm economy, though.
Yep. Really good from Hart. He's about to click up. He's not going to like that notification at all telling him that Viper is an Imperial Age. So now he has to play super defensively over on the side. And Fast Fire is on the way from Viper. Hart's going to have to micro his heart out.
Yeah. No, you have to disengage. Against fast fires in him,
yeah,
your Castle Age, you can maybe do a bit with demos, but with War Galleys, I think you even do 1 damage now that he has.
Well, you do 2 damage with Armenians.
Ooh, okay.
So there is a little bit more damage there. That is not the correct play. Misclicks the dock, and the Navy that he spent so long keeping safe is now going down quite quickly, and he just needs to run. Just sail away. GG called from Hart. What a performance from Viper. 2 sick games in terms of macro and build-up from Viper.
Yeah, and we have to go back and think about the strategy, right? Basic rule of thumb is small numbers, fire galleys, better than galleys. Big numbers, galleys better than fire galleys. And Hart is doing 2 forward docks to take fights like 3 galleys against 3 fires, 5 galleys against 5 fires, and this is where fires always shine, right? You do more damage. It's so much easier to play for the Viper, and then we have crazy plays like these.
Oh, okay, so that's where he lost the Mangonel. We were wondering about that. So at the same time, Viper was coming in. So that was the idea. He patrols in with those fires. At the same time, he's trying to keep that Mangonel safe because he knows Hart is distracted. To your point, though, like, would it have been better for Hart to just YOLO onto the fishing ships with those galleys rather than trying to build up a mass?
He killed 3, right?
Yeah, but
that's not enough.
There's still 3 left alive. You have to know that Viper has more than that.
Yeah.
You actually saw that he had more than that.
I'm just surprised that he plays forward docks against Byzantines.
Yeah, with
like,
galleys.
Isn't Armenians like super happy to play galleys from home? Maybe it is mind games, right? Maybe it is exactly trying to counter what Viper sort of played, and Viper could have had like, okay, I don't want to play galleys against him, that's why I'm playing fast castle. But then against the early feudal, but it just feels so wrong to play fire galley against fire galley of Byzantines.
Yeah, and I mean Viper also, we have to give credit to him because his build was sick, and then his micro or macro behind was sick. Like, wheelbarrow so early, farm count up so early. He's going for a siege push in the center. Suddenly he has resources for imp and a forward castle at the same time while siege pushing, while also keeping like his water safe. It's crazy. And then you said it, when he got to imp, he had resources to go to imp again. And Hart hadn't even clicked up yet. It was just such a really great performance from Viper. And 2 games in a row, very similar type of style where he's just a little bit faster to imp, better economy. And he just looks ready to go at the moment. Hart was in really good form coming into this tournament. And Viper, maybe some questions about him, but so far in the first 2 games, Viper looks like old Viper, looks like peak Viper. And I even asked some players yesterday who was looking good. ACCM told me Viper was looking very, very good.
Good to hear from ACCM.
Yeah.
Obviously, is practicing so much with so many people. Situation in the bracket is the winner of this is playing Mr. Yo.
Yep.
And the loser of this one is playing ACCM tomorrow for elimination already. Double elimination, lose twice, you are out of the tournament.
I mean, it's better than single elimination, but it feels like for a LAN event, you know, 2 losses is not that much compared to some of the other events we've had. But, I mean, we only have 4 days here, right? We only have a limited amount of time, and we've got best of 5. So at least they've got 2 chances. You definitely don't want to be in the position like Kingston today or like ACCM today where you go down 3-0 and suddenly you're staring at, you know, Hera or Tato, or you're staring at Viper or Hart. That's just not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, it's actually sick, right? In the loser bracket, 1 player will be there tomorrow, Tato or Hera. And then Kingston will have another really tough task ahead of him.
Yep. The Tato Hera set actually coming up after this one. But before we get there, we got to go to game number 3, and this one does not surprise me at all. Hart is going to one of his comfort picks. Land Madness, it's a map he's really great on. He's actually gone for the Tatars instead of the Gajars. And I think part of this, going for Tatars, is he didn't feel... now, I'm making assumptions here. He didn't feel like Gajars was a good Civ matchup against Romans.
Okay.
He didn't feel comfortable in that, so he went for Tatars instead because he was expecting Romans from Viper.
Yeah, maybe wanted to play Gojaras against Khmer then on enclosed.
Yeah, and I think that's actually quite nice for the Gajaras.
Okay, yeah. So actually, it's a bit different than we thought, in the sense that Hart is actually the one adjusting to the civilization.
I mean, Tatars are not a bad civ.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, you love to play them here. Mobility, CA are crazy. You get all the nice upgrades there. And yeah, you like mobility. And with extra armor, you do a bit better against the Scorpions as well.
Yeah. I think Romans are just a really, really solid civ here, though. Like, it took me a while to realize, because when Romans first came out, you know, the only time we saw them in competitive play was people going for the YOLO Men-at-Arms or YOLO Scorpion play or whatever. But actually, it took Mr. Yo to convince me that they're super solid here, because the way he plays them is so good. He just opens scouts. He doesn't go for the archer range. He just opens scouts, and then he plays like spearmen with the +1 armor. So if his opponent's going scouts, they can't kill his spears. Yep. Their spears can't kill his spears, and then he overwhelms them. They're archers with his own scouts.
Yeah.
And he just has +5% eco behind it.
That's crazy, right? And
Yeah.
5%, it doesn't feel like a lot.
Until you look at the res collected halfway through the game, and you're like, oh my god, it is a lot.
Where's all that coming from?
Yeah.
Right? And if it's 10k and 500 extra, well, just take 4 more extra knights that are killing your economy, and suddenly it's 2,000 more resources. And yeah, in the hands of those players, they just put all the resources on the map.
And also, if you think about what Tatars are going to do here, one of the big things with Tatars you're thinking about is Cav Archers, right? Good counter, if there is a counter to Cav Archers in this current meta, is Scorpions. And Romans are really, really solid at the Scorpion play. Now, Tatars could also go for something like Step Lancers as well, which Romans might struggle against a little bit, but that's a lot more investment than the Cav Archers. Like, you got to get the farm count up, you got to get a food gold economy, which is way less easy than just pure gold wood eco that you need for the Cav Archers.
And neither players on gold, so we are expecting scouts. Obviously, distance is quite long. We cannot wall on those. Ooh, archer range.
Archer range first.
Spears.
Okay. Oh, it might just be a couple archers with the spears, and then you add this stable not too long after that.
Now sends a villager on gold. Ooh, this will be normal archer play.
Yeah, but he's gonna add the stable. He's gonna add the stable soon-ish. I mean, he's got 4 on food right now, but like it always surprises me how quickly these guys can transfer into a food eco and can get the stable up after they open archers.
10 on wood feels like a lot here.
Yeah.
Typically, like, don't you normally have like 8 on wood and then try to transition? Hart might be floating quite a lot of wood, or is he like instantly rushing farms here?
Well, he still has some herdables left over with the Tatars.
And berries, only one single village.
And it's a full wall already? Okay, maybe not. Maybe not a lot of feudal aggression. I mean,
maybe it's just defending with archers?
Is he in a position where he can like wall to the edge of the map here easily?
Yeah. Well, that is, for this map, a really good wall.
Yeah, and he's got the big wood line at the back, actually.
Yeah, massive. Is that 2 clunks together? Feels like it, right? It's an atypical size. You can see that later on, even.
Yeah. I mean, if you chop enough surface area, you can sneak a TC in there as...
Wood count for Hart. What is happening here?
I don't know. He's got 8 on wood and 330 in the bank.
I'm saying, like, oh, those players are so good. They're getting all the resources on the map. Well, what's happening with Hart here?
No, technically, he is getting a lot of the wood on the map.
Yeah, but it's in the bank.
All right, scouts come in from Viper, and does Hart, like, not have Loom? He does have Loom, okay. Those scouts were doing damage quite quickly there from Viper. The villager must have already been weak before, as Viper decides not a good idea to come back there against that. He has a stable and an archer range as well, so it's Skirm Scout. It's only archers from Heart, and what is this opening? We're expecting clean, precise, very, very deliberate builds from him, and this just seems like there's a lot of question marks all over the place.
And we always think hard. Oh, that's a beautiful scout opening. And then he's following it up with the archers or skirmishers, right? And here the archer defense, now 11 on wood, after already floating so much wood.
Yep.
I'm really surprised, and villagers aren't really on strike. There's only 2
Is that
of
a
them.
second stable? Or no, that's
blacksmith and stable.
That's the stable, okay. Blacksmith and stable. So there goes the stable. He's going to go archer scout. And it's
Viper can't believe it.
Skirm Scout from Viper, and Viper is just kind of wandering around here like, what is going on?
Where's your army? And this is really good for Heart. Viper can't believe that Heart has so little army.
Let's look at Viper's
that gives
POV.
time.
Or not POV. Let's look at Viper's scouting for a second here. He sees a lot for this stage in the game. Like, he's had so much time to just do whatever he wants to do with the army. He hasn't really scouted the production building, though, the stable from Heart, I think.
Look at the score difference. 200 score difference already, this early in the game.
Yep. Well, Heart stayed at home the entire time. I mean, if Viper doesn't produce, if Viper gets greedy here, he could be caught off guard by the scout addition to this archer army with the spears coming forward. So I think Viper... You're not really in a position to greed out a castle age. Once you see the stable, you got to start producing again.
Could we check the archer range and the production? I'm really surprised that we only have 7 archers. That's with like a lot of idle time. Look at that, 60% efficiency.
80 all time.
80 all time, okay. But last minute, he had some idle time there. I'm a bit surprised. He had the resources. Could have been 2 archers more.
I mean, he had to wall. He had some distractions, right? He had 300 wood in the bank he had to spend in different places as the scouts now from Viper come forward. They track the archer army. That's really good information for Viper. So you know that thing isn't like crawling around behind your wood line or something like that. You can actually track where that is, and you know that you have at least a minute if they start heading to your base right now to react. Forging on the way for Viper. So now he can easily dive against those spearmen if they're alone. He can kill those quite quickly.
And Viper just some skirms at home, tries to defend. He's happy to play the long game, right? He could have theoretically thought about going aggressively after seeing the archers at home.
And if you're wondering how much of a difference 5% is, I think you can see it in the res collected right now. This stage of the game, about 200, 300 res collected.
Should be 5,000 to 250 extra.
Well, that's what it was.
yeah. The game.
It makes sense.
Checks out.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Welcome to Germany.
Yep.
Everything in order. Dankeschön.
Bitteschön. I only know a couple words, sorry.
Beer.
Yep. All right, so Viper's heading forward. He's got 8 scouts with forging, no bloodlines, no armor. Only 1 scout still remaining from Heart. He's got a couple spearmen and some archers, so Heart needs to just hang out behind the walls. As soon as he leaves with that archer army, it's dead. Unless he's super sneaky, and then he has nothing to protect his base.
Heart built a stable and didn't build a single scout.
Yeah. No, he did build 2, I think.
Lost them? How? Like
he did. He had 2 at one point. Remember, he had a flag on the stable.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, I just thought he wanted to go forward. Okay. We are at the side. Yeah. Look at Viper thinking he has so much map control that he can get greedy.
I mean, this is kind of like Christmas for Viper, though. He doesn't have to worry about an early build from Heart. Heart is now hiding behind walls, and he has tracked the location of the archers, and by this point, you can kind of keep looking at Heart's score, and you can really track when he's clicked up the Castle Age.
4th military upgrade for the Viper here, 60 minutes into the game, and that's a weird tower.
That's a really weird tower. A really weird tower for Heart, because it still doesn't completely protect the gold from that side. It does protect him if Viper wants to push in through past the palisade wall.
Just imagine like later Siege Workshop.
Yeah.
Elite skirms.
Yeah.
Like he's still harassing those villagers there. I think Heart feels a bit off.
Yeah, Hart is about to click up to Castle Age. He's got both his buildings, so he can click up now. And that's good timing for him. But look at the resources from Viper. Wheelbarrow is coming in. He's going to be max like minute and a half behind to Castle Age if he doesn't invest into any more military. It looks like he's angling towards Castle Age right now. The skirmishers still tracking the location of the archers, and Viper still with 9 scouts on the field with bloodlines.
If you think Hart, okay, yeah, he's up earlier, but he won't really have a timing.
No,
right?
because he can't get anywhere.
Yeah.
So I think Hart honestly has to add there's a stable. Okay, so Hart needs to go into like Knights or Step Lancers and then have the crossbow army with it.
Yeah. Feels like Camels could actually do fine against the Scout Skirmish.
True. If you have the
Knights
crossbows to back him up.
Better. Yeah. If you think opponent's going Knights, maybe Camel Crossbow. It's not really a hard composition though. And with the 12 on gold, maybe it just goes Knights.
Oh, this could be so good for Viper. If he can clear up those archer numbers early, could be really, really solid. But yeah, you can't dive under the TC like that. Viper gets a couple archers, keeps the skirms and the scouts alive. He clicks up to Castle Age as well. Armor flying in there for Hart. So it definitely will be some sort of hybrid mix, cavalry and the archers behind. Very, very deadly composition, especially if you can add siege into it in the middle of Castle Age. But Viper's still tracking. Viper's still tracking this army very, very well.
Viper is adding more skirmishes. So it's not like, okay, I will lose this army and I'm going scouts behind this. No, no. He thinks, okay, look at that archer amount. I don't want to die against that.
Worker efficiency for Viper looking really solid too. Obviously, Wheelbarrow helping out with that. Now about 400 or 500 res collected ahead, and he's lost track of the archers. Now, he won't see them back here, so I think his spidey senses will start to tingle. These archers are not there. He can't see them anywhere. They have to be on the way to his base. That's a bold play from Viper to come in against his tower. He does manage to snipe a villager, and he's still harassing the woodline, but he doesn't see the archers.
2 Knights easily clearing this one up. Hart could maybe find the timing. 6 on stone in total for the Viper. He needs to get towers up. 11 skirms.
4 of them are over there doing God knows what.
Another tower there. Both towards the right-hand side. Good for the Viper.
Is Viper is he protected on the right side of his base against this archer?
Can walk through
okay, so
area?
There's like one tower there that we saw before, and then the wood line at the back. But Hart decides to go this way.
Okay, so the timing is actually really solid because Viper dove there with the skirms.
Yep.
Hart just ignored this. This is really great play by Hart.
Yep. It's not being super patient. He's not going to kill the farms. He's still looking for villager kills. Another tower over on the left for Viper. So Hart won't want to fight that against Elite Skirm and Bodkin. He does have the Knights coming in, though, so Viper will need a solution to the Knights.
1 armor, no bloodlines. Goes for a bit of...
Just another tower.
Yeah, Viper a bit scared there.
Yeah, a bit indecisive. I mean, Hart was kind of playing really defensive early, but maybe the entire idea behind that was, I'm just going to stay alive, I'm going to have an archer mass, and then eventually we can go crossbow knight in the center.
Well, Viper, although he built a lot of army and did a lot of upgrades, couldn't really punish. Now scouts are arriving, should be low HP from earlier. Knights are diving for the stone.
Yeah, they are light cap with bloodlines and forging. So if you have enough of them, they can gang up and kill the Knights. It's still not a great trade overall, though, as he tries to defend against these crossbows.
Maybe diving for the stone there at the side could be an option. Still harassing quite some farms. That's like the 4th farm going down already.
Yep. Nice job there from Hart. Viper losing quite a few light cap at the top there. Knights are his main problem right now. Feels like he has solutions to the crossbows, but the Knights, he doesn't really have anything that'll kill those quickly.
25 military against 11. TC added now. But the Viper, he still has to invest a lot into stone and defend. Like, he's going guard towers now. First ballistics. Okay.
Ballistics for Viper. Is he actually building the university with the idea of going guard tower?
I think so. Look at his stone count. It's pretty crazy. I don't think he wants to go Centurions.
I think the stone count is almost that high, though, because he has the 4 villagers in the middle of Narnia over there.
But you could have pulled the 2 away from the front.
True. Ballistics, armor coming in for Viper. Still doesn't really have much to deal with the Knights. He's got 2 Knights of his own. He's got 3 Light Cap. That is not enough to protect the skirmishers. He's going to have to hang out near the TC. And more crossbows coming forward from Hart. So if Hart can sneak in a Siege Workshop forward there, this push suddenly becomes very, very dangerous for Viper.
This is the time for Hart to switch into CA. He stopped crossbow production. He wants mobility. Lightcav might even be raiding at the top.
Against +2 skirms with ballistics.
Well, maybe he could switch into something, but I don't want to see more crossbows. That's what I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 17 is fine. If you can keep that number up, it holds Viper in to his base. I personally think Siege and then just keep up Knight production if you can.
Ooh. Nice instant reaction.
Yeah, really good instant reaction there from Hart. Viper manages to squeeze in a TC on the wood line, which is always great. He's also getting Town Watch.
Viper's next wood line will be okay in the right-hand side corner.
Yeah.
But his wood line after that will be really ugly.
The forward one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either the one at the front, like that's new.
That one is, and it's got a hill in the middle of it too. That's a disgusting
They
wood
build
line.
up to there.
Cav Archers from Hart. Adding in a few of those, also going for a Monk as well. Viper still with 380 stone. He's basically consistently had 380, almost 400 stone in the bank the entire time, as he goes for a 3rd TC now. And the question remains for Viper, like, what's the eventual game plan here? And what are you going to do if Hart suddenly shows up with 5, 6, 7 more Knights? Then is right there.
Can't he dive this?
Low HP Knights, okay.
Maybe send those home. Oh, right at the wood line. Could be an easy overchop on the other side.
And the house wall. Nice recognition there from Hart. Dude, this is the type of defense that like only Viper and Hera do. Where they see a bunch of Knights and they're like, I'll just keep making skirms. It's like, I'll hang up in there. And they don't push in, right? Like, the other players are just like, too much respect.
It was also hard missing the last armor, right?
Yeah, he didn't have +2.
That's
okay.
a massive difference.
Okay, I thought he had +2.
But yeah, really defensive play. And now we have enough stone for the Viper. No way to build this castle aggressively, but I wouldn't be surprised. Defensive castle and 4th GC.
Pathfinding committee might want to take a look at that gold from Hart over there. There was some confusion as the skirms now...
I'm sending who's pathfinding?
Oh, they're better now.
You're welcome.
You sent your 5th best man.
30C for Hart here. Thinks about stone a bit more as well. Kashak obviously could be a good option later on. And yeah, Viper doesn't feel safe anymore. Feels like you're likely to expand there eventually.
Yep. 1k res collected ahead still. So he did a good job, actually a phenomenal job with the skirms to keep the army away from his eco for very low investment. +2 armor and then ballistics. And now he's adding in the more barracks. He's adding in the castle. He's got the siege workshop coming up. But
it's not that cheap. I have to like state that because it's like, as you said, like Botkin.
Yep.
+2 university ballistics elite skirm, and you don't want to build them anymore, right? Because you don't have bracer. So it's a unit that you only have for now, and it's not scaling. So he had to invest a lot, and yeah, made him hold. Still even villagers, but also lost a lot of map control. I actually prefer the situation or the spot of Hart.
I think so too. I mean, he's dictating the game. He has been ever since he reached Castle Age, and Viper went in with that feudal army, and Hart was coming forward with the crossbows.
Scorpion time. Always Scorpion time.
It's always Scorpion time in Roman town.
Has to dodge the tower a bit there. Hart, is that worth it?
I don't really think that's necessary, but I mean, who am I to say?
Gives him control.
He just really didn't like that tower. If I were Viper, I would go out and build a tower.
And then exit. That monk should not make it home.
No, he should. But Hart has been paying attention to so many things. Maybe he doesn't have his eye on that. He does now. He's sending the Knights over. Viper wants to keep that safe. Pikeman is on the way. +1 armor is in, which is actually +2 armor for Romans. And Viper will think about the second upgrade as well. 20...
Diving. Before Pikeman. Why not?
He's diving in. 1 conversion only for Viper. And that was with the monk that was carrying the relic from before. Skirmishers are going down. The Scorpions are getting some value behind, but there's still 3 Knights over here. They can't dive in underneath that castle. Viper's going to be able to save those 4 Scorpions and still has the Skirmishers alive with more barracks coming up now.
Those monks of Hart have a lot of healing to do.
Yeah.
Look at the low HP. That's so many saved monks there. Saved knights. Really nice play there for Hart. Viper with the good timing with the cast there.
Yeah, Viper going to try and snag that relic again. Hart's coming in with a few relics of his own too. And he gets the castle up on the hill, which is a nice spot. Another TC over there for Viper. So this one's going the distance.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Really cool Civ matchup in the late game too.
Yeah, will be, I think, it mobility advantage for Tatars, right?
Yes,
We think
yes.
heavy CA, maybe Kashik, Hazar. On the other side, Viper wants to maybe make
Heavy
a
Scorpion.
halberdier heavy Scorpion push.
I mean, heavy CA against heavy Scorpion usually goes the Scorpion's favor.
Yeah, yeah. Especially like if we get everything then, right? Faster shooting Scorpions, cheaper Scorpions for Romans. Could be crazy.
How much bonus damage does a flaming camel get against the Scorpion?
Against Scorpion? Do they get extra damage against
They get
Siege?
I think they get plus 20 against Siege.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I mean,
What-
they'll
what?
die
Is he trying
before they
to-
even get there. Viper just This is classic Viper. He refuses to let this go. Anything but that. Anything but that. Viper surrounding the monk with the villagers, and now he leaves it alone so that she can stab him, and the relic...
Dropped in no man's land. What? The relic drop.
Dude, he hurled that thing. Oh my god. Maybe it was because the villagers were there. He couldn't find a spot.
But that's still really good for
Yeah.
Hart, right? He cleared up a lot of Scorpions at the top. Now he clears up Skirms and Scorpions here. Hart won't mind this.
And the army numbers from Viper, I mean, 17, right? He's still microing with these crossbows. He's kept those alive a very long time. Viper is kind of sitting back in his base, and it feels like Hart's going to kind of expand into the middle here. So good map control for him. 2 relics for Viper right now. He's probably bringing in that third one now, and then it's probably going to be 2 for Hart as well. Oh, maybe
That's
not.
another one. So it's 3-2 for Viper most likely in the end.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the extra unit for Hart? It will be heavy CA. Are we going Kashik or Hazar?
I think Hussar is probably better. It depends on your castle number, honestly, and where your castle positions.
And how much gold you feel like you're controlling?
Yeah,
Right. The way still no ballistics for Hart. I think he could have gotten some kills more there.
maybe. Maybe. Finally, the crossbows go down. He babysat those for a long time, and they finally fall. Unique tech on the way. Ballistas for Viper. Imperial Age a little bit faster for Viper. And I honestly, this has been a really cool game because it's swung back and forth here. Like, early on, it was all Viper. And then Castle Age, it was all Hart. And now it kind of feels like with these timings and with the potential of the Scorpion versus CA, it's kind of swinging back into Viper's favor a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the absolute beauty of Age of Empires, right? If 2 different strategies are clashing and we still get an even game.
Yeah.
By the way, Hart has to realize that he doesn't have ballistics, right?
Has to. Well, I mean, if you miss a villager at that distance,
yeah,
then 3 villagers suddenly start building a university.
Question for you and for chat.
Yep.
I want all the predictions. What's the maximum Scorpion count we will see this game?
Like, okay, so
The
not
number at
total,
the
not
top.
total, just
Yeah,
the number at the top.
Highest count he will reach.
27.
Ooh, I would have thought higher. I will give you 42.
Okay.
Is it 15 soon?
Okay. I just think Hart's going to do a pretty good job of managing the numbers.
Okay, yeah. Well, he should. If we get to 42, I think it's looking really, really good for the Viper.
42 Scorpions, and that's just not a position you can come back from,
Then
maybe.
you kind of have to play Onagers against that even,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Yeah, would be tricky. Still, we have the university, but no ballistics. 26 CA.
I mean, you could, honestly, you could play Tatar Trebs against that. If he has that big of a mass. You have like
Shoot
7
and pack.
Trebs. Yeah. Because like if it's a big group of Scorpions, they're always going to kill one.
True. Now Kashik coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, only?
I mean, only 2 castles. You're going to need to produce Trebs out of those. You need to get conscription as well, like delayed Keshik production. Soon, anyway. Scorpions are putting in work there. Siege Engineers first from Viper. Heavy Scorpion is still an expensive upgrade, even though it got a discount. And just low numbers of Keshiks are not going to be enough to take out the Scorpion mass from Viper. He's got 16 of them right now. They're not where they need to be, though, which is over near the Cav Archers.
Third castle, there for Hart. He's kind of building a ring for himself. Lots of extra gold at the left-hand side. I love that we have even relics here and that no one feels like they're on a timer.
Yeah.
with chemistry and Bracer, those CA are
I mean,
reasonable damage. Castle should go up.
Viper does have a gold over on the left side, and he's got a gold in the corner, but I'm noticing there are 3 golds that are kind of in the middle of the map there. Not under his control at all, as that guy gets absolutely bolted on the side. Keshik's now coming in.
Hard with a nice
For
pop
Hart.
lead.
183, 152 for Viper, and he's struggling to get the Halbs and the Scorpions in the same mass together.
I think Viper's overextending here.
Yes.
He's so far out. Military-wise, 48 against 42.
Still no heavy Scorpion either.
Yeah.
Crucial upgrade here.
And now is Hart taking this engagement. It's red formation. He's coming in, waiting for the last armor upgrade. Focus down the Halberdiers and then go down for the Scorpions. I think Viper's impatient. So atypical for him.
Well, Viper's trying to push over there. He can't really kill buildings with this comp either. Like, if I'm Hart, I look at this and I'm like, okay, my castle over there should protect me. Why don't we just go forward and try and do some damage? Why don't we just ignore this? What even is that?
Oh, yeah. And Hart is as smart as you. Look at that. He's maybe even going through the center. There's not much. He's building forward castle.
Yeah, why not? Why not? The Scorpions are so out of position. Viper's going for a castle over on the left side. He has no trebs with that army. He can't do anything, and now he's just kind of in no man's land over there. As Hart sends certainly enough villagers to complete that castle. Doubt take notes here.
Double gold. Viper tries to go for the aggression. Elite Kashik now coming in. +1 attack.
Eco is looking super solid for Hart as well. I just saw 10 more farms placed, and he's already got 52 on food right now.
Nice.
So the Keshik production should be fairly stable. Scorpions finally make their way back. They couldn't do anything forward. And Hart, gotta make sure you're not patrolling these Cav Archers without looking at them. You have to be babysitting them at all times. Even herbal medicine on the way from Hart, which is a great technology when you're fighting Scorpions with heavy Cav Archers.
Yeah, gets them into the castle, healing so much faster. And look at all those arrows. Kashiks, they love to raid.
Yeah. So if you're Viper, do you add something else to this?
Let me envision that a bit more. Okay, yeah.
Do you add something else to this composition, or do you just keep going like Treb, Halb?
I would add 2 Centurions at the right-hand side.
Okay. Okay.
I think you have to stay on Halb and Scorpion. You don't have anything else. Like, I don't think Centurion is adding too much. Some for the aura, but that's it.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good raid.
Treb range coming in from Hart. You don't need that tech anymore for the Flaming Camels. So it's just the range on the Trebs now.
Moving in. CA a bit out of position.
CA are out of position, but there's a castle to protect against those Scorpions. Good quick walls there from Hart. He even ejects the villagers to try and repair that trebuchet. And the Scorpions are just patrolling against the house. That's a really, really great engagement there from Hart. But look at the Scorpion bolt stack. If Viper ever gets a clear shot onto these units, they're dead. He doesn't. Hart holds this position. He has the extra range on his trebs. He's got the hill set up there, and he's got the castle behind. This is a really, really tough position for Viper to push.
And he focused down the Scorpions with the castle. Really nice move. Those 3 traps with the extra range. Maybe he can still repair this. Still 800 stone. He can repair for quite some time if he can hold it, but 4 traps are a lot of damage.
How many Scorpions does Viper have right now?
5. Great move and more dying.
5. Like I said, trebs against Scorps.
Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, that's
the castle to protect the traps as well.
Well, the castle's dead. The castle's dead. Okay, so Viper has an opportunity now. Unfortunately, only at 6 Scorps. So, I mean, the Cav Archers can run away from this, but the Trebs can keep sniping them down if Hart wants to target those. Yeah, the Keshiks can come in.
And now the Scorpions.
And he's just killing them with Trebs. He's just killing them with Trebs.
Down to 7 Halberdiers. Is Hart doing this? He has a massive pop lead. He's taking down the Trebs, Dave.
Yeah, and there's another castle going up on a different gold as well. And Viper taps out, I think. Viper calls the GG. Fantastic play from Hart. Great game. It swung back and forth probably 4 times in that game. Each one of them, you know, taking advantage of their timings. And I think, honestly, in Imperial Age, that game started to swing when Viper went on that Lewis and Clark adventure with the Scorpions over to the side. What was he doing over there? Where was he going? He even made a castle over there at the same time. Misjudgment, I think, for Viper, and Hart just kept his eye on the goal, pushing right up the center.
And you told me stories about how beautiful Mr. Yo is playing Romans, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Yo would always open Cavaliers here,
Yeah.
right? He would try to take map control and only then go for the next step.
Well, the difference there is that Mr. Yo doesn't really, as far as I think about it, he doesn't think of Romans as a Scorpion Civ. He thinks of Romans as an eco cavalry Civ. And that's the primary difference between the two approaches there.
Yeah, and then he's raiding more. Yeah, and he's not really going for the scorps, but let's assume Viper wants to go for the scorps. Then you need the setup. You need castles at the side, push through the middle.
And you need trebs to make your push actually a threat.
Yeah,
if you have no trebs, your push means nothing. One castle can stop it.
Yeah.
And Hart can just send all of his army to the other side. So really, honestly, solid play from Hart.
Yeah.
And I think after that start, that was kind of unexpected because we were both looking at that start like, what on earth are you doing? You know, you're walling up, you're making archers, and it feels like you don't know what's happening. But he had a plan. He had a plan the whole time. So beautiful job from Hart.
And we still have 2 home maps left for the Viper: Fractal and Enclosed. Potential civilizations there: Bengalis and Khmer on the other side. We're expecting Gujaras for Enclosed and Portuguese Fractal.
Gujaras.
I don't see Gujaras for Fractal.
Portuguese. I think it's Bengalis, Portuguese for Fractal.
Bengalis, Portuguese for Fractal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gujara on Enclosed.
Yeah.
What I could see.
Do you ever go Koreans on Fractal?
I don't mind it.
I think it's a good civ there if you can get the setup. The problem with it is like if your opponent has an eco civ and they get a little bit further ahead of you with their fishing eco and whatnot, you might be in trouble. But if you get to Castle Age and you have towers in strategic locations, I've seen Fractal games with a Korean player having 50 keeps. And it's impossible. Like, it's just impossible to deal with.
The moment you have 3 guard towers up, it's so easy for you to control the bottom as well, right? And then you get extra gold, extra stone, and we will indeed see Fractal and the late pick for Hart.
Malians. I didn't even notice that on the draft here.
Yeah. Pick 6.
Malians.
So he decided against either Gojara or Portuguese. So one of the pick 2, 3 won't be played if we go to game 5.
Okay. I mean, Malians are not a bad civ at all. They're a very, very good civ. And I think that kind of takes... If he was playing Portuguese here, you'd think he wanted pressure on water. With the extra HP, even against Bengalis, I think you can kind of contest, right?
Yeah.
With Malians, I'm not sure that's the smartest decision, so he's probably want to go for a land approach first.
Did he maybe think he wanted to play Organ Guns and then felt, well, you're having Bengalis with extra armor monks. They don't perform that well against it. And then changed his plan?
I mean, are Organ Guns very strong against Ratha either?
No.
I don't know.
They have 105 HP, rather, right? So they can't be that great. And you can get a lot of armor on them as well. Yeah, will be interesting.
I did overhear a conversation between 2 players talking about this map, and they were talking about when the opponent goes for water play right away and just only has like 1 dock producing fires and coming over to your side, you don't even need to go for the dock-to-dock block because you'll have 2 docks that with efficient fishing to them, and you can just produce 2 fires and counter the water play from them. So you don't even need to send the villager up to dock block. You might as well just, you know, scout it, see if they're going fires, and then produce fires of your own.
Yeah, and then you have some present. You always are a bit scared that opponent might be shocking in with some demos. It's easy to underreact then or overreact.
Yeah.
But if you play theoretically optimal and can always build the exact right numbers, it's a better approach.
And that theoretically optimal might give you an indication of which 2 players I was listening to discuss that. Because one of them loves to play optimal. So we've got the villagers working away on the reeds. 3 wood on that one. Let's see how much. 15 on this one. Viper's going to be a little bit faster than Hart. Now, does he send the villager
to the left?
To the left. Okay.
So
he's going to go fish over here.
Better fish first. Both players up basically the same time there, both with 0 seconds idle TC.
And there's the dock. And he's got the villager on the left side, so it can roam all the way along the shoreline and get to this hidden area behind here if he wants to.
Okay, I have a brain bug. Explain to me. How is Viper up 5 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
But we both have idle TC of 0 seconds.
I think Hart might have canceled Feudal Age or Loom. And then re-clicked it again.
Does he have Loom in the queue behind, maybe?
I think he might have canceled Feudal Age or Loom. Because it still counts as a working TC.
Okay.
And then instantly queued something else.
Interesting.
Or maybe he had a villager in queue and he unqueued it for Feudal Age.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think that's the only way that it could have happened.
Okay.
Because that was very confusing
Thank you, Sherlock.
for me. You're welcome.
First fishing ship only now for Hart. Viper a bit earlier there. Second.
And he's just gone for the 2 docks.
And Viper is sending a villager there on the. Oh, is he sending a scout? On the dock of Hart, there's a blue dot, and yeah, he sends the villager. He can't dock block there himself.
No, he cannot. But he can dock block over there. So
yeah, exactly.
He's done the scouting. He's going to send the villager forward, and he's likely to make a dock right here. He doesn't have the wood for it, though, so that villager just needs to come home.
Yeah, maybe run a bit further.
Maybe, I mean,
dock block.
That vill could have just been to scout out whether his opponent had a dock there.
What does mistake? Ooh, talking of mistakes.
And lost the scout here, so lack of information now in the center. Does have the information on the dock from Hart, but the army is coming forward here. 1 scout and 2 spearmen are more than enough to deny this wall.
That's a bit of a late timing for someone who doesn't even have a barracks here, right? Viper's really late with everything.
Yeah, Viper's just trying to get this wall up. I mean, he's stealthily building it with the 1 villager, but Hart will come back to that. And Hart even has a 3rd spearman. We saw how much damage Illyri could do with like 3 or 4 spearmen to Kingston earlier today on this map.
Wheelbarrow. Viper was housed, or does he just want to have his villagers walk a bit faster?
I think he was housed. This is not the crazy start that we would expect.
This is annoying.
For Viper.
Gate?
Thinking about trapping in Hart. Hart's not going to fall for that. At least not yet. He's going to have to be a little bit more creative to trap him in.
Scout around. Can help out quite a bit. This could be that villager if he wants to commit.
Oh, great. Great micro there from Viper. Calmly pulls the villager back.
4 spearmen. Is there any value in adding more? It just feels like 4 spearmen and 6 spearmen are kind
4
of doing
spearmen
the same,
is fine.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, they're just going to bump up against each other and block each other. So easier to micro 4. This woodline is getting weak, but it's not yet weak enough that Hart feels like he can commit, and Viper's like, all right, enough of this. Enough of this. Gonna add some houses, gonna add a wall. Still has 6 fishing ships here and is going for a fire galley to counter. And
a range for Hart could have ended the game, you know? Yeah. It's like, aren't like 2 archers ending the game?
Yeah, maybe. But the question is like, does he have the res for that if he went for the fish at the beginning and then he went for 4 spearmen?
Ooh, Viper opened this again, but new full HP villagers and spearmen are not great at killing builds. Oh, other one could go down. Boink.
I do like the fact that Viper's kind of... Second Vill. Maybe Viper can get the quick wall. He gets the quick wall. I didn't think there was any space there. He gets the quick wall. The villager is saved, and now he almost kills that scout from Hart. Hart's still coming back for more. He wants seconds here. He wants seconds. He wants thirds. He's not going to get it. Viper quick walls that villager as well, and he's going to get away with both of those guys. That was incredible.
Brutal, and maybe he won another spearman. Could have added a bit more damage there. Yeah. And yeah, just gives the villager at the top a new home. Villager count behind this 8, soon +2.
Dude, I think like
soon for Hart.
Viper is taking advantage. He saw the dock from Hart. Hart assumed that Viper was also going to dock block and didn't scout it at all. And Viper's just taking advantage of that fact, and he's just going for a free fish boom, essentially.
Crazy, right? How greedy he's playing. Like, does he have a barracks by now?
I don't think so. It's market blacksmith.
300 stone. Might be a Ratha play.
Could be.
Is he just like he's ignoring the berries at the front, but he has so much food anyways. A bit of a market use.
It's not monks, surely, right?
You don't have a lot of gold, right? If you want to play monks here, then I don't think you go on stone initially, and a bull run out relatively quickly.
I mean, he's still only on stone with 1.
Yeah.
And it's 294.
Why did you collect 100 before?
He's sending a few more to... Okay, he's got 9 on stone now.
Okay.
So this is a Ratha play. Okay. And okay, there's still a hole there.
Open.
Hello?
But that's so many low HP spearmen. Not sure if they will find the lots.
Hello?
Oh, maybe trapping that Bill? Squeezes through.
He's looking for it. He's thinking about it for sure. Yeah, 2 spearmen going down.
Just imagine 2 archers, honestly.
Viper. Hole. Brother, you're covering up all the other spaces over there.
He
Hole.
can't hear you.
Oh, we got a replay coming up here. Is this the quick walls from Viper? From his POV, so Viper gets those quick walls down. He's fighting this scout, and then there's the desperate run from this other villager back to the TC. So we can see how fast those quick walls came out from Viper. Wood upgrade still wasn't in for Viper. Just getting that now. At least he noticed that before he gets to Castle Age. And it'll be a castle from both players. So Gebetto versus Ratha.
I prefer Ratha.
Ratha are far more flexible than Gebetto.
Basically, Chariot, and you can choose. Do you want to have a Knight or a CA?
Yeah.
You can constantly switch back and forth. So really nice against basically everything, because you can just choose what unit you want to have.
I mean, the only annoying thing about Ratha is sometimes the switching of the attack stance. Especially if half of your group is on one and half of your group is on another, trying to switch them back and forth is sometimes be annoying, but I'm sure Viper can manage it. He'll go for the castle.
Defensively.
Defensively in front of the TC, and the question now is, like, where's Hart going to go for the castle? Does he have Town Watch? Does he have extra vision on that outpost?
Wild idea.
He sees it. He sees the castle.
Really nice. Wild idea. Hart builds a forward castle. 2 monks, fast imp.
I think it's good. Honestly, I think it's
really
good. And the resources are actually looking okay for that at the moment.
Gets the word.
He's got the fish boom. He got...
But that castle is not... That's not indicating trap war. No. Needs to be 3 tiles further forward. I don't think he wants to play that strategy. He will actually play a prolonged castle.
Maybe not. He did sneak in gill nets, so he's got 10 fishing ships with gill nets behind this. So it's actually a really solid eco. The res is telling me he's angling towards fast imp, Nilly.
Viper upgrades his ships?
Yeah, he got war
He
galley.
should get cleared up there. Double demo. Yeah, I don't think this should work. That will be fine. Viper, so far, no idea. And, oh yeah, Viper just wants to be annoying and has the ships behind this. He knows, okay, I'm not getting through.
It's a fast imp play from Hart.
I like this.
It's a fast imp play, and like he's still got 10 on stone, so he might just be
Castle?
second castle. Fast imp second castle, then you have 2 trebs out immediately. You're up to 4 so quickly, and Viper's castle doesn't stand a chance.
That would be.
And then what does Viper do? Once he loses the castle, what does he do?
Fish boom.
There's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. There are no options for him. Like he then would need to switch in like Arbalest or something.
Yeah.
But low economy, not
And
really what you want
like
to go
the question now is, how quickly does Viper read this?
It will be tricky, right? How can he be on the map? Like first Ratha is going back. Now University.
Did he see the castle from Hart?
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah.
He moved in. Can you take a look at the score? Obviously, you drop 180 points the moment you click to Imperial Age. Can Viper be aware of that?
Devotion. He sees 1 monk and he gets devotion for his Ratha.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of res away.
Ballistics. Viper's playing really long Castle Age.
Yeah. I mean, if he has enough Ratha, I think he might manage to snipe the trebs. It all depends on the second castle foundation from Hart.
I agree with you in 2023. 2025, there should be stone gates around the traps.
I mean, there should have always been stone gates around the trebs, to be fair. And I think the only player who does it like super consistently is like Ganji.
Yeah, he's
that
really
guy's
good.
an animal when it comes to stone gating siege.
Oh, Viper tries to tip his toe a bit in the water, but a bit hot. And yeah, now the score difference, more than 400.
Yeah.
Viper has to know. Like, were we just even?
Yep.
What happened?
He's taking out the outposts. He's still got the Ratha here. He's still trying to get in on water, but I mean, it's games like this where you see your opponent with a castle. You haven't seen any Gebetto or any unique units from it. You've seen a couple monks, and you know they have a fish boom. You have to start suspecting
Viper plays
that
one
imp is
TC
on the way.
himself, though. And he's not going for a crazy fish boom.
Yeah,
he stopped at 10 fishing ships.
He's got some serious belief in these Ratha, and he hasn't done anything with them yet. He's just now going forward.
And if we get Sanctity, that village
Ooh, that could be
really.
you have to delete this.
He can convert back.
Oh, okay. He has a monk by the dock, yeah.
Ooh, saves it. Oh. Gets 2.
Devotion is in. Viper does not lose that Ratha, so Devotion definitely coming in clutch, and he even converts one of his Ratha back. So the fast imp play revolved around the Trebs and the Monk push from Heart, and Heart is not going to really have the Monk numbers that he needs. So that's actually nice from Viper to snipe those down.
Yeah, really well played by him. I think a bit unlucky as well that Heart didn't get more. Monk
Oh, there's a hole in here. There's a way in.
Really open.
Wow.
And that's all of a sudden 6 Knights basically.
Oh, and look at the
There's
wood line.
nothing, Dave!
Look at the wood line from Heart. Oh, no, this could be a disaster. Viper's going to discover that, and this is where you start to switch them on the melee mode and just start eating.
What's happening here? I think Heart had the perfect counter, but this economy is so open.
Oh, my goodness. Viper, the only thing holding him back from killing more vills is that there's not a lot of base attack on the Wrath. He switches them to melee mode. He's going to see all these vills, and he actually just dives for the Monk instead. Villagers are fighting Ratha. That's never a good matchup.
Look at work efficiency at the very right bottom. Down to 38%. He's barely collecting
38%.
resources.
How on earth did Heart just let him in there? How did he just let him walk right in? The Ratha can kill the houses quite quickly. Heart needs to panic wall behind this. This is taking wood away. Look at his wood eco. 2 on wood right now.
He can't build a trap.
No. And I think Viper is making elephant rams as well to potentially snipe down any trebs that Heart might make.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually so sick, man.
Then you have to kind of go Geppetto, but the Geppetto die again.
My opinion on his position has turned around in about 2 minutes here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Simply one single hole, right? And those driving in. Those 6 Ratha should have never found any damage.
Never found anything. And now Heart is on the ropes. And when Heart goes forward with the trebs to try and get some early damage against Viper, he's going to see about like 3 elephant rams coming back his way.
He broke the water as well.
He broke the water and killed the fish. Everything's falling apart for Heart. He might get some conversions here. Let's see if Devotion does its job. He's devoted right now. Viper, he's completely devoted to these Ratha, and he's going to snipe all 4 monks. That is a trade he will be perfectly happy to make.
4 monks only getting 2 conversions there. Viper even wins this fight afterwards, and yeah.
Still hasn't showed the elephants.
How many are you waiting for?
I mean, you wait for 4, I think, and then you come out with the Ratha and the elephants at the same time. You kill the trebs, and then you kill the castle.
Oh boy, that would be the nail in the coffin. Population now big lead here. Ratha just diving and might be shift clicking back home. Will eat a conversion maybe.
And they snipe the trap, and he doesn't have to reveal them. He's going for 5. 5 elephant rams. Heart just calls the GG. We thought he had such a good build. Fast imp, second castle, treb. He left a hole.
I think he was 2 stone gates away.
Yeah.
2 stone gates and then like 5 monks. Just imagine them getting block printing.
Yeah,
Was Ratha aren't doing anything anymore. I think
But I mean-
yeah, this was like his brain was working. It's just like two small tiny holes.
Yep. But, I mean, credit to Viper. He got Ballistics, right? He got Devotion. So if he didn't have Devotion, all of those get converted. If he doesn't have Ballistics, he can't snipe the monks. Like, Viper was doing all the right things in that set, economically wise, building up towards that game. And then that game, he decides to go 1 TC, and he gets all the upgrades he needs. And then he finds the opportunity. You can't find the opportunity unless you give yourself the opportunity to find that hole, right? And to make the damage that he needed to make.
Devotion helped out
Really
quite a bit. The conversions there, while he was also pressuring on
The War
water, right?
Galley upgrade also helped him break in.
More to focus
Yep.
for Heart, and then it's easier to slip up, right? If you have to focus on 3 different things.
Yep.
What a beautiful play by the Viper. And, well, we will have Mr. Yo against the Viper tomorrow.
Yep. Honestly, Nilly, I think Heart did not look bad at all in that set. Against a lot of other players, he wins those games.
Yep.
But unfortunately for him, he was up against a Viper that was on time with his eco. And in the last game specifically, his upgrades and his production.
Yeah, I think he honestly, like, just rewind 3 minutes before the GG.
Oh, I thought
think
he was dead.
ahead.
I thought he was dead completely. Yeah. He had monks coming out. He had potential of a second castle, trebs, and Viper was stuck in castle age for the next 50 years.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
And then like, what is he really building, right? And then we have block printing monks. We can go Geppetto. We have 3 traps out already. All the gold, all the stone. Then he can maybe even collect some relics. It would have been really, really nice for Heart.
Yeah, and I
A
think
bit bad for him actually.
Heart goes down, and he's going to be playing against ACCM, I believe.
Ooh.
Oh,
Crazy
that
to
is-
think about that one
yeah.
gets eliminated there.
Jeez. So one of those players is going to go 0-2 in this tournament so far, and one of those is going to continue on. But we will get to that at a later date. I mean, we're going to have Viper in here with Jordan, the classic combination, in a second. And honestly, that was a super impressive set for me from Viper, not just strategically wise, which weirdly enough, we're a little bit concerned about his strategy in the last few years, right? But macro was on point. Micro was, I think, we didn't even see any instances of micro because he just planned out his game so perfectly. The micro didn't even need to be fantastic.
The Golden Stream micro was really nice, right? With the hand cannoneers, with the demo plays there.
True.
Bombard cannons were really active. It felt like he had the slight advantage there.
Yeah. But he got himself into situations that he didn't need to bail himself out of with amazing micro or quick walls or whatever. But anyway, we have Viper on the couch. That's it for us. From this set. There's another set coming forward, Hera versus Tato. But before that, we're going to take a look at that Viper set that just happened, and we're going to have a talk with him. So, Killer Pigeon, off to you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Nilly. Wonderful commentary as always. Viper, big congrats on the win, man. Incredible series.
Thank you very much.
First thing on my mind, man, like I want to talk about that first game. Like we'll talk deeper when you talk to Jordan about it. My first thought is momentum is a big thing, right? That was a very long game. Did you feel after that first win, especially the way that game ended, that it kind of gave the morale boost, the momentum to kind of carry through? Because I feel like for Hart, recently, this guy has been leveling up at an incredible rate within the scene.
Yeah, Hart is a super good player, and I mean, at this point he can beat anyone. He has proven that in many tournaments now.
Yeah.
First game is always like, you're never 100% sure how you're going to play, so the first game is always the one where you get kind of a feeling, and I think first game both of us played quite sloppy, which I think is quite normal as well, but yeah, I mean, the middle was kind of back and forth. I should never let the middle go, so I was a bit disappointed with that, but yeah, no, momentum is always good. Obviously, starting with a win gives you that confidence boost, and like you're feeling a bit better about yourself.
And thank you for making sure it's not a 3-0 for once, right? Like, so we were heading on track for that. I felt like this is the series that would be tight. You know, just a little bit more in Hart is, you know, he's kind of a rarity, I want to say. You don't really see, like, let's be fair, Age of Empires 2 leans more on the older end. He's been a more recent Prodigy kid.
What do you mean older end?
I mean, I already said on the stage, you're going to be here when you're like 60. Like, I'm going to be like, oh, Viper, and you're going to come down the walking stick and give people little humbug sweets. You'll still be going, I believe in it. It'll be like 8 times you're walking back and forth between the PCs. But
I just wonder if Doubt will still be here then.
Oh, dude, he'll be there in a wheelchair.
Will he be alive?
No, he'll be down in the front row in a wheelchair with like, you know, the nice little blanket. But, you know, I mean, one big part of growing up is becoming a daddy. I'm sure you've had a few people inquiring about it, but like it's been a few months now. I always like to check in. It's a hard dynamic to balance, especially with the life of a pro. Like, how have you found that journey to balance being a dad and being a top AoE 2 player?
It's obviously tough. Your hours and the window of your hours kind of gets limited a little bit. I mean, you have some yourself. It's a lot of days where I feel a bit tired, I'm going to be honest. So it's like hard, like if I'm spending the day with the baby and then like the evening, I have a tournament to play, it can be quite tough because I feel so drained already entering the set. But I think my balance at the moment is overall fine, and he is also kind of getting easier to manage in some ways. So it's like it's getting better, and hopefully my performances will also.
Did it maybe cause a change in the way you approach practice? Because I find like sometimes, you know,
I don't practice.
Right. But like you get what I mean. Sometimes more isn't always better, right? It's like you can overthink, over process. Like, you know, remember Mister from like Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 4. That guy would spend half a year on a tractor, right? Theory crafting.
Just thinking.
It's like, you know, between going, oh, my baby's cute, you just have those moments where instead you're having that wind down to talk about the game in your brain.
There are definitely moments where I'm like spending time with the baby or waiting for the baby to wake up or something, where I'm just like thinking about, okay, because if I know I have a set tomorrow or something, I'll try to think a bit about like, okay, can I maybe do this and this strategy to counter that on that map? So I think I probably think more in, let's say, downtime about the game, and I probably try to make my practice more efficient. So some things have changed. We aren't always the most efficient practice guys.
Well, you know, talking of someone who started off efficiently here, we have to talk about your upcoming opponent, Yo, a guy who historically is slow to start on LAN. Seems to have come out of the gate swinging here. Is this maybe one of the scariest forms of Yo you've seen in a while?
I'm not sure. I haven't talked to ACCM, so I'm not sure how he felt like he played. But I've been training quite a bit with ACCM, and he plays super solid. So Yo beating him 3-0 is definitely a big surprise. I thought, I mean, maybe Yo can always win, but I thought it would be way closer than that, right? So,
definitely.
No, but it's always fun to play against Yo. I've had his number for a couple of years now, let's be real. But
Jordan off camera.
No, just, no, I mean, Yo is also a tough opponent. I think stylistically as well, we kind of like trade a bit back and forth because we're both very strategically oriented, but I'm maybe more towards macro micro as well, while Yo is more deep into that, like just pick a civ and go one unique unit the whole game and win the game. So yeah, I gotta be prepared and aware of what Yo can throw my way.
All right, final thoughts here. You know, I need your help with talking about one of our sponsors. Do you Smurf at all?
I'm not sure where this is going. Let me see what's... Yeah, yes. Dude, I Smurf all the time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And like, but do people know which Smurfs are you?
Of course not. Because...
You use Surfshark, right?
Exactly, a VPN.
Genius. So like they think you're like from Botswana or like Canada. They're like, oh, this must be Dave and he's leveling up. Or they just don't know where you're going with this.
Dave from USA? Oh, sorry. No, go on.
The look he's giving me right now. So the beauty of that is that if people want to masquerade as someone else, maybe in some of our cases hide our bad plays, they should consider trying Surfshark right now because we've got 4 months extra. Can you believe 4 whole months extra?
I can't believe it, actually. It's insane. But I'm just wondering, are we encouraging Smurfing here?
No.
It's a good thing. Smurf with Surfshark.
No, because if you Smurf too much, we're going to paint you with blue paint. Right. For the low laning players, it's the other end, right? I know I'm going to fail at a Dark Age Rush. I want to hide it.
Makes sense.
Boom. So like, you guys need to take advantage of that. Exclamation mark Surfshark. You want to check them out. Thank you, Viper. You're always a pleasure, mate.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you dive deep while I get ready for the final set. Jordan, take it away.
I'm very curious now what the champion has to say.
Champion?
The champion of
this
this set.
Oh, okay.
I'm using Dave's
Glad you're specific.
There. No, yeah. So
you're the champion of cartographers.
Yes, you're part of it.
Yes.
I carried to a certain degree.
Can we focus on the interview, please?
Yes, let's be focused here. So Viper, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Jordan.
Yeah, you're welcome. Regarding first game, it was back and forth all the time. What do you think was the tipping point? Was it the castle in the middle you built initially to get the map control in the middle? Or what made you win that? Or was it the heavy demos?
Oh, you give me options I have to choose, or can I also give my own opinion?
I gave you like ideas, but you can also expand.
Okay,
yes.
No, I think I was a bit too, believe it or not, I maybe was a bit too greedy at one point.
You?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Never heard of that.
No, I just didn't produce enough units and add enough production buildings for units, so like, I know, right? I kept letting him get kind of back onto the middle with army, right? After I had kind of secured the middle, I kept letting him come back in multiple times, and I wasn't too happy with how it played, but in the end I was able to like get Savar upgrade, right? Handcannons, and as long as I have a little bit of gold to produce, and we see some demo shots here, which were not nice. As long as you have gold and get those power units, it's hard, even against counter units like Halberdier, Savar can still dive in, snipe siege units, and kind of take it from there. And I also think having water was kind of key for me as well here.
In the hindsight, what would you have tweaked a little bit? Like producing more army?
Yeah, produce more military in the middle. I also had some idle units sitting on the side watching for a while. So yeah, probably produce more units and be a bit more careful with the way I microed my units as well, because it was a bit sloppy, kind of just like sending everything into the meat grinder without like much of a purpose. So it was a bit wasteful as well, especially with some bombard cannons.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a bit more cautious control, if that makes sense.
Was it the first game of the day?
I have played some games too.
Okay,
so
okay.
I cannot use that excuse.
Okay, because sometimes you have those moments.
Yeah.
And regarding game 2, we had migration, we had Byzantines against Armenians. He up very fast again. Him being Armenians and you Byzantines, like you kind of expect him to go galleys, right? But did you expect him to go? Let me finish.
Oh, okay.
I have to talk a little bit as well.
Okay.
Did you expect him to go forward, or were you thinking he is going from his base, those galleys? Okay, I'm finished now. Now I can answer.
Initially, obviously, with Armenians, you expect them to do the galley play from home. It's the safer approach, and you have that backed up with a great economy. I was tracking his score to see when he clicked up, right? So I could like click up just a villager or two after him. So I was saying, okay, if he's going galley from home, and at least as long as I'm not too far behind to fuel age, I can add some fires to buy time and get castle age faster. Yeah. But I was very surprised when I saw those galleys show up like so early. I didn't expect him to go, especially against Byzantines. It feels like you have to get so much value so fast.
Yeah.
Because with perfect play, galleys are way better than fires. but it's really hard to play perfect when you're microing at 7 different spots. Fire Galleys, however, you kind of just send them in. So that's why Doubt always play Fire Galleys.
I was about to say, yeah. Perfect unit for Doubt.
So yeah, I think on paper it was an easier game for me to play.
Yeah.
He forced the issue in this in a very specific way, right? And I just had to react. And Byzantines, I mean, those fire ships are insane. So as long as I didn't lose all my fish and kind of stabilize and reach cast stage at a decent time.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried because I checked the market and he had sold stone before me. So I was like, oh, maybe
okay.
he's up faster actually.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think it could have been tough, but yeah, once I had cast stage faster, I felt very comfortable.
Okay. One question regarding what you just said, because you were tracking score,
Yeah.
and you were just 1-2 villagers after he dropped the score, you clicked up as well. That was pretty fast as well, right? So in theory, your cast stage time would have been a little bit delayed. So if he goes galleys from at home, then all of a sudden you have feudal fire galleys against his galleys, you will have a problem there, no?
Yeah, but I will, if I see him advancing even later, I would probably add even a bit more fish to be a bit extra greedy. But yeah, I mean, there's always the risk, right, that it snowballs if he, with great micro, right? But there's also the long travel distance, right? So until he has like 6 galleys together, I'm probably maybe already clicked up to cast stage.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say, obviously, but migration meta these days are a little, like, it is a little bit like confusing because we don't really know, is this better, is that better? Do you go galleys, do you go fire galleys, do you go forward dogs, back dogs? I mean, you know, it's a bit messy right now, so I mean it's actually fun to see how migration meta is going to develop in this tournament.
It also feels like rock, paper, scissors, right?
To a certain extent, yes. If I'm doing a greedy fast castle and he does that strategy, obviously I'm instantly dead.
You did, yeah.
So yeah.
But if he goes forward and you click 1 or 2 villages later, then and all of a sudden you're in an advantage, right?
Suddenly, yeah, potentially, unless he like his docks are right on my fish and he kills like all my fishing ships right away.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it's also like maybe we start seeing some mind games. You queue up 10 villagers.
That's
to
what
pretend you're going feudal age.
I remember back in the days they did that, right? So I see that happening again.
When you say back in the days, do you mean like before, like in 2000, or do you mean like one of the 7 times you have retired?
One of the 8 times you mean.
Oh, 8. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm saying option 2.
Okay. So not that far back.
Not that far back, exactly. So game 3, we had Lamb Madness, and yeah, we had Tatars for hard.
Yeah.
You playing with Romans. Civ matchup, Tatars obviously the more mobile Civ. Romans, however, very strong economically, also a great army. What were you thinking, especially with such a great start? You had him pinned down at his base all the time.
Yeah.
You were dictating the pace of the game. Were you scared when he reached cast stage before you? Were you expecting that? And what were you thinking at that point?
I mean, I was obviously expecting it because I was doing towers preemptively to like make sure that his crossbow timing wouldn't just kill me. Yeah. But I got that game into how I wanted it to be, right? Because I was thinking, okay, if I go late game, initially I thought he might play Gujaras, so I think okay, Romans might be good against Gujaras. But yeah, also like full halberdier, Scorpion, Siege Ram should win against Tatars. But he did a really good job using mobility and making me chase him. I was probably out of position a little bit too much. I also need to rewatch the game to check the economy difference. But yeah, I feel like if I was a bit more patient with my army as well, I sent my whole army in to try and get those traps on the hill, which was like, in hindsight, I probably didn't need to do that. Just bide my time, build up Scorpion numbers to like, once I have like 30 Scorpions, it's going to be so hard for him to destroy that. So I was probably a bit impatient there.
Do you think your playstyle in that specific game was the right way to play? Because I'm thinking if you have the immobile army compared to the other one, you want to do a one-dimensional push through the middle. Yeah. Is that something which would have been better, you think? Like adding knights to get map control?
I mean,
and then expand on that?
I was on the back foot from his early cast age, right? And I invested into a lot of army in feudal age in case he came forward. And since he kind of sat at home with just a few scouts and archers, I had to, like, I invested so many resources into armor for skirms, into armors for my scouts and everything. Oh, I actually didn't armor, but forging and bloodlines. So I had to try and do something with those resources. So I feel like I had to go and force a reaction from him. But yeah, he defended quite well, and in the end, he just had map control from castle age onwards, right? So I thought the only way I can survive this is add towers and then start adding TCs and eventually get to my composition, because I felt like if I start playing knights from that point, it would take so long for me to catch up in numbers, and yeah, you just... Only thing you could do is probably counter raid. But yeah, I think my approach after castle age was correct, but Imperial Age play was probably not good enough.
Okay. Game number 4, we had one of my favorite maps, Fractal. He picked Malians, which is a civ which I personally haven't seen too much on this map. You played Bengalis. What do you think about Malians in general on that map? Do you think they shine there, or was that something which just, I don't know, he surprised you?
I mean, Malians have a lot of bonuses that kind of...
Okay, you don't like them?
No, I like them, but like I think there are just better options.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Like, but they have, like, for example, if you go fast imp, you have great monks, you have fast chemistry, so for bomber cannons. So you have a lot of options with Malians. You can even do fuel edge pressure. Water is decent as well because you have a cheaper discount on wood buildings. I just think there are better options.
Yeah.
He made it messy though with that spearman rush, and I wasn't sure if there was going to be an archery range follow-up as well.
What would you have done if there was an archer?
I would rush a tower on the wood line, right?
Rush a tower. Okay.
He wouldn't show up suddenly with 5 archers, right?
Yes,
it would be 1 or 2 archers, and then I have time to get a tower up or 2. Yeah. So that was my plan to if that happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I didn't see the game, but Tato told me that Leary played Spearman Water in his game earlier today. So I was thinking,
Kingston, yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe they have trained and have like a similar style where they just want to have spears to be annoying and then kind of just macro behind that. So that's why I also was like a bit greedy with like not doing any buildings.
A little bit, yeah.
Not doing buildings, not doing towers right away because I wanted to potentially wait for a castle drop for Ratha, right?
Yeah.
I did lose a Ville, I think.
Yeah, and 2 were almost in heaven as well.
Yeah, but we got some cool quick walls.
That's insane.
So you got to compromise, Jordan, right?
That's something I never learned, but teach
like,
me.
There's entertainment value and there's winning, right? You have to find the sweet spot where it's like entertaining to win.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's good that you always reinforce that idea. Well, Viper, unfortunately we have to end now, and we will throw it over to Nili now, who has something nicely planned as well, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Viper, thank you so much for taking your time. And
I mean, I kind of had to. They forced me here.
Okay, yeah, awesome. Okay, Nili, take it away, please.
Thank you so much, Jordan and Viper. And now we're coming to my favorite segment of the day. I hope everyone is ready because we're not only having an Age of Empires 2 Pro event here, we're having a full festival with a lot of stuff happening. Obviously, the thing that you know is the Pro event. Right now, we are only 1 game short of finishing our first day. Hera vs. Teto is coming up any minute now. This is our main bracket, $40,000 on the line there. Plus, I think we had like 6,000 for the qualifier or some 4,000 or 5,000, something in that ballpark. But also, there are some side events. For example, we have a $1,000 Age of Mythology tournament. I don't think that the list of signups is that long. I think we're expecting like 10 players there. And we have basically lots of side events happening. They will start early in the morning before we play our games, and they will continue in the evening. I think we are closing the venue at like 1 a.m. to like 3 a.m. and they start playing like 10 a.m. again. So that will be something. But also we have a $2,500 side event for 1v1. And we have crazy names signed up there. We have Freaking Andy playing. We have Mihai only 1 map away from actually making it into the main event here as well. We have running targets. So like the level is really high. I think we have like 5 different 2K, 2.2K players there as well. So you can follow those. Lots of people are streaming that. Someone like Dave even said, Memb even said that maybe after the day finishes, they will take their own stream and will cover some of those matches. Could be really nice. The system right now, simply that everyone can play a lot. We had 5 rounds, best of 1 Swiss stage, put the best players in one bracket, the other players in another bracket. Other players are still playing for like some hardware. Steel Series is giving us stuff, for example. And the top players are playing for the massive prize pool. And in addition to the 1v1 event, we actually have a 2v2 event. 1,500 there. And lots of big names are signing up there, running and target. Probably the big favorites. We have Mihai playing with Kiddo, 2.1k French player, freaking Andy playing with Leo Grampy. And we have like other 2.2ks there. So the level really high. And if you want to see that 2v2 final, actually we will cover that here on the main broadcast Sunday. Between the loser bracket final, best of 7, and the grand final, best of 9, we obviously want to give the player that has to play 2 sets in one day a bit of rest. So we will cover the final there together with our quiz. And then there is another really big event happening in Age of Empires 4 tournament. Initially started with $1,000 only, but now with community funding, we are heading straight to $10,000 from what I heard. It's going really wild. We have big names there, including Beastie, the winner of the last big S-tier tournament, the Muslim fan favorite Louis flying in over from China, and there is right now the qualification running, offline qualifier. So 2 more spots are trying to be found there. It's beautiful here. Like, we have the pro event, we have 250 people watching in front here. I think not every seat was filled today, but I think that will happen over the weekend, and obviously they have to play there as well. And then 100 people playing the LAN event. I think we have like 40 people watching the AV4 event there as well, PCs. It's just really nice to be here. And that's the festival update for today. I will update you tomorrow between set 3 and 4 again. And waiting for my cue to send it over to Killer Pigeon, who's already jumping on stage. So let's send it over to him.
Thank you, Weatherman Nilly. He'll be here all week through to the end of Sunday. We didn't do an update on the weather in Hamburg. We know it's raining outside. We don't care, though. We're gamers. We are here to watch peak Age of Empires 2. By the way, I want to see more of you participating in those amateur tournaments. It'll also be a great time to check out Leak Desk, who sponsored the event. These are peak gaming desks. They actually allow you to elevate to your height. I don't know about you, but sometimes I just feel like being a slouch, so I want to be down here. They got you covered. So check them out. !mark Leak Desk in chat. But we need to see the elite. You guys have been waiting all day for this. This man is unkillable, unslayable. It is 10 major events in a row. Will anyone put a dent in him? Will anyone be able to just push him down to at least that lower bracket? That's what you've been waiting for. Join me, one and all, and welcome to the stage. It's Hera! Smile on his face, for good reason. He's got the food buff, he's ready to rock and roll. And he's got a smile on his face for a good reason, folks. His opponent has had it rough. The last 11 times he faced off, Hera was able to take the win. But Tato himself, when he last won, it was on the biggest LAN imaginable at Red Bull. He's so excited to be here on the stage, he needs to contain himself. Those doors can't hold him back. It's the legend, the man, the myth, Tato! Unslayable beast meets former champion, but the interesting thing to think about is nothing is impenetrable, nothing is perfect forever. This streak has to end somewhere. Could it stop early on? Could it already be Hera having to make a lower bracket run, or is he just destined to be unstoppable? Let's head across the casters, get ready for the draft for the final game, and I hope to hell we see 5 games between these 2 legends.
What do you think, guys? What do you think, Tristan?
I think I should take this lanyard off my neck. Go ahead, ma'am.
Are you T90 or not? Yeah? Okay, guys. Well, this is man. Tristan T90 with me as well. And we were also talking about this. Is going to be able to keep this crazy run, Hera?
I mean, he absolutely can. Yeah, I mean, you get 10, you could probably get 11. You get 11, you could probably get 12, you know.
On the start, right?
He absolutely can. What Killer Pigeon said, though, is correct, is that it's going to end someday, and we just don't know when.
We will still alive? Do you mean?
I mean, hopefully.
Like this? I hope so, right?
That got a little dark.
Well, that would be good for AoE too. At least we keep going.
Us being alive?
Or no, well, I'm not sure about that.
Well, I mean, Hera's typically so well prepped, and it feels like nothing can go wrong for him. And it's a mixture of good strategy, but just an incredible ability, right? And his consistency in games is insane. Now, something you brought up to me, this being double elim, whoever loses does have to go down to the loser's bracket. And the road to the final is absolutely incredible there. You would fall down to the loser's bracket. You got to win your way all the way through. And then on the final day, you play the loser's bracket final, which is a best of 7. And then on the same day, you would play the main final. So whoever falls to loser's bracket,
the main final,
it's not going to be tough.
Best of 9.
Yeah. Is it really best of 9?
Best of 9.
Wow. Lots of games.
Best of 7, best of 9. It's going to be crazy. So if you want to face also in this double elimination to Hera, you prefer to face in a best of 5 here now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If you think about, do you prefer to face in a best of 7 if you are Tato and you have to face?
Yeah, I agree.
You don't want to face at all, right? But
yeah, and I mean, in Tato's case, at least, or for both cases, they have that backup, that fallback, which could be good to have. So good to know that we'll see these two play regardless long term. But as they get ready to play, these are the civilizations, and well, soon we'll see the maps. But we got some big civs out there, right? Some really high caliber civilizations were left on the board after the random bans. We got Khmer, which is actually Tato and Hera's favorite.
Tato looks very cool today, right?
Yeah, unfortunately the camera's on the wrong side. We'll fix that. But yeah, like Khmer, Cumans, two of Tato's favorites. Romans is an interesting one. Hindustanis, all top tier civs. On Hera's side, Persians, Italians, two civs that he loves, Burgundians. And that's before you get to like Tatars, Bohemians. I'd say Koreans is maybe the one that's a little bit more questionable, potentially. But, I mean, no question that all these civs can do some incredible things.
Without checking the maps, but because you know the map, you told me you have seen the
I do know the maps, yeah.
Now we see the maps. Okay. Now I see that the civilizations that Tato is speaking here, oh man, Chaos Pit.
I mean,
I don't think we saw Chaos Pit in the qualifiers. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's a crazy point. It's possible.
A game on Chaos Pit in qualifiers.
Okay. Yeah. So it's
try to think about it.
Well, I didn't cast them all, but you would probably know if there was a Chaos Pit game, right?
I don't think I see a single game. Maybe were some simultaneous one.
Yeah.
Maybe it was some. I didn't cast a single game. So with the city, we can bring the civilizations and the maps at the same time. We have Coastal Mountain that is a bit more standard map, let's say.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's the water. It can go for the long game here because they are far. But with Fractal, Chaos Pit, something wild can happen there.
Well, you talked about the qualifiers. Just today, we've seen a lot of Fractal. We've seen an Arabia game or two. We've seen a Fortress game or two. We have not seen a single Coast to Mountain game. We have not seen a single Chaos Pit game. So sometimes it's very easy for your strategies to have been revealed throughout the day, because they've all practiced together. They've got their little teams and their friends. And so Coast to Mountain, I remember when it was played last time I was in a tournament, but that was a decent time ago. And then Chaos Pit, that's a map that was more of a mainstay back in 2000, like maybe 2017. That is not common in tournaments at all. So the civs that do come to mind for Chaos Pit are Tower Rush civilizations.
Teutons?
So that makes me think Teutons. Or good trash, like Spear Skirm civilizations, what actually makes me think Haramako Koreans there.
Okay.
Cheap Spear and Skirms and decent towers. That's the most natural pick. I mean, maybe we could even see the rare Cuman Rams in Feudal Age there from Tato.
Well, maybe there were bans also because, for example, the Chaos Pit civilization like Poles is amazing.
Yeah.
Because if people don't remember about that map, Chaos Pit doesn't have gold.
Yeah.
Not before you could the outside.
To the outside, yeah.
If you go to the outside. So it's very interesting. And we want to see different maps. And then we might have, if we see those, probably all the maps be seen today.
Yeah.
With those, I think those are the only two left. Probably that we didn't see it at all.
What does Tato need today to beat Hera in this best of 5? What needs to happen? Does he need to change anything? Like does it have to be Hera having a bad day?
I want to answer. Well, there has been some epic matchups back in the days. One of the biggest victories from Tato was against Hera.
Yeah.
Obviously, different settings, different setup, and so on. But it was. But he cannot play meta. He has to bring something unique.
Yeah. And do you think, like Hera, when he played Leary in Titans League, he went a little bit off meta. Do you think Hera needs to do that here, or do you think Hera just has to stay to the meta? Because clearly he can go a little bit off meta too.
But the question is, what is really the meta, for example, here in Fractal, more or less, but Chaos Pit?
Well, Chaos Pit, that's the thing, is that we don't even know what the meta is. Coast to Mountain, what's the meta? Probably Persians. Yeah. Maybe Persians, Hindustanis, but yeah.
The most meta here is Arabia, obviously. Fortress is usually with unique units, and going for Imperial, so civilization is crucial.
Mm-hmm.
Might be very good player for sure, but civilization in this kind of map in Fortress is so important. What we can see there? Burgundians, Bohemians, because those can be also good in Fractal. Bohemians, for example, can be very good too.
I wonder if Hera was very happy with his first 4 picks and felt as though they were all playable on the maps, other than Fortress. And so for his final 2 picks, took both of them. Right? That kind of makes sense. If you're comfortable playing Persians, Italians, Koreans, Tatars, and the other 4, take an extra one away the one that could be a problem for you,
Like
right? Because the toughest thing for Burgundians is probably Bohemians. So taking them both was pretty wise there. And now it makes me think a lot, like, what does Tato do? Obviously, he's probably going to try Cumans. But Tato kind of left the door open for the double pick, made it maybe very clear with his draft. When you pick Cumans that early, it's always going to be for that map.
I don't mind Cumans surprise in Costa Monte.
I
know.
So in theory, it's really good. Let me tell you, I was in the same boat. I tried it. Not good. It's not good. Okay, just take my word for it. Maybe it was me, but it can be pretty complicated to pull off. But actually, hold on a second. No, I'm remembering some games.
Now you change your mind.
I'm remembering some games. I believe Goku or Fire did it in like a TTL Silver or something, and it actually was pretty decent. It must have been me.
They did. They are teammates. You know that they are teammates for me now. So
true. So that's that. Oh, you know things. Yeah, you won't share.
I know some stuff. I don't know, but it'll lose. And now, that person should be probably the best pick for Costa Monte.
Yes, it is. I think it's number one actually. I think from Tato's perspective, if you're going to beat Hera today, you're not going to sweep him. So you have to give some things up. And so he just gave Persians up. I think that's why I think that Tato won't go high Civ priority for Costa Mountain, because he's going to be going up against the number one Civ from Hera, the number one Civ maybe for the map. So I think we see like something kind of wild, something that's okay, has potential like Hindustanis, but doesn't have like the crazy obvious early potential like Persians. And then Tato has the game plan for the other maps. So Fractal's a big one, Chaos Pit's a big one. And then hopefully, if he loses Costa Mountain, he can break Hera and get a win on Arabia or Fortress as well. So
I don't know. I don't know if it's because we're in Germany, but I was very, very obsessed with the Teutons in the series I was playing before, and I want to see the Teutons.
Okay.
We have here in the pick again. And I think it's doable to see in these two maps, in Fractal and Chaos.
It is
for how close they are.
It is.
Teutons is dangerous, and it's not that you need to kill. It's just to get map control, because the transition for Teutons to Castlage, with this kind of situation, it can be insane. More the hold for free, then you have the monks, the siege, the knights, but with the monks bonus, it sounds dangerous in a very close map like this.
I can't help but think back to the first series of the day. Leary had picked Koreans relatively high. He didn't end up playing them because he won 3-0. I was questioning it in the cast. He was asked in an interview something about Koreans. And Leary, said, oh, I've lost to it enough times. I figured I'd pick it.
Yeah.
I think that's a bunch of bull. Because now Hera has Koreans here, okay? There's no way that Leary picked Koreans because he's scared of them. I think that there's a genuine play with Koreans that maybe we haven't seen yet. And I'm thinking a little bit about it, right? I'm thinking back to the other draft. There was Fortress and there was Fractal.
They like to ask, man. They like to ask.
I mean, it's understandable they don't want to share their tricks, especially if it was someone else's strat that potentially they would spoil. But, my thought is, while Koreans could technically be good on something like Chaos Pit, is that actually a play
we forget a lot
that counters certain style? Like, think about picking Koreans to scare someone off of Berbers on Regicide Fortress.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Camel Archers are pretty good against War Wagons, I guess. But like a tanky, unique unit there, could that be the reason why? There's definitely something to it.
Yeah. And it's not a small thing in a map like Chaos Pit that you need to also see the woodlands. The LOS extra for the villages is important as well.
It is nice, yeah.
It is nice, Those small things increase a map like this, because there's maybe people that don't know about that map.
Hear me out. You go Burgundians on Chaos Pit. You get double bit axe in Dark Age. You cut out faster. You walk around and you wall the opposite side of their lumber camp so they can't get out to get gold, ever.
Man, you're thinking a lot today, eh?
I'm always thinking, man. I'm always thinking. Shout out to the coffee I had earlier.
No?
But
thinking a lot. But the problem with that is that for the army, it's a slow civilization.
Yeah, it's true. And it's not...
You're going to compensate. And in that one, if you go greedy without army, it can snow badly. I mean, he has a huge, crazy APM,
Yeah.
Like, okay, look at... Oof.
Well, I'm gonna say this, okay? Just to get the viewers a little bit more hyped. And I have to be vague. I'm sorry. But I know things. All right? I know things. There will be at least one game that's going to be like... Or it's going to be awful. No in between. But it will be unique. And it looks like game one, at least, is about to begin. Mem doesn't believe me here. We got Tato and Hera, final series of the day. Let's get to it. All right, folks, here we are into Costa Mountain. We've got a lot to catch up to. Game number one. Let's not forget, this is the #1 civilization for the #1 player in the world. Hera expected that this is going to be the map that he gets the win on. Now, on this map, you start with the Camel Scout. Usually you dock, and Hera's Camel Scout has found the militia coming out. I think he had previously checked the shoreline. I'd love to see clarification on that from the observer. And if he didn't see a dock, he had to check the middle. This is amazing scouting, Mem, because now he knows the militia are out there to potentially snipe some villagers.
He know everything. He definitely know everything. This was what you were talking about, that you know things.
No, this is actually
so
not.
You know more things, right?
But
okay.
Tato's done this before, and in the past he did it with the Goths. He's now going to try it with the Lithuanians, and you're just hoping and you're praying right now of your Tato that there's villagers on a lumber camp right now coming out to this woodline, because this is typically what happens, and there's not going to be anything there because Hera knows about the threat.
Yeah, well, he's still on the struggle. Obviously, he's going to deny a little bit the Lumbercan, so in the long run, maybe it's going to affect his economy for Hera, but his presence. And when you are investing that much on the militias, you need to get something.
Yeah.
To get something, because if not, I mean, you are Lithuanians, you get 100 food extra. Okay, oh, well, that's something already.
Well, I was going to say, so what you can do is you can take all the ostrich, and Hera still has some decisions to make on where he makes the lumber camp now. But Hera's got 3 fishing ships working there with the Persians. Hera's going to keep these vills alive for now. I actually do think, though, this is getting dangerously close to him running out of wood for a lumber camp. I'm sure he's checking these trees. And looks like he has just enough there to save for a lumber camp with those couple trees.
He can take here all the ostrich, even in front. It's not going to go now forward with those villas. Now he cannot kill any village, and probably going to try to go for another ostrich. Eventually, he will have to go the lumber camp here on the right side.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a smart move to lumber camp the right side. Tato's up, though, and Tato, he doesn't even have the gold for loom, by the way, so keep that in mind. This is just an all-in play, right? And this is, win or lose, what I think people need to do against the world #1 right now. You can't go in there playing meta. Yeah. So, I mean, Hera's played amazing. This is like Rhino #4. But Hera can't go feudal age without a lumber camp. He only has 1 Dark Age building, and there's the lumber camp now. So his feudal age is very delayed compared to Tato's.
Yeah, and the new patch is going to be great, but they are not going to change that, right? You need 2 buildings to go up, right?
Yeah. But
I mean, you know, it's the biggest patch ever, so who knows? Maybe we change some stuff, but still, look at the population, 25, 22. Of course, he has the fishing ship. What would you should do now if you are Tato?
I think
you go forward, or now you go and take the water?
I actually think you have to give up water.
But go and take the water. You're going to make a dock.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a weird thing where you can only choose one, right? And I think if you go dock and it delays your archer range, it could potentially be a problem. But I want to show Hera's scouting again. That is just epic scouting from him. He scouted the militia earlier, and now he knows, like, maybe I could be under threat on water, and he sees that. He also sees the villagers don't have loom yet.
Oh, yeah.
And that upgrade might be in queue for Tato, but if he doesn't have it, he could lose 2 villagers to 1, and there's the loom upgrade.
It's very nice. Now the problem is you have the dock, but he's doing 1 fire galley. It's perfect. He has 10 seconds. He's going to try to have these to block. You know, he's trying to wall, but now this is going to be bad because he's going to have the loom. You need to fight, Tato, you need to fight. You have the loom, and now that village need to go back.
Yep.
Surprise, Hera. But he sees it, man.
Yeah, he sees it. That was cheeky from Hera. It was cheeky, but Loom is in, and now Man-at-Arms is about to be in, and Hera's still 50 seconds away from the next stage. He has the res collected lead, but it's just going to take him so much time. He's got 800 food. He doesn't have a barracks yet. And so he's left to just fight with villagers, and it's really tough to do this when the camel can block. It might not be able to attack, but blocking can be enough. And Tato coming in, Tato just wants those kills, and Tato should be able to find one, but it might only be one because those men-at-arms are pretty weak.
Yeah, but still, this is very nice because, yeah, he has more resources collected. So unbalanced. Like, you have 1,000 food, okay, but you don't have any building that you are talking. It's not going to take more. He's going to lose the fish. Okay.
It's an amazing build. It's an amazing build from Tato. Hera clearly rattled, not something that he's accustomed to dealing with. And this is what people love Tato for. This is why we have people in our crowd screaming right now his name, because he's always been so fun to watch. Can he find another? No, unfortunately, he does not, but he's still got a lot of kills here. He's 4-0 lead on the Eco KD right now, and counting, with the Fire Galley still on water.
But now, how many scouts can do Hera if he wants?
He can make scouts forever.
He can use a spam scout like he was doing villas on the TC, you know? My goodness. The problem here is that Hera still have percent on center, working faster, so still, he's ahead in villas, even if he lost 4. It's true that some of them are fishing ships, you know, but still. Look at the population now.
Yeah, it's going to smooth out. Man. It's going to smooth out, actually, because Hera, like you said, Hera's Persians and Hera had such a good start. If Hera had lost villagers in the Dark Age, none of this would have been possible. But now he's got some recovering to do. Those 2 fishing ships will go down.
Nice. It's disgusting.
And Tato, this is probably as good as he would have wanted for a start here. To go 6-0 on the Eco KD against Hera at the start is not easy to do.
It's not easy. But then you close your eyes, open again and say, I've been dreaming. He's up to Castle Age. He's doing the building now, and 1,000 food, 200 gold.
Yeah.
He's doing the building on top of the right in the minimap I see.
Yeah.
He's up to Tristan. I mean, how you kill this guy? 6 million skill, Eco KD, and he's up to Castle Age, and now he trapped the camel. What is this?
Yeah, he traps the camel. Insult to injury, possibly. Hera's like, I got to kill something here. And nice play there from Hera. Traps the camel. And the big thing about that is now there's not really scouting from Tato. If we go back to Tato's scouting on what he's seen thus far, he saw the stable, and he's never expecting Castle Age. He's expecting more scouts. So he's gone up to 4 spearmen. He's kind of bracing himself for this attack, and the attack's really not going to come at all.
Yeah. We can check the POV for Tato, please, Vodka, to see.
Yeah, he saw the stable. He definitely saw the stable, and he's assuming scouts are coming. And he can't check now. He might have seen the Vills on gold and been a little bit confused, but even there, I don't think he saw the mining camp with that scout.
Yeah, well,
honestly.
But he can assume that he has to be taking gold somewhere. But now it's going to be what? Archie Reigns on a second stable. This is crazy. I mean, the dog also is a lot more HP, so he's going to be able to take the dog. And really, when he sees now that he's casted, because you see the score and you are happy, oh man, I'm hype, my head did a lot of damage. He's going to fall into pressure now.
Yeah, so you have...
You see the Castle Age.
So Hera brought on, what, like 5 rhinos? I think Tato was only able to do 2. There's big differences that comes back to how they plan their Dark Age. And Hera can slowly transition in towards farms potentially, but he can't really make that many knights.
Exactly, because look at now. He has just 3 on foot right now. So he doesn't really have a big economy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he has already collected, but in the bank he has nothing. You can see 2 on foot. 1 on foot now, well, 3. He takes another village, 7-0. Man,
and
so
Tato's got his own scouts. Yeah, Tato's got his own scouts. Tato's harassing there. I'm really surprised Hera didn't add more scouts. He is going to have those knights, but now Tato should know to brace himself for knights. Could potentially defend with more spears. And this theme of Hera losing villagers is catching up to him here.
And look at the population. It's 43 to 30. If Tato is just walling like he's walling on the left there and being with some spears at home, he's completely fine.
Yeah. Now it's important to remember that Spearman will still die to a knight in a 1v1. You're going to need multiple, but another villager here. Tato's aggression paying off continuously. It's going to be a crazy game because he's still stuck in Feudal Age. He's still got the knights to deal with. But Hera, like we said, might not be able to make that many more knights.
Well, he cannot make any more. He has 0 food in the bank right now. And well, he's taking, but that knight, for example, is going to have a lot of low HP now. If he has more spears, he should be fine.
Oof, I don't know. I'm not seeing more spears there, though, man. Tato's spearman is there and will kill another villager. The scouts are there as well, but the knights are here. Tato has more spears on the way. He's going to have to fight back with Vills, maybe. Now, Hera will gladly try and focus down individual spearmen. There's so much happening.
But he knows. He take you the spear. He's gonna take one village, but they still have another spear. The other is 1 HP. It's okay. It's really, really okay. 45 population, 32. He's plotting the resources already, and he has the market. Tristan, Tatot is fine.
Yeah, he's fine, but there's no way to end the game right now. And Hera's Persians, and Hera's in Castle Age, and Hera could potentially start to stabilize this. But yeah, man, I mean, we're so used to Hera winning right now, right?
Yeah.
But we still had to take flights across the world to get here. There's still a lot of pressure. There's now a lot of expectation on Hera, right? And a lot of that's adding up here. I don't even think that's good. I'm pretty sure that villager dies now. Oh, no, I'm wrong. That's really good. Never mind. Take it back. But anytime you're seeing someone quick wall like this, sorry to say this, Viper, but usually that's a problem elsewhere, right? And the problem elsewhere right now for Hera is he doesn't really have a big attack going over towards Tato's base. And he doesn't have a second town center yet either.
Yeah. Well, he's already grabbing 2 relics. He's on the way to castle. He sell the stone to go up. And I want to check the farming from Hera. Can we check that? That's a good farming already.
Yeah. I mean, some people, if I were to place those farms, people would make jokes because they're kind of far away from the TC. But you just need farms, right? The amount of farms is the key. Tato only has one fishing ship.
There, you know, so, okay. We can... Ooh, another... This is incredible. I mean, it's 12 to 1 Echo KD. Then now the resources collected is basically the same.
Yeah. And
it's still 7 ahead for Tato, and it's going to be even less because he's on the way to Castle. So when he reaches Castle, maybe he's going to have the same population.
I was going to say a big key here for Tato. You got to wall up. You got to wall up where those knights could come through. And he's not fully walled here, but he's got enough spearmen to force Hera away. And now Hera, it's decision-making time. He will know that Tato's likely to arrive to Castle Age. He's done a great job getting the relics. That'll be relic number 3. It's either all in with the forward siege workshop, or maybe he drops a second TC now.
Who, Tato or...?
Well, I would say Hera in this position, but, I mean, Tato could eventually want to get to Pike Siege as well. The issue for Tato, he sold the stone, so I don't think he's really going to think about the second TC right away. And that's a lot of knights from Hera that have forging, that have bloodlines, and he has as many knights as Tato has spearmen. I'm really surprised that Tato has stopped making spears. I think maybe he just didn't expect Hera to continue to make this many knights.
Yeah. You can see the knights there. There's 4 spears. You have to be careful. No. That's not a good move here from Hera, but he's splitting those. It's micro and he's going to go. Both are paying attention. Now he's doing the horse collar. What I don't know is what is going to be the following by Tatot here, because he does have a stone. I think he's doing a monastery. I see a building behind his TC, and it's a monastery.
Yep.
You need to grab at least the last relic that I can see, because I don't see other. 4 relics for Hera.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Not only
it's
that
crazy.
You get it.
Yeah.
It's that you are taking from Lithuanians away.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and that's a lot of gold income right there that you don't really need otherwise. That's really good. You combine that with the Persian economy, which we always say is the best in the game, maybe, and you have a lot of good things to be excited about. Tato coming in here now again, aiming for another villager. He moves, he shifts his focus to another one. Lycav comes in, he's got the hill, but he's also defending from the knights. Oh my god, there's so much happening, Mem. Yep. Hera has to run away.
He needs to run away. He's going to take another blaze. Already 13-1. He's going to take another, but he's microing at Tato base to kill all the spears, and probably he take them all. There you go. He's microing the knights and taking everything. You can see the army numbers. And this is the biggest problem now, because we know how Hera control all the units, and he has already doubled the army than Tato. He has to be really, really careful, because then Hera is going to snowball at home.
Yeah, but the thing is some of that army for Hera is monks that can't advance forward against Lycav, and then he has one of these knights that's very weak. That needs to go home. He's left over with 2 knights. I think Tato can match that. Tato has some monks at home. Tato will have some knights at home. He's got some work to do. He's dropping the gates now, but Tato is equal to it and should be able to defend from this.
Yeah, now he has the monk. He's going to have there the knights. He's going to block them all. Yeah, he's going to trap them. Those knights will die because he has the monk.
Hera might delete them both. Hera might delete these both.
Or maybe not. Maybe not. That's
no way!
Oh, he deleted it still. And now the other is going to take it. He took the monk.
He gets it. Wow.
Unbelievable. Still, army numbers 8-14. Tato still ahead 6 villages. Second town center for Hera. But now Hera, yeah, he's still producing. Look at this. He's never getting idle. You know, with all this madness, and he's farming a lot. His macro is absolutely amazing here. But he's chasing now. And now what, Tato? Keep doing full army or add TCs now?
Well, I think you need some TCs. Because it's a long way away to find some villager picks on this map. Usually it's a boom map. this game has been kind of rare in that sense. What I have to say, though, is how are we in a situation where it's 15-1 Eco KD for Tato and the game's even? Or arguably that Hera's even ahead. Like, that's just so crazy to me. He's going to have potentially 5 relics. He's got the 5th one on the way back. He'll have 3 TCs while Tato's just still on 1. It's just been such a good macro game from him.
Well, it's not only that. In reality, he's going to take that relic, okay? That monk, sorry. The thing here is, 4 of those 15 were fishing ships. So in reality, it's 11, but Hera has also wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep,
So
true.
it's even
True.
8.
Yeah, his eco's
and
nuts.
Now you see the same. So it's crazy. Tato, though, resources collected more. But now he's going to notice that his opponent has already 2 Tone Center. I don't know if he saw this one. 3 TCs. That's a good Tone Center. He needs to do it. But he cannot make any damage now here.
So, yeah, and I think this game's going to stabilize a little bit. I think it's going to be really difficult for Tato to do damage. It actually should be easier for Hera to do some damage because Hera doesn't have as many monks at home. Or Tato, rather, doesn't have as many monks at home. The Knights come forward. One monk will fail to get a conversion on the left, which really hurts. Gets a conversion on the right. But I still think this is a good engagement for Hera. His eco is flying behind this. He kills the monk. He'll push the army back. And again, 3 TCs with Persians versus only 1 right now. Tato's second one's coming up.
Yeah, well, army numbers is still more or less similar. 5 Knights, 9 Knights already for Hera with better upgrades. Actually, yes, he got Bloodlines and 40. Well, no upgrade, not attack upgrade for Tato. Then now he's going to take another conversion. The monk is down, and I don't know what is happening in the north. We need to see what is happening there. Okay.
A lot of monks
the
are dying.
monks are going down. That's huge. That's really huge. All the monks are going down here for Hera. Yeah, that's really important now.
Yeah. Another thing that's so important here, though, is that Hera doesn't have to worry about being out-knighted, if that's the word. That is
that
out-knighted when someone makes better knights than you. That's a term. Look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Lithuanians don't have all the relics now. For the Lithuanian cav to be tied, they would need to have 2 relics at least to get that +2 attack, which would equal total +4 later on. That's not the case now. So Hera can actually kind of freely make his own knights for now. You do have to respect the halbs that Lithuanians get, but Persians can do that too. So I think a really nice matchup for Persians, considering the game state of the relics. Now, long term, we barely talked about what's supposed to be the mountain on the map. That area has tons of resources. And right in the middle, you've got all that stone and gold. That needs to be controlled. Typically, that's where castles will go. And then you also have the coast, where you see armies coming in now. So it's a really crazy map, man. We haven't even been able to talk about that, but there's so much to pay attention to.
They didn't give it as time, right? So, and now the Knights are going to try to raid. He needs to make some raiding because he's really worried. It's very, 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 very problematic what is happening right now. 60 to Village 75, and then Hera having also good numbers in military. Even with better upgrades, you don't want to lose those Knights. Look at those gates that he's doing.
Yeah, he knows those Knights are going to have to escape, and he doesn't want to let them escape. It's kind of crazy. This is a big commitment, and unfortunately for Hera, the trap does not pan out.
Okay, the population is stabilized now. He killed few villages. Man, he's still 16-1. I mean, you tell me what mistake Tato has done in this game. Didn't make any mistake, but now Hera has handguard, and look at the gold in the bank with 5 villages.
Yeah.
Why? Because he has 4 relics, 1,300 gold. That is basically what he's having in the bank.
Yep, absolutely.
Those extra resources.
I mean, I know you probably might not have actually been asking, but the answer is max aggression has a downside, and the max aggression is your eco's inefficient, right? And so, like, you can take losses with a better build. In this case, bringing in 3 more rhinos, and there's the trade-off to it, right? And Hera's utilized that so well.
Yeah,
but that's the beauty of the game too, right?
Tristan, the downside should be if you don't make damage, if you don't kill Echo to your opponent. But he did it. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's
he
true.
Did it. So he invested.
Yeah.
If you don't kill, okay, you are so behind in that regard. But Imperial, he's going to Imperial. I mean, Hera is on the way to Imperial with 13 villages more, with all this madness that we are talking, and he's up to Imperial right now.
And Hera knows that he's this far ahead. He knows, and he's just, I think, confidently going to stay on his unit comp. He's not going to switch right now. He sees no reason to. Needs to get a couple walls here. Staples well placed to block that off. I wonder now where Hera focuses his attention with those villagers on stone, because like we said, right beyond that TC on that hill is a key area. But Hera hasn't really built up in a way like he's going to focus there. It almost feels like he's going to stay on the shoreline. He doesn't have his army in the north.
I think the only way here is what he's doing now, Tato. He needs the pikeman upgrade. He has the pikes, but he needs a lot more than what he has.
Yeah, he needs more.
Right, yeah, they need a lot more. He has 27 army in total, but it's not all together. Has some split, the knights are here. And what he really needs, in my opinion, is to drop a castle on the left area and make him a unique unit. You don't want to now try to go Imperial because you see the opponent going Imperial. Like, peasants will have maybe cavaliers, okay, but they are not the strongest civilization in Imperial. You need to try to keep him away from your base. And look at what Tato is doing. I don't mind that castle. I don't mind that castle.
Well,
I mean, I was telling on the left, but I don't mind that castle if it happened.
Don't get too excited,
Yeah,
because
if it happened.
he doesn't know that Hera's got this ridiculous imp time. So I think when he sees imp come in, he's going to cancel that. Or, I mean, Tato loves his all-ins.
Or go crazy.
So maybe he just goes crazy and continues. But I think a castle on the golds feels like the safe play. You see your opponent's an imp. Yes, that should scare you, but there's a lot of work that Hera has to do to kill you if you're Tato. I don't think you just want to gift a castle. Tato did this against Dark in Titans League, where he went for these forward castles when his opponent could trap them down. He doesn't know how to turn off the crazy mem, but he's going to continue forward anyways and drop that castle.
But he's ready here. Let's see. Can we see now Hera point of view, please? Only Hera point of view, because we need to see the trap. He's converting here, and now the castle is there, but Hera needs to delete the farms there, and he's deleting the farms. He's going to make a castle himself. Going to try to counter. Don't let that castle up, and this might be the game.
Yeah, Hera jumped right in on them. That's a great engagement for the Knights. That's exactly what you want. This castle won't go up. Or, excuse me, if the castle completes, it won't stay up for very long because Hera will be ready with his own castle and trebuchets. And just as maybe Tato was building up the army, it unfortunately was not enough for him with Hera being so far ahead, and the castle will probably complete.
It's not going to be up.
It's not going to stay
up. Okay, but look at what he lost in the process. It was 16-1 Echo KD. Look at now the KD.
Crazy.
2014, he catch up. What is this? He was doing the castle, and he's also able to grab the light caps at the same time.
They weren't moving.
Well, but he see it.
Yeah,
but he see
okay, that's true. I'm just saying.
He see it, you know?
I'm just saying.
What?
He deletes his own castle. He deletes his own castle. This is what Tato needs. He's so far behind. He needs 40 villager kills. Hera.
Yeah, but look at the army numbers. Tato the army numbers is a lot better.
Look,
it's really, oh my god.
Hera?
Still raiding. No, it's just
Hera?
raiding a lot. If he kill this.
What the? What?
No, Hera's going to lose a lot. Tristan. That castle is not going to be up. And if he's up, he's going to lose so many. What's going on? What is happening?
He doesn't have a lot of army right now. He just has 10 Cavalier. They're probably coming over. Tato is not going to deny this castle, surely. There's too many villagers.
No, he's going to make it, but how many villages? 55 Echo KD, and he's still ahead in villages. I mean, seriously?
Well, there are villagers now for the taking for Hera because his castle completes. The castle will fire arrows. We know that castle is going to go down for Tato. And Tato, I think, wants to drop another one. Man, this is so ridiculous. But yeah, he'll lose his vills, and Hera's still 15 villager lead.
But now at home, the castle, and keep producing army and keep raiding, right?
Yeah.
But even with these raids, he's still 14 villages ahead because
Persians are insane.
He still have 10 villages on the queue. He's producing all the time.
Yeah, Persians in combination with Hera is just a broken combination. You've got 223 on the idle TC count this game. 223, barely over 2 minutes for all of those town centers. So if villagers die, he doesn't really care. He'll replace them. He has the eco for it.
Yep.
And it just kind of feels like Tato, he needs a little bit more damage right now. And I'm not sure how he's going to try.
How much more damage, you know? How much more damage? 63 villages killed. The problem is that Will Barrow now his opponent handcard.
And also, I think his army is trapped.
How many units trapping?
That's an amazing trap.
Kill the cows. Kill the house with all your army. Don't go there. And now he's getting raided at home. This is incredible.
Yeah.
This is absolutely incredible game. The population is still ahead for Tato.
Yeah.
And Tato is not going to give up. He's doing another castle. He's going to take this ground area. Okay. But at home, you need to kill those cavaliers.
I mean, the problem here is it's likely... Yeah, there's many problems. I mean, for both. But, like... Eventually what's going to happen is Hera is going to build a castle where Tato's castles fall, and then he's going to have 4 castles on the map that protect everything, right? Look at the castles on the mini-map. Hera's just been placing castles in the perfect positions. That's going to lead to a bunch of kills. And I think now, like, he's still got to find an answer to this army, but he's just going to wait for another castle, drop it there defensively, and then that gets trapped down. And then it's 4 castles versus 0. I just don't know. Tato needs to break the TCs. He needs siege. He needs something more than just
This
pikemen.
has the same HP than the castle.
Yeah, true. It's tough against
It's
Persians.
so hard, you know? It's so hard. But the good thing here is Tato 41 army, 38 farmers, 7 on gold. It's a pity really that Tato don't have 2-3 relics. It will be completely different. Not
Yeah,
only for
with the
gold you
latest.
get,
Yep.
but for the unique units, you know?
I mean, just crazy job from Hera to get them so early, and on top of everything else that he's been able to manage. Now, normally Hera's going to want chemistry here. Hand cannon feels like the better play than Cavalier long term against pikes, but he's hoping that the Cavalier, with no armor by the way, are good enough.
Oh, no. See, without armor, this is the
He
mistake.
has one blacksmith upgrade?
This is the mistake that Hera is doing here. He has the macro, he has the economy, but those Cavaliers are very strong, but without any armor, they're dying.
And yeah, I mean, there's a couple latest. There's going to be some guy named Rob who's like,
True.
well, technically the latest ignore armor. Yeah, but there's 30 pikes on the field.
Yeah.
So you need to get armor for against the pikemen. I think in Hera's case, because he's lost so many vills, because he's producing so many food units, it's just tough to realize. And Tato, to his credit, just keeps sending it. Tato's going to come over here for another castle. I keep thinking Tato's going to die, and he's just holding on a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's still 22 villages behind. Hera still have 5,000, 6,000 resources ahead.
Yeah.
70 villages killed by Tato.
Yeah, crazy.
70
Just crazy. And this is what, castle number 4 for Tato in this game? It might even be 5. I've lost count.
Yeah. And we lose them all? Well, I'm not sure, because the pikes are here. He's doing murder holes. He's doing murder holes. He's gonna convert now that unique unit. Okay, he got it. I don't think he got devotion. So many pikes. The cavalry will go down this castle now. He's taking those. At least he's denying that gold there,
Yeah.
but he still have 4 relics. And Tato has 0 village on gold at the moment.
Yeah.
0 literally.
And the gold is by those castles.
Yeah.
Or it's on the coast, which
Well, there's
Tato will
on
fix,
the
so he will find the gold. Hera is actually at risk of running out of gold because he won't be able to take some in the middle now.
Oh, this is a
And
good castle, man.
this trebuchet might go down. Tato, if Hera doesn't get upgrades, if Hera doesn't switch out a Cavalier, Tato can still do this.
Yeah. He can because he is still booming behind this. He's still doing villages, you know. Well, not really. 13 and he is not doing villages now, but he has to do it. Oh, man.
I can't believe we don't have a single armor upgrade here. I mean, Cavalier are just going to melt. This is absolutely incredible. I think Hera's felt like he's had this game in the bag for so long. These are not good fights for him, Memb. At least I don't think so. The villager count is high for Hera, but Tato is controlling so much of the map, and he's still not losing these castles.
Okay, you can see, guys, 157 population, even more population for Tato. Now he's taking the DC you were demanding. He's still going with the pikes. He's going to go with more and more unique units that are already now +2. And let's be honest, these unique units, kinda, of course, +4 would be great, but don't need the Imperial. You
Hera,
can kill.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Hera is falling back to getting Commander on now, where the crossbows will only cost wood. They only cost wood, but at least at the high level, what we typically say is, but they're only crossbows. You need some real gunpowder. You need some strength to your army. I'm not sure crossbows are going to be enough.
No, those unique units will kill everything.
Yeah, I think so.
The crossbow will kill everything. Look at the pikes, look at the military army. Tato is getting closer with the score still going. 167 population. What's going on? What a game, man.
What a game.
What a game.
Now,
very serious.
Remember, Castle Age against Imperial Age. This should still be almost impossible for Tato. Hera's Vil count is still higher. We've just been waiting for a bit more of a response from Hera. Hera, I think you see those Vils on gold?
Is the last.
I think that's the 22 Vils on gold. That's
it's
it.
the last one.
That and the 4 relics. And that could hit like a freight train. But I guess at least if you're making crossbows, you don't have to spend gold now. So that is a pretty clutch tech to get in this situation.
Look at the rating here. If there's a point, oh, look at the walls. He needs to do it because he knows that he's now in problems. This is still open, not anymore. He needs to go around.
Hera wanted to trap him there. Hera maybe wanted to trap those Latus in against the castle. And he will get the opportunity. The university won't be enough. Memb, I mean, he's been going for lots of traps. Hera's lost 100 villagers.
He
just trapped himself.
He's gonna take the trap. You need to kill it. He's killing the trebuchet. My goodness! And now that castle is gonna survive. He's 50 farmer, 30 on gold. And look at now the map control.
Yeah.
Map control belongs to the Spaniard, and the score is still now Tato has 175 population, 146. Keep raiding, and even if you have 4 relics, if Tato reaches Imperial. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but you can't reach it because if you spend 1,000 food and 800 gold on Imp, you die right now.
Yeah, keep going.
You got to keep going, and it's really tough because you want Latus as your core unit, but you're producing from castles that are split up. He will drop another castle in the middle of the map, But yeah, Tato's going to add Rams here. He's going to go for petards on that castle. It feels like Tato knows if he can hold and keep Hera off of gold, this is winnable for him. But otherwise, as finally we see chemistry from Hera, it could be really complicated.
Yeah, but these units are still so good. I mean, these unique units are just unstoppable right now. I mean, he's doing all the upgrades for the archers probably. Maybe he can even lose that castle
This
now.
would be crazy, dude. If Tato wins this game, this is going to be a crazy game. Hera's played so well. And you know, like, I think Hera can be just used to not needing the upgrades every now and then. Used to being able to shrug off a couple villager losses because of his good macro. But he's not expecting everything that's about to come his way. Rams, this makes sense. He will put a stop to that. But he is not expecting Tato to come in with Rams and petards on the other side. Hera will go for gates. I'm pretty sure the gates just go down here.
He should go down. He should go down. He should go down. He's gonna go down. He's gonna go down. He's not going to go down. I mean, seriously, he's not.
Wow!
What happened?
But the castle, the castle it's going down. The castle is going down. We have Rams here. We have Rams. This is before the petards come out as well. It's really critical now. Well, maybe the petards died. Excuse me. But it's so critical for Tato to take this castle. Hera doesn't have stone because he just invested stone into the gates that now opens. And the villagers are going down.
He's inside with the ladies. Now the Cavaliers
Tato's going to win this game.
But the ladies are there. Look at the 200 population in castle. And as you mentioned before, you cannot keep resources to go up, and what Tato is doing is going all in, and now that you are 200 population, you can click up to Imperial.
A desperate war elephant there from Hera to try and save the castle, but he will lose the castle. He is out of gold except for those 4 relics. He can maybe shift back over to the other side to get gold, but Mem, the other thing you need to think about now is your food economy. Your wood economy is usually on this hill, and that other castle, by the way, is still very weak from earlier. What a crazy game. Yeah. I cannot believe that Tato has hung on, and now I'm just wondering, is Hera actually dead, right?
I mean, I don't know. He still have more army, 55 army, 44, but his army is 16 cavaliers now with the +2, 28 crossbows. If after all this hype and all this crazy army, now he's winning the game, I don't even know what to say. The good thing is that he has now 2 castles, and they're safe.
Yes. And Hera's other castles need to mask the Trebs, which is kind of difficult at the moment. That's an amazing engagement there for Tato as the pikemen hop out. Hera's crossbows are actually really strong right now against the pikes, but they're really slow, and they can't be everywhere.
And this, well, I mean, the crossbows are going to melt against these units, and when he's doing the +4, that's going to be in 1 minute and 30 seconds, this is going to be absolutely epic. Population is stabilized. It's getting closer and closer. We see a lot more damage. Just look at the KD, Tristan. Almost 300 units killed by Tato. 160 are really.
This is one of those games, if Tato doesn't win, he's going to be like, what more can I do? Genuinely.
Yeah. No, like, seriously. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
It's what else you do, you know?
But Hera's base setup is still pretty good for what you want. You want 3 castles. You want them spread out. You want the corners. He doesn't, and now he's got an army there hitting that castle. He was raiding the gold on the other side. Tato will notice that. But Tato's upgrades are going to take time. Halb isn't cheap. Armor takes time for the Cav, and he still only has 2 castles to produce Latus. So opportunities for Hera. He can make crossbows all day. That's just wood. So,
but can those 30 ladies with +4 clean everything? I think so.
I think so. But what if Tato has to take a fight too early because of the pressure, right? Like that could easily happen. He's got the armor on the way now, Mem.
Yeah, but he's still killing. Yeah, look at the villages. He's now below 100 villages. It has to be. I mean, it has to be.
It could be, yeah.
It has to be. Look at the score. The score is getting closer and closer. Tato is going to surpass his opponent probably. Conscription, handcart now, you know. He has been focused. I know the castle now at home to be safe. He wants to keep production, you know, so he has now 2 castles safe. One is exposed, is still repairing, but now 83 farmers for Hera, and that's it.
Yep.
7 Lambrias, 0 on goal.
Yeah, perfectly balanced economy there. But like, Tato doesn't have the numbers. He had 25 Latus. He's been busy with the raids. He's now the 16. He doesn't want to lose his castle, so he may take a fight. And I'm seeing Persian Cavalier in front of a lot of range units. We know pathing can be kind of clunky here. So we'll see. Are these elite yet? They're not elite Latus.
Yeah, no.
It's only 120 HP. I don't think you can fight before elite, and he might feel like he has to right now.
Well, he's still repairing. It's only one trap. That castle can stay forever. Up. He has so many pikes. I think the +4, the ladies are there. The unique units are going to be there. And when he get the unique units, then probably it's going to be a change in that one that you said. And they are coming here.
Now,
15 seconds. Is this a note or you wait for 30?
Just think about this. If Tato had 2 more relics, if Tato had 1 or 2 more relics, think about how different this fight is, right? I mean, I'm just saying it now because Hera might win this fight. And if he wins the fight, the relics would have saved him this game because everything else has been horrible for him. It's about to be a 200 pop versus 200 pop engagement. Easily the best game of the day, I would say, from here, and it's the start of a banger series. Can Tato keep those golds? That's where most of those golds are remaining, is next to that castle. He's waiting till he's maxed. He'll be up to about 30 latest here, and our fight's about to start, man.
It's a no, there's a no, there's a no, there's a no. We're gonna see, don't think so. It's too many units. You cannot lose this, Tato. You cannot lose this. Maybe he should do skirmishes, and I don't know. The Cavaliers, they are amazing units, yes, but he need to go back. It's so many units, Tristan.
Yeah.
So many units. Chemistry now, and you need to do bomber cannons, maybe.
That was actually so smart from Tato because he could have just said, I've got elite latest, this unit's broken, and taken the fight, but this gives him more time. This gives him a lot more time, and it's so difficult for Hera to make more trebs and get them over there. And actually, I think he should just raid, like go raid all the eco again. I know he's killed 200 villagers from Hera, and Hera just won't die, but just keep doing it. Just keep killing them. I think it's worth it, and Hera doesn't have Halb or anything to really stop these right now.
Did he see that the stone in the south? He need more stone, he need more castles. I don't think he did it. Let's see now those unique units are going to the farming. We need to kill that because it's the economy he has here right now.
Yep.
Soon he won't have gold. Well, he has the 4 relics, but they're still ready. More and more. Would you go now skirmishes? Like the skirms for Lithuania?
Actually no, because there's Hussars and all Hera has is farms. I know it feels good. Eventually, maybe. I think just Halb latest is much easier because you don't have to tech switch into anything else. Oh, this is so crazy. I don't know how Hera still has so much on food right now.
Is this really a game from the first round?
It is. It is. Somehow Tato was seed number 8.
Yeah. Well, clearly that Tito, a player in the world.
Yeah. He's playing.
Amazing. But when he's doing that mining camp, he's going to see the stone also. This is tower shields, actually.
Tower shields will add some armor to the Halbs. So that's actually good against the trash bows. It helps the skirms, which is what you normally see, but it also helps the Halbs. And Tato will lure Hera in there a little bit. Now, I think Tato, the raids have now opened up an opportunity because you can go back to the trebs now, if you need to, in my opinion. Maybe some bomber cannons will come out.
No, the cannons. He has to be with the cannons, but look how he's doing even box formation with those crossbows. Still red, man.
I just
211 billions.
It's unbelievable how Hera's still alive. Like, still in this is crazy. I mean, this is just he just will not die.
Yeah,
and he's got some good opportunities. Like the bomber cannons are coming out.
On the left. But the Khazars is gonna wall there, those, okay. He's stopping the rain, he's gonna come with the ladies, and he's gonna go with the bomber cannon. The bomber cannon is gonna be down. That's still being safe.
Well, it's so tough. It's so tough. The castle's gonna fall, man. That castle's gonna fall. Those are trebs on the hill. Hera's got those trash bows, those 46 trash bows. Does Tato just bring everything together now and try to fight like he didn't before, maybe? Maybe now you just take care of this.
But the problem is not only this castle, is that now he has access to gold, because right now he has 0 gold, Hera. That gold, it's gonna win his Khazar. They're better than the standard Khazars.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have both Khazars.
I think it's like somewhat even though, because Persians have blast furnace. I think it's somewhat even. I don't think it's a considerable difference. It is also kind of, yes, people both have wings, but only one is called a winged Hussar. I understand that's kind of weird, but that is what it is. Hera just clinging on to life here. He is crammed into the edge of the map. He's got like 25% of the map.
Yeah.
And Tato thinking of everything that he can do to hold this game. He should dive.
He should dive. He need to kill because now he's out of position, and here you need... Well, I can't believe that I'm telling this. You need to kill the crossbow, right?
Well, also, I'm sorry, but the units just won't path. Unfortunately, there for Tato. The units are bumping. The units wouldn't be able to surround. It gave Hera opportunities to get to the back. But I like this, man. Just let him run. Let him fight. I know there's a... I don't know if I like it, actually. There's a castle there. You have the gold. Back up. Back up.
Completely going back. How easy to change your mind in this game, you know? You have to change. The stone. You need to see the stone here. Still 200 population for both. And we thought that ACCM and Mr. O was going to be the lone cities.
Yeah. No, this is it. This is it. And we've got some other big games coming up. Both are playing at this level. I still do wonder if Tato's showing those trash bows too much respect. Like, you've got, what, is it 8 damage, 9 damage?
Look at now the resources for Tato. Maybe he need to delete some villages.
Well, Hera will delete it for him. Yeah, Hera will delete the villagers for him.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. That's been the difference, is Hera's got 100 army, and Tato's just had this massive eco count. Those are expensive losses for Tato. Those are most of his gold miners, and they're all holding gold, plus there's a bombard cannon. But maybe this means he'll get his own Hussars on the field.
And not only that,
and more Latus and more help.
He's going to have there.
Yeah.
If he's getting 40 or 50 of those unique units, then it's going to be completely different. He's raiding a lot now with those. And if he get now 80 army Tato himself, his army is a lot better.
Yeah, but those crossbows are marching forward. There's no longer a castle. They'll come into a choke point. That'll help against any halbs. Tato just getting some eco upgrades that he hasn't had. He's getting crop rotation. But Hera's also on halb now. And the wood problems that Hera has are being solved as he's able to take the north. And again, I just have to stress, the north is the most important area in this map. The rest is not of important focus unless you want to kill farmers. That's an important castle for Tato. That can't be denied.
Need to wall, but he's coming with army. He's gonna make the castle for sure. Now he's raiding and taking some more gold miners at the bottom. And now he's losing too many villages Tato. But still, if he's able to have the army that he has on the queue amassed and get 200 pop, his army is a lot better, I insist. He's wall man, but he see everything.
Yeah.
Even with all these loss he's doing, he see absolutely everything.
Well, Hera will lose a couple halbs, but he kills the latest there. But I think what this does do is this all frees up all of Tato's new pop to this area now. So it's a weird thing to justify losing those units, but he's killed 230 villagers. He's now able to focus all of his attention on the hill. And again, there's a little bit of a question. Are the trash bows good enough unit population efficiency-wise? It's mainly about the numbers, and Tato gets around them.
Not now. Let's see now. It's coming also how about these by Hera. Those scouts are going to help a lot, but they scout from both. So many units. Who is winning this battle? We have no clue. But seems that Tato has a lot more army. Look at the population, 200 population. No gold for Hera. He has 4 relatives. Taking everything. And now, Hera dropping 150 population. When he dropped the village number Tato, he was kind of overmoved. Now he can do the job. He needs maybe some traps to keep pushing, because if not, Hera is going to come back again with a lot of army.
There are villagers on gold right now, but I am wondering, what does Hera actually spend his gold on, too? Is it going to be Cavalier against Latus? That's probably not great. Is it going to be Heavy Camel? Is it going to be hand cannons? I just really don't know. And Tato's just dove all the way in there. No hesitation. The trebuchets is exactly what Hera's going to need to push, and he will lose every single treb. He's down to 150 pop, and Mem has Tato finally killed him.
It's the game, guys. Look at the score. How it's now exploding. What an incredible game. Seriously, it's absolutely epic one that nobody will forget. This was, I mean, Hera was playing insane, but then Tato 250 village kill rating all the game.
Yep. All you have to do to kill Hera is kill 250 villagers. That's all. Guys, that's all. And make sure you only lose 80 yourself. Hera's not ready to agree with this yet. Hera's still hoping to defend and stabilize. He's done so well to do that already this game. But the unit queue is not looking great for him. He's got 21 Hussars in queue. His Vil count is quite low, and he's getting rated on the gold as well on the left-hand side right now. He just so many different areas he's getting hit.
And Tristan, remember that he had a super ahead in resources collected. Look at the resources collected now since a long time. And then, even if you are amazing like Hera is, and you're so fast, there's no resources forever here. There's just no resources forever. He's now still in the game because he has the farmers, and then those crossbows that he keeps raiding constantly.
The latest just delete units off the map at this point, right? It's Control-Alt-Delete of all the villagers on screen, all the halbs on screen, all the crossbows on screen, and Tato has the gold to fund it, and he's just coming in with more groups. He just will not stop here, and Hera is back up to 150 pop, but he's got too many fires to put out right now.
Well, where's the monastery from Hera? He
right in the middle.
Because take that. No, seriously, take the monastery. It's so important.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of unprotected. He need to go and take it with the rams. Go and take it, the monastery. Yeah, I mean, if he noticed, I believe he knows where the monastery is. He should take it. But still, 140 population keep raiding. It's gonna be 300 kills, 300 village kill. But this is still to make all the players think like Tato is doing maybe his best game in a long time.
Yep.
And then he's still having a lot of problems to finish the game, but now It's 120 population.
This is the last chance for Hera, this raid. If this raid does considerable counter damage, maybe we start to see some positives again for him, as he could maybe clear that up. But those Hussars in Tato's eco, we need to see. That's the counter raid. There's now Tato and Hera's eco. Those raids there, if Tato could put it stop to this, with the amount of TCs he has, with the amount of map control, I think he's probably done enough. But man, I don't know. Tato's Q is actually not good. He has 2 latest in Q, 4 Halbs, and 7 Vils.
And what Q has Hera with 73 Vils?
Well, it's not great either.
Yeah.
Can they both die at the same time?
both kill each other right now. Are we starting again?
I think they both think they're GG.
Okay. They call it both?
It
can be a draw?
I mean, the admins in the back are sweating right now at the thought that that would happen.
They are thinking like, man, T90.
Where is the wood that Tato and Hera are going to be taking? It's all on the front.
It's in the middle.
Yeah,
he's
right there.
Getting more and more in the middle. There's a TC doing now for him, and he need to take that goal back. I insist, you know, that right now, well, and you can do hill forts here. The 9th range now for the TCs might be great also.
I just feel like Hera's in a spot where he can't actually place more farms because he can't justify the wood for it. He'll have to go back to those farms. Like, it's that bad. And I think in Tato's case, having 54 farms, where many of them are probably have a lot of food on them because of crop rotation, I think he's still in the position to eventually win this game. Castle will take Hera off of that gold, which is pretty much the only gold remaining on the map, actually.
Yeah, that's why he's going to take it.
Yeah.
And then there's no gold for any of them. Of course, he has the 4 relics, but he's coming again with 61 army. Hera is on 134 population. Now he's doing the +3.
He just bought wood. If you've got to buy wood to place the farm, that's when you know things have gone wrong. Not a good situation for Hera to be in.
I don't know what you think, but if he get the stone that he's still getting with 11 bellies, another castle just there, where he's just vodka was, there, that castle there where the house from Hera are, is kind of needed, and that would be probably complete the game, because then you get map, no wood, no gold even for Hera. Look at this raid again.
Yeah.
Well, crazy raid here. They still have Halbardiers that are fully upgraded, okay. And this is the problem for Tato. Hera's still doing only trash units, a lot of them, crossbows and halberdiers. You don't want to lose now your unique units because there's no more gold.
Yeah, he's being patient.
Don't
it's
lose.
Good patience. Like, Tato is obviously, it's hard to say he's been patient in this game, but in crucial moments he has been. And a lot of that's been surrounding these castles and the gold. He knows now he's got to conserve those units, not toss them away. He knows he's got the better position. To your point, maybe go focus down that monastery because Hera's gold from the relics has been pretty ridiculous here. But now the skirm transition makes a lot more sense when you've got this lead, you've got this position. It's primarily halbs and skirms you're up against, and and crossbows you're up against.
Yeah, this is down. It's still raiding. Hera has, I don't know how he's doing this, 79 army.
Yeah.
With 90 villages.
But he can't push. His army, the army defends constantly, right? And it's like, you know, the townspeople probably appreciate it.
You need the skirms.
But at a certain point, they're like, yo, how about you go stop the people from killing us? Like, stop just defending us. This isn't going to be enough. And I think even like just 15 skirms helps so much against this army. 90% of Hera's army is fully countered by those skirms.
Even more, the lead one is skirmishes. And when he's doing all the armies, now it's going to be +6 armor. Those skirms are going to be useless completely, you know.
Hera's killing Vils. Hera's making a treb. Hera's 190 pop. This is still a game. We take it back.
Yeah, man. Unbelievable. Yeah, but if the game keep going, this is going to be a no-wood game.
Yeah. And you favor the player with crop rotation in wood games because their farms have a lot more food. They save so much more wood.
Yeah, but you also favor the 4 relics as well.
And look where the castles are. Like, Tato should win this game. Tato should absolutely win this game.
No. He should have won already. Right? Like crazy. Anyway, it's still going. It's still 16 only unique units. He should do more. I don't know. It's still raiding here. You need to constantly keep raiding. Don't fight there. You don't want to fight there. Definitely not.
Honestly, like,
bomber cannon.
With how Hera's playing, put those Latus in a castle, heal them up, and go out every once in a while. Like, the Latus are actually a population liability for Tato because he has to be so careful with them. It's you really just want to be able to toss your units out and to die at this point.
Is he hitting the castle in the north? I see the flash. There's one trap. You need to kill that one. But then you need to do probably a bomber cannon, which is not happening. A stone, he still has 600 stone. And what you do now? You repair that castle or you try to make another castle? Because...
I think I would probably want to repair it because it's right next to the gold. You don't want to give up that gold.
Definitely not. If Hera is doing all this without access to gold, it might if you give also that gold, right?
Yeah. Late has come in. That Treb is the only Treb Hera has firing at least. There's another one coming in.
Okay.
Hera will lose more vills, but at this point we're accustomed to that. The skirms are key, but Hera's got Hussars that can deal with the skirms, and this is what we said before.
Incredible.
Like, skirms are good against Halbs, but Hussars are good against skirms.
Yep.
And with this melee combo, Hera can just toss his units away. It's all trash. His Trebs are still alive. Is Hera not dead yet?
No, it's not that he's not dead. It's that he's coming back. He's coming back. He's using more and more villages to repair that castle. He's feeling the pain. He's feeling the pain. Tato is feeling the pain. Incredible game. Hera is coming back or not. Population both are dropping and dropping. But now this is danger for Tato. Tato's army is in the hell. Where is the unique unit now from Tato?
Yeah, he doesn't have
Gone.
gold. He doesn't have gold. And
Gone.
There's signs of panic here. A couple Cav Archers queued up by mistake. Villagers dying underneath the castle without being garrisoned. The population still dropping for Tato. He probably can't believe it. I mean, I can hardly believe it.
No, he probably can't believe it. No, you don't believe it. I don't believe it. The crowd doesn't believe it. Nobody believes it. It's incredible.
Unbelievable. All the odds have been stacked against Hera this entire game. This is unbelievable. He's got
the score. He was 2,000 score behind. He's taking the score lead. Hera 175 population. Tato 130. Hera is coming back and he's gonna win the game.
Well,
whoa, man.
Honestly, like with a fair amount of mix of trash bows each and every engagement where it's going to be probably Halb v Halb, it's making a pretty big difference. And the fact that Hera has brought in 5,000 gold so he can always remake his Trebs has made a massive difference. Those relics have saved him. The Persian TCs working faster has saved him. And I'm like as speechless as a caster can be right now, man.
Tristan, his hands has saved him. You know, it's incredible. His mechanics are just too strong right now, in my opinion, because he was really having so crazy aggression.
Tato
Look at the Echo KD.
Tato can't kill this. He can't kill that army. Skirms just are such a liability. If there's Hussars in the mix, and there's always going to be.
But he got Hussars himself as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Tato has 80 farmers, 85 farmers.
But he doesn't
still
have. But
trying to produce, but
yeah, Halbs come out. It's just like, and Hera's
he's being the
cross so good.
He's being the crossbows at the end.
Yeah.
Because it looks like the crows are doing a lot better damage and a lot better job.
Well, when it gets to the point where there's no golds, crossbows that don't cost gold are sick.
Yeah.
It was the moments earlier in the game where we were kind of questioning them.
Yeah, and those crows are not even close to be fully upgraded, at least with defensive, right?
It's true. He's missing 2 armor upgrades.
It's crazy. Yeah. They're missing a lot of upgrades there. Well, population is still dropping, and now the score is getting there.
Well, Hera's going to get those upgrades, Mem, because he's back on that gold. Yeah. And he's TCing the gold, so I don't know how much gold exactly is left, but that's enough to get those upgrades. He may feel as though he can just raid Tato to death right now. He is seeing a player who is struggling. Like, these engagements are all desperate engagements from Tato. If you have to dive in with your Hussars like that, that is a sign that you are really struggling. He lost a lot of Halbs before that. He does clear out the trash bows, though, so maybe his Halbs can shine now.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's some towers here will help, some guard towers or something, because right now the amount of army Hera is sending is still more and more than Tato. Tato is still producing, but look at the production, it's 5 Halbs, 5 Hussars. It's not an old, well, 12 Hussars, crossbows forever, because they don't cost gold. 70 farmers. It's true that Tato is still on 83 farmers, but he doesn't want to give up, and I like it.
You know the handicap mode where you can go into the lobby and you can give someone like greater efficiency to everything and attack to everything? It feels like Hera's playing with 15% handicap here. He's not, right? But like the production seems to be faster. He's always got more units. Like it's crazy. I cannot believe what I've witnessed here.
Also, we forgot to probably mention that even if you got some more armor for the upgrade, the halves is still +4, +4. +2, +2.
Yeah.
You know,
they're better for Persian.
And then at the end, unbelievable, incredible game. Seriously, what a beast, man.
That is one of the craziest wins I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That is
but look, he's exhausted. He's human, man. I mean, that game was crazy. Wow. He has suffered. Look at his face right now.
I mean,
this game has been madness.
Well, can we see Tato's face?
Can we see Tato's face, please? Oh my god! Oh my god!
I mean, poor Tato. What a fight. You got to fight back from that mentally, right? Because you feel as though you had the game plan worked out.
I mean, and look at us. Mentally, we're also mentally kind of cuckoo, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
and then they've got to potentially hear us screaming, you know, as it comes through the speakers.
At this point, I don't think they can hear anything.
Well, if
like
they take the big headphones
listen,
off, which they did, they could definitely hear us.
But but they can listen noise. You know what I mean? Like at this point, it's like they some noise, but they are that focused. It's impossible to hear. If they listen but don't hear anything, you know, like
that is a game that typically decides a whole series, right? Like the way that game panned out is what I mean.
How do you recover in that thought?
Exactly. Recovering from that mentally is going to be extremely difficult. Obviously, you got to work your way through it. Knowing Tato, I know he's going to have some strats to bring to the table. And, I mean, that strategy was amazing. That whole game was great because you had, like, the meta play against the crazy off-meta. I think we'll see more of that.
But how do you explain... sorry that I interrupt you. How do you explain that you played like this and you lost the game?
Well, realistically, like, what Tato will think of is...
If I got
not taking care of those relics.
But he could have taken, at some point in those push, he could have killed... I don't say to take the relics all, but just drop... The monastery, you know, take it and maybe take one. If you take one or two.
So there were instances, though, where he would go to do that, and there would always be just enough army, and it was right next to a castle. So I think because he didn't want to be wasteful, that was probably the reasoning. Again, just props to Hera for getting them so early. It took a really long time for Trash Bro to pay off and for those relics to pay off. But, like, Tato, I think, needed more... it's crazy to say this. Needed a little bit more patience at times. With the latest, when it got to the point where the gold was had run dry. So I would have liked to have seen maybe just stop making them earlier, save up your gold. But again, what more can you really say? It felt like an incredible game. And by the way, I think like Hera will be very happy that he recovered there because he should have won that game much earlier, right? He had such a big lead. He was super late on upgrades.
But he got Deco lead. But he never was ahead in military till the super late.
Well,
you know, during Castle Age, Tato was really ahead in army.
Yeah.
He couldn't really push.
But I think like was
a long time.
Hera would have been disappointed because he had the castle set up. He was an imp for like 15 more minutes.
He missed the upgrades. The armor was late.
Yeah.
That was the only, let's say, mistake. If he got the +2 at least, because he was without any upgrade for a long time.
I also think Hera was so confident. Like, no upgrades was maybe just something he forgot. But Hand Cannon comes out instead of Cavalier. Tato's stuck in Castle Age. I think maybe it could have worked. But we should probably move on.
Yeah. No, we can move on. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Till we know the map, is worth it to talk for 1 hour. These kind of games is what you guys makes that we are here for 25 years.
Yeah.
You know, because this game...
That's a game we'll remember for a long time.
It's crazy. I'm talking about the Age of Empires 2, Definitive Edition, but then when it brings those kind of games in these kind of scenes, you know, in the tournament, and you feel how the players are, in quote, no, they're suffering. In that game, they are suffering. You saw their face. I mean, you are suffering, you know. You are in the stage, you see that you are winning, then come back. You have to recover all the energy they take. We play, and you know how much it takes a ranked game. So imagine in the tournament.
I feel like playing video games for money suffering is a first world problem. Suffering is maybe a little extreme. I think that's hilarious, but you're absolutely right.
But look at Hera's face.
It's exhausting.
You know, it's exhausted. What I mean with suffering.
Yeah,
you know?
No, I know exactly.
Physically, it's suffering. You know.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Well, obviously they may need a minute or two before they hop into that.
No, they can take whatever right now. I mean, we can drink.
Casters don't get breaks though, so that's we're suffering up here.
It's fine.
But I can tell you, I mean, Tato showed in game number 1 with that opening that he's got a plan. He knew, like all of this is still very true. What I'm about to say, he was expecting to lose that game.
Probably.
Not like from the position he got into. I think from the position he got into.
When you got in that position, exactly.
But you look at that and you say, you don't ban Persians intentionally to say, give him Coast to Mountain because I want my other picks. That's what you have to do. And I know that feels weird that players are going to give up games per se. It's not quite that simple, but you could think of it like a tennis comparison. Usually some players are better on certain maps, better at serves. You're hoping to break one of the opponent's maps, not all of them. It was maybe a bad sports comparison, but anyways,
you all alone. You all alone. You said everything. You know, you said everything.
I chose tennis, but
I like tennis.
So, well,
Like tennis?
I do like tennis. Yeah.
I like tennis.
Yeah.
Basketball? You like basketball?
I'll watch the playoffs.
Okay.
And I don't know.
Doncic trade you. You
He's
know about that.
Yeah, I do know about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know about that, right?
I do
Who
know
doesn't
about
know?
that one,
Anyway, imagine now, and we're back into the games because, guys, if you let us talk, Tristan go, we can go telling his stories during 2 hours if it's needed. Imagine after this chaos, then we get now Chaos Pit.
Well, that's one of Tata's home maps.
And down.
And it would be very ironic if it isn't chaotic at all if we get there.
Okay.
It is not going to be though.
They need some more. They need some more chill. Rayside Fortress, right?
More boomy map. Yeah, we're here. So Tata's got to recover mentally. Crowd's hyped. Regicide Fortress. Players are bringing in their boars with their scouts. They'll heal up their scouts inside the castle, which you can do on this map, which is quite nice. And we have the more typical pick of Bohemians from Hera. You tend to see a lot of cannons and Haubs. It's one of the best civs. I'd say top 5 for the map. Khmer from Tato, though, that's a recent pick for him in a lot of tournaments. What do you think about that?
I thought that this pick in this map, it was not the great one, but after seeing some of his gameplay, controlling the map, and then go for ballistas, full ballistas with also scorpions, you don't kill them.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
you get, but you need to get to that point. And that's the problem because Bohemians, it's like kind of Turk civilization. If you're in the transition, have the chemistry, you go right away to Imperial and you have already bomber cannons and cannoneers. And a very underrated economic civilization, Bohemians. I think they are, with Fervor, the Gold and the Stone upgrade, they're strong.
I think if you, they're especially strong if you use their mining upgrades to help your boom. Right? So if you're going fast castle, you're normally going to just toss, let's say, 2 vills on gold, right? You can do 3 depending, but typically it's 2. What some really good arena players are going to do, because the Bohemians get the extra mining upgrades, is they're going to go heavier on gold. Maybe not right away, but you want to have 4 or 5 on gold, and you're using the market to buy resources to balance out your boom. So it's just taking further advantage. Look, you can see it now. Hera's going 4 on gold. He doesn't do that with any other civ, maybe except for Turks, which also have a gold mining bonus. But that's a really good play. Cheap Blacksmith is also really helpful.
Yeah, but in the starting resides, it has less resources also. You kind of have to put more.
That's true. That's true.
On gold now.
Yeah.
You know?
4 is pretty standard for
So we need to focus more like in Feudal. What if he's going to move some of them and keep it? Because also you get the gold mining upgrade in Feudal.
Yeah.
Right now doesn't have any bonus, you know? And let's see now. What is going to be also the farming for Tato is going to be great. I just hope that the first game is not going to affect Tato. Like keep playing the same level because we know that Hera will keep no matter what.
Well,
losing or winning, he's going to keep that same level, right?
I think that you need to bounce back game now for your mentality, right? Like losing this one, all you're going to think about is game number 1, and X is going to affect you. I'm not saying that Tato's still not going to send it. I'm not saying he's still not going to be sharp, but this feels like an important one. And so it is surprising. I think this was a home map pick from Hera. So Tato lost that game and still goes to one of Hera's home maps, which you don't typically see.
Okay, let's see what he's going to be. He's going to go, well, the beauty also of Khmer is that look at the transition. Well, when you see that you are 30 seconds away, it feels that you could have gone up quicker. Because you need to have the build perfect, and he's going to have like 900 foot.
You know what's going to be perfect? He can click his wood upgrade right away.
That's true.
Right? Like he can go wood upgrade, he can go castle age, he doesn't have to skip anything.
I stopped having all the answers, man.
It's super smooth.
Yeah, and now horse collar. You should do it. The next one.
Well, that's interesting because you start with 5 farms and then you have berries, and you're going to be really picky on your wood count right now.
Oh, maybe he doesn't have the
So
mill.
you might skip horse collar until later.
He doesn't have
on.
the mill, probably.
Oh, that's true as well.
No, he has.
Yeah,
he has.
of course he needs the berries.
Sometimes, I remember one game, I don't know what tournament was, but he played without the mill and horse collar for a really long time.
That was a Rocky Forest game. Rocky Forest went crazy army.
Yeah. All army. And he
Tato's
won.
got that switch, guys. Like, Tato now more than ever loves to just make it crazy, like we saw in the previous game. I think in the past, he always had the strategy, but he didn't go wild like that. But I got to say, a couple things here are fortunate for Hera. The relic spawn is way better for him. So you look, he's got 3 relics closer to him.
Yeah.
Okay, but the bigger thing I'm noticing is I believe he also has a neutral gold. Well, they both do. No, never mind. I'm wrong. He's got a gold in his back corner, but he is the front one. But Tato's got the same. So that's pretty much. It's just the relics. That's going to be nice for Hera long term. But ultimately, there's a lot more to fight for on the map.
Yeah, a lot more, but still, we have seen how powerful was the relics in the first game.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You don't want to get those relics that early.
It's a little bit untypical this generation, honestly. Like this is the second time we've seen the relics be positioned
and that
like
close.
this.
The fortress usually is farther, like it is more or less for Tatot.
Yeah,
you know,
I think just the spawns could be more random, which can lead to a bit more variance, and variance obviously is nice. With it comes a little bit of risk that one player benefits a bit more than the other. And there go the TCs for Tato. So he's in Castle Age a bit faster, drops the TCs faster, but not way faster. Hera's build, for having to build the buildings unlike the Khmer, is very smooth himself.
Yeah, he's gonna boom completely. He's not minding any goal. Any goal. So he's going for the boom as well. And he does have the stone. He bought it.
What?
He has to sell food.
Oh,
200 food to buy the stone to make the TC. But now he doesn't have the food to keep going with 3 TCs.
Listen,
No?
Hera does so much well, okay? It almost feels like you can never go out there and say, that's just not good. I disagree with that because he's probably going to win. That's just not good.
It's not
just
good,
not.
man.
And also, you can't really recover now because you don't have the villas on the gold to buy the food back. It's not as smooth as things would have been. And it's just a detail Hera forgot because you have 150 stone with the starting resources in Regicide. Tato, we saw on screen, collected 50
Without the
gold.
mining camp.
Without the mining camp.
Yeah.
That's the typical play. I think Hera forgot that and then felt he was forced so his TCs wouldn't be delayed to have to buy. It's not the end of the world, but it's not quite as clean as Hera would.
Yeah, well, the difference here is going to be that Hera should have no idle TC at all. And now he maybe is going to have some.
Yeah.
Just maybe, you know?
Maybe. It's going to be really close.
He's getting some. He's getting some idle TC.
It'll creep up. I'm going to guess it goes up to like maybe 31 seconds and then stalls out.
Well, but with 3 TC, you
Or
usually need
51.
You need usually with 3 TC like 15 farmers, you know?
Yeah.
5 per TC, ideally, because, well, you have the mill there on the main TC, and you can see how he's getting more idle TC.
Yeah,
You
like
don't
I
have the
said,
food.
55, 52. Yeah, 52. That's what I said. But that you're right. I'm getting everything right today. But no. Now we really need to think, what does Tato do from here? You could go for Ballista Elephant and cut through the trees, and I'm sure all the viewers would love that. But then you just run into a castle. So I'd like to see...
No. He need to keep booming.
Yeah.
And if I was him, if he's able to explore and see that his opponent is not taking the relics, one stable, get some scouts, and you just get the relics, man.
I want to see
relics,
Tato
no?
scouting, though, because the relic positions are kind of like different. And so he might be assuming...
He see 2 of them that are very far.
But he's going to assume one's in the middle when there's not, and he's not going to see the one in the north either. So he doesn't really have a lot of information to know.
And Hera knows? Hera knows that relic on the right side? Oh, yes.
Hera has seen those.
He see the 5 relics, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing this. See everything, man.
Yeah, he's been a bit more thorough in the fine details. Tato has skipped some spots. Either one's fine. You just need a bit more luck, obviously, in Tato's case. But I see stone for Tato. And I think it's about to be TC number 4 here.
Yeah,
him.
because he want to go heavy boom. Heavy boom into big arming, you know. I mean, what you can do with a fast imp here with Khmer against Bohemian.
That's a fair point.
You know.
That is the worry, though, is that you can die to a fast imp. But, yeah, you don't want to rush fast imp with a Civ that doesn't benefit from it.
No, you don't. I mean, Arbalest. What are you gonna do?
Arbalest
here that don't have even Thumbrian, and then
Yeah.
it's against a civilization like Bohemian. You need to go with your heavy army, even if it's expensive, but it's so strong.
I want Tato's whole focus in this game is to keep Hera in that box, in those walls, right?
Yeah.
And
Hera cannot
prevent
push.
Hera from expanding.
Yeah.
If he can prevent Hera from expanding, it's really nice. Hera's Civ, though, is one of the best civilizations at slow pushing, and castles are always on the front here. So eventually Halb and bombard cannons moving through the middle of the map, maybe some forward castles from Hera, could be really, really strong for him.
Yeah, I think Tato see now 4 relics. Can we go back to his point of view, please? Because he's missing the one in the north. Yeah, he's in now the 4 relics.
Yeah.
He need to take at least 2. If you take 2, I mean 2, 3 is fine.
Yeah.
But the 4th one is the terrible one.
I also think just like, it's weird. I think
Okay, he's doing the loom. So
think
maybe he's going to go forward now with some army. Because why you do the loom now?
That's fair. I don't know. He might want a wall. He might want to extend the walls outside of his base or something. But I think in Tato's case, it's actually kind of good that Hera's going for the relics. I know that the relics are close to Hera, I don't think, and this feels really bad to say because Hera just won a game because he had 4 relics, but I really don't think this matchup is decided by relics. I think this is decided by early imp and the push. So Hera's going to get them, get what he can, but like this is all about early imp, in my opinion. If this goes mid imp, Bohemians are slow, dude. They're super
That's very slow. I was about to ask, but now we have the answer. He did Fervor, is doing now in terms of also upgrade, Bozo, heavy blow, is missing those, is doing now the Hussite wagons, which are so tanky, like really tanky here.
Hera missing Bosol's crazy. Hera missing Bosol, he was late on Fervor.
It's come from the mistake.
Yeah.
It's come from the early mistake.
Yeah.
He has to sell all that food, and that's why he's 1 minute 31 seconds LTC, which is not a lot, but for him it is 1 minute 30 seconds more than usual.
At this level, to pick this as a home map and have some of these slight dips compared to the opponent is a bit of a surprise, yes. Hussite Wagon will be tough for any scouts to deal with. I still think Tato's not really certain. Like, is he going to produce scouts? I guess you make the stable now you want to, but he hasn't
maybe
seen a lot.
Maybe it's just for the upgrades, because you will need eventually.
Yeah.
And then he want to see if his opponent is going to come or something. He's doing tone. What you see? He's like thinking, I don't want to let him come.
It's so...
Yeah, we're not supposed.
It is rather unfortunate, though, for Tato that Hera has basically been able to get these relics so much easier, right? Like, it's been so close. The one was in the back of his base, the other one right in the front. This one he's able to sneak away with. Maybe that was risky, but it's so far. And so Hera will get 3, and then Hera doesn't have to worry about the scouts at all. You get 3 relics out of the 5, you're chilling, and you could be very happy with it.
He's going to take 4, actually, because he's going to go for the one in the corner. Yeah, he's going to be 4 relics again.
Which Tato doesn't see. Yeah,
doesn't see
Tato's scouts just haven't been able to move forward yet because Hera's been tracking him and Hera had the wagon. And this is where Hera needs to think about imp, and you can start to see his resources rising there.
Tato is going forward. Siege Workshop there. He's mining now, stone mining hybrid. That means he's going to have the castle. He has 42 farmers. Khmer is insane. It's really, really big.
Is a forward Siege Workshop a play here? Is this a good move? I feel like Tato...
He's going to do a ballista, they're going to cut, and then he's going to try to make some mess. Like try to make some denied here, but the wagon is coming, so maybe that Siege Workshop is not going to happen. Or maybe no, it's not going to happen because he's there, and that village is in danger to be lost. You can see that there is going to be a light gap. That light gap is going to probably go down. He's doing now another stable, I believe, at the back. But to kill that one, you will need now knights.
Hera was sending units to the north because he's taken the other relics, and he knows about that one. Tato doesn't know that's up there. So Tato's going to be like, how did you know I was coming? That felt like a natural place for Tato to go because there was no reason in his mind for Hera to be going to the north. Here comes the ballista. I mean, they're both going to be on the way to imp. The ballista can be converted, though. And then you don't want your opponent to be able to cut the trees to get into your base. So it's probably not the main form of Tato's attack here.
Well, Tato is going to go by building ballistas. The lighters now are not going to do too much against those wagons. You can convert them as you mentioned, but you can see that there is a lot more villas for Tato. He's doing +1 armor. He's going to go, what, halves? Probably.
So frustrating for Tato. Like, the previous game was so good. He loses it. Okay, completes the Siege Workshop at least. But this is what, 2 minutes now that Hera has known a Siege Workshop was going to come up. And the position of it's in the back. The Siege investment almost feels like it's not helpful now because Hera should be able to prep for it.
Yeah, well, but the Siege has to be done. It's still going to make a manual just to take down the wagons. He's going to take it in a moment. And then it's going to be light cap, but it's going to be ballistas. Tato is going to have a stone for a castle, and I don't know where he's going to make. Hera resources are looking okay.
I want the castle from Tato defensive, nowhere near the middle of the map. Also, has Hera clicked chemistry at all? Or did he forget that? Because chemistry, this is the only civ that can get it in Castle Age.
Does he has university?
And I don't think he's clicked it. Yeah,
he does have
think
university.
He's clicked it. So, again, great for Hera. He got the win in the previous game because I think maybe mentally he's been affected a little bit, slowed down, missing some of these finer details. To not have chemistry on the way is crazy.
Yeah, and just look the upgrade he's doing now. He's doing now heavy plow when he has already 40 farmers without that upgrade.
Yep, and Bosal now, but he's getting there.
He's getting there.
We saw the previous game how he was able to recover when things were much worse.
Yeah,
but look
now.
at that is okay. Tato's castle in
I
the
like
corner.
that. It's fine.
That is a ballista elephant. Well, not that castle. That one. That is a ballista elephant castle. We're 100% seeing
No,
ballista.
he's gonna do them. You know, he's gonna do them for sure. He's walling right now. He's doing the halberdiers. The halberdiers are gonna
Does
melt.
Hera see this? Is Hera just extending those walls? Does Hera have vision on that army close by? Maybe he saw some of it.
No, but he smelled it. I mean, when you have this score difference, he really smelled it. You know, like he has to be doing this. What else is gonna do?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, what else he can do now, Tato? He has to do them.
He knows there's multiple Lycav, and yeah, just smelling a couple of those Lycav means you do not want to be raided. And Tato will bring the ballistas. There is a way to cut those trees.
Yeah, it has to cut, and then you send light gas, and if you have halves.
Tato's walked by that tower a million times now. So
remember, you can kill the king also. Careful.
Yeah.
Careful. If we see a snipe, will be hard, but you know, we need to focus. He's gonna cut there, but he has the halves. He has the monks as well. I will do devotion. I don't think he did devotion. Now he's doing devotion, conscription. The score is getting closer a little bit. Now Hera is starting to do army. He's gonna have definitely a good micro for sure. And we might also see scorpions probably.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so actually the reason I don't think we'll see scorpions is because bombard cannons. Whereas the elephants don't receive near as much damage from the bombard cannons.
Can we see the Mangonel there? Because I think he's shooting on the... Yeah, he takes one belly. Okay, he takes one belly only.
But Hera's just like... I mean, he was really slow with the upgrades, so that's maybe part of it. But Hera's just going to build up the sickest death ball he can think of and push out with it. He is not interested in moving out at all. He's got 4 relics. For now, he's going to give up some of the extra stones and golds. But Tato is going to build up a big force and try and break him here to tie this series. What a series it's been, Memb.
Yeah. And it's only the second game, Elite Ballista Elephant with Ballistic. Remember that they will need double crossbow, Siege Engineer, and with that,
upgrades.
Yeah, they have almost all the upgrades now. It's only missing the last one. This is double crossbow, crop rotation already with Khmer. Those Ballista Elephants, I mean, let's see. Let's see, because what Hera can also do is Kubnisha here.
Yeah.
With Siege Engineer.
I wonder if you consider Onager. Like, if you have Siege Onager, you definitely are going to see Hera do that. But very rarely do you see people go Onager. But Onagers can flatten the elephants much easier than cannons can.
He's going to have no only Ballista. He has 29 light caps also. So it might do Hussars, so the mobility there.
Yeah.
Halves and Hufniche, because of the range, it sounds more reasonable.
Can you go for the unique tech that makes your monks cost food if you're up against elephants? I think it's super worth.
Why not? Why not? But then he's gonna die, Hera, because if you're gonna have to micro all the monks and then what he spent in the first game, I mean, he got crazy stamina. But let's see, Siege Engineer, that's affect. Remember the Ballista Elephants because they are considered siege. That's murder holes already. Okay, he's doing all the upgrades, and well, this game is just going for the late game because this is what is this map about, right?
Yeah, but it's very different in that Tato wants mobility, and Hera does not want that. And Hera's been patient. I'd love to see Hera's Fog of War, and then we can compare it to Tato's. Hera's trying to advance out with Vision in the north.
Look at the how disappear now.
Yep, and bye-bye to the Halps. They stood no chance there.
Yeah. Oh, and chemistry even. I mean, to have all the upgrades for the Ballista.
I don't think he has double crossbow yet either, unless I missed it.
No, he did double crossbow.
Okay.
He did. He is only missing this upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. Only that one.
I mean, this is a king sniping army if I've ever seen it. Ballistas and Hussars.
I mean, you can go in, and if he's in the tower, you take it.
Yeah.
you just go in, you dive, and you take it. Yeah. Okay, let's see those. Let's see those, because they help well.
By the way, in the upcoming patch, which they've teased, Ballista Elephants are on the list of nerfs, okay? And it was a patch that where things mainly received buffs. So
yeah, imagine, right?
It still may see further nerfs. The fact that Scorpions are affected by ballistics now and it affects these bad boys is really, really strong. So Tato's certainly leaning into that.
Pikes also.
What's that?
He's doing pike upgrade also.
Okay.
Tato.
That's interesting.
Surprised me. He doesn't have a single pike right now.
Yeah. Well, what do you have to engage? Oof. If you go... It's actually very interesting what Tato's doing with pikemen. Because if you go like a natural counter to pikemen like cannons, beyond this, I think we have a quick water break. If you do that, then they just get flattened by the Hufnita. So he's like... He just kind of wants to hold the units there in the middle. And pikeman v pikeman, you don't do a lot of damage to each other. So it just kind of keeps them stuck there. And they're just stuck there fighting, and then the ballistas just wreck everything. That might be the idea.
Let's see. What I'm afraid is about the Hubnice. They are going to be really, really strong if he gets some good numbers. He has only one right now. He has two right now. He's cutting here. He's trying to dive in. Can we put his POV? No, he's going to wall everything. He's going to wall or not?
No.
No. Let's go to Tato's point of view to see if he's going to find the king, but he's doing a castle at home. Because he wants to avoid. He's thinking, but he knows where the king is. He kind of know it.
Yeah,
he needs to go there. It's on the tower. He's clearly on the tower. He can see, but the castle is there, and he sees Faith. He's doing Faith because he's afraid about the monks. Faith, you know. So avoid the conversion, you know. You don't have heresy, but you got Faith. Crazy. Let's go.
This raid, even without killing a single villager, was so worth it. Those hussars are going to be super easy to reinforce with. They only cost food. I mean, Hera does this himself so many times, and here we go. Ballista's advancing forward. They're going to back away. But yeah, Halbs are useless against them. Just useless.
Yeah, it's all about the Hubnice, but now he's raiding. This is a good raid. There's still 200 population. Mobility is always something that you want, right? And that's why he's probably using this. Not about the ballista, but
I think Tato just needs to walk in. Walk straight in. Don't stop. Just
the ballistas?
move in. Yeah, just move in. Don't wait. Because you don't want to wait till those cannons get up to like 8 to 10.
Yeah, but if you lose those,
everything.
but if you go now in and you lose them, he's afraid of that. Like, I cannot lose. Man, how you lose them?
Yeah, just go. Just move. Just
Jam
move.
with them, you know? This is like siege. Oh, man, he's doing cab rams even. He's going to go. He still have all the halberdiers. Look at the KD. Look at the KD now exploding again, you know?
It's like, whatever. Go ahead, take one elephant. I've got 30 more. He backs away. Now, you can't let the Halbs hit you, so you do have to hit and run a little bit.
Yeah, because in the face-to-face, the Halbs are going to be powerful there, but he's still losing more and more relays, you know? It's not that many elephants anymore, you see? Like, the Hufnicher is starting to do the job, and that's the problem. You need to snipe those siege.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
There's going to be some action in the north, though, Mem. Tato trying to... He's essentially using the main battle and to set up the next. I think...
He got the monks. The monks food.
Wow,
we're seeing the tech. We're gonna see that.
One of the rare instances where getting Hussite reforms actually makes sense to me. You simply hit spam the monks nonstop against the ballista elephants.
It's just absolutely crazy now. How many monks is gonna make? That's the question here. Hera is gonna make 20 monks, 30 monks.
I'm getting so excited, man. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Tato needs siege ram right now.
He has cab rams.
Because he needs a push. Hera's got the death ball, and he's advancing forward.
There you
go. If he can make a move towards those castles in the north, that'll completely push Hera off of those golds. Ballista elephants click in on the cannons that are stacked, and this could be dangerous for Hera.
Nah, it's not dangerous because those Hufnice are just killing those, but he's coming here as you were talking. Let's see if he's gonna be able to do the distraction. He has now a ballista and he can now cut. He can now cut here with the units, and then imagine the Hufnice going in now and taking everything. He's going with that elephant he's going to try to defend that one. The halberdiers are going to take those hussars like in a moment, as you can see. Look at the upgrades he's doing. Hera has all the upgrades now.
Yeah, but the north, the Rams are coming. The Rams are coming. Tato will drop his own castle there. He knows how important that gold is. Unfortunately,
put the castle on the hill. You could do it.
Sappers is a big upgrade here. They made some changes, so villagers will take down Rams faster. That's a great call. I still think Hera's castle could fall, but it gives him a little bit more time. Maybe he can recover. The death ball still continues to roll forward, but the cannons are kind of separated from the Halbs.
No, but there's a lot there.
Yeah,
there's a lot of Halbs there. It's so many, man. He has 60 halberdiers, 22 more in the queue. I don't know if he's going to take the castle. He has another one in the south. Look at those elephants! Because they're going down, man.
And he's got the critical number of Hufnitsa now, right? Tato needs to make a big push. Tato might lose his king if he's not careful. That king is going to be in the back of his base. Hera will need to pay attention to his as well. Hera at least has a lot of time right now. That castle's, it's taking some time to take out. He then can prep for the next one. And now he's pushing.
Oof. But now in this area, how are you going to stop this? See so many halberdiers. How many Hufnice now? 11 only. 11 only Hufnice. They're going to take the castle in one shot. If they take all together...
And if you don't have castles, you can't make elephants. And maybe even the position of Hera's army currently is a problem for Tato. It is between the castles. So as he produces, they're all going to run right into the meat grinder. But there's... Where are the Halbs from Hera? Hera's distracted. He'll lose one. He'll lose two. He could lose 3 or 4 cannons here.
He's losing 3 in total, but the Halberdiers, they also have extra bonus. You know, the Bohemian Halbs are super strong. On the right side, what is happening? The Rams are coming. He needs to take that trap, but now that castle is not on the hill, so that traps are going to take it down or not. The Rams are to kill it. The castle. He's going to survive. He survived. And now he keep going. And not gonna take that one, but there's another castle going down here. And Hera, with this crazy now redemption that is cost food only, he can do whatever he wants. The Canadian beast mode activated.
Yeah, and elephants are just so costly, guys. They're so costly. Hera's had 4 relics, so he's always going to be ahead there. He hasn't really produced many gold units. He's had the cannons, but then it's been only Halb, and now all of his monks cost food. So he's banking up so much gold.
All the gold is for the Hufnische.
Yep, and that's all he needs to do. And with that many, he's going to flatten them. And Tato, I just wonder now if he feels like he needs to go for the King Snipe or something, because going back
when you were telling go in, maybe you were right.
Yeah,
you know, let's
so
try. You need to try. Still, this is crazy. How it is almost 200 population Tato, and it seems that now he's getting destroyed.
Yeah,
because look at his base.
This is Bohemians. Bohemians could do this to everybody. This is the common pick. This is what you're worried about. Big attack round maybe from Hera.
Ooh, but he missed it now. The halves are out of position. Many are very low HP. He need to take half of them at least. And he's taking so many. Yeah, he's killing many of them actually. Only 4 left. And if he's going a guy now, he can probably take those. And the others are at home. Man, those villagers with shepherds are just amazing, man. The traps are down.
That's
not amazing to know, you know?
Yeah, that's actually huge. I wonder if Tato can clear these bombard cannons right now. If he can just clear these, he can maybe mass up elephants again and kill off some of these Halbs. Now, Hera's going to come back with more cannons. But, man, it's just so tough. Like, look at how much of Tato's eco has been disrupted. There's just a destruction right into the heart of his eco.
Yeah, and the problem is that he needs more eco than Hera.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Hera economy in the bank. Look at his resources.
Yep.
2k food.
The only thing I'll say
gold.
is it does only have 3 on gold. So, 3 on gold, 4 relics. That's going to obviously eventually be 0 on gold and 4 relics. Maybe then it's tough for him to make Hufnita. It feels like the 8 Hufnita he has right now, if they die,
no, that's for sure.
Then things get interesting. But even then, like, Tato isn't going to have the gold to make ballistas, so he needs something against Halbs then, and I just don't know if Khmer really have the easy answers without gold.
No, it's not easy. He has all the Hazard right now, and now he's going with another ram. He's not repairing the castles. All the castles are almost destroyed, you know? They're almost all destroyed. He has all the 13 ballista now.
Okay, there was a teleport there. I didn't see anything in the patch notes about fixing that one.
Was probably right. Be careful with that monk. He's converted the ram.
Yeah, converted the ram. Yeah, Food Monks is pretty smart here.
But you know the thing here, is so many, and he's paying attention to converting that ram.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, he's paying attention to all those single details. He micro every single unit.
He's attacking a castle with Halbs as well. No murder holds for Tato. Doesn't have the stone for it. And Tato's only relic is out of his monastery. He does have those extra golds on the map still coming in. I'm just wondering if we see a King Snipe attempt, because it isn't looking good right now.
It's so well defended, his base also.
Yeah.
He has 2 castles at home. You know, this is around too. And it's so difficult.
He was so patient, wasn't he? Right? He knew that he couldn't move out with his castles, and that he just had to wait until he could get to the 60 or 70 Halbs with the bombard cannons, and he's gotten there now. And with the reputation Hera has, with the momentum he's probably still feeling from the first game, it is looking all the likely that he's going to finish Tato off here. He's moving in for the first time in a while. Took him some time to build these numbers up. And Tato, he can't kill this.
Isn't the problem that it's kind of expected? You know, like Hera was expecting, like, okay, with Khmer he has to do this.
Yeah, but you expect Halb Hufnita with Bohemians, right? It's just a matter of how you can maybe utilize the strengths, and I think Tato has been trying so desperately to make it messy, but it's just not, he hasn't been able to make it messy enough. Like, he never truly cut into Hera's base. He never truly did a lot of eco damage. And Hera didn't have to respect it. Hera just marched forward, like, so quickly as he was getting pushed in the north. He just didn't care. That was a really good call from Hera, and we actually might see a king go down here, guys. The king is on screen to the left. in the tower.
But I mean, even if he's killing the king, it's just,
Tato should use the king as a distraction right now.
Okay.
Use the king as a distraction, and then maybe he won't attack your units.
Now the king is there. He's letting die. He's letting die. He's letting die. He smile. Tato smile because he see that he was going to die, yeah. I mean, crazy game, Really, really, really well played by both, But Hera is playing very, very good, man.
Agreed.
And after the first game, he's playing so good.
Well, it's it's a bit unfortunate because I think in Tato's mind, you now just think about the previous game, right? That's a fine game to lose. It's just the previous game, and now you're like, well, crap, I got to win 3 straight. That just feels very difficult.
Yeah.
Now, here's a question for you. Let's say that Tato has something prepared. Okay, let's say he's got 2 out of the 3.
I know what you're gonna ask.
He's got secret strats. Let's say.
I will keep it.
Do you use it or
No.
do you not use it?
No. I
Okay.
keep it.
Interesting.
I keep it because you are against Hera, You want to really spend that card against Hera? When you know that if you maybe win, you still can't lose, and then you don't have that card anymore?
The inner workings of it are really interesting, though, because if you use these strats against other players who you're training with, like teammates, like let's say Tato and Viper practiced, there's going to be games tomorrow, and again, someone else might use your strategy because it's really good. So maybe you show it. I don't know. I really don't have any answers.
And they are not in the same bracket, so maybe it can happen.
Exactly. And it happens before. I mean, usually players, they find out a strategy behind the scenes. Eventually it just comes out. And then we ask them, oh, what was that great strategy? And they say, actually, credit to that person who showed me initially.
We were having the same question with ACCM and Mr. Yo.
Yes.
Like he was with the 2-0, and then he didn't pick his home map. His home map as the third game.
Yep.
So now maybe he's not going to pick his home map. Just
Maybe.
go for Hera home map.
Maybe. I mean, we'll see.
Pick your home map, but don't show where.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, would you go for Chaos Pit here? Like,
Well,
you have the Kumans, you have...
maybe, hear me out. With everything we just said.
Well, Fortresses was already a home map from Hera.
Exactly.
So he's going in that direction, Tato.
You have to win every map now if you're Tato to win this series.
I go Arabia.
Go Arabia.
Yeah.
You win Arabia, then you show your
and then we
strats.
go with some card.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think that actually may be logical here.
Yeah, because you have to win all the games. I think it was ACCM did. He went also for the Arabia.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, you don't like. It would be kind of silly to show something unique and how you're going to play one of the maps that's never been played yet. By the way, Chaos Pit. You don't want to show that and then lose the series anyways. But also, you want momentum, and you don't want to get clapped 3-0. So, but yeah, I personally think the strategic play is actually to go.
But there's also ways to get clapped 3-0 as well.
Yeah.
And I don't think Tato is playing bad at all.
Agreed. Unfortunately, the bracket does not give you any additional credit for how close the games were.
Yeah.
But in Tato's case, when he's playing this well, I think he will maybe be the big favorite in his series tomorrow. If he were to lose this, I think if he loses this, he's up against Kingston tomorrow.
Yeah.
Who's probably the biggest underdog here. So we actually have a bracket and we can double check on that as we are closing out our first day. These are the results earlier today. And so the winner of this series will face Leary tomorrow in the winner's bracket semifinals.
Crazy.
We already know it'll be Yo and Viper tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. And then we know, the loser goes down to play Kingston. So now, this is kind of uncommon these days, this format. So just to touch on that real quick, basically the player who wins out in the top doesn't need to play near as much Age of Empires. They're going to just wait in that winner's bracket final. So they would just have to play the final on Sunday. The players who fall to the loser's bracket, there will be one that eventually wins that final. That will be played on Sunday. Then a fully rested winner's bracket player will be waiting for them on the same day. Lots of Age of Empires to come. So it's like, that's why it's so huge for the favorites. For anybody who won today, you're just like, please don't let me fall to that loser's bracket.
Yeah,
please.
So you guys, you got it even more clear, right? Today we have those 4 seeds. Can we put the brackets again, please? Can we put it? Thank you. Then loser bracket round of 8 is tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then the winner bracket semifinals is also tomorrow, the 4 series.
Yeah.
So on Friday we will have loser bracket round of 6, the winner bracket finals, and the loser bracket semifinal.
Yep. And then obviously we have Sunday where we've got the two finals there. So it's just going to be such a big edge to whoever wins, moves on to that winner's bracket. So far, I would say today the favorites have won. Now, many people around the arena here were saying that they thought ACCM was going to beat Yo.
For me, Yo is the favorite.
Okay, well, I agree.
It was the question.
I agree.
You were going to ask
people,
me. I read you.
Other people were saying that they thought ACCM would be better. So, well, I feel as though the favorites won today, and we will be into the next game shortly, by the way.
But it's not for you the favorite, Mr. Yo?
Yeah.
Yo's
Mr. Top
For
5.
me, is top 4 all times, let's say. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I agree.
The
thing with Yo,
maybe someday it can be, but
the argument against Yo is the earlier it is in the tournament, the worse he performs. And this is day 1. And so I think all these lands now, we've seen that with Yo, and it's not group stage anymore, where you have that time.
He has said in the
It's
interview
knockout.
that he was happy about today because he usually play slow in the first day,
Yeah,
and
he
he was
admits
his best first day in an event at this caliber.
I think what really helped him is these maps are maps that have been played in a lot of events the last year and a half. Now, not like recent, but he has that knowledge. He's one of the smartest players in the game. So here we are. We did have a slight issue getting in with the spectating, so my apologies, folks, but we are in. First time we see Chaos Pit. We thought we might see towers, and we've got the 2 tower civs. Now, the gold is only on the outside of the map, so players are going to have to cut to get out there. In the middle, you've got double berry area, and then you've also got you've got some stone, which is why I think we see Teutons for tower rushing, and why I think we see Koreans for the same thing.
But honestly, thinking about if he's going to have something special, if you go in this kind of map with Teutons and you go Torres, not really special. It's like kind of a real big possibility. It's not a strategy that
it's
is
not a surprise.
or you don't think about this,
Yeah.
So maybe the Kumans, the Romans was something more specific that he was having for other maps. So here, I wouldn't be surprised, obviously, if he's doing the Torres.
So are all the deer, sorry to ask a question here, I know we're supposed to be the experts, but are all the deer positioned on the sides? Is there 2 different shrine-looking buildings here? I'm trying to determine this. They're both stealing deer from the one area, but Vodka to the left, or like the south of the middle, I don't know, like the thing, yeah, that right there. Okay, so I don't know. I think there were actually deer there because we came in a little late, and they're both just trying to shuffle as much away from that as possible for the time being here.
Tato has already a farm here.
I actually really like it. It's super cheap. I think adding 1 Dark Age farm is kind of a little bit underrated. A lot of people were very resistant to it, but with Teutons, it's like, it feels free.
It's kind of like a must to do it. Like, why you are not going to use that bonus, right?
Yeah.
Look, he knows that he was going to do that. He was already dodging the arrows. But he has already many abilities outside. If maybe not going to go for a tower rise, because that's another way to surprise. Like, oh, he's so expected going to go tower rise. Let's go scouts.
The most important thing here, if you're going to be tower rushed, is you want your woodline safe, which is obviously fine, and you want your berries. Gold is not here. Stone is actually not that important. And so the berries are on the back for both. So this doesn't actually feel like a very tower opening. Now, another reason that Hera would have picked Koreans that we haven't discussed, as I think we have a short pause here, Hera fixing his headphones. Koreans have a wood discount on all their military units. And so how often do we see on other maps where you're close quarters, Byzantine trash, cheap spears and skirms? Well, Koreans have cheap spears and skirms. I think we see skirm and spears. I think we see super messy play from Hera here.
Let's see what is going to happen. I think Hera forgot to put the deco cancellation. He didn't have.
No, he took it off to fix his earbuds,
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Okay.
We should be like, oh my God, Tato's going fast castle, Teutonic Knights. See what we could make it work there. Tato's definitely paying more attention to cutting out, though, it seems. I don't know if Hera is.
Yeah. No, he's closer. He's definitely closer. He has only 1 tile. Yeah. Or maybe not.
Yeah, there's another tree.
There's another tree
it's
there.
pretty close.
Okay, both are up completely exactly the same time. Double B tags for sure. He's doing the barrack. And for now, that's up wood to make it stable. We're going to make it a spearman. And I believe he's going to go archer range.
Well,
Hera.
Tato, this is smart from Tato to wall here because spears and skirms smother you and they force you to react. If you have walls, spears and skirms don't do too much against that. So he's actually, instead of trying to play spear skirm or play scout against spear skirm and just be at a disadvantage, he just figures, let's wall quickly.
I'm gonna farm a lot.
Yep.
He's gonna farm a lot.
Actually,
as much as he can.
I wouldn't hate tower defense if this becomes a problem. Now, you don't want to farm the front of your TC because if a skirmisher's attacking your farm, you cannot work on the farm. And Hera's going to want damage here. So yeah, you definitely don't want the farm on the front, in my opinion.
No, also when you have the mill at the back, it's ideally you should go with the farms at the back.
Yeah,
you have the mill there, so it's perfect. You don't need them, but he's doing those two. But don't do more. Obviously.
It feels oddly weird to talk about that, but I think that will happen. So Tato should know it should happen. I think he'll go for a range himself then. That would be my guess. I don't think he'll just skip army completely. But maybe he'll be annoyed, with himself that he won't be able to work on those farms. For now, he's not able to work on the berries super efficiently.
The scout is being annoying.
Yeah.
Her scout is being so annoying. Well, doesn't need the berries for now. He has so many farms.
And this is what we mean. Now the farms can't work because you're farming there and the skirms attack. Hera finding damage where it would normally feel like there isn't any, and still doing his best there with the scout, and he will get out alive.
Yeah, now what? Do you do a stable at the back, archery? I see a building on the left. What is that building on the left?
Well,
it's a stable.
The second you go, if Hera doesn't see skirmishers from you and a tower from you, and you're idling enough farms, which will force a response, I think Hera will expect scouts. So the second he sniffs it, or senses it, I guess is better, he'll probably just add a couple spears here. I think this is kind of fine for Hera, honestly.
No, it definitely is. But then the question is...
Can you consider a tower right where the skirms are? Because in Castle Age, that's a guard tower then.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really good position to push the TC. It's not a Hera thing to do, but I think a tower there and just holding this area of the map long-term could be really smart.
He will do it, but I feel that what Tato is going to do is go all over around with Villiers and try to lock it down outside.
Maybe.
And make a tower or wall even, you know?
Or send the scouts that way, honestly.
Yeah. That's why he put the stable where he did, because Hera's still inside with that scout that is so annoying. He doesn't want to show the car, and he's going there. He already chopped. He's still trying to find the stable. Look where the stable is. This is exactly what he wants.
He wants to know what's going on out here, and he gets through. So now he can look and see what's happening.
Yeah, but the devil is, he need to go. He need to go. He went back. Oh, he's just searching for gold, so he's not going to go for anything else.
Hera should be through, though. There's no way that Tato gets over there in time. Hera should be through.
Yeah, is there already.
I think it'll actually just be walls on the side from Hera. Now, this might be an opportunity for Tato. Those farms are still there. Sure, they've been idle, but those are fresh jobs.
He's going for the spear. Now the scouts are coming. He set it back, so he's going to take all them. But the problem here is Tato feels like, oh, I'm spamming farms like crazy. Hera has 18.
Yeah,
he has already a lot and 400 food in the bank. He doesn't have gold, okay, but doesn't have gold either, Tato. And now do spears and skirmishes. And as you mentioned, you are doing more army, but they are cheaper. And right now, Hera has already 400 resources more.
Yep.
Because he has created all that idle time that you were talking.
Yeah, and it's just really smart, really smart. I think part of this, though, that Hera's forgetting is he isn't walled. And so he's still trying to attack farms. You could tell he's distracted. He's distracted by scouts on his woodline right now.
Okay, he's human.
And that's what you need to do against him, pull him out of position. And nice job there from Tato. The Ville's still moving forward from Hera.
Both at the same time. But let's see if they're going to notice. I think they wanted to wall, probably. Let's see.
Oh, Hera definitely noticed that.
Come on, come on, come on.
No way, that would have been so funny, dude.
He was trying to make that block, man. Bad.
Well, let's see if he can save the Ville. Let's see if he can save the Ville.
Let's see.
Come on, Hera.
Are you going to be able?
Impress everybody. Come on, impress everybody. Impress everybody.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you know, he can't do it all. He can't do it all.
Yeah, but he still impress everybody because he's with Bloodline Status, but Hera is about to click up to Castle as soon as he get the gold that he's missing. I don't know if he has the market, he has the ability to go up. I believe he's Plasmid and an archery range, correct? But he cannot have the gold yet. So
I'm still... Hera's not walled. Bloodlines and Forging. There's hills involved.
With 8 scouts.
He doesn't have all of his spears in position. I think since Hera's on his way to Castle soon, he's expecting that from Tato. But Tato has gone from defense to offense here. That will be a dead spear. The spear next to it should die as well. And as Hera gets as most value as possible here, Tato not really committing.
Yeah, didn't have Forging yet. Forging will be huge there to kill those very fast.
Man, that was a missed opportunity, I think, for Tato. That should have been 2 spear kills. And the scouts could stay. The scouts could absolutely stay and linger around there.
Oh, that Villier? I like that Villier. Okay, sneaky one. Very sneaky. He's going to save it. He take the farm. He take the farm, man. He take the farm and then delete it, man. What? It's a thief, man.
Yeah,
it's a thief. You cannot do that, man.
I don't think that was intentional from Hera to send that villager there, but he certainly made the most of it. Stole the farm, deleted the farm, said see you later. Tato saved his villager here, and Hera saved his villager there.
Oh my, oh my.
Wow,
He saved the fifth.
that's
Both
insane.
are just taking bat. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we can see how Hera, yes, believe it or not, is on the way to Castle. Now, Tato is doing some tower here. Of course, he won't have a great army, Hera, but he's in Castle. Those towers is going to create some chaos here.
It is, and like Hera's going to go to Castle Age to do what? He doesn't build the forward tower that will be guard tower soon. He doesn't know this tower rush is starting to come in, and that's a lot of scouts that can be killing off the spears. Ooh. Hera's villagers are exposed here. He's still 90 seconds away from Castle Age, and Tato is not done yet.
No. He's going to keep going. A lot more scout. This is going to be a skill burden armor now. He needs another tower, so he needs probably more villages on a stone. One tower here can be brutal. He's sending villages to go and take that. The spearman, he has even wheelbarrow, so he can fight with those spears better and with the villages as well. Well, he got wheelbarrow Hera too, so he's going to kill how many? How many villages he need to kill Tristan here to make this worthy and possible to win this game?
33, 31.
Okay. All the villages, right?
Every vill, you kill every vill, and after game number 1, I will believe that you can win the game.
Yeah. We can't, right? I mean, it's 6 villages already lost, but after killing 300 villages in a game, right? Still keep going.
Oh, man, I can't help but feel like Tato just, maybe if he had a little bit more stone, could have gotten another tower.
He's 15 villages ahead now, man.
He killed a lot of vills. Also, did Tato lose one to a wolf or something?
No, maybe here now. Maybe here now. He's doing another tower. That tower is brutal, but now it's not going to happen. That tower is not going to be up, I believe. Let's see. So many spears. The scouts are not enough. He's so many villages trying to kill those. If he's not doing this tower, Tato did this tower, but he canceled it.
Forget the towers there for a second. Hera's losing vills. That's all I care about. Yeah. Hera's losing vills. Hera has no army. He's arrived at Castle Age to make another spearman and to make another skirm. This is actually okay for Tato, I think. Hera, unless Hera takes all the towers down, then it's a problem. And here comes Hera with his villagers. Tato needs to get in his tower, man.
Yeah, need to go there. Need to go inside. Don't lose more villages here. Don't lose more villages, man. He's going to lose another. That was painful. That was painful because now look at the Echo KD. 9-5. There's still 11 villages more, but this is not enough scouts. Or it is. There's a knight. There's a knight now. There's a knight now. He's going to trap those villages. He's going to kill those with the knight. And Hera, even he lost some. And he's behind in villages. He managed to go Castle so quick.
Yeah.
So quick.
Well, and the Castle Age gives you such a nice advantage because you can make knights, as we saw before, right? But our knights, as Koreans with no bloodlines, no armor, good enough. I'm still not fully convinced. I think Hera is moving out with confidence that he maybe shouldn't have. The skirms could be in there for the spears. Hera's vills will eventually take down the tower. It's really hard to notice who's winning these fights. It feels like Hera's vills are so weak.
Yeah, we need more spears here because he has 4 and 2 more in the queue. But where's the spears? The spearmen need to be here to take those knights down.
Yeah, they did get picked off. Well played to Hera there to pick them off. I still think Tato's oddly okay. You know, the scoreline doesn't suggest that in the series. Hera's reputation might not suggest that. But I'm not seeing upgrades from Hera. He doesn't have a lot on gold, and he's Koreans making knights. Another tower is going to go up just as that one goes down. Tato's eco is completely untouched.
Yeah, he keep going just feudal and do more towers again. You know, more spears, more scouts. Keep going for now. He still have 22 farmers and Tocha, if you mentioned, with wheelbarrow, with all the upgrades. He's going to kill more villages again. Look at the Echo KD. Now he's going to lead that house. The spears are coming. So many spears. The knights are still there, but Tato is bringing more spearmen.
And Hera does not have an eco to actually get the upgrades. And if he gets the upgrades, he's not going to have the numbers. He kind of has to choose right now. I'd still love to see Hera get armor or something, right?
Would you do also the armor for Tato, for the spearman? Or is not needed here?
Well, if you can afford it, yeah. At this point, you might not be able to think. I don't think it's as big a deal, but it certainly would be nice.
Ooh.
I'd also like to see full walls from Tato.
Full walls,
because
Tato.
the knight counterattack could undo him pretty quickly. Another tower coming up. Hera ran into the TC fire there.
But why he need to be wall? He need to be wall completely. You know, wall the TC if it's needed. You know,
yeah.
I know it's a lot going on, but that tower is not gonna be up. He's doing even some cab archer. The cab archer, okay. There's the knights, but don't have spears there to defend. Population is still a lot better for Tato. Yes, it is. But those knights are dangerous.
And this is a form of defense now for Hera because this army has to go backwards instead of forwards. But at the same time,
it's still fine.
It's still going to be
the knight is dying. The knight is dying.
Yeah.
Even against that scout you just put on the hill, he's going to take it. There you go. He micro.
If Tato loses this game, this might be one of the most unfair 3-0 scorelines you could ever see. Right?
That's correct.
Like
that's correct.
This
doesn't
game
represent
number 1 was one of the greatest games I've ever seen, and one of the greatest survival stories ever. But like now this game as well, it's super close, right?
Well, it's 20 population more still Tato
Yeah.
almost. But he's in feudal and his opponent is in castle age.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately now this never-ending cycle where you feel like you can't stop.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And he's not really that close to clicking up to castle age either. I still think the scouts could be utilizing their mobility, but he's trying to creep in with the towers, and he needs to protect.
Suki maybe sneak a village all around. I know it's too much going on, but to make a second tower at the same time in another spot.
Maybe. It could work. Maybe, honestly, Memb, send those vills home, use a market, sell your stone, buy food, go up. Like, maybe that's the play. You need castle age right now.
Yeah, no, for
anything.
sure.
But
and you are $15 ahead. You can afford. Yeah, but the problem is that Garrison is starting to have a dangerous army.
Yeah.
You know, he's pledging, not bulking, but he's already 4 cav archers, 4 knights. That's a problem.
Yeah,
and at home you need to be wall, and he's not wall.
Hera's knights offer nothing to him at home now. I want to see him counter again. Like those knights can't engage easily. Maybe unless he brings vills to rush down the towers too. But that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, but Hera is not happy with the resources he has at home in the bank. You know, like, I mean, look at the resources collected also.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Market Tristan. He's going to wall or not. You need to wall, man. It's very easy to wall that one. You only need to make some few pallets at a gate, and that's it. Like this, you know, but at home. And then Tato will sell the stone as you were talking and go up.
Tato might be able to think that those CA are on the way to him because there were cav archers in his vision. And this may make him think about walling in front. He dropped the market there. He'll click up. He just needs 2 more gold, which is so painful for him. But then by the time Tato is in castle age, the vill count might be even with the way Hera's producing at the moment.
Can we see those towers?
Hera's distracting him and the villagers into the tower.
Okay, he's in the tower here. He's on the way to castle. Did he wall on the left, Tato? I think he walled it at the back.
In the very far, far back he did.
Wall. And
that's
on the right
smart.
too. I like it.
Yeah. Nice and simple there.
Yeah. Okay, well, now those towers will have murder holes. Now you don't take those towers down.
You don't.
You don't take those towers down.
If you can't take them down with units, you could drop a castle to deal with it. Hera's saving up for that. And then you could also drop a castle on Tato's face. These are Bodkin cav archers. Cav archers are also cheaper for the Koreans, by the way. It's kind of a unique thing to see because of the lack of long-term upgrades. But you get the armor for free, and they're cheap.
I think knowing Hera is going to make the castle on his DC, probably. And then you take all the towers down.
Yeah, that's a safe play.
Right.
Hera though, he wins the game if he drops the castle on Tato's face. But there's a risk in that. I don't think Hera's going to want to take that risk.
You need to take the risk. Don't make it, or maybe he's going to make it. He's 2-0 ahead. If you want to take a risk like this, maybe it's now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to give confidence to Tato. Because after we have seen how he has been playing, you know, you get now a 2-1, and hey, be careful here.
It feels like he's waiting. And there's the castle.
It's coming, man.
There's the castle.
It's coming. Hera is coming with 9 villains forward. So many cav archers. It's going to be in time in castle. Tato to do something. The castle is literally on his face. He's going to take the stable, the market. The TC is taking everything. But Tato, we have a stone for a castle. Will delete down the farms and you make a castle defensive as well?
Yeah.
Delete the farms in front.
But
delete the farms.
Can you fit it there? You got to build it further back. You had to have to delete the house. There's not enough space. You can't delete your stable. And so Hera's castle likely to complete. Tato trying to build his own. Hera's walling that, but now the knights run through. And Hera's knights could deny it or delay this castle, but he's going to just build them back to the monk.
They don't have upgrades. That's why he's not doing. The thing is, okay, your castle is there, but now you are not even protecting the TC. The TC is going to go down. So is that castle a grade 1 by Tato?
Yes. If you where else are you going to build it? I think you need some form of defense. The great play from Tato there was actually his scouts weren't anywhere near that. He had them forward, and the castles, one castle is going to fire on the TC, which obviously will go down. The other castle will fire on the castle. So it's a weird thing, but long term, Hera will probably lose that castle.
Yeah.
And maybe Tato, if he can boom in the back, could catch up economically as well. We're going to see TC number 3 from Hera, but another
Tato
game where
seems to be
Hera's
not
lost a lot of
moving.
villagers.
He's doing something else there. Is that another stable that he's not finished on the right to the town center? I don't know. Yeah,
Stable. Maybe the
finish.
villager died.
Yeah.
War wagons are a really good unit for Hera to consider here.
Yeah, but he has no echo. His economy
He
right
has no
now,
gold,
I mean,
actually. Yeah, that's
no
why
economy.
the TC is going up. Yep, true.
It's crazy. He has another TC. Now that tower is going to go down. Oh, he's not paying attention. He has to
Yeah,
be careful.
murder holes is no joke, man. But
Yeah, he has no villas inside. That's
Yeah,
the problem.
yeah.
With villas, definitely he will take those knights. He's still doing damage with those scouts because the knights is still with 0 upgrades. But the tower is going to be down, doing a TC at the back. And villas is the same.
yeah. Can
He's the
we
same.
see the HP on Hera's castle when we find a moment? Obviously, right now. Okay, so that's lost 300 already, and it has not been up for very long. So that's almost a trep shot for comparison. And the TC for Tato, he's going to trade that.
Okay, on down.
But, wow, you have units down there from Hera. He still really wants to take this tower. It felt like he was going to do it. He had so many knights, but Tato's held on. And Tato now dropping town centers behind this.
Yeah, 2 extra. 2 extra TC is going to have one less because he's going to lose his main town center. He's not even bothering to repair.
Yeah.
And now, what is the following here, Tristan? I mean, oh, there's a ram.
Well,
You want to lose your castle? I mean, it's murder holes, but still you need something else to kill the ram.
I feel like that castle's not firing enough arrows
Oh,
there.
okay.
I could have been wrong. I know in the upcoming patch they mentioned that there's a bug sometimes where your castles won't fire the proper amount of arrows. I could be completely crazy. But Tato killed the ram. I think long-term Hera's just honestly just going to boom
Well,
towards
he's in
Imp.
already.
Yeah, like he's just going to boom towards Imp. He's not making any wagons. He's making a couple more CA. I think he just takes his Imp now.
4 TC. But Tato is doing the same.
Yeah. Imp.
And thinking in Imperial, depend of the timings. But Imperial is a strong Teutons.
Yeah.
I mean, they have halves,
Honestly-
very strong. The siege is strong for both. You know, I will say that it's cheaper now Teutons because you can spam farms forever.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
it might be a little bit better economically talking because now Korea doesn't have any real big
Eco bonuses,
bonus.
yeah.
Not at
I mean,
all.
they have the stone mining bonus. I actually think the towers are key for Koreans and Imp. If you can get to keeps to stop bombard cannons,
Well, send the
could be
knights.
pretty critical.
Send the knights here. He has the knights and he's going to be guard tower. I love that he did that upgrade.
Yeah, and I'm actually still wondering, will Hera lose his castle on the front? What's his plan? Guard towers in. He will not be able to take out Teuton towers very easily. His cav archers will come in next to that. Love to see Tato get bodkin and ballistics now.
Both. It's expensive.
It helps his castle for reasons we already explained, and it helps the towers.
Now, those towers, now he cannot kill it. I mean, if he's doing those upgrades you're mentioning,
Yeah.
you know, it's definitely not. He's going to try to repair that tower.
That is an annoying tower.
Yeah, and he's going to repair. He's going to repair the tower and put maybe villas inside.
Is it crazy? Hera just needs to build his own tower there. Just tower the tower.
Yeah.
You have Bodkin, you're
Oh,
Koreans.
but I like it. I like what he's doing. The castle is forward. I'm going to push him.
Yeah.
Siege,
Yeah.
monastery. I got the knights. I have the castle here to defend. I have already 3 TCs as well myself. Population is obviously now better for Hera because he has some good army. Look at the castle now to take those towers. But if he's able to do a mangonel, and he's having the mangonel at home, I believe, he need to deny
I'm
that.
sorry, I got excited because Hera thinks that castle's fine because there's no Bodkin. He said,
Bodkin
I
is
can
there.
place it because he has Bodkin and I'm fine. No, he didn't have Bodkin.
Now he has.
So now Bodkin's going to be in.
Ballistic. You need to send the knights or not.
There's no siege for Tato. It's a little late. That's
One
a good-
mangonel will take it.
that was a risky one, dude. Like, Hera was fortunate that there wasn't one mangonel. Otherwise, that whole castle gets denied. It's a very different situation, but he's got a 15 villager lead. He's got access to tons of stone and gold and food with his farming eco. The towers are now going to be shot down. I think Tato's got to direct his focus towards the rest of his push. More towers coming up. Another siege workshop from him. But the Knights, not really a big part of this right now.
Yeah, the Knights cannot do the job here. Well, I did the tower. You know, he's going to try to keep pushing there. Like, he's going to take those towers here, but he wants to push outside.
Yep.
But he got so many Cav Archers, man. Cav Archers with Ballistic. He has to go with the Mangonel. What'd you do against those Cav Archers now?
What-
They don't
how
have
many-
bloodlines, but...
The curse of the commentator there, Mem. He has so many cav archers, he loses quite a few there. But
That's true.
I mean, I think your switch is in Imp. It's very easy to look at the CA right now and say, why are you doing that with Koreans? But it just simplifies Hera's game plan. I want to know, does Tato see the siege workshop with the flag behind Hera's castle. He saw a flag, but it's not like very obvious.
Well, he still have a mangonel, you know.
That's a lot of rams.
Border holes, you know. He has +2.
True.
Plus 2 knights. He's gonna come with a lot of rams. You know, that castle so whole. We will see. You know what? It will be very, very good there to kill the rams instantly. Couple of Teutonic knights.
Yeah.
Making the castle, leave it there. You put it there, and you may take them. You know, the attack is insane.
I am very pro cape. So if we could see some Teutonic Knights, that would be great.
Okay. Let's see if he's going to kill now some Brillier. And again, with those gates, he's going to take it. 1 down. Okay. But he's still 17 villagers more. But now, I like this. He's not trying. He's going to go a lot army. Again, a lot of army.
It's called Chaos Pit. So, I mean, this has to be chaotic. Those are in the rules, right? Big push from Hera is going to come. He's waiting for so many rams. Maybe against any other Civ.
8 rams, man.
You wouldn't wait for 8 rams.
Look at the castle. There's another castle there. Huh? Oh, my God.
But against the Teutons, who have murder holes, who have ballistics, who have Bodkin Arrow, you feel as though you need to wait. And the longer you wait, the less likely Tata's going to expect this. But here we go.
He's doing another mangonel in that siege workshop. Because if he has 2 mangonels, he might be able to do the job. We will see. The castle with ballistics is going to put so many ballistics in the castle. He knows that he has to defend. He's going to defend. He's going to try to focus on those cav archers. If he keep this castle alive, let's see, but he needs to keep this castle alive, and that's the big question mark here. He killed everything. He killed all the cav archers, and now the 2 mangonels are alive. Let's see if he's gonna be able to do it. Now some Teutonic Knight or not, the Knights are going to be there to defend. He needs to micro like a beast, and now repair the castle, please. He's so many rams. You need to go and repair the castle. He's going. How many rams are still alive? He's 5 rams. The castle is gonna be down. Tristan, is surviving the castle or not? I think he did.
I think the castle's going to stay up. This is a huge, huge investment. It's so close. If he takes it out, it's all worth it. He takes it out.
He killed it, man. He take the castle down. He need that castle. But then you know what's going to happen now? Tato is going to say, you're going to kill me? I'm going to make another in the same spot.
True. If you just keep doing that, Hera will run out of golds. But man, I mean, Hera's had the greater eco for some time here. And he's defended from Tato's attacks very well. And now that he's able to advance forward and the castle's not there, the big question is what army can you actually make as...
Nah, it's a sneaky step.
What army can you actually make against cav archers?
95%, 96, and
he can't see it, man, because he's losing. He's losing everything at his base. He's losing everything at his base because knights are just so slow. Wagons are the perfect unit. They can advance forward now. And another game where Tato's played incredible, and Hera's defense just simply too strong. It's been an absolute masterclass from Hera.
It's not just too strong. Probably it's not a node, right, Tristan? It's just too good, man. Too good. Incredible defense. And with all this madness, Hera, magically, on the way to Imperial.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep. On his way to Imp. Also has quite a bit of resources available for him here, so no downsides as far as that's concerned. He's got 2 castles to produce war wagons, which is epic against knights, and he's about to have a 3rd castle to produce war wagons, which makes that even stronger. And I just think for Tato, it's maybe an unfair scoreline that we're about to witness here. He's played incredible, but he is just not. He just needed a little bit more in some of these games to be able to break this guy. And it feels as though Tato's going to fall down to the loser's bracket. What a series, man.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, a little bit more probably in the first game. What more in there? I think in that game it was just epic. For me, it was epic. In these ones, it was more a bit all in now with the Teutons, you know, desperate mode activated. And then with Chimera against Bohemians, you have to play perfect.
Yeah.
Like, perfect is like 100% because Bohemians is too strong, and in Hera's hands you can see he's doing now the hand card, but in this situation he has 33 villages more. 1 minute 30 seconds left to be in Imperial. I think Tato will call it, or since the map is so big and he has also good village number, and the Korea is slow, he's gonna keep trying.
I think he'll call it when he sees Imp. He does have a ram push coming in, potentially on one of the castles. It's kind of hard to find, but it's right there. But there's just not enough support for that, right? Villagers can take out those rams, and even if you take out one castle, there's still so many more. He sees the score lead. He knows this is a problem. Tato's just a fighter, though, and he's not going to call it until he sees this gets one step worse.
Yeah, the problem is that the knights are strong, but look at the wagons, you know? I mean, and they're going to have now +4 right away.
Yep.
You know, it's so tanky. tanky. They cannot take them. It's crazy. He's trying to go to meet those Rams that are very cool, but he can't meet them.
He can't
because
get
the
there,
ones
yeah.
are here, you know?
And there's castles, and also Hera's going to see it the whole way through. Maybe one big fight here. Maybe Tato does try and engage because Hera's gone too far, and Hera's imp upgrades will take a little bit of time, but I think the wagons can probably find a nice little nook and stack in the wood line, and Hera is just going to sit there. This is maybe a bit of a test for him to see, is this doable? There's the Rams.
He's 4 Rams, and he's fighting at the same time. I love what he's doing right now here. He's deleting even the market. He's going to be able to kill those. Hera is still 142 villies. But he see it, man. I mean, he noticed. And now he's going with villiers. He's going to be able to keep that castle alive. But he's still trying. Look how he's doing another castle.
Yeah.
On the left.
Tat just played amazing today. I'm really excited.
He call it.
This is actually one of the best sets Tat has played in a long time.
Yeah.
Not enough to beat Hera. What a series. Some real bangers there. Absolute crazy entertainment. And Hera moves on in the winner's bracket as we expected he would. He played as good, if not better, than we expected he would.
No. And then he did better.
Yeah.
I think he did.
Somehow. Yeah.
See, it really insane.
And then, but Tato also played amazing. Tato is going to be really scary in that loser's bracket. What a series. And what a close to day number 1, man. That was beautiful.
Yeah, man, because we got the feeling that maybe the first 2 series was more one-sided that we expected. Obviously, we won 3-2 here or 2-3, whatever. But this is
this is one of the closest 3-0s that you'll see.
Yeah. It's not like, okay, 3-0, and then because when we finish, we talk about the series. Oh, man, but all 3 times we got some series. I'm happy with this series.
Yeah, very happy with it.
Very happy with this series.
Hopefully
you all guys are happy as well, because it has been the pure Age of Empires crazy, and tomorrow going to be even more crazy, because now, tomorrow, there's some people that is going to be already eliminated.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and honestly, if we have a moment, I'd love to pull up the bracket again just to talk about it. We might have to wait for that till the tail end of the show. Obviously, we're going to get Hera up here in a minute and hear his thoughts on his series. I'm really curious on his thoughts because that was, again, exhausting one. I don't know how long that was exactly, but that was...
What time is it?
That was a crazy...
It's been long.
Yeah, that was a crazy long
We thought that it was
set.
going like quite fast today, you know, faster than we expected.
Yeah.
You know, but this series put us in time.
Yeah. But I think like
in the schedule,
that's a sign of things to come. To put a positive spin on like Tato and anyone who wants to try and take down Hera over the next couple days, he was this close. He was this close, right? Now, you could look at that and say, well, look at how much he had to do to get that close. That should mean it's impossible to beat the guy, and I could see your point there. But Hera was vulnerable at times, but, I mean...
Not too much.
Not too much.
Anyway, guys, we're going to see what Hera, the Beast, have to say to KP. That is on a stage.
Thank you, T90. Thank you, Mem. Fantastic commentary to round out the day. Yes, big round of applause because I'm joined by the amazing Hera. First of all, mate, big congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
We got to dissect this series a little bit because I don't think we can even approach this series without talking about that game number 1. Already, for me, the highlight in terms of individual games the entire tournament. My first question for you is, how many times did you think you were dead in that one?
Quite a bit, actually. Start of the game pretty much as soon as the militia started getting damaged, and then later in Imp, when he was like full castle age, it was tricky. It was a really, really complicated game, that one.
Yeah, and I love how Ram's a key moment in game number 3 for Ramadan, because someone I was thinking about here, you're in the middle of a fast. I wanted to kind of get a thought on this because it's not something we maybe talk about too often on broadcasts. How does that affect how you prep for the days, how you perform on the days? Because obviously you can only eat in certain hours. There's that idea of fatigue. Do you see it as an advantage in a weird way?
Well, it makes the day a little bit harder because I'm not eating or drinking, and so practicing without having the nutrients is probably the hardest part. But I think it's also a good way to focus on other stuff, and I get more time during the day to do whatever I want. So. I feel like there's a double-edged sword, but I'm more than happy to do it. I think for me, it's devoted IRL is more important than just committing 100% to the tournament.
I've heard some players kind of see it as like they're more switched on. Did you feel that sometimes, where like you're more aware because it's like the fight and flight mechanic, right?
That's what they say. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it too much, but I have heard from other top players that you shouldn't eat before a set. So I don't know. Maybe it's the secret.
Yeah, there's a middle ground there. Like make sure you eat every once in a while. But talking about the set, like fight he did. We heard it from the commentators. Possibly Tato's best showing in a very long time. I mean, obviously you threw him here. Is there a little bit of concern that Tato may be back up to his old standards from previously?
I think Tato played a very, very good series. I would really keep my eye on him in the loser brackets. I hope that he can do, well and kind of climb his way back up, because I feel like the draw of the bracket sometimes can be a bit unfortunate. But from his class as a player, top tier, he played a really good series, and I feel like the scoreline didn't do him justice, to be fair.
I think the interesting thing to think about here is 10 big wins in a row. When does the pressure set in, right? Because I've heard this from so many people. Winning seems easy, but it's really not. Have you felt that more recently when you look at the win streak you're on, that there's almost an expectation that you're meant to dominate it?
The expectation makes it hard. I think focusing on the task at hand and not worrying what's at stake is probably the key there. But I just feel like that's the main storyline in the tournaments, and I don't know. I try not to think about it too much, just to do my thing.
One game at a time. And we're going to look at the games tomorrow. I want to get your thoughts on this, because we do have the bracket updated with what we're expecting to come. I want to get your thoughts, first of all, on your upcoming series against Leary, which I think a lot of people feel like is a grand finals worthy series in itself. How are you feeling about what you've seen from Leary today?
I think Leary played pretty well today. He was clinical. He wasn't really in trouble at all in any of the 3 games he played. And I think he's probably my toughest competition in general. The fact that we're facing in winter semis is, I think, early. But I'll try my best, and we'll see what happens.
I think we have a bracket to show to the broadcast so that we can kind of get the full picture. Because on the other side, there's also Viper versus Yo. We got Viper's opinion on Yo. Yo, I think, surprised a lot of people. He surprised himself. Does it kind of feel like most of the people at this particular LAN, is there maybe the biggest threat in a while to your championship title?
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like every tournament is always a threat, to be fair. I don't think there's anything different about this tournament compared to the rest. But I will say, as far as Yo, he's been playing pretty well. He's been practicing League of Legends in the back. I'm sure that's helping. But I think Viper, Yo, me, Leary has been the top 4 for a little bit, with some upsets every tournament or every now and then. So it's nice to see the classic top 4 in the winter semifinal tomorrow.
All right, I'm thinking unique matchups here, right? If there's a Civ matchup and a map that you want to see just for the entertainment value at this tournament, is there one that in your mind you haven't seen recently that you'd love to see on the main stage?
I would like to play Burmese against any Civ. That's what I would like to do. I'm a firm believer in Burmese, so I hope I can do it once this tournament. It's one of my favorite Civs.
Well, fingers crossed. I'm excited for it, mate. Big congratulations again. A round of applause for Hera, ladies and gentlemen. We'll let him get some rest. Congrats, mate. Okay. So, you can head off because we've got to round out the show, buddy. It's been a long day. You've earned the rest. And so have all you. I expect maybe a few beers, a little bit of partying along the way. But folks, it's only the end of day number 1. That's right. Tomorrow, we kick off with some upper bracket into elimination type series. We've still got 3 days chock full of action. And it really starts to matter tomorrow when we say farewell to our first players here at the Garrison, presented by Being Esports. But I just want to give a big shout out to the Being Esports people. Running esports events is not easy. But also, convincing you guys what you should be buying is sometimes easier when we've got swag like this. So this is just a preview. We'll be showing off more of it in the coming days. But if you want to feel like part of the moment, you should definitely check out their line of, and this is harder with a microphone in your hands, with the Garrison hoodies. We've also got some interesting engravings on slates coming, and we are going to allow customizations, names, etc. So this is just one piece of the merch. I've been told I'm going to be a pseudo model. I told them I haven't got the hips for that, but they won't take no for an answer, so you'll see me in the coming days. But if you want to get your hands on the swag, !TG merch, check them out. The Garrison is really trying to build something here, and obviously, if you guys get something memorable from the event, it also helps them think about coming back in the future. But folks, I think we're getting ready to round out. Remember, tomorrow we kick off at 1 p.m. local time here in Germany, where I expect this incredible crowd to up it day after day after day, all the way through to Grand Final Sunday. We'll see you soon.